This is a world where everyone raises spirit beasts, from households to clans. Regardless of wealth, everyone has to train them. Our male lead is no exception. This young man is named Fan Lingjie, the sect leader of the Lingjie Pavilion, who started off raising a Kun Fish, relying solely on devouring to cultivate. But through hundreds of years of painstaking effort, Fan Lingjie raised it into a heaven-devouring, earth-consuming spirit kun, while he himself became a world-renowned spirit beast master. He was just one step away from achieving his dream of establishing the most powerful sect in the world. However, no one knows what happened during a duel that caused the spirit kun's evolution to fail. The obedient pet turned into a bloodthirsty, monstrous beast, opening its maw to swallow its own master whole. On a clear, sunny day, somewhere else, Fan Lingjie opened his eyes. He woke up from his daze, having no idea where he was. He dreamed of drinking from a river, then looked at his reflection in the mirror, and was so shocked he spat out all the water he'd just drunk, waking himself up completely. Who the hell is this? Why did I end up like this? Then he calmly recalled, this must be the result of the Nirvana rebirth possession. Previously, to ensure his safety in case of danger, he had taught the Kun the Nirvana rebirth skill. This is a passive skill. When the beast's master dies, within a year, it will randomly possess another body to be reborn. Fan Lingjie suddenly realized, so he had taken over this person's body to come back to life. He then slumped down like a wilted eggplant. Does this mean he's been dead for a whole year? How tragic. Fan Lingjie gripped the dirt in frustration, thinking back to the past, feeling unwilling to accept it. He thought that by joining an A-rank sect, he could investigate the truth. But now, all his years of hard work have gone down the drain. His Kun also used the Nirvana rebirth skill, meaning he sacrificed his spirit beast and has to start from scratch. Although he kept his life, everything is back to square one. Fan Lingjie's mind was a mess. He didn't know what had happened back then. The evolution conditions for the Kun had been cross-checked many times. There was no way there could have been a mistake. Why did the evolution fail back then? And why did it turn into that monster? Unless someone was pulling strings behind his back. If so, who could it be? His current problem is, what is the identity of this body's original owner? Why did he appear here? Suddenly, Fan Lingjie heard rapid footsteps. He was startled. It seemed this group was tracking someone down. Fan Lingjie looked at the group's attire and guessed they were guards from the A-rank Bai mansion. He figured he might as well ask them to get a handle on the situation. Fan Lingjie cupped his hands to greet them, but one of them drew a sword, berating him as a perverted scoundrel and accusing him of kidnapping the Bai family's young lady. Fan Lingjie felt like he'd been struck by lightning. He trembled. Damn it, it can't be that unlucky, right? Just after waking up, he's branded a pervert, plus the crime of kidnapping an innocent woman. How is he supposed to carry this burden? Fan Lingjie hurriedly waved his hands to explain, there must be a huge misunderstanding. Just listen to me first. But the Bai mansion guards wouldn't listen to his pleas. They swung their swords directly at Fan Lingjie. He reacted quickly and dodged it. It seemed like this wasn't going to be solved in a heartbeat. Fortunately, there were only a few guards, so he could still handle this. Fan Lingjie started channeling his energy to summon his spirit beasts. The guards saw his move and got into a defensive stance. The original owner of this body was a spirit beast master too, and had two beasts, even though he didn't know what they were. Based on his experience, controlling them shouldn't be a problem. The spirit beasts gradually appeared, and everyone was curious to see what they were. Suddenly, a small brown dog appeared, barking non-stop. Fan Lingjie looked at the creature he had high hopes for and was absolutely stunned. The dog rushed toward him. Fan Lingjie didn't know what it intended to do, so he timidly backed away. The dog hugged Fan Lingjie's leg tightly and started rubbing against it. In that split second, Fan Lingjie's leg became a tool for a dog in heat. He covered his face, not knowing what hole to crawl into to hide his shame. No wonder he's called a pervert. Even his spirit beast is a little pervert dog. The Bai mansion guards saw this and covered their mouths, feeling nauseous. Like master, like servant. Then, they drew their swords and charged in to attack again. Fan Lingjie didn't give up and summoned his remaining spirit beast. It was a vine spirit demon of the plant element. At least this one looks a bit more humanoid. Fan Lingjie ordered it to attack, and it extended its vines to tie up a female guard. Wait, does this look like an attack? The female guard, being tied up, could only scream. The male guard saw this and started having nosebleeds. This style of binding is way too creative. Fan Lingjie felt helpless. This beast seems abnormal too, having been raised in such a weird way. Fan Lingjie still had hope. Maybe by using them flexibly, he still had a chance to win. But after seeing the vine spirit demon get its vines chopped off and the dog getting kicked away and losing its spark, Fan Lingjie completely gave up hope. This is way too hard. A moment later, Fan Lingjie was tied up by the vine spirit demon's own vines. He lamented, "Why did I have to take over the body of such a lecherous pervert? The spirit beasts are so weak, it's killing me." A Bai mansion guard pointed his sword and demanded to know where the Bai family's young lady was. Fan Lingjie knew nothing at all and could only say it was all a misunderstanding, but the guards didn't care. They pressed the blade against his neck. Fan Lingjie jumped in fright, and to save his pathetic life, he knew he had to keep his mouth shut. Suddenly, another guard ran over with news. They had found the pervert's hideout over there. The Bai mansion guards escorted him to a wooden house. The leader asked Fan Lingjie if this was his place. Fan Lingjie just blankly replied, "Maybe?" The guards kicked the door down to search. After a while, they found no trace of the Bai family's young lady. Fan Lingjie sighed in relief. Thank God. A guard, annoyed at finding nothing, turned around and punched him in the face, insisting on knowing where he was hiding the girl. Fan Lingjie, innocent and standing tall, tried hard to respond. "I already said it's all a misunderstanding. If I really were a pervert, would I be stupid enough to hide someone in my own house for you guys to find? At the very least, I would have dug a cellar, right? Do you see any cellar in this room?" Suddenly, a guard shouted from far away that they had found a cellar. Hearing that, Fan Lingjie could only cry. His big mouth really had spoken the truth. The guards opened the cellar, and inside were many innocent women being held captive. Seeing this scene, Fan Lingjie cursed in disgust. What a bastard. A total piece of trash. A female guard jumped into the cellar to search, and after a while, she found the Bai family's young lady. They escorted her up safely, and the guards hurriedly knelt down to apologize. Fan Lingjie broke into a cold sweat. "That's it. I'm absolutely finished. Nothing left to do but mourn." The Bai mansion guard drew his sword, intending to execute the scoundrel right on the spot. Fan Lingjie was furious. He had just been resurrected less than an hour ago, and now he was going to die again? What kind of rotten luck was this? Suddenly, the young miss of the Bai family spoke up to stop them. She demanded they not kill him yet. She ordered them to take Fan Lingjie to the Bai estate, saying she would handle him herself. At the Bai estate, Fan Lingjie was chained to an ancient tree in the courtyard, wondering why she had brought him here. It was obvious she wanted to keep tormenting him as revenge. His two useless spirit beasts were already injured and stuck in a dormant state, unable to be summoned. Fan Lingjie sighed, mourning his miserable fate. He couldn't escape, so he would just have to let them do as they pleased. The door creaked open. A Bai estate guard lit a lamp and told him that the young miss was summoning him. Fan Lingjie had no choice but to follow the guard. On the way, Fan Lingjie kept probing the guard about how the young miss planned to torture him so he could mentally prepare. They stopped in front of a large door, and Fan Lingjie asked nervously, "Is this the torture chamber?" The guard cut him off. "This is the bedroom. Get in there, now." Fan Lingjie stepped slowly into the young miss's room. He timidly called out, "Young Miss Bai," but no one answered. The room was pitch black, and he had no idea what she was planning. Suddenly, the young miss lit a candle. She was lounging on a chair with her legs crossed, propping her head up as she looked at Fan Lingjie standing by the door. "Little lecher, you've arrived." Fan Lingjie cautiously asked what she wanted. Without answering his question directly, she asked, "Tell me, do you have any idea why I kept you alive instead of killing you?" Sweating bullets, Fan Lingjie buttered her up. "I assume it's because you are merciful and generous, and wish to give me a chance to turn over a new leaf." As soon as he said it, he felt like spitting at himself. Who would believe that? It couldn't be that simple. The young miss looked at him as if he were a low-life creature. She sneered. "A pathetic little lecher dared to set his sights on me? If I hadn't been drugged, do you really think you could have laid a finger on me?" Fan Lingjie tried to insist it was all just a misunderstanding. Of course, the young miss, Bai Liansu, didn't believe him. She had never suffered such a humiliation in her entire life. Viciously, she said, "Killing Fan Lingjie would be letting him off too easy. That wouldn't be enough to soothe my anger. I'd rather keep him imprisoned in the Bai estate for the rest of his life." A white snake appeared, coiling around her and hissing terrifyingly. Bai Liansu wanted to turn Fan Lingjie into a lowly servant she could humiliate at will. Hearing her threat, Fan Lingjie waved his hands in refusal. He played dumb. "I was raised in a sheltered environment. I don't know how to serve others. I don't know how to cook or clean, and I'm not exactly a looker. I'm useless." Bai Liansu was livid at his backtalk. Fan Lingjie kept rambling on, sweating profusely as he backed toward the door. Using the classic strategy of running away as the best policy, he turned tail, leaving behind a parting shot. "Young miss, you really should find someone else. I'll be going now." Watching the coward try to escape, Bai Liansu patted her snake, telling it to teach him a lesson. The snake lunged at Fan Lingjie. He dodged in the nick of time, barely avoiding death. Luckily, the snake's fangs accidentally cut the vines, binding his hands. Fan Lingjie was finally free. The giant snake stared at the protagonist, hissing as if looking at its prey. Bai Liansu crossed her arms and haughtily declared, "Without my permission, don't even think about leaving." Fan Lingjie untangled the vines from his body and, having no other choice, summoned his two useless spirit beasts. The two pets were just as pathetic as their owner. One was resting, and the other was busy meditating, refusing to be disturbed. Fan Lingjie shouted, "We're about to die, and you're still lying around?" Startled by his shout, the two beasts jumped up, looking serious and not daring to make a sound. Fan Lingjie scolded them further. "There's no time to recover. As your new master, I don't even know what you're capable of. Use whatever moves you have. I'm practically begging you here." Hearing their master, the two spirit beasts immediately got fired up. But then they looked at the giant snake and started trembling in fear. The snake lunged and snapped its jaws at the vine demon. Fan Lingjie was helpless. Oh my god, it didn't even last a second. The vine demon just laughed stupidly. It used its signature moves, binding the snake's snout and wrapping it up tightly, but this way of binding looked a bit strange. Any innocent listener probably knows exactly what kind of strange this is. Haha. Seeing the snake bound, the dog rushed over and kicked the snake's head, knocking it unconscious. Watching this bizarre scene, Bai Liansu turned bright red. What kind of shameless technique was this? Fan Lingjie could only cover his face in misery. It was true they never did anything normally, but it seemed like using the wrong formula but getting the right answer actually worked. Seeing her pet attacked, Bai Liansu began chanting, "These pathetic little beasts dare to challenge my mature, 5th stage white snake? I won't let this slide." The snake began to regain consciousness, and its body started to emit smoke. Its flame scale skill was activated, burning off everything unnecessary on its body. The vine demon, still in the snake's mouth, was scorched black and started crying. The brown dog below was terrified, only able to whine. The white snake lashed its tail, sending the dog flying into a rock behind Fan Lingjie, knocking it unconscious instantly. Bai Liansu crossed her arms, pushing up her chest, and sneered, "Fan Lingjie, you have no spirit beasts left. Let's see what you have to fight back with now." She pointed and ordered her pet to attack again. The snake lunged at him. Fan Lingjie tried to grab its jaws with his hands, but the snake's force pushed him straight into the pond. Fan Lingjie struggled underwater. Without his spirit beasts, there was no way to win this fight. Just as he was trying to come up with a plan, something at the bottom of the pond caught his eye. On the shore, Bai Liansu saw no movement in the water and scoffed. "He didn't kick the bucket already, did he? I haven't had my fun yet." Suddenly, she saw Fan Lingjie surface. Seeing his messy appearance, she kindly advised him to just surrender. Fan Lingjie ignored her provocation. He held up his hand, chanting the incantation to summon a spirit beast from the pond. After getting a good look at the creature, a catfish from the pond, Bai Liansu laughed until she was crying. Driven to the edge, he really was desperate enough to summon a catfish as a spirit beast. She covered her mouth, asking Fan Lingjie if he didn't know the story of the catfish. Fan Lingjie was confused and asked what she meant. Bai Liansu recounted the old legend. Many years ago, this species of catfish was actually famous for a time because an elder of the Lingjie Pavilion had trained one into an invincible giant monster. For a while, a trend of raising catfish emerged. But unfortunately, during the battle on the mountain peak a year ago, this little catfish wouldn't listen to commands. It swallowed its own master, leaving behind an infamous reputation as a beast that devours its owner. The League ordered their extermination, and for a time, the entire continent wiped them out. Now, they're nearly extinct. The one in this pond at the Bai Manor was secretly kept by my brother. It's likely the only one left on the entire continent, and everyone has already reached a consensus. The secret technique to raise these catfish is known only to the sect leader of the Lingshui Pavilion. In anyone else's hands, they're just useless creatures with zero value. Bai Liansu looked at Fan Lingjie as if he were nothing but an ant. "You must be truly desperate to bind yourself to such a useless, master-devouring beast," she sneered. Bai Liansu ordered her spirit beast to attack Fan Lingjie. Fan Lingjie disagreed with her, so he stayed determined, tossing the little fish, Little Nian, behind the white snake, while he fought to hold the snake's jaws shut. The fish, following Fan Lingjie's command, flew behind the snake and clamped onto its tail. Bai Liansu watched the fish's actions, confused. Furious, she pointed straight at the male lead and cursed. "Fan Lingjie, I thought you were smart, but you're as dumb as a rock. If I were as stupid as you, I'd hide in a hole and never show my face again. I've lost interest in you now. Just die already." She ordered the white snake to bite Fan Lingjie to death. Fan Lingjie kept struggling to hold the snake's mouth shut, his hands cut and bleeding, waiting for his pet to do something. After biting the snake's tail for a moment, the fish spat out a blast of white energy, surrounding the white snake. Fan Lingjie ordered his spirit beast to devour the snake. Watching her white snake being swallowed whole, Bai Liansu was horrified. She turned pale and collapsed. She was in complete shock, unable to believe what she'd just seen. Little Nian, on the other hand, burped once and returned to its master. Fan Lingjie jumped out of the pond and called back, "You were being way too aggressive, so I had to make your spirit beast my snack. Sorry about that." With that, he bolted from the Bai manor. Bai Liansu finally regained her composure. Enraged, she screamed for Fan Lingjie, calling for backup. The Bai manor guards rushed in to assess the situation. Bai Liansu pointed angrily in the direction Fan Lingjie had fled, ordering the guards to chase him down. The lead guard hesitated, asking for permission to use their spirit beasts, which made Bai Liansu so angry she started crying. "What time do you think it is? If you don't use your spirit beasts, how are you going to catch him?" With her approval, the Bai manor guards summoned their spirit beasts and started the chase. After escaping the Bai manor, Fan Lingjie ran for his life, not daring to look back. With his current strength, even a shrimp or a minnow could stomp him into the dirt. But luckily, he's still the male lead. By snatching this catfish, he's secured the chance for Yuedong Mountain to make a comeback. That Bai Liansu definitely won't just let it go, so he had to run. At a spirit beast rental station, 2 customers came to ask for a mount, and the owner enthusiastically pitched the green strider stable, low to the ground and very comfortable. The customers liked it immediately, paid up, and rode off. Just then, a breathless Fan Lingjie rushed up, begging the owner for a spirit beast. The owner eagerly asked what he needed. Gasping for air, Fan Lingjie claimed he was from the Lingshui Pavilion and urgently needed a speed-type spirit beast. The owner cheerfully asked for the sect's password, including the gestures and commands. Fan Lingjie coughed a few times and started gesturing wildly. Little catfish clap clap, big catfish quack quack. Lingshui bro. Moi. The owner went completely blank, frozen in place. Fan Lingjie, embarrassed to the point of rage, shouted at him. The owner frantically started flipping through his book. Fan Lingjie just wanted to crawl into a hole. He knew he shouldn't have let Rong Ling design the codes. It was so embarrassing. Rong Ling is the purple-haired girl, by the way. The owner searched for a while, then asked in confusion, "The code doesn't seem right. Let's try again." When he heard "try again," Fan Lingjie just shrieked, "No." The owner checked the book again. "Oh, found Lingshui Pavilion." Fan Lingjie immediately demanded a beast with extreme speed. "The Dark Knight Leopard is fine too." The owner apologetically explained that given the current rank of Lingshui Pavilion, they couldn't use that type of beast. Fan Lingjie was stunned. Aren't those beasts available to any mid-tier sect? Fan Lingjie then had a realization. A year ago, the incident where a beast devoured its master caused the League of Sects to be abolished, and the catfish went extinct. He suddenly realized that the events of a year ago must have dealt a huge blow to Lingshui Pavilion, causing them to be demoted. Fan Lingjie hurriedly asked, "So, what rank is Lingshui Pavilion now?" The owner stuttered, unable to answer. Fan Lingjie pressed him for an answer. The owner finally admitted, "Lingshui Pavilion has been wiped off the map." The Bai Manor guards reported that they had split into 3 groups and searched for 10 miles, but still hadn't found any trace of Fan Lingjie. Bai Liansu was furious upon hearing this and vented her anger on her subordinates. "You useless bunch. You couldn't even catch one lecher? I've been bullied to this extent and you can't even get revenge for me? You're all trash." The Bai Manor guards and their spirit beasts just lowered their heads in shame. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, drawing Bai Liansu's attention. She looked up to see a massive eagle, its gaze making the guards' spirit beasts tremble. The person who arrived was a cool-looking young man, with hair covering his eyes. Bai Liansu screamed with joy, "Brother, you're back!" Somewhere else, Fan Lingjie fell into deep thought, recalling his conversation with the owner. He couldn't believe that in just one short year, the name of Lingshui Pavilion had been erased. Pressed hard by Fan Lingjie, the owner finally handed over the usage history log. Fan Lingjie looked through the record of Lingshui Pavilion. October, year of Jia Shen. Challenge successful. Promoted to mid-tier. May, year of Yi. Due to an accident, the sect leader died at the hands of a spirit beast. Sect rank dropped 2 levels. August of the same year, the League of Sects ordered a hunt for the species, simultaneously wiped out all spirit beasts of the Lingshui Pavilion and demoted them to the lowest rank. February of the following year, under the pressure of all other sects, Lingshui Pavilion suffered heavy losses, was removed from the League's registry, and became a common folk sect. After reading those lines, Fan Lingjie fell into deep contemplation. He never expected that after his death, the sect could fall so drastically. It might be because he focused too much on himself and failed to solidify the sect's strength. But in order to investigate the truth of that year, increasing the sect's reputation was unavoidable. He sighed. It was truly impossible to balance everything perfectly. With my sect wiped out and my spirit beast beaten back to its infancy, my strength is back to zero. I've returned to the Bai mansion. Bai Liansu was crying and complaining to her brother, venting about how Fan Lingjie had been so disrespectful to her and even killed her spirit beast. Her brother remained silent, grinding his teeth in frustration. It was truly overbearing. Then he muttered, "He actually dared to steal the catfish I've been hiding all this time." Such a touching display of sibling love. Hearing her brother's confession, Bai Liansu felt helpless and lost her urge to complain. She returned to her usual, arrogant self, asking why he didn't let her use that catfish if it was so powerful. Her brother, not understanding what she meant by powerful, just dismissed it as being very weak. Naturally, Bai Liansu didn't believe him and started acting up, reenacting the scene vividly. She claimed that the catfish had swallowed her white snake in just one bite. Her brother was still clueless. The catfish's skill is devour. That move isn't actually powerful. It can only consume targets that have absolutely no defense or resistance. He continued to lecture his foolish sister, explaining that if she had just made the white snake put up some resistance, the skill would have been broken easily. After hearing the explanation, Bai Liansu's jaw dropped. Was it really that simple? Her brother looked at her helplessly, sighing, "I told you to study your spirit beast's combat skills, but you never listened. Such a good white snake, completely wasted by you." Feeling embarrassed after being scolded, Bai Liansu tried to explain, "I did make it resist." Her brother was left speechless, not knowing what else to say. Meanwhile, seeing his master feeling down, little Nianjiki flew over to comfort him. Realizing the little fish was trying to cheer him up, Fan Lingjie poured his heart out. He still hadn't avenged the Fan family. How could he stop now? Fan Lingjie cradled the little spirit, whispering, "As long as I have you, I can definitely take back everything that used to be mine." Bai Liansu's brother was convinced that the catfish wouldn't turn out well and would eventually devour its own master. There was only one exception: if that guy Fan Lingjie hadn't used some unknown method to nurture such a giant mutant. But since he was dead, no one knew the secret behind it anymore. With that, he turned away, assuring his sister that it was useless for that degenerate to get the fish, and promised he would capture the guy for her. In stark contrast to their opinion, Fan Lingjie told little Nian, "The world calls you trash and a monster. They slaughtered your entire clan. But I'm the only one who knows your true potential." Facing little Nian, he made a vow. "We will climb back up from the very bottom. I don't blame you at all for our failure in the past life. In this life, please promise me one thing. Devour everything. And let's stand at the top of this world together." With his hands tied, Fan Lingjie had to use the membership funds from the Lingjie Pavilion. With only 6 taels and 236 coins left, he had to rent the cheapest mount available. The cheapest mount turned out to be a pink pig. Fan Lingjie had no choice but to ride the pig while covering his face to avoid being judged. Fan Lingjie turned to comfort the little catfish, telling it this was only temporary. He was going to help it transform, but becoming strong required certain prerequisites. First, it had to learn spirit beast skills, so he headed to the town's skill shop to check things out. After a while, they finally reached the town, and the man, the fish, and the pig entered Xuanla town. This is a mystical continent where many spirit beasts live, and the humans here live in harmony with them, fighting side by side. Nowadays, spirit beasts have become an essential part of life for everyone here. Fan Lingjie waved goodbye to the pig that had carried him part of the way. He had arrived, so it was time for the pig to head back to its owner. Looking at the bustling town, Fan Lingjie suddenly felt happy. Even a small town like this had plenty of shops for spirit beast systems. Suddenly, he saw a crowd gathered around a notice board, and, curious, he and little Nian squeezed in to take a look. When they saw the wanted poster for the little catfish, both man and fish were terrified. Fan Lingjie quickly called the little catfish back and hurried away, trembling as he walked, praying no one had seen them. He whispered to the little guy, "Because of that devouring incident, your whole clan was hunted down. Until we are strong enough, it's best you don't appear in front of anyone." He realized he also needed to check the strength of this body, Fan Lingjie. Fan Lingjie headed to the spirit beast maintenance shop, where a lady in pink, with an equally bright personality, welcomed him warmly. Fan Lingjie brought out his two useless pets, who were still unconscious, and asked the owner to treat them and check their attributes. The owner summoned her own spirit beast to begin the examination. After a while, the two spirit beasts were bandaged up and would be fully recovered in a few days. Once the attribute check was done, the owner handed Fan Lingjie an envelope, and he left. Fan Lingjie opened it to see the attributes of those two useless pets. The matured skill for the Tai dog was that its urine could act as an antidote, an aphrodisiac, or a sleeping potion. The vine demon had skills involving binding and whip attacks. Fan Lingjie stared in disbelief after reading the attributes. The skills were actually quite impressive. Where did they learn such weird stuff? He calculated that while the dog's talent was average, its secondary attribute was poison. No wonder it could drug that Bai Liansu. Both of these needed to be trained quickly while they were still young, but there was no rush. He had to prioritize raising the little catfish first. Fan Lingjie went to the skill shop. The owner this time was a tall, thin guy with freckles, who also asked enthusiastically what skill his spirit beast wanted to learn. Fan Lingjie replied, "I want to buy the defensive skill, Water Bubble." The owner quickly searched, and luckily, there was exactly one scroll left, costing 4 taels. Just as Fan Lingjie was about to pay, a rough-looking thug holding the leash of a veiled girl stepped in, aggressively demanding the scroll and offering triple the price. The owner looked at the newcomer and negotiated softly. "I'm sorry, but this gentleman already bought the last copy." Fan Lingjie also looked at the guy behind him and asked if he knew anything about first come, first served. The thug didn't care about explanations and threatened the shopkeeper. "If you have money, don't refuse to earn it. Whatever I, Master Tai, want, I must have." He summoned his spirit beast, a massive lion, which let out a roar that scared the shop owner out of his wits. Fan Lingjie felt a bit nervous too. Master Tai walked over to grab the defensive skill scroll, sneering, "You're just asking for trouble. What's more important, a water bubble or your life?" Fan Lingjie was fuming, but he couldn't do a thing. Given his current strength, there was no way he could take this guy on. Was he really just going to watch his water bubble scroll get snatched away? When Commander Tai saw Fan Lingjie's face, his attitude flipped instantly, and he greeted him with overly eager handshakes. "Brother Fan Lingjie, what are you doing here?" Fan Lingjie was stunned. "What the hell? What is going on?" After their enthusiastic greeting, the two guys headed off to a tavern for drinks. Commander Tai was incredibly eager, prying into how Fan Lingjie had been lately. While Fan Lingjie ate like a starving tiger, terrified of giving away any clues, he gave vague answers, claiming he hadn't been anywhere. "I've just been here growing some veggies and keeping some chickens and dogs, that's all." Commander Tai didn't notice a thing, still fawning over him. "Truly worthy of being Brother Fan Lingjie, you are the greatest role model of my life." He gestured wildly, looking like he had just met his idol of 1,000 years. "Brother Fan Lingjie, you are an absolute genius in the field of flower-plucking bandits. The techniques you taught me last time were seriously effective. I bow to your greatness." Fan Lingjie broke into a cold sweat hearing this, and had no idea what to say. On the side, Commander Tai just kept babbling, excitedly introducing the new goods he had just harvested. He pulled the cover off the girl he had dragged in, bragging that it had taken him 10 days to catch this human-form Man-Yang beast on Immortal Peak. The Man-Yang beast was crying her eyes out, shaking and praying incessantly. Commander Ta was still laughing it up. This face and body are absolute top-tier quality. He asked Fan Lingjie if he wanted to try it out. Fan Lingjie, an innocent man, didn't dare touch such a hot potato, so he hurriedly refused. Commander Ta kept pressing. "We have plenty of these at our Red Lantern Pavilion. Honestly, once you've had enough of those human girls, you'll find you prefer these human-beast hybrid spiritual pets instead. Once I teach it the water bubble skill, customers will definitely be satisfied and happy to pay." Haha. The Man-Yang girl was crying uncontrollably at this. Fan Lingjie broke into a cold sweat. So, this Commander Tai was actually from that Grade A sect, the Red Lantern Pavilion. This place specialized in capturing human-beast hybrid spiritual pets to amuse others. It seemed this Fan Lingjie guy was cut from the same cloth. Fan Lingjie told himself he couldn't keep getting tangled up with people like this. He had to grab the water bubble scroll and get out of here fast. He spoke politely and softly to Commander T, asking if he could potentially hand over the water bubble scroll. He reached for the scroll on the table as he spoke. Suddenly, Commander Ta held it back. Staring at Fan Lingjie with a look of suspicion, something definitely felt off. Fan Lingjie felt guilty under that gaze. Had he been exposed? Commander Tai raised his wine jar and asked why Fan Lingjie wasn't drinking. then challenged him to a contest. If Fan Lingjie could outdrink him, he'd hand over the scroll. At the mention of drinking, Fan Lingjie recalled some dark memories. He had once tried to drink to celebrate the one-year anniversary of his sect. After that, he danced around like a lunatic until everyone in the Lingjie pavilion was begging him to go back to his room and sleep it off. His alcohol tolerance was pathetically low. He rubbed his forehead, feeling a cold chill and shivering as he tried to refuse. But Commander Tai wasn't about to let him off the hook. He threatened that if he didn't drink, the water bubble scroll would stay with him. Fan Lingjie had no choice but to swallow hard and accept. Half an hour later, Commander T raised his hands in surrender and face planted onto the table, completely out cold. Fan Lingjie, on the other hand, was still stone-cold sober, feeling absolutely fine. He never expected this Fan Lingjie guy to have such an insane tolerance for alcohol. Fan Lingjie gave Commander Ta one final look, then grabbed the water bubble scroll. Commander Tai couldn't even tell the difference between a dog and a cat by now, let alone guard his loot, so he just waved him away, telling him to get lost. Fan Lingjie happily grabbed the scroll. He had to get his little merman to start training soon so he could grow strong. As he got up to leave, he saw the poor Manyang beast tied up on the floor, and he approached to help. The girl cowered in fear, but once she realized what was happening, the ropes were already untied. Fan Lingjie told her righteously, "Go. Hurry up. Be more careful next time. Don't let yourself get caught again." Fan Lingjie arrived at a spot with beautiful scenery, where a stream bubbled along. He told the little merman they would train here. The little merman looked left and right, excited by all the water. Fan Lingjie took out the water bubble skill scroll. A spiritual pet master can take the skills their pets learn after maturing and seal them into a scroll to make it easier for other pets to learn them. He washed the scroll. The symbols looked strange, and he wondered if his phone could scan them. Fan Lingjie placed the scroll over the little merman, and it instantly vanished, sinking into the pet's body. Success. He had learned the water bubble skill, the very skill the little merman would eventually master upon maturing. The water bubble is a defensive skill for spiritual pets. It creates a protective water barrier that can deflect enemy attacks, and can even be used to protect the pet's master. To use this skill, you need a massive amount of water, which is why Fan Lingjie chose this spot. He ordered the little merman to try out the new skill. The little guy eagerly complied, holding his breath as he started. He slowly began to form a water ball from the stream. The water ball grew bigger and bigger. Fan Lingjie stood to the side, cheering him on and guiding the little merman to move the water ball toward him. The little merman seemed to run out of air and couldn't hold the ball together. It burst with a loud pop, splashing water everywhere and soaking Fan Lingjie. The little guy apologized with a few squeaks. Fan Lingjie wiped his face, coughed a few times, and told him to try again. The second time started off okay, but when it came to the part where he had to wrap Fan Lingjie inside the water ball, he almost drowned him, and they had to try again a dozen more times. Finally, the little merman succeeded in protecting Fan Lingjie inside the water ball. Excited, he told the little merman to perform the final step, to swallow him whole. The little merman was stunned, freezing for 5 seconds, wondering if he had heard that right. Fan Lingjie saw the little guy standing there like a statue, thinking he didn't understand. So he repeated the instructions. Use the devour skill to swallow him. The little merman realized he hadn't misheard, and rushed over to check if his master had lost his mind or caught a fever. Fan Lingjie was exasperated. He wasn't feverish, and he assured the little merman that he knew exactly what he was doing. It was because of this crazy move that he alone knew this secret. With the bubble protecting him, he wouldn't get hurt. The little merman was still half skeptical. Fan Lingjie, too lazy to explain further, urged him to have a little trust. The pet finally relented and used devour, starting by nibbling on Fan Lingjie's cheek. The protagonist was being swallowed by a fish, yet he still kept on lecturing. Remember, you have to wrap me in that bubble first. Don't just swallow me whole like last time, that was a real death trap. After Xiaonian completely swallowed Fan Lingjie, it went silent for a good 5 seconds. It started sweating, panicking that its master might actually be dead. It began frantically spinning around until it heard Fan Lingjie's voice echoing from somewhere inside. It froze, then started searching. Fan Lingjie called out, "I'm right here in your stomach." He explained further, "Your Gulping Fish clan has an invincible innate skill devouring which lets you completely swallow things much larger than yourself." Fan Lingjie was currently inside a vast, endless green space with no visible exit. This was the dimension inside the Gulping Fish's body. Anything devoured would usually be digested in this space within moments, but thanks to the protective bubble, Fan Lingjie was perfectly safe. The white snake that Bai Liansu had earlier wasn't so lucky. Fan Lingjie looked around, searching for something. His eyes locked onto a red object, and he reached for it with excitement. Even though the white snake had been fully digested, something useful remained. This item was a treasure that could help the gulping fish level up rapidly. He ordered the gulping fish to let him out, but the method used to exit was so unsightly. We'll just skip the details. To make spirit pets stronger, their spiritual energy has to increase. The way to train that is through constant practice and combat. It's a grueling process, but Fan Lingjie had discovered a shortcut. Everything the gulping fish swallowed into its space would turn into a spiritual core. He held out the 2 cores he had just retrieved from inside the fish. The white snake was a beast type, with a secondary fire attribute, so it could be refined into 2 cores, 1 beast type and 1 fire type. Fan Lingjie's 3 pets were currently water type, wood type, and beast type. This beast type core was a perfect match for the little dog. Fan Lingjie summoned the battered pup and fed it the core. As soon as the little dog finished it, a transformation began, with a golden light radiating from its body. Fan Lingjie explained, "Once it eats this core, the little dog can increase its spiritual energy without any training. My pets are still in their infancy stage, while that white snake was already a level 5 adult, so it had twice the spiritual energy of these little ones. After eating, the dog evolved by 2 whole stages. It went from a level 8 infancy stage to a level 6 adult stage with a medicinal attribute, unlocking the Savage Roar attack skill. The dog had grown quite large, but it still had that same goofy look on its face. Both it and the gulping fish looked surprised. Fan Lingjie continued enthusiastically explaining to his babies, "Eating these cores allows you to jump directly to level 6. This is a shortcut on the path of cultivation. The gulping fish can digest them into cores for the others to eat. The more you eat, the faster you evolve, but eating weak ones won't even bump you up a stage, so we have to find stronger spirit pets." The 3 pets listened to Fan Lingjie, jaws dropped, chirping excitedly in response. Suddenly, a rustling in the nearby bushes caught their attention. A lizard crawled out. The poor lizard didn't even know what was happening, before all 3 pets, who were much bigger than it, pounced. The dog grabbed the lizard by the tail, chest puffed out, showing it off to Fan Lingjie. Fan Lingjie just sighed patiently. This is just a beast-type spirit pet. The gulping fish could turn it into a core. But this thing is only, at best, a level 3 infancy stage. Eating a core from this won't even level you up. Fan Lingjie turned to lead the way. "We need to find something stronger if we want to boost our spiritual energy." The dog reluctantly let the lizard go, watching it scurry away with regret. Fan Lingjie pushed aside a bush and pointed at a fat toad sitting in the middle of a pond, telling his pets to start with that one. After a chaotic, earth-shaking struggle, the master and his 3 pets were all exhausted, sprawled out on the ground. The gulping fish had choked on that giant toad, struggling to catch its breath. The consequence of poking that toad was that Fan Lingjie, the vine demon, and the little fish were all poisoned and passed out. If they didn't figure out an antidote, they were done for. Suddenly, the poison on Fan Lingjie's hand dissipated. He looked over at the goofy little dog, shocked and overflowing with praise. "You're actually useful. How did you fix the poison?" He shouldn't have asked. Once he found out, he felt totally disgusted. The dog immediately demonstrated for him. It used its urine to clear the poison right off the vine demon, making Fan Lingjie's eyes bulge as if they were about to pop out. Once the fish and the vine were cured, Fan Lingjie retrieved 2 cores from the gulping fish. One was water type, the other poison type. He gave the water core to the gulping fish and the poison core to the dog to boost its secondary attribute. The 2 creatures chirped happily, but the poor vine demon, who had worked just as hard, didn't get anything. It started crying in self-pity. Seeing this, the dog went over to comfort it. Fan Lingjie encouraged them, saying that plant-type pets like the vine demon were a bit rare, but not to worry next time. They'd hunt down some vine-type pets to help it level up. Using this method, you'll rank up 20 times faster than usual. 1 week of training here is worth a whole year of practice for others. The 3 pets were thrilled and instantly perked up. Fan Lingjie added, "But this method has a downside. Leveling up fast means lacking real combat experience, which lowers your actual fighting ability." The pets looked a bit sad at this, but their sadness couldn't outweigh the fear they felt from their master's calculative, wicked gaze. The look on Fan Lingjie's face as he planned their 2-week hellish training camp made the pets' hair stand on end and broke them into a cold sweat. Over the following days, the 3 pets began their training regimen, being driven to work out endlessly, from the sky to the water. They did it all. After 2 weeks of grueling effort, their goal was complete. Fan Lingjie tied a rope to his wrist and headed toward the Lingtai Pavilion. He rode the pink pig across fields, through forests, and over mountains. Finally, after a long journey, He arrived at the Lingtai pavilion. The pink pig said goodbye and trotted off. Fan Lingjie looked at the broken walls and the moss covering the Lingtai pavilion, his heart aching with sorrow. Only one short year, how could things have turned into such a mess? Fan Lingjie pushed the door open. There wasn't even a doorbell or a proper lock. What the hell happened here? He didn't know what to make of the scene. Suddenly, he heard a piercing scream of pain. It was one of the Lingjie pavilion's disciples who had been injured. He had been beaten until he was bleeding out, and his spirit beast was lying motionless nearby, its fate unknown. The attackers were from the Jupan sect, led by a bald guy whose spirit beast was a desert lizard, a first-level spirit awakening stage beast type, specifically a lizard. They looked around Lingjie Pavilion and sneered. A trash sect like this thinks they can occupy such a prime piece of land? What a waste. If you don't want to die, get out while you still can. The other Lingjie Pavilion members rushed over to check on their injured junior brother, while someone else cursed back in anger. A bunch of nobodies like you dare to show your faces at Lingjie Pavilion? Who do you think we are? The one who spoke summoned a shadow cat, a beast type, feline, third-level spirit awakening stage, dark attribute spirit beast. The bald guy wasn't surprised at all. They had already done their homework. The Lingjie Pavilion's other spirit beasts had all been wiped out. This shadow cat was the only one left desperately holding the line. As long as they killed it, Lingjie Pavilion would belong to them. The two lackeys behind him also summoned their beasts. One was a unicorn beetle, an insect-type, beetle family spirit beast. It was a 9th-level mature stage, and the other was a ridge turtle, a beast-type, turtle family spirit beast with an earth attribute. At the first-level spirit awakening stage, the Lingjie Pavilion senior brother ordered his beast to tear those bastards apart. The cat immediately lunged forward at blinding speed. The bald guy commanded his lizard to create some distance and whipped its long, massive tail toward the cat. The cat dodged it with ease. It used its claws and tail to wrap around the lizard's tail. With a quick pull, the lizard's tail was severed into pieces. The lizard shrieked in agony. The bald guy panicked and ordered his men to surround the cat. The turtle tucked its head into its shell and used a rolling attack, barreling its spiked body toward the shadow cat. The Lingjie Pavilion senior brother clicked his tongue, guiding the cat to jump up and use a cross-slash move, shredding the turtle's shell to pieces. After the job was done, the cat arrogantly licked its paws. The turtle's owner shrieked in terror. The remaining lackey ordered his beetle to charge at the shadow cat. The cat turned around calmly and unleashed a spiral armor piercer, crashing right through the insect and taking it down instantly. Oh my god, it's just a cat. Does it have to be that cool and handsome? The three from Jupan sect were stunned to see their beasts taken down so easily. The Lingjie Pavilion senior brother confidently taunted them. A bunch of spineless losers. You dare set your sights on Lingjie Pavilion? You really don't know your place. The three Jupan guys exchanged glances. One of them caught the signal and started pulling some dirty tricks. He chanted a mantra, controlling the beetle that had just been pierced to fire its horn at the people tending to the wounded. Such dirty, low-life scum. They don't want to walk on 2 legs, so they'd rather crawl on 4. The shadow cat immediately lunged out, destroying the incoming projectile. But while the shadow cat was distracted, the lizard lunged from nowhere and bit the cat, making it cry out in pain. Everyone around was shocked, and the cat's owner screamed its name. The shadow cat had been bitten and was bleeding by the lizard. The lizard tossed the cat aside like a piece of trash. It rolled several times across the ground. The owner panicked, rushing over to see his shadow cat trembling on the floor. He picked it up and cradled it, crying out loud. The Jupan sect guys burst into laughter. Ha ha, that damn cat is done for. Looking at the fearful and furious expressions on the Lingjie Pavilion disciples, the bald guy felt even more satisfied. Now, they could trample them at will. The lizard approached the senior brother who was crying over his cat, while the bald guy cursed the whole group for being small-minded. I only need one finger to wipe out your entire sect. He ordered his beast to attack the remaining Lingjie Pavilion members. The lizard opened its mouth wide to strike, but suddenly a splash of liquid hit it right in the face. The group turned toward the source of the spray and saw Fan Lingjie holding his dog, which had just finished, taken doing its business. He stepped in, looking incredibly cool, barking at them for being blind idiots who dared to mess with Lingjie Pavilion. You're all asking for a death sentence. The Lingjie Pavilion members stared as if they were hallucinating that their sect leader had returned. Rong Ling even let out a soft sect leader, but looking closer, she realized her mistake and covered her mouth in embarrassment. The others were left wondering who the newcomer was. The bald guy was fuming at Fan Lingjie's arrogant words. Where did this brat come from? Get lost if you don't want to die with them. Fan Lingjie ignored him and dropped his dog down to let it show off. Seeing the dog charge at the lizard, the bald guy worried a bit less. This mutt is at most a juvenile stage. It doesn't stand a chance against my beast. But he was dead wrong. The mutt he was mocking was at the peak of the mature stage. Dealing with a first-level spirit awakening lizard was a walk in the park. The lizard swung its arm at the dog. The dog used its ball form skill, turning into a round sphere, taking 0 damage. The bald guy panicked. How could a normal defensive roll block his lizard's claw strike without a scratch? Something felt off. Fan Lingjie, on the sidelines, kept egging them on. Too weak, so weak. Little dandy, show him how a real claw strike is done. The dog obeyed, charging in and slapping the lizard across the face, then following up with a rapid-fire claw combo. The lizard was beaten so badly, it couldn't even keep its eyes open. The bald guy's group stood there with their jaws on the floor, clueless about what was happening. Fan Lingjie chanted a mantra, ordering his dog to pounce onto the lizard and deliver a belly slam, sending the beast flying 8 meters before it crashed to the ground, knocked out cold. The Jupan sect members were utterly stunned, never expecting a stray dog to take down the bald guy's lizard. Fan Lingjie stroked his chin, laughing mockingly. Their combat experience is trash. They got hit by the dog's pee the moment they engaged. No wonder they're getting wrecked. But how could the Jupan sect guys give up so easily? They summoned all their remaining spirit beasts, a diverse bunch. There was a juvenile 8th-level caterpillar, a mature 3rd-level deadwood monster, a mature 4th-level centipede, a mature 1st-level thorn beetle, a mature 3rd-level iron sphere, and a mature 4th-level human bear. Even though their auxiliary beasts weren't that strong, they were playing the numbers game, trying to crush them with sheer force and dirty tactics. The leader ordered all the beasts to swarm Fan Lingjie, ignoring the dog entirely. Fan Lingjie was being chased by a pack of spirit beasts and the Jupan sect members. But don't think he was running because he was scared. He was just trying to lure the beasts through a narrow passage. When the Jupan members arrived, they were stunned to see all their spirit beasts being controlled by a mature Tengmang demon. The bald guy panicked. He still had another spirit beast, and a powerful one at that. Fan Lingjie gave a faint, cryptic smile. "Someone brought you a snack," he said. "Better say thanks." The bald guy suddenly felt a chill down his spine. He turned around to see a strange catfish lurking behind him. The Tengmang demon immediately tossed the mess it had just bound into Xiao Nian's mouth. Since it had reached the mature stage, it digested the whole thing in one go. Fan Lingjie raised his hands, thanking them for bringing such nutritious bait for his pet. The Jupan members saw the fish, and they started trembling, pointing at Xiao Nian. "That's a Kun catfish juvenile. Why is that thing here?" His companion was just as shocked. Didn't the Alliance order all these catfish to be captured? The bald guy acted as if he'd found a lifeline, pointing straight at Fan Lingjie triumphantly. "You dare raise a spirit beast banned by the Alliance? You're dead meat. I'm reporting you to the Alliance. Not only will your spirit beast be killed, but you'll rot in prison. Scared yet? Are you scared?" Fan Lingjie's face darkened. "If I swallow you all now, you won't be able to report anything, will you?" The Jupan members turned pale at that, not daring to utter another word. But then Fan Lingjie put on a serious face and said, "You guys are so disgusting. My little catfish can't even stomach you. Better let the little lecherous dog handle it." When the little lecherous dog heard its master, it growled and barked aggressively at the Jupan group. The bald guy and his crew begged for mercy, promising they wouldn't do it again. Before they could finish, the little lecherous dog unleashed 3 streams of yellow liquid right into their faces. Those who had their mouths open ended up choking. As they coughed, Fan Lingjie explained, "Since little Nian is wanted by the whole continent, it can't be exposed. So, you've just been hit by a memory wipe urine I invented for my dog. You'll forget everything that just happened." When Rongling arrived to check on the situation, she only found the Jupan members looking dazed and confused, with no idea why they were even there. Fan Lingjie threatened them, telling them to leave or his dog would bite their butts. The little lecherous dog and the Tengmang demon were snarling and huffing behind him. The 3 guys, clueless, figured they'd better just run for it. Rongling asked in confusion where all the spirit beasts had gone. Fan Lingjie didn't reveal much, simply saying they got beaten and ran off. Rongling was overjoyed and thanked Fan Lingjie for saving her life, wondering how they could ever repay him. Before she could finish, Fan Lingjie pulled her into a tight embrace. All the words he wanted to say were summed up in one: "It's so good to see everyone again." He kept holding her tight, unwilling to let go. Rongling felt shy, wondering if he wanted her to repay him with her body. Fan Lingjie finally let her go, pointed to his face, and asked if she didn't recognize him. Rongling awkwardly asked who he was. Fan Lingjie was about to spill everything but suddenly remembered he couldn't talk about it yet. The fact that the Xuan Kun mutated into a corpse Kun meant someone had tampered with it, aiming to drive him to his death. The culprit might be watching from the shadows, perhaps even someone closest to him. If they found out about his reincarnation, they might strike again, and he was currently too weak to fight back. Not only would it put him in danger, but it would jeopardize the investigation into the Fan family's fate and potentially endanger the safety of all his disciples. After some thought, he concluded that he couldn't reveal his identity yet. With that in mind, he put on a foolish expression and explained that he'd saved them because he thought Rongling looked a bit familiar. He introduced himself as Fan Lingjie. He almost slipped up and called himself a flower-picking thief, but quickly corrected it to gardener. When Rongling heard his name, she stated her own and thanked him again. Fan Lingjie didn't wait to hear the rest. He dragged Rongling inside to meet the others. The inside was chaotic. Rongling brought Fan Lingjie in, introducing him as their benefactor. The Lingjie Pavilion disciples bowed respectfully to thank him. Fan Lingjie waved it off, saying he just couldn't stand by and watch. Inside, he felt a sense of relief. It was so good to have everyone here. Fan Lingjie looked at Douanier, the owner of the cat, Black Charm. Douanier held the cat in his arms, trembling as he sobbed uncontrollably. His Black Charm was dead. Rongling covered her mouth, tears streaming down her face. Fan Lingjie remembered the first time he and Douanier had caught Black Charm. Douanier had loved it because of its incredible speed, and since it was an extremely rare treasure, he had gifted it to him. Douanier had held the cat, deeply touched, promising never to let it go and to raise it into the most powerful spirit beast. Seeing Fan Lingjie standing there silently, Rongling explained softly. Black Charm was a spirit beast the sect leader gave to Douanier. She turned to comfort her senior brother. Don't be too sad. Douanier's heart was broken as he muttered, I have to leave. Rongling was stunned and asked where he was going. He said in despair that since the spirit beast was dead, there was no point in staying at Lingjie Pavilion anymore. Guarding the white sandalwood was meaningless now. He stood up heavily, ignoring Rongling's attempts to stop him, and stepped past Fan Lingjie. Fan Lingjie was caught off guard and rushed to stop him. He pleaded with Douanier not to go, saying the pavilion hadn't collapsed yet and he could help them rebuild. Douanier asked who he was, leaving Fan Lingjie speechless. Heartbroken and desperate, Douanier shook him off, shouting through tears, Get lost. We don't need sympathy from an outsider like you. Our Lingjie Pavilion used to be the greatest under heaven. Your pathetic little skills aren't even worth mentioning. Seeing the tension, Rongling hurriedly tried to intervene, apologizing to Fan Lingjie. Fan Lingjie was shaken by Douanier's words and couldn't find his voice. Because deep down, he knew Douanier was right. He remembered their first meeting. Douanier had been the first person to bring an application to join his Lingjie Pavilion. As soon as they met, the young Douanier had looked around and complained that the sect leader, Fan Lingjie, was far too young. Then he asked how many people were in the sect. When he realized it was just Fan Lingjie, he started criticizing everything. This place is too small. There's no sect sign on the gate. The uniforms are ugly. The dorms are terrible. And we have to share the outhouse? Does this place even have a future? Fan Lingjie heard him criticizing the place without holding back. Just as he was about to order him to leave, Douanier held up the recruitment form and asked a question. He asked, But that's not the real issue. Just answer me one thing. The form says you want to create the #1 sect in the world. You're not just blowing smoke, right? Fan Lingjie didn't hesitate to answer that it was true. And so, Douanier agreed to join the sect with the goal of becoming the best in the world. Fan Lingjie was trembling, unable to say a word. Nearby, Rongling kept pleading, Senior brother, please don't go. We still have to carry on the sect leader's dying wish and hold down the fort at Lingjie Pavilion. Douanier was weeping, his heart shattered. He said shakily, The sect leader is dead. Lingjie Pavilion was held up by him alone. Without him, we are nothing. Rongling couldn't hold back her tears either, scolding Douanier and telling him not to say such things that they still had a chance. Douanier shouted in despair, cutting her off, Face reality. Lingjie Pavilion died a year ago. The other disciples were stunned. Douanier wiped his tears, turned, and headed toward the main gate. He said, Forget this place and start over. Take care of yourselves, everyone. Rongling didn't give up, turning to urge her fellow disciples to convince Douanier to stay. But the others didn't want to interfere anymore. They knew that Lingjie Pavilion only existed in name now. With other sects coming to plunder resources and kill their spirit beasts, there was no room for them to grow. It was time to disband. If they kept going like this, they would have nothing left soon. The other disciples also wanted to leave. They bowed to thank Rongling for looking after them. Then the group headed for the door, leaving Rongling behind, desperately trying to hold them back. Suddenly, Fan Lingjie, who had been silent all this time, shouted, "Stop!" The disciples turned back to look at Fan Lingjie. He intended to reveal the truth that Lingjie Pavilion wasn't dead, and that he was the sect leader. But before he could finish, he thought of the tragic massacre of his disciples. He knelt down in despair. He still couldn't bring himself to say the truth. All he could do was bitterly beg them for a little more time. He promised he could fix all the problems and get Lingjie Pavilion back on track. But the disciples didn't believe an outsider like him. They walked out the main door, bowing one last time toward the Lingjie Pavilion plaque. Douanier started it off, to Lingjie Pavilion, may everything go well in the future. The disciples walked away, unaware that behind them, their sect leader was kneeling, desperately begging them to stay. After seeing her fellow disciples leave, Rongling sobbed in agony. Suddenly, a hand reached out to comfort her. It was the youngest disciple of Lingjie Pavilion, Cheng Shi. Rongling asked in surprise, "Cheng Shi, you're not leaving?" Back when he was at his lowest, Rongling had taken him in. Wherever she went, he stayed. Rongling patted Cheng Shi's head, feeling guilty. They had taken him in when Lingjie Pavilion was at its worst, and in less than a year, he had suffered so much and had his own future delayed. She said sadly, "Now that everyone at Lingjie Pavilion has left, it's just the two of us." Before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted. The person who arrived was the cook of Lingjie Pavilion, Yue Tong. She asked, "So many people left today. How many should I cook dinner for?" Rongling realized Sister Yue was still there. Yue Tong sighed, "Where would I go? I signed a 5-year contract with sect leader Fan, and it's not over yet. If you want me to leave, fine, but the contract says I have to be compensated for 3 months' salary for early termination. Bring it out." Rongling quickly waved her hands. "That's not what I meant." Cheng Si suddenly tugged on Rongling's sleeve, interrupting their conversation and pointing at Fan Lingjie, who was still sitting over there. That hero is still here. Only then did Rongling remember her benefactor. She hurriedly ran over to thank him and invited him to rest at the sect and have a humble meal. Fan Lingjie said he wanted to join the sect, which left Rongling completely stunned. Fan Lingjie calculated that, to gain the authority to investigate the clues behind the Fan family massacre, he had to reach a grade A sect level. That was why he had founded Lingjie Pavilion in the first place. Afterward, he spent all his time obsessively improving himself to meet that goal. He almost fought against other sects with his own strength alone. While he leveled up quickly, he never cared about the people around him. Looking back now, it was because he didn't have time for them. He hadn't even fulfilled the most basic responsibility of a sect leader, to help each member improve their strength. He had been selfish and betrayed the trust of others. Rongling gently advised him, "The sect is on the verge of disbanding. With your strength, Fan Lingjie, you shouldn't belittle yourself by staying here." Fan Lingjie suddenly grabbed Rongling's shoulders and said firmly, "I want to join the sect." He declared loudly that he would revitalize Lingjie Pavilion and not let anyone else leave. Rongling led Fan Lingjie to a place to hold an initiation ceremony, which was simply the ritual of bowing to the former sect leader. Fan Lingjie looked at the altar dedicated to himself. Incense was burning, and he was sweating. What kind of situation was this? Was he supposed to bow to himself? He looked at his own portrait on the altar and asked tremblingly, "Is this the sect leader?" Cheng Si replied from the side, "This is the portrait of the sect leader drawn by senior sister Rong. They say it's 100% accurate." Rongling covered her mouth and smiled awkwardly. "It's only about 90%, Fan Lingjie cried internally, bowing to himself and making a vow. Fan Lingjie from this day forward joins Lingjie Pavilion, vowing to inherit the sect leader's dying wish and doing everything in my power to make Lingjie Pavilion the #1 in the world." Cheng Si heard the vow and whispered to Rongling, "Brother Fan is quite enthusiastic. Will there be any problems?" Rongling looked at her junior brother tenderly, assuring him that everything would be fine. Even though she didn't know why, she had felt a strange sense of familiarity with him from the moment they first met. He seemed like someone she could trust. After the initiation ceremony, Rongling enthusiastically told Fan Lingjie to call each other siblings from now on, then introduced herself as Rongling and the person next to her as Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi cheered happily that he finally had a junior brother. Fan Lingjie felt a mix of emotions inside. The feeling of calling the disciples of his own sect senior brother and sister was truly strange. Rongling and Cheng Shi took Fan Lingjie on a tour to get familiar with the place. "This is the guest room, that over there is the training hall, and over there is the kitchen where Yue Tong is cooking." Rongling and Cheng Shi led him toward the backyard, the living area of Lingjie Pavilion. Cheng Shi even enthusiastically carried a bucket of water to show him where to wash up. Rongling opened the door to the male disciple's bedroom. For a brief moment, she had a hallucination of the room, being bustling with other disciples, but now it was empty. A hint of sadness crossed her face, and the words she was saying faded into silence. Cheng Si tried to salvage the situation. He pointed to his own sleeping spot and turned to Fan Lingjie. Everyone else is gone. Aside from where I sleep, you can take your pick of any other spot. But you should probably stay close to me. It's a bit creepy with just the two of us at night. Rongling regained her composure and explained to Fan Lingjie, "We've already shown you around Lingjie Pavilion. The sect uniforms were all taken by the others, and our budget is tight right now, so you'll have to make do with your own clothes for a while." Cheng Shi suddenly realized they should have made everyone take off the uniforms before leaving. Rongling remembered she had an extra set of female robes and wondered if Fan Lingjie would be willing to wear them. Fan Lingjie declined. "I'm fine just like this." Rongling then remembered they still needed to learn the sect's secret code. Some alliance facilities could only be accessed through it, and even though their current access level was pitifully low, they still had to learn it. Fan Lingjie sighed. He mimicked Rongling's silly dance from before small catfish, tap tap, big catfish, quack quack the Lingjie Pavilion dance. Rongling clapped, praising Fan Lingjie for learning so quickly. He really didn't look like a beginner. Fan Lingjie just laughed, thinking to himself that, of course, it was more than just familiar. Rongling then led Fan Lingjie to the dining hall for lunch. The meal was simple, just vegetable soup and fish. Rongling apologized again, saying the food was meager because of their current financial constraints. Rongling reached out and invited Yue Tong to sit and eat with them. Yue Tong didn't stand on ceremony and sat down to join them. There were 4 people at the table, but everyone kept their heads bowed, staring into their bowls. Silence hung heavy in the air until Yue Tong finally spoke up to break it. "Do we really have to eat like we're mourning someone? Life has its ups and downs, but we still have to eat, right?" Cheng Shi nodded in agreement. "Exactly. We should be celebrating because Brother Fan Lingjie joined us today. With his strength, we actually have a shot at the sect promotion this time." Fan Lingjie was surprised to hear Cheng Shi say that. "Is the sect promotion you're talking about? The Alliance sect competition next month?" Rongling bit her chopsticks, deep in thought, and said, "We already registered for next month's competition. If Lingjie Pavilion performs well, we could be promoted from a wandering sect to a ranked one. Everyone had been training hard for it, and we really had a chance. But now that they've all left, I'm afraid we might not even have enough people to participate." Cheng Zi did the math. They needed 4 people for the competition, and between his senior sister and junior brother, there were only 3. "The sect is in such a state that we can't find anyone else. What do we do?" Fan Lingjie said casually. "Sister Yue can do it." Yue Tong pointed at herself, looking completely confused. She was just someone who cooked and cleaned. What on earth did she know about spirit pets? Rongling suddenly remembered something. She recalled that previously, Fan Lingjie had said Yue Tong possessed a very strong spirit root, stronger than everyone else's. She was just a cook who didn't want to be a spirit pet master. Yue Tong waved her hands awkwardly, saying the sect leader was just teasing them. Rongling and Cheng Shi pleaded persistently. "Lingjie Pavilion is in a crisis. Please, Sister Yue, come out of retirement to help us." Seeing them beg like that, Yue Tong reluctantly agreed. She had been at Lingjie Pavilion for so long, and everyone had always treated her well, so she wanted to do her best to help. She was just worried that since she knew nothing about spirit pets, she would end up holding everyone back. Cheng Shi quickly assured her, "Don't worry, with your high-level spirit root, you'll pick it up in no time." Yue Tong had no other choice but to agree. Rongling used her best puppy dog eyes to thank Yue Tong. Yue Tong then demanded that since she would be playing the roles of both disciple and servant, her salary had to be doubled. Rongling nearly shed tears at that request. Yue Tong laughed and said they could discuss that later. Cheng Si happily threw his arm around Fan Lingjie, telling him that he officially had a new junior sister. Fan Lingjie was speechless, not knowing what to say to this brat. Cheng Shi then proposed that since everyone was gathered, they should pick a new sect leader. Rongling said the previous candidate was Duan Ye. He had the most strength, but he was the first to leave. It was a real shame. Cheng Shi's eyes sparkled as he looked at Fan Lingjie. "So, there's no doubt that you should be the one chosen now." Fan Lingjie waved him off. "I just got here. How could that be?" Cheng Shi turned his attention to Rongling. Yue Tong had no objections, and the 3 of them, Fan Lingjie, Yue Tong, and Cheng Si, bowed to the new sect leader, Rongling, on the spot. Rongling awkwardly accepted. She would take on the role of temporary sect leader and promised to turn Lingjie Pavilion around. Cheng Si excitedly asked what they should do next. Rongling and Fan Lingjie both said at the same time, "Go catch some spirit beasts." After speaking, they both realized what the other had said. Rongling shyly told Fan Lingjie to go ahead. Fan Lingjie awkwardly deferred the authority back to the sect leader. Rongling explained, since Lingjie Pavilion was constantly being raided, our spirit pets were all killed off. Now, neither Sister Yue nor Chengxi has a spirit pet, so our top priority is to catch and train some quickly to prepare for the upcoming competition. Fan Lingjie reflexively agreed, but Chengxi gave him a gentle nudge. Don't just parrot her. Right, listen to the sect leader. Rongling looked worried, but all the spirit pet hideouts around Lingjie Pavilion have already been occupied by other sects, and everywhere else lacks high-quality ones. Fan Lingjie suddenly offered an idea. He knew a place. He remembered back when he was leveling up his little catfish, he had crazily scoured the area for spirit essence and discovered a few remote regions with high-quality spirit pets. He never thought they would come in handy, until now. Fan Lingjie set his bowl down. There was no time to waste. They had to act now. He led the other three up a mountain. As they walked, Chengxi commented that this was a path he often took, wondering if it was really a hideout for high-tier spirit beasts. Fan Lingjie stopped at a tree and turned to tell everyone they were almost there. He turned back to clear their tracks to ensure outsiders wouldn't discover the location. Fan Lingjie reminded Chengxi to look around and make sure no one was watching. Chengxi didn't understand why, but he followed orders and praised Fan Lingjie for being so careful. Once everything was settled, Fan Lingjie led them forward. He pointed behind a large boulder, saying this was the place he mentioned the secret hideout for spirit pets. Before he could finish his sentence, he went silent. This secret place seemed a bit crowded. A mouse appeared, and a whole mob of people started scrambling to grab the spirit dragon mouse. Fan Lingjie and his group stood frozen with their mouths agape. Was this the remote place he promised? The crowd ahead was fighting over the mouse, squeezing it so hard it was suffocating. Poor little mouse. Chengxi and Yue Tong asked in bewilderment. The spirit pet hideout has turned into a human hideout. How are we supposed to catch anything now? Fan Lingjie calmly told everyone to follow him toward the cliff edge, warily asking if anyone was following them. Once he confirmed the coast was clear, he jumped down. Chengxi and Yue Tong were startled, their nerves on edge, and they rushed to the cliff edge, trying to pull Fan Lingjie back, telling him not to do something so reckless. Before they could finish, a vine reached up from the bottom of the ravine to pull them down. Once everyone had landed safely, they found themselves standing on a small, hidden ledge on the cliff face. Fan Lingjie led them into a crevice. Thanks to his spirit vine lowering them down, they entered a secret chamber that very few knew about, and everyone was in awe. Chengxi wondered how Fan Lingjie even knew about this hidden spot. Fan Lingjie pointed to the ground, saying the lord of this entire forest area had to be in this den. Chengxi excitedly asked, "You mean there's a lord-tier spirit pet here? No way, right?" Yue Tong was confused, not understanding what a lord-tier meant. Rongling suddenly remembered she had to give the newbie, Yue Tong, a crash course. She continued, "Spirit pets are classified into different ranks based on their strength or rarity." Yue Tong asked if those ranks were things like baby or spirit growing stages. Rongling shook her head. Those were just levels, but rank referred to the pet's actual potential and power. Yue Tong's head started spinning. She was completely lost. Rongling felt a wave of despair regarding her teaching skills, feeling helpless about how to explain it better. Fan Lingjie patted Rongling's shoulder, telling her he'd handle it. He turned to Yue Tong and asked, "If you have a cat and a tiger at the exact same level, which one is stronger?" Yue Tong answered confidently that the tiger must be stronger. Fan Lingjie confirmed that, because within the beast category, the tiger's rank is higher. Rank is divided into 4 tiers: soldier, general, lord, and emperor. Fan Lingjie gestured toward his spirit vine, saying that soldier tier is the most common. For example, this spirit vine and that cat we mentioned earlier. General tier pets are a bit more powerful, have more strength, and are relatively rarer. That tiger we just talked about is a general tier pet. Lord tier is even more powerful and extremely rare. A whole forest might only have 1 or 2, and with their supernatural power, everyone wants one. Rongling chimed in, "And the emperor tier is something you can only dream of. The pet our sect leader has is an emperor tier. Pretty impressive, right?" Fan Lingjie added another point. Speaking of pets, a pet's rank isn't set in stone. Through proper training and perfection, you can actually raise a pet's rank. Fan Lingjie turned to Yue Tong, summarizing simply, at the same level, the higher the rank, the stronger they are. Does that make sense? Yue Tong looked at Fan Lingjie with admiration. She finally understood. This guy really knew his stuff. Yue Tong then asked, "If higher rank is better, why do we still bother catching those soldier tier ones? Why not just aim for general tier?" That question accidentally struck a nerve with the sensitive spirit vine. It sulked, looking dejected. Yue Tong quickly waved her hands to explain. I didn't mean you. I was just curious. Rongling jumped at the chance to explain. Because a spirit master's storage pool is limited. Yue Tong asked if the way they suddenly call their pets back is by putting them into that storage pool. Rongling nodded and added, everyone has a spatial pool to store their spirit beasts. The storage pool expands as the spirit master's cultivation increases, but it's still limited. And the higher the rank of the spirit pet, the more space it takes up. It dawned on Yue Tong. That meant you could only have one high-rank pet, but you could have many low-rank ones. Rongling felt a sudden sense of pride. Her teaching wasn't half bad, right? For a beginner like Yue Tong, who hadn't even started cultivating, one general tier pet would be enough to fill up her entire storage pool. Even for someone as powerful as sect leader Fan, having just one emperor tier pet already took up all the space he had for others. Fan Lingjie pointed at his spirit vine, explaining that many soldier tier pets working together can easily take down a higher rank pet, so there's no need to be too obsessed with rank. Later training is much more important. The spirit vine, held in Fan Lingjie's arms, nodded in agreement. Because time was tight, they had to prepare for the competition, which is why they were forced to try and catch a higher rank pet. Cheng Shi urged them impatiently. Enough with the lecture, let's go catch some pets, or the viewers are going to lose their patience. This guy might be dense, but he hit the nail on the head. They headed deeper inside to find pets, walking past a rock that had a sunflower growing on top. Yue Tong asked if that thing, which didn't look like much, was also a soldier tier. Fan Lingjie looked back. That's a plant-type soldier tier stone turtle. Judging by its appearance, it's only at the baby stage, level 5 or 6. Rongling couldn't help but admire Fan Lingjie's experienced demeanor. Someone that capable really deserved a second look. Fan Lingjie broke into a cold sweat. He was just a gardener, after all. Yue Tong then spotted 2 purple monkeys hiding, asking if they were general tier. Fan Lingjie looked at the monkeys and said they were just soldier tier cave monkeys. Most soldier tier pets are quite gentle, but higher ranked ones are more dangerous, so we have to be extremely careful. The group continued searching, when suddenly, Yue Tong saw something. She broke into a cold sweat. This one must be a general tier for sure. The pet Yue Tong spotted was a flaming tail fox, a general tier pet, belonging to the exotic tail fox clan, with a secondary fire-type attribute at the second stage of the spirit growing period. Fan Lingjie looked at the fox and guessed. 3 tails? It's a flaming tail fox in the spirit growing period. Fan Lingjie remembered how could a wild spirit growing period pet be in this cave. He panicked and warned everyone that this pet already had an owner. No sooner had he finished speaking than a shadow attacked Fan Lingjie from behind. Luckily, he dodged the stranger's lethal strike. The attacker's intentions weren't clear yet, but he was handsome enough that he had to be a good guy, right? The stranger arrogantly claimed this place for himself, telling Fan Lingjie's group to get lost, or else. Cheng Shi wasn't about to back down. This is a public spirit pet hideout designated by the League. Anyone can catch pets here. What makes you think you can hog it all to yourself? The white-haired man frowned. Because I have the flaming tail fox. The fox heard its master and immediately puffed up its tails, growling, ready to attack. Cheng Si whispered to Fan Lingjie, what do we do? We don't even have our spirit pets summoned. Fan Lingjie knew they couldn't win a direct fight, so he came up with a plan to bluff, using his legendary acting skills to distract the guy while they figured out a move. Understanding Fan Lingjie's intent, Rongling and Cheng Zi put on a dramatic performance, changing the color of their summoning rings and making menacing faces just like the thugs at the local market. They muttered to themselves, calculating which spirit beast to summon. Seeing that Fan Lingjie's group looked dangerous, the other guy, watching their summoning rings flickering with different colors, grew cautious and didn't dare to make a move. He ordered his spirit beast to stand down, putting on a righteous act and saying, the Alliance has designated this a public area. Killing someone here is quite troublesome. I'll spare you this time. He turned and headed deep into the cave, adding, let's compete fairly. Whoever catches it first gets it, so don't try any tricks. Cheng Shi and Yue Tong saw that their plan had succeeded, covering their mouths to hide their fake laughter, silently congratulating themselves on their acting skills. Suddenly, a loud roar rang out, grabbing everyone's attention. Yue Tong asked what that sound was. Fan Lingjie speculated that, with a roar that loud, it must be the overlord creature. The white-haired guy and his spirit beast quickly ran toward the source of the sound. Fan Lingjie's group followed suit. The noise was coming from a horned panda sitting there, propping its leg up against a bamboo stalk. The way it looked, it was like a debt collector. That's right. It was the overlord rank rhinoceros panda, that Fan Lingjie's group had been searching for. It belongs to the panda beast race, with a sub-attribute of light, and it's already at the 7th stage of the mature period. Fan Lingjie evaluated the panda in front of them. It was definitely in the mature period. An overlord rank beast's combat power is far greater than that of a common soldier rank beast. Furthermore, overlords possess unique special abilities, making them very difficult to deal with. Everyone, be careful, he warned. The white-haired guy, being rash, figured that whoever caught it first would keep it, and hurriedly ordered his pet to attack. The fox aggressively lunged at the panda with its 3 tails. The panda looked at the attacking fox as if it were just a child, and its horn began to glow. This light was so blinding that the surrounding crowd couldn't even look directly at it, and it easily deflected the fox's attack. The panda then used another special skill, pulling round objects right off the white-haired guy's body. When it ended, everyone was stunned, because all the color on the white-haired guy had completely vanished. This was the rhinoceros panda overlord's color plunder skill. The white-haired guy was also shocked, unsure of what just happened. Fan Lingjie shouted to those behind him, "Run! This panda has some really bizarre skills." Yue Tong hurriedly pulled Chengxi to hide behind a rock. They didn't have spirit beasts, so they shouldn't get in the way. Their priority was to protect themselves. The 3 of them hid behind the rock to assess the situation. Fan Lingjie had 2 mature period spirit beasts. Hopefully, they could handle it. The panda confidently shot those round pellets toward Fan Lingjie. He dodged and weaved, but it was useless, he couldn't evade that skill. In the end, he was also drained of color, quite literally. The white-haired guy nearby was confused, wondering what this was. It looked like petrification, but there were no abnormalities on the body. Suddenly, both of them regained their colors. Fan Lingjie noticed the anomaly and kept a wary eye on the panda's rainbow-colored horn. Immediately, the panda shot a 7-colored beam at Fan Lingjie, and multicolored spots sprouted all over his body. The white-haired guy and Chengxi panicked. Fan Lingjie had been poisoned. Fan Lingjie summoned his little dog to detoxify him. The dog looked at him, completely confused about what he meant, until Fan Lingjie irritably demanded it to use its urine as an antidote. The poor little beast had no choice but to relieve itself on its master's face. Fan Lingjie felt itchy. This detox urine was completely useless. The panda then shot another colored beam at the little beast, and it also developed spots, just like Fan Lingjie. Fan Lingjie was shocked. What kind of poison was this that even his poison attribute little beast couldn't resist? The white-haired guy stood on the side, mocking, "What a stupid dog. Didn't even know how to hide. The overlord belongs to me now." No sooner had he finished speaking than the panda shot another colored beam at him, but his fox spirit beast took the hit. The white-haired guy, who had been bragging loudly, suddenly went silent, because his spirit beast had been pierced with a hole. Everyone else was stunned. The white-haired guy immediately rushed over to his pet, lifting it up to try and stop the bleeding. But the wound was very strange. It didn't look like a puncture, but rather like it had been painted on. Fan Lingjie realized the truth, realizing that after all this time, their bodies hadn't suffered any actual harm. It seemed the poison was fake. As soon as he said that, the colored spots on Fan Lingjie and the fox vanished. Only then did Fan Lingjie understand. The panda's special skill was to absorb their colors and use them to create illusions to trick others. They had been played for fools by this panda. Fan Lingjie shouted a warning for the white-haired guy to watch his back. The white-haired guy turned around, annoyed. "Isn't that you behind me?" But as soon as he turned, he saw the panda disguised as Fan Lingjie, fist raised toward his face. Luckily, he dodged it and quickly put some distance between himself and the panda. In the chaos, the panda had swapped colors with Fan Lingjie to deceive the white-haired guy. Right now, Fan Lingjie looked just like a panda. It seemed this bear was no ordinary creature. It used its skills very skillfully, coming up with so many tactics from a single color manipulation ability. The white-haired guy started to break into a sweat. He told himself, "This panda just changes colors. It doesn't actually cause any real damage. All bark and no bite." The panda seemed to hear the guy still talking big. It pulled a piece of bamboo from its food pile, preparing to strike toward the fox. The fox agilely dodged the panda's blow. The white-haired guy maneuvered his spirit beast to stretch the distance, keeping it out of the panda's attack range. The fox retreated quickly, its tails readying a skill, but the panda wasn't having it. It shoved the bamboo stick hard into the fox's head, interrupting its skill. The fox was sent flying 8 meters away and couldn't stand up. The white-haired guy hurried over to check the situation. How could the panda have hit his spirit beast? But very quickly, everything became clear. The crafty panda had disguised a piece of bamboo as the surrounding scenery. Unless one looked very closely, it was impossible to be wary, which was how it managed to strike the fox. The white-haired guy approached his spirit beast, fuming. His pet was hurt, and that panda was too cunning it was really hard to deal with. He turned and proposed an alliance with Fan Lingjie, saying they would split the rewards once captured. Fan Lingjie recited the incantation to summon his little dog and his vine creature. Only then did the white-haired guy realize he had been fooled earlier. Fan Lingjie only had 2 ordinary mature period soldiers all along. Fan Lingjie didn't care about the white-haired guy's complaining. He ordered him to handle the restraint while he took charge of controlling the panda. Fan Lingjie commanded little lecherous dog to spray a stream of urine right in the panda's face. Once the panda was hit by the dog's pee, he ordered the vine demon to use its vine-binding skill to lock the panda down. But it wasn't that simple. The panda merged into the dirt and rocks, then suddenly popped out and kicked the vine demon, sending it rolling several meters away. Knocked out cold, the panda shifted its fur color to match the rocks. Its forest pattern markings lit up again, emitting a blinding light that made it impossible for the others to see what was happening. When the light faded, the rhino panda had vanished without a trace. The two of them watched Yue Tong and Go Tae search, knowing its movements weren't agile enough to run that fast. The white-haired guy was furious about being played by the panda this whole time, so he ordered his spirit beast to use its flame skill to light up the cave. Finally, they spotted a clue: the panda's shadow. Like he'd struck gold, the white-haired guy ordered his flametail to attack. The fox lunged at the shadow in the corner, but it was useless. The shadow was just something the panda had drawn. That panda was a genius. It was smarter than all of them combined. Rong Ling's group, hiding behind a boulder, hurriedly shouted a warning, but it was too late. The panda emerged from the ground and punched the fox in the head before it could react, leaving it pinned to the ground, whimpering. Then, the panda launched another attack. Its 7-colored horn fired a beam of light into the air. Instantly, the surrounding space transformed into thousands of shifting, rotating colors. This was the panda's mental pollution skill. Fan Lingjie and the white-haired guy were trapped in the kaleidoscopic space. The white-haired guy felt dizzy just looking at the swirling colors. Suddenly, the panda appeared out of nowhere and slapped him across the face, nearly knocking him over. Fan Lingjie wasn't spared either. The panda punched him in the gut, leaving him in excruciating pain. Cheng Shi tried to rush in to help but got thrashed until he looked a mess. Little lecherous dog was a dog, and it was colorblind. Watching its master and Cheng Shi getting tossed around by the panda, dazed and swollen-faced, it started questioning the meaning of life. Because it was colorblind, its perception after smelling the target was completely different from what Fan Lingjie and the others were seeing. In its eyes, Fan Lingjie and the group looked like lunatics dancing in thin air. Little lecherous dog stood there sweating, completely confused. To the dog, the panda was standing right out in the open, so it immediately leaped and tackled the panda from behind. The panda got slapped in the face, startled, and fell flat on its stomach. Fan Lingjie and his crew froze for 5 seconds. Fan Lingjie was shocked. His own dog was that smart. Cheng Shi jumped for joy. That white-haired guy looked handsome, but he had no integrity. He started acting like a snake, taking advantage of the chaos to kick them while they were down. He pulled a binding rope from his person to tie up the panda and quickly fled with it. Before Fan Lingjie's group could even react, the white-haired guy was already at the cave entrance. He pulled out a plant-type spirit beast, a dandelion soldier, and flew away fast, leaving Fan Lingjie's group in the dust. Before leaving, he didn't forget to mock them for being idiots. Cheng Shi stood below, fuming and shouting after him, but the white-haired guy was already long gone. They didn't have any flying spirit beasts, so they couldn't give chase. Cheng Shi turned to Rong Ling and asked if the rope the guy used was the spirit-binding chain. Rong Ling nodded and said, "That's it." Yue Tong wondered what a spirit-binding chain was. Cheng Shi explained, "The spirit-binding chain is a rope used to suppress a spirit beast's power and prevent its master from summoning it. Because it's expensive and its uses are limited, very few people use it. Whoever uses this is likely part of that faction." Rong Ling was trembling with rage. Those people from the Free Cult, a lawless sect formed by a bunch of criminals. They act like they obey the Alliance on the surface, but behind the scenes, they pull all sorts of illegal stunts. Not long ago, they even raided Lingjie Pavilion, capturing spirit beasts and stealing precious materials. Cheng Shi was also red with anger, never expecting to be robbed like this today. "Wait until I get stronger, I'll wipe all of you out." Yue Tong asked what they should do now that the leader beast had been stolen. Should they go catch another one? Fan Lingjie sighed. Rare spirit beasts aren't easy to find, and there was nowhere else to look for now. Fan Lingjie suggested they head to the trading post at the central market tomorrow to try their luck. Late that night, at the Free Cult's branch, the white-haired guy walked in carrying the rhino panda he'd just captured. His name was Su Muxuan, and he wanted to request an audience with the branch master. The guard led him inside, where cages were filled with many spirit beasts, all of them growling at the new arrivals. Sumuk Xuan brought the panda before the branch master, Du, and set it down. He reported that he had caught a leader-rank beast. This branch master, named Du Yang, was dressed in purple and had such a sleazy look on his face that you couldn't tell if his praise was genuine or sarcastic. He praised Sumuk Xuan, surprised he had actually caught a leader-rank beast. He offered to let Sumuk Xuan join the free cult. Sumuk Xuan refused without a second thought. It turned out his flame tail had been held hostage, which was why he had resorted to those dirty tricks against Fan Lingjie's group. Du Yang scoffed, clapped his hands, and ordered someone to bring out Sumuk Xuan's flame tail. As soon as the flame tail was brought out, the other fox immediately ran over to check on its mate. Sumuk Xuan stepped forward to undo the shackles and set the flame tail free, when suddenly, a spirit-binding chain was thrown onto his flame tail. Sumuk Xuan panicked and asked what Du Yang was doing. This purple-clad Du Yang was just as fake and rotten as his face. He started playing dirty and turning on his word. Sumuk Xuan and the flame tail jumped up in anger. Suddenly, a black shadow appeared and attacked Sumuk Xuan from behind, slamming his head into the ground. Du Yang was the one controlling that black spirit beast, and he laughed with contempt. Sumuk Xuan was no longer of any use, and his dual icefire foxes could still be packaged and sold for a high price. Sumuk Xuan was furious at being backstabbed, but helpless. Watching the scene, he could only lament, what a tragedy. The next day, at a nearby market, the Lingjie Pavilion group arrived at the station, excited to spend their savings on a new spirit beast. After Rongling entered their sect's code, the shopkeeper announced there wasn't a single coin left in their account. Rongling was crying her eyes out, wondering what kind of lowlife would do something so despicable. Fan Lingjie felt guilty and started sweating, timidly saying he still had a little money he could use. He left them with one sentence. He went to withdraw the money, and then he was gone. Fan Lingjie thought to himself, the place most affected this year had to be that spot. With that, he headed to the waste disposal area, where trash was piled high, and the owner was complaining. Since the Alliance issued an order to arrest catfish, trading has been tough, and now they even want us to sort some kind of trash? The shop owner sighed and told Fan Lingjie that if he finishes sorting that pile of junk, he'll pay him 20 coins. Fan Lingjie agreed, telling the owner to go back to his work and keep people away. Once the owner left, Fan Lingjie summoned his little catfish. He ordered little catfish to finish clearing out all the trash in front of them. Looking at the pile of trash, little catfish lost all motivation. With a salary of only 3 coins, no treats in sight, and now manual labor on top of that, it felt like going on strike. Understanding little catfish's grievance, Fan Lingjie could only clasp his hands in apology, begging the creature to help him out, and promising to buy it shrimp as soon as he had the money. The group of 3, led by Rongling, were walking around the market. Cheng Si looked left and right, wondering why Fan Lingjie had been gone for so long. Yue Tong sighed, clasping her hands. What's there to see in this tiny market? Besides, we don't have any money to buy anything. Rongling pointed ahead, suggesting they go check if there were any notices. Cheng Si looked at the notice board and gasped. The bounty is huge, 5 gold bars. But when they saw the portrait of the wanted person, the lecherous thief, Lu Feng, both Cheng Si and Yue Tong were shocked and panicked. Isn't this their junior brother Liu? Cheng Si was stunned. Could his junior brother, Fan Lingjie, really be a lecherous thief? Yue Tong also remarked that junior brother Fan Lingjie was hiding things quite well. Cheng Si suddenly felt a wave of fear. He had even slept with junior brother Fan Lingjie last night, and it seemed he hadn't done anything to him, right? Cheng Si turned to ask Rongling what she thought. Rongling recalled, hesitantly, that when they first met, it seemed like junior brother Fan Lingjie had suddenly hugged her. But then she tried to save the situation, thinking it must be a false accusation from the White Mansion. One shouldn't listen to only one side, so it's better to observe for now. The group was busy discussing Fan Lingjie when the subject of their conversation suddenly returned. The 3 of them jumped in surprise and quickly changed the subject. Fan Lingjie didn't notice anything different. He held up the bag of money he had just earned, saying it was enough to buy 3 combat-class spirits, and urged them to go shopping. Since the money came so fast, doubts arose in Cheng Shi's mind. Could there be something unspeakable going on? Rongling whispered miserably to Yue Tong. Your junior brother is a wanted man, yet he's walking around the market so openly. Will he be okay? Yue Tong comforted her, saying that, since the sketch looked exactly like sect leader Fan, who would be able to recognize him? Fan Lingjie watched the 3 of them whispering in a huddle, unaware they were talking about him. The group wandered around the market. Shopkeepers were constantly pitching their spirit pets, claiming they had the cheapest spirit pets in the whole Northern Bay. For men, women, young, and old, we've got everything. Step right up. Rongling looked left and right. She wasn't an expert in combat. She just needed a support-type spirit pet. Fan Lingjie pointed to a winged rabbit, saying this was a heavenly fragrant illusion rabbit, a combat-class pet with a secondary insect-type attribute, currently at level 3 of the kitten stage. Rongling was instantly captivated because it was too cute, but the price of 20 silver coins was too expensive. Fan Lingjie didn't care about the price. He had enough funds. Rongling waved her hand in confusion. How can I let junior brother Fan Lingjie pay? Fan Lingjie replied, it's an emergency. Once the sect makes some money later, you can pay him back. Yue Tong suddenly spoke up. Look at these petals. Bargaining for this spirit pet is a bit off. These petals are a bit curled, the shape isn't great, and the color isn't fresh anymore. Can't you sell it cheaper? The shop owner broke into a sweat under the interrogation, and finally had to lower the price to 2 silver coins. They signed the contract on the spot, and Rongling happily carried her spirit rabbit home. She loved it so much, she wouldn't let go, hugging and cuddling it, and named it Xiang Xiang. As for Cheng Shi, he wanted a spirit pet that would make people afraid to come near him. Fan Lingjie pointed to a red gold-footed horse at level 4 of the kitten stage, saying it wasn't bad. Once they had picked the perfect spirit pet, the rest was left to Sister Nguyen to use her bargaining skills. Of course, it was a complete success. Cheng Shi had signed a contract with his spirit pet. Now it was Yue Tong's turn. She was having a headache choosing a spirit pet. She still didn't know which one to pick. She wanted something that looked delicious. Seeing this, Cheng Shi could only sigh. My dear sister, are you buying groceries? Suddenly, a shopkeeper pitched a newly arrived warlord-class spirit pet. Fan Lingjie's group took one look and realized it was the panda they had caught the other day. Cheng Shi remembered the white-haired guy and was furious, wanting to give him a beating. Fan Lingjie looked in another direction. It was the spirit pet belonging to the white-haired guy from yesterday. How could he sell his own spirit pet? Something was definitely wrong. They looked at the shop owner, who had one eye and was chewing on a toothpick. Looking at that face, who could think he was a good person? He was a spirit pet trafficker for the Zaitai sect. Rongling was furious. The panda rhino was definitely stolen by them. What a hateful bunch. Cheng Shi asked Rongling what they should do next. Rongling decisively said she would go reason with them. True to her word, she pointed at the panda and said, this warlord-class pet was caught by them. Give it back to them immediately. The traitor looked at Rongling as if she were insane. How could he back down? He put his hands on his hips and said this panda was a warlord-class creature, and since it had no contract, what right did she have to claim it? Could she make it answer to her? No sooner had he finished speaking than the panda rhino in the cage let out a growl, responding. The traitor started to panic. He glared back at the panda and shouted a warning to Fan Lingjie's group. This is Zaitai sect property. If you dare mess with the Zaitai sect, you're just asking for an early grave. With that, he took a bamboo pole and poked the panda rhino hard on the head, cursing it for being a beast and daring to make noise. The panda, in great pain, clutched its head. The traitor turned back to Fan Lingjie's group from top to bottom. He recognized their attire as being from that Lingjie pavilion or something, and began to speak with contempt. Last time, the Zaitai sect was merciful and didn't wipe you all out. You miserable strays should just keep your tails tucked and act like proper people. Fan Lingjie's group was furious at being insulted like that. The little lecherous dog and the vine demon were summoned, and the situation looked like they were about to brawl. The traitor showed no signs of fear and provoked them to fight if they wanted to. He glanced at the Alliance members patrolling nearby. Using spirit pets to fight in public will get you fined by the Alliance. If you want to be expelled, then go ahead. Cheng Shi noticed some stacked up fabric, and an idea formed. He pulled a piece of fabric, handed it to the panda, and asked if it wanted to take that guy down. As the traitor was waving his hand, telling Rongling's group to get lost, suddenly, Cheng Shi shouted, "That warlord panda of yours is taking advantage of the chaos to dig a hole and escape." The traitor panicked and scrambled to find the key to open the cage. As soon as he opened the door, the panda gave him a punch that made him spit blood, knocking him unconscious on the spot. Cheng Shi praised, "The warlord panda is truly smart. Just give it a piece of fabric. It could perfectly stage a fake getaway scene." The panda didn't even care about Cheng Shi. It turned to look at the little lustful dog over there, and then lunged forward, giving the pup a sharp smack across the face. A panda's revenge is never too late. That one slap made the little lustful dog's eyes roll back as it yelped in pain. Fan Lingjie watched this scene, jaw dropped in shock. It's still looking for revenge. Everyone, be careful. But the panda suddenly dropped to one knee on its own and began to manifest a glowing red circle. Cheng Shi and Yue Tong were panicked. having no idea what it was planning. Rongling shouted she had revealed her own contract circle. When a spirit beast activates its own contract circle, as long as the spirit beast master's spirit pool is large enough to contain it, they can form a contract. Yue Tong couldn't understand why this panda, having just smacked the little lustful dog, was now turning around to try and sign a contract with them. The panda pointed at the unconscious slave trader on the ground, then gritted its teeth and squeezed its fist until it bled. But this blood was actually from a painting skill. It meant it wanted Fan Lingjie's group to take it to get revenge on the free sect. What kind of species was this panda anyway? It had such long arms. Cheng Shi clapped in excitement. A Lord-tier beast is initiating a contract. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Hurry up. Come here. Rongling had just signed a contract with Xiang Xiang, and her Lord-tier space was already quite full, so it definitely wouldn't fit. Cheng Shi had also just contracted with Shibei, so that wasn't an option either. He turned to look at Fan Lingjie, not sure if he could take it, but Fan Lingjie suggested leaving it for Yue Tong. Cheng Shi looked at Yue Tong. She hadn't undergone much training, and at most, her pool could only hold one War General class beast. Yue Tong also nodded in agreement with Cheng Shi, but Fan Lingjie remained firm. How will we know if we don't try? Rongling also encouraged Yue Tong to give it a shot. Rongling guided Yue Tong to open her contract circle. Trembling, Yue Tong followed the instructions, but the circle that opened was tiny, not even as big as the panda. Yue Tong felt so embarrassed, her face turned beet red. She didn't think she could do it. Rongling guided her to hold her finger out straight to circulate her energy. Suddenly, Yue Tong's golden circle expanded exponentially. It was many times larger than the panda's circle. The three onlookers were stunned in disbelief. The panda disappeared into the golden circle on Yue Tong's hand. Yue Tong didn't even know what had just happened. Cheng Shi and Rongling gasped in surprise. They never expected Yue Tong's spirit pool to be this massive. When sect leader Fan mentioned before that Yue Tong had extraordinary talent, he was right. Hearing their praise, Yue Tong felt shy. Even she hadn't expected to be that powerful. Fan Lingjie looked at the two foxes growling softly, as if they were trying to say something. Dewey pressed Hanwei's head to the ground, then picked up a piece of rope to act it out. Fan Lingjie realized their master had been captured, which is why they were being sold, and they wanted help. Cheng Shi was hesitant. Are we really going to save that white-haired guy who scammed us? Rongling spoke up in his defense. Seeing how loyal his spirit beasts are, he doesn't seem like the type to belong to the free sect. Maybe he's not one of them, but a victim himself. Fan Lingjie explained. If a spirit beast master is killed, it takes a long time for the spirit beast to be recontracted. He has to be forced to voluntarily break the contract. They're probably torturing him right now. Cheng Shi fell into deep thought. Should they really save that white-haired guy? And could they even take on the free sect right now? Rongling weighed the options. Even though everyone has spirit beasts now, their levels aren't very high. The gap in power is still massive. If we fight now, we'll only suffer. Fan Lingjie asked, how strong is the free sect? Rongling explained. Those troublemakers are from the free sect's Dudu branch. Last time they attacked Lingjie Pavilion, there were only 2 bamboo spirit war generals, and the others hadn't even matured yet. But their branch leader didn't show his face. He's likely even stronger. I'm afraid we aren't strong enough yet. After hearing this, Fan Lingjie thought they might still have a fighting chance. He told everyone to head back to the sect. He had something to show them. Once back at Lingjie Pavilion, Cheng Shi wondered what senior brother Fan Lingjie wanted to show them. Fan Lingjie walked out, holding a piece of paper he said he'd found in his room yesterday. Rongling took the paper. It was a note from sect leader Fan. It stated that under the 3rd tree in the training grounds, there were items the sect leader had left behind for Lingjie Pavilion. Everyone rushed to dig under the tree to see what was there. Inside was a box and a note. Cheng Shi was anxious to see what was written on the paper. Rongling read the note, a mix of complex emotions in her heart. The note was a message from Fan Lingjie before he died. It read, when the disciples of the sect can read this, it means I've met with misfortune. I never thought I'd have to use this method to talk to you all. I'm truly sorry. In the past, I didn't care for you all or teach you the best things. It must have been very hard for you. It's all my fault. I am truly, deeply sorry. But no matter what, I hope you don't lose heart. We still have a chance. What we have lost, we will definitely take back. Lingjie Pavilion will rise again and become the #1 sect in the world. I'm counting on you all. I will always be by your side, watching your glory. After reading it, the 3 fell into a heavy silence. Cheng Shi wiped away his tears in silence. Fan Lingjie, currently inhabiting Fan Lingjie's body, stood there quietly as well. He would forever keep his promise to always stay by their side. Fan Lingjie had left behind several items to help everyone in times of danger, allowing them to level up quickly in a short amount of time. He had also clearly recorded the usage methods. Everyone opened the box. Inside were many spirit pills of all different colors. At the Free Sect's Dudu branch, Sumuk Xuan was being tortured by bolts of green lightning. Dudu stood to the side, sneering, telling Sumuk Xuan that if he broke the contract with the two foxes, he would let him go. But Sumuk Xuan seemed to know Dudu's intentions. He wouldn't agree. If he broke the contract, he'd be killed instantly. Dudu didn't deny it, nonchalantly admitting it, asking why he was putting himself through so much misery. Suddenly, calls of battle erupted outside, catching Dudu's attention. He went to the door to ask his subordinates what was happening. A subordinate ran in, frantic, reporting that Sumuk Xuan's two foxes had returned, and they had brought someone with them. Outside, Fan Lingjie's group was charging in. A subordinate was hit by one of their projectiles, and only then did he realize there wasn't just one, there were three of them. The three were Yue Tong, with her spirit beast, the rhinoceros panda, at the mature stage high level, Rong Ling, with her spirit beast, the heavenly fragrant willow rabbit, at the mature stage high level, and Cheng Si, with his spirit beast, the scarlet gold-hoofed horse, at the mature stage high level. Fan Lingjie's free sect was being beaten into retreat by both humans and beasts. The sect leader, Dudu, began to panic. Didn't Lingjie Pavilion just get wiped clean? How did they get a replacement spirit pet so fast? Cheng Si was thrilled that their ambush worked. Most of the enemy's combat power was taken out in one go. Du Yang walked out, hands clasped behind his back, looking completely unbothered. He sneered, mocking them for acting so smug just because they broke through the outer defenses. Our Dudu society isn't just about this little bit of strength. Following him were the left messenger, the vice branch master, and the right messenger, all looking quite dangerous. Du Yang smirked. I didn't expect the Lingjie Pavilion to still have combat strength in reserve. We should have wiped you all out back then. The left messenger summoned a golden ring, preparing to call forth a spirit pet. Suddenly, the panda seemed to sense something. It grunted angrily and bolted in a different direction. Yue Tong was panicked, not knowing where it was going. As it turns out, the most persistent enemy is a panda. It charged inside, didn't say a word, and delivered a massive punch right to Sumuk Xuan's face, and it wasn't done yet. It pulled a rope, intending to strangle Sumuk Xuan in revenge. Yue Tong rushed to stop it, but one glare from the panda shut her up. Yue Tong felt a chill. Aren't spirit pets supposed to be obedient to their masters? Why is mine so different? Suddenly, the wall behind Yue Tong cracked, and a powerful force struck it, sending debris flying at Yue Tong and knocking her to the ground. The person who arrived was the left messenger and his spirit pet. His spirit pet was the iron diamond shell, a general-grade, rock-type elemental creature with a secondary humanoid attribute. It was the one that destroyed the wall. When the left messenger saw Yue Tong on the ground, he ordered his spirit pet to attack her. The iron diamond shell lunged instantly, its giant hand reaching for Yue Tong, but the panda blocked the blow. Yue Tong was so scared she was crying and frozen in place. Suddenly, the panda reached out and grabbed her chest. She had no idea what it was doing, but then it threw Yue Tong safely out of the way. The left messenger had his pet use its other hand to strike the panda in the face. Yue Tong panicked, trying to stay calm and ordering the panda to use its camouflage skill to escape, but the panda wouldn't listen. Fueled by rage, it punched the iron diamond shell hard enough to make it lose its footing. Yue Tong was stunned. Why wasn't her spirit pet listening to her at all? She clearly followed Rongling's advice to support and observe call for the right opening. Yue Tong watched the panda and the armored pet brawling, not knowing what to do. But with the naked eye, she could see the panda was heavily injured and bleeding profusely, while the armored pet only had a few scratches. The left messenger looked at the stupid panda, relentlessly attacking the armor with contempt, not even caring. The panda, still fired up, let out a roar and summoned its horn, slamming it hard into the armor's head. Sumuk Xuan, taking advantage of the chaotic battlefield, cowardly crawled along the ground to retreat. He put his clothes back on, thanked the heavens, and planned to slip out while things were a mess. As soon as he got out, he met his two spirit pets. They were thrilled to see their master again, and they all hugged each other tightly. DM Wei explained that the group from Fan Lingjie helped them. Sumuk Xuan was shocked. He didn't expect them to help him. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck. The attacker was the vice branch master, who had realized Sumuk Xuan was trying to escape and moved to stop him. Her spirit pet was the lightning wing, a general-grade lightning type, with a secondary wing type attribute. Currently at the 5th stage of the bamboo spirit rank, Sumuk Xuan glanced at the Fan Lingjie group behind him and decided not to run. He would stay and fight. The vice branch master ordered her pet to fire a bolt of electricity at Sumuxuan. He dodged quickly, then chanted the incantation to command Wei and Han Wei to perform their combined attack. Ice and fire combined, their tails twisting together like a missile that pierced right through the lightning wing. But the blue bird recovered instantly. The vice branch master was arrogant. Her spirit pet was an elemental type without a fixed form, so Sumuxuan's attacks were useless. Sumuxuan was backed into a corner. To attack an elemental spirit pet, he had to find a way to destroy its elemental core. What was he supposed to do now? On the other side, Rongling and Chengxi joined forces to fight the right messenger. His spirit pet was the air breather, general grade, earth type, with a secondary wind attribute. At the third level of the bamboo spirit rank, another massive spirit pet. The messengers of the Zizai sect seem to like big things, don't they? The skills of Cubei, Chengxi's spirit pet, allowed it to grow spikes on its exterior and launch them. Furthermore, anything it licked would turn into spikes. Xiangxiang had been licked by it, and was covered in spikes, crying loudly because she was afraid of being ugly, forcing Rongling to comfort her for a while. Cubei looked at Xiangxiang wailing, and broke into a sweat, while Chengxi tried to soothe them too. Spikes would offer some self-defense, but Cubei probably just wanted to lick Xiangxiang a bit. Xiangxiang gave Cubei some soothing pollen, and the battle wounds began to heal rapidly, making Cubei feel great. Chengxi ordered Cubei to fire spikes at the air breather, but the pipes on the creature's body detached, dodging all of Cubei's spikes. The air breather quickly counterattacked toward Cubei. Chengxi ordered Cubei to curl into a ball of spikes, perfectly blocking the blow and even cracking one of the air breather's pipe tips. Chengxi then ordered Cubei to use the firewheel skill. The ball of spikes on the ground shot up instantly, slamming into the air breather, but the creature wasn't pushed back at all. Its shell only cracked a tiny bit. The right messenger sneered, "What a piece of trash toy." Then he ordered his spirit pet to attack Cubei. Cubei was sent flying into a wall with one hit. Chengxi panicked and rushed over to check on it. The air breather flew over to attack Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang used her pollen skill, but it had no effect because the air breather didn't have eyes. So, Xiangxiang was hit by a strike and sent flying, crying, "Wah wah." Chengxi was frantic. "We have a support type and a melee type spirit pet. This is so frustrating." He looked over at Fan Lingjie, who was holding off Branchmaster Yu. They needed to wrap this up quickly. Rongling and Chengxi coordinated an attack. Meanwhile, Fan Lingjie was facing Branchmaster Yu. Du Yang looked at Fan Lingjie, assessing his outfit, and asked if he wasn't someone special invited by the Lingjie Pavilion's outer division. He glanced at the little lecherous dog and the vine demon, dismissively saying they were too weak, that they had no real power, but insisted on sticking their necks out for others, truly showing no sense of who they were dealing with. Fan Lingjie's expression darkened. A bunch of stray wanderers dare to take advantage of a crisis to touch the Lingjie Pavilion? I won't let a single one of you go. Du Yang didn't care about Fan Lingjie's words and contemptuously summoned his own spirit pet. His spirit pet was the Shadow Demon, Lord Grade, Dark Elemental Shadow Tribe, with no secondary attributes. Currently at the 7th level of the Bamboo Spirit rank, Fan Lingjie was now in a tight spot. With danger closing in from all sides, how could he possibly break through this deadlock? Fan Lingjie turned around, only to realize that the massive black spirit pet had been standing right behind him the whole time. It swung its arm, landing a strike on Fan Lingjie. He tried to dodge, desperate to put some distance between them, but the blow grazed his back, leaving him injured. Du Yang scoffed, looking at him with disdain. To think that someone like Fan Lingjie wanted to stand up to an 8th-rank bamboo spirit lord, it was truly overestimating himself. But Fan Lingjie's plan was to pin Du Yang down, buying time for the others to secure their own victories so they could all gang up on Du Yang later. Du Yang, however, didn't believe for a second that Lingjie's people could actually win. Over on Yue Tong and the rhinoceros panda's side, the panda was still fighting with everything it had against the left envoy's spirit pet. Yue Tong sat huddled in a corner, trembling with fear. She didn't even know how she ended up here. All she really wanted was to go back to the kitchen and be a cook. Just then, the panda was sent flying back toward her. It was covered in blood. Yue Tong panicked and rushed over to check on it. On the other side, the left envoy's spirit pet wasn't doing much better. It had been beaten to a pulp as well. The left envoy cursed in frustration. Is this panda insane? He glanced over at Yue Tong, who was anxiously tending to the panda for Bai Mu air, and a devious idea struck him. He lunged at her. He grabbed her by the throat and slammed her to the ground. With a man's strength, killing Yue Tong would be as easy as child's play. Yue Tong gasped for air, struggling uselessly against the left envoy's grip. Just as he was gloating, the panda appeared from behind. It angrily grabbed the left envoy's head and yanked him backward. Despite the man's desperate screams for it to let go, the panda's claws only dug deeper into his skull. The panda squeezed hard. Blood splattered everywhere, and it dropped the man's body. Anyone could see with a single glance that he was dead. Brother Panda is so cool. Yue Tong was still shaking from what she'd just seen when the panda signaled for her to follow. She scrambled to her feet, trailing behind the swaying panda, and at this point, who even knew who the master was? As for Su Muxuan and his 2 spirit pets, the battle was still raging. But Su Muxuan was struggling more than the others. DM Vi was still too injured to stand properly. The deputy sect leader remained completely unscathed. She told Su Muxuan that if he obediently broke his bond with his spirit pet, she might grant him a quick death. Since he refused, he would have to suffer. She ordered her spirit pet to fire a lightning strike at the wounded DMV. Han Vi saw it coming and jumped in front of DMV, using its tail to pull the iron cage over to block the blast. The collision triggered a massive explosion. Su Muxuan shouted in a panic, "Deputy sect leader Din Nin, it's over." But when the smoke cleared, Han Vi was still standing there, holding the frozen iron cage. The deputy sect leader was stunned. Was it still alive? Su Muxuan realized Han Vi had frozen the iron cage to block the lightning, and a sudden idea flashed in his mind. He commanded Han Vi to use its ice skill to coat his hands. Now wrapped in a layer of icy, enchanted armor, he charged at the blue lightning bird. He blocked its lightning strike and lunged forward, grabbing the core of the lightning wing. Su Muxuan tried to hold onto the core, but the electricity discharging from it was too powerful, forcing him to pull back. The ice armor on his hands was destroyed, but because the core was so hard, it hadn't shattered completely yet. The lightning wing crackled, generating sparks as it began to recover. The deputy sect leader let out a sigh of relief. She was about to order her spirit pet to strike again, when suddenly, a hand, the panda's hand, appeared from nowhere, grabbed the lightning wing's core, and crushed it. Brother Panda was carrying the team once again. The deputy sect leader was too shocked to react. Su Muxuan seized the opening, ordering Han Vi to charge in. Despite the deputy sect leader's attempts to dodge, Han Vi froze her face, and Su Muxuan quickly landed a blow, shattering her frozen head into pieces. Over on Chengxi and Rongling's side, the two used a combined attack. A flurry of kicks from Kwok Boy and pollen from Huang Huang. But their attack was quickly neutralized by the poison gas spirit. It shot a blast at both Kwok Boy and Huang Huang, sending them flying. The right envoy mocked them, calling them 2 useless pets. He then ordered his spirit pet to attack Kwok Boy. But when the strike reached the top of Kwok Boy's head, it stopped. Kwok Boy flicked its hand and pushed it away. The right envoy didn't know what had happened, but the poison gas spirit's engine suddenly started smoking and malfunctioning. Turns out, the pollen Huang Huang had been spreading everywhere had finally taken effect. The poison gas spirit relied on airflow to operate, so it had to have an intake vent. That area was now clogged with a massive amount of pollen. The right envoy panicked and ordered his pet to keep attacking. Kwok Boy leaped up and licked the lower part of the poison gas spirit. At the same time, Huang Huang dove down from above, its body covered in thorns. They slammed the flying poison gas spirit into the ground with a loud thud. Its lower body was covered in thorns, pinning it firmly to the earth and effectively disabling its movement. The right envoy stood there, stunned, and breaking into a cold sweat. Chengxi and Rongling ordered their pets to keep the pressure on. Huang Huang grabbed Kwok Boy, flew high into the air, and dropped it. Kwok Boy curled into a ball of spikes, whistling through the air and smashing the poison gas spirit into pieces. This was the signature spiked ball combo move from Kwok Boy and Huang Huang. The right envoy was horrified to see his spirit pet defeated, but he quickly composed himself, preparing to summon his secondary pet. Suddenly, Su Muxuan appeared from behind and stabbed him in the neck, killing him on the spot. Back on Fan Lingjie's side, he was struggling against the shadow demon. This spirit pet could travel through shadows, making it incredibly hard to deal with. Seizing a moment, Fan Lingjie ordered the little lascivious dog and the vine demon to attack the spirit pet master, Du Yang, who was standing in the distance. Du Yang didn't even flinch. Calmly, he ordered his own spirit pet to use its skill. From behind the little lascivious dog and the vine demon, 2 massive arms sprouted out of nowhere, attacking them. Before Fan Lingjie could grasp what was happening, the shadow demon appeared beneath his feet, delivering a slash that wounded his chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Du Yang scoffed. Fan Lingjie's pathetic efforts were basically a death wish. Why on earth would he pin his hopes on a bunch of losers from the Lingjie pavilion? Du Yang, acting like a creep, brought up the incident from a year ago that had been weighing on Fan Lingjie's mind. During that battle, the sect leader of the Lingjie Pavilion had been backstabbed by his own spirit pet. The failed ascension was definitely because the evolution materials had been tampered with. Anyone with eyes could see it, and whoever could tamper with them had to be someone close to the sect leader. It was highly likely there was a traitor within the Lingjie Pavilion. Du Yang mocked Fan Lingjie, sneering that he was still willing to lay down his life for them. He truly had a generous heart. He goaded him, suggesting that perhaps the traitor was one of the 3 people standing right there. "Aren't you afraid of getting stabbed in the back?" Hearing Du Yang's words, Fan Lingjie froze in fear, his mind spiraling into a mess of doubt. He couldn't help but wonder if the mole was Rongling, Yue Tong, or Chengxi, but as he thought about it, he dismissed the idea regarding Rongling. He had saved her life in the mountains years ago, after her entire family had been framed and destroyed by villains. Left with nowhere else to go, she joined the Lingjie Pavilion. Not wanting to stir up her painful memories, he had never even asked about her background. As for Yue Tong, she possessed incredible natural talent. There was no way she was just an ordinary person. Yet, she insisted on being a mere handy person. He had no idea what kind of past she was hiding, and Cheng Shi had joined back when the sect was at its absolute lowest point. He didn't know if there was some other ulterior motive. His mind was in total chaos. If the traitor really was one of the 3, who could it possibly be? While Fan Lingjie was lost in thought, Du Yang ordered his spirit beast to seize him. Little Lustful Dog and Teng Mo Yao rushed in to help, but were sent flying 26 feet by a strike from the Nuo Ying demon, slamming into the wall. Du Yang chuckled, saying that he had managed to distract him with just a couple of words. It seemed he truly cared about that traitor. Du Yang remarked that he actually owed the traitor some thanks. Their actions had caused a grade A sect to collapse, allowing his Dudu society to benefit from the aftermath, looting plenty of materials and spirit beasts. He looked at Fan Lingjie, who was being squeezed until he coughed up blood, and continued to taunt him. "You've been trying so hard for so long, but did any of them come to help you? You've been sold out. Try to be a bit smarter in your next life, Gu Tongming." Fan Lingjie was held tight in the Nuo Ying demon's grip, thinking his time was up, but Du Yang suddenly sensed something was wrong and hurriedly ordered his beast to defend. The spirit beast used a skill, sprouting a hand to block an attack from the panda that was heading straight for Du Yang. At that very moment, DMV and Hanvi lunged toward Du Yang at the same time. He grew irritated. His useless subordinates had been defeated already? Note: the previous line was combined for flow. Du Yang ordered his spirit beast to stop restraining Fan Lingjie to come back and protect him, blocking the incoming attacks from Han Vi and DM Vi. Du Yang shouted angrily at Su Muxuan, asking if he wanted to go to war with the Free Sect. Su Muxuan let out a laugh, as if he'd just heard a joke. "If I don't kill you, should I keep you around to bond as comrades?" The old saying, "He who laughs last laughs best," really isn't wrong. The other day, Su Muxuan had been chased by Du Yang until he was practically pantsless and mocked relentlessly. Today, he finally had his chance to mock him back. "Not so keen on snatching Su Muxuan's fox anymore, are you? If you've got the guts, come and take it." Fan Lingjie, severely injured and coughing, suddenly saw Huang Huang fly over, flapping her wings to heal him. The wounds on him, Little Lustful Dog, and Teng Man Yao gradually began to heal. Fan Lingjie looked at Rongling. He remembered when she cried and told him she had to fulfill the sect leader's final wish to keep the Lingjie Pavilion going. Looking at Yue Tong preparing bamboo for the panda, he thought about how she had never trained spirit beasts, yet still tried her absolute best to help them. And Cheng Shi, who even in his dreams would cry and ask why everyone wanted to leave the Lingjie Pavilion. Fan Lingjie felt ashamed. It was his own stupidity and paranoia. How could any of them be a traitor? Seeing them dawdling, Su Muxuan urged them to hurry up. The 3 of them surged forward. Du Yang looked at the group surrounding him, clicked his tongue, pulled a fan from his robes, and flung it forward. The fan flew toward Chengxi and Kwok Boy. Neither understood what he was planning. Kwok Boy dodged the fan, but from beneath it, a hand from the Nuo Ying demon appeared. It shoved the thorny Kwok Boy into Chengxi, injuring him. Fan Lingjie shouted a warning. The Nuo Ying demon could move rapidly through the shadow of the paper fan. Wherever the fan went, the demon's hands appeared. Little Lustful Dog and Teng Mang Yao were both taken down by a single strike. Huang Huang was flying to avoid the path of the fan when, out of nowhere, a spirit-binding rope coiled around her, pinning her in place. Taking the opportunity, the Nuo Ying demon struck Huang Huang, sending her crashing down. Rongling screamed in panic. Du Yang ordered his spirit beast to take out the healer, Huang Huang, so the others would have no way to recover. After that, he turned to attack DMV. Su Muxuan struggled to command his spirit beast to evade. Note: combined with previous action. Du Yang's elemental spirit beast didn't take physical damage, and its core wasn't easy to find. What could they do? Fan Lingjie told the panda to use its light element ability because it could damage shadow element beasts, but the panda didn't listen. It just stood there, indifferent. Fan Lingjie turned to call Yue Tong. She understood the hint and told the panda that if it finished off that beast, it would get some bamboo shoots. The panda glanced at the dark creature aiming to attack it. It raised its hand and blocked the Nuo Ying demon's surprise attack. Even the demon seemed shocked. How could this bear block its strike? As it turned out, Big Bro Panda had used the Light Fist, a move combining its ability with light energy. Du Yang realized the panda was a natural counter to his beast. He ordered the Nuo Ying demon to ignore the panda and take out the others first. The panda used its ability again. Spheres of white light sprouted everywhere, illuminating the area so brightly that shadows couldn't even exist. Yue Tong cheered from the sidelines, and the panda charged, relentlessly attacking the Nuo Ying demon. Note: combined with previous action, the Nuo Ying demon couldn't hide from the light. It could only wait for its master's orders. Du Yang summoned another spirit beast, this one golden. He ordered it to head toward the Nuo Ying demon. The beast he summoned was the Mystic Bone Skeleton, a general rank beast of the Or clan, currently at the 3rd level of the bamboo spirit stage. The two beasts merged together, blocking the panda's light-infused punch. Right after the fusion, the rhinoceros panda gritted its teeth in fury, throwing a punch with all its might, but it was shocked when the Mystic Bone Skeleton blocked the blow without the slightest effort. Next, the arm of the Mystic Bone Skeleton clamped onto the rhinoceros panda's arm, causing it to crackle. Then, it pulled back to gather momentum, staring at the panda with cold eyes before unleashing a punch. The blow landed squarely on the rhinoceros panda's face, causing blood to splatter from its nose and the horn on its head. Immediately, the rhinoceros panda's body went limp and started to falter. Its eyes rolled back, and shards of its horn flew off, along with the blood gushing from the corners of its mouth. Nearby, Yue Tong saw this, her expression filled with panic as she frowned. Clutching her bamboo stalks, she screamed, "White wood ear!" Then, the Mystic Bone Skeleton delivered another powerful blow, sending the rhinoceros panda flying backward uncontrollably. After that, it crashed into a pile of wooden crates, shattering them with a loud, violent collision. Amidst the debris of the empty crates, the rhinoceros panda lay in a miserable state, its body covered in bleeding wounds, with smoke rising from them. Yue Tong clutched the bamboo to her chest and rushed over. Looking down at it, she shouted in distress, "Wake up, please!" Bai Munuo delivered the white fungus, but there was no movement from below. Beside her, Rongling was clutching the heavenly fragrance bewitching rabbit, looking over in a panic and screaming, "We're done for!" Chengxi saw this and reached out anxiously, his face losing all composure as he yelled at the iron chain main beast beside him, "Use your full power attack." Hearing this, the beast gritted its teeth, squeezed its eyes shut, and launched the sharp spikes from its back. But with a simple wave of his hand, the Mystic Starbone Skeleton swatted the spikes away. Next, he waved his hand, hurling sharp claws toward Chengxi, Rongling, and their beasts. Immediately, the group couldn't dodge in time and were all struck. Their bodies recoiled in agony as they screamed out in pain. Seeing them like this, Yue Tong ran over, looking frantic. The bamboo staves in her hands gradually fell as she was grazed in the abdomen by one of the Mystic Starbone Skeleton's sharp claws. Fan Lingjie saw this, gritting his teeth and glaring. He held up his index and middle fingers, shouting furiously, "Damn it!" Soon after, Tai Di Xuan gritted its teeth, glaring. It dashed like lightning around the Mystic Starbone Skeleton. Then, it let out a bark of defiance and lunged at Du Yang's body, catching him completely off guard, his mouth agape in shock. Finally, it sank its teeth into his neck, forcing him to throw his head back and scream in agony. Ugh! Blood sprayed from the wound on his neck where the Tai Di Xuan had bitten him. On the other side, Rongling collapsed to the ground, clutching the wound on her thigh with both hands. She gritted her teeth, face twisted in pain, groaning. Ugh! She didn't forget the heavenly fragrance bewitching rabbit, even as blood poured from her leg, despite her trying to stem the flow. Beside her, Chengxi also clutched his wound, which was soaking his clothes in blood. He gritted his teeth, eyes shut, coughing and struggle. Cough, cough. Beside him, the iron chainmain beast lay sprawled on the ground, bleeding and unconscious. Nearby, Yue Tong lay next to the rhinoceros panda, which was motionless amidst the debris. She held her bleeding side, and only Rongling remained conscious. Panicking, she hugged the heavenly. fragrance bewitching rabbit, and looked at the others, screaming, Cheng Shi, Yuejie. Beside her, Cheng Shi was in such agony, he was gritting his teeth, eyes squeezed shut, as he fell backward next to the iron chain main beast. On the other side, the Tai Di Xuan still wouldn't let go of Du Yang's neck, making him writhe and curse in frustration. Argar, Argar, you little beast, let go. Then, the mystic star bone skeleton rushed over, using its arm to rip the Tai Di Xuan off Du Yang's neck, sending blood spraying everywhere. Immediately, Du Yang collapsed onto the steps, clutching his throat, shaking and cursing in struggle. Cough, cough. Damn it, how dare you treat me so ruthlessly? His eyes widened in fury. Still pressing a hand against his bleeding neck, he barked out an order. Kill them. Kill them all. The mystic star bone skeleton obeyed, swinging its fist toward the protagonist. He looked at it with a hint of panic. Suddenly, the vine demon rushed over, coiling its arms multiple times. Gritting its teeth, it glared at the approaching fist of the mystic star bone skeleton and shouted, Ugh! Protected by it, the protagonist stumbled back, frowning and gritting his teeth in shock. The powerful fist landed. The vine demon's arm gripped the mystic starbone skeleton's fist tightly. Its body strained in agony as it took the full force of the punch. The protagonist behind it was knocked back by the impact. The vine demon was caught in the middle. Fan Lingjie also gritted his teeth, brow furrowed as he endured the blow. The two were sent flying into a wall, shattering it amidst a loud crash of stone and dust. Finally, both Fan Lingjie and the vine demon collapsed to the ground, unconscious amidst the rubble and dust. Fan Lingjie had his eyes squeezed shut, his hand resting on his forehead. Blood poured from his mouth as he lay flat, thinking painfully, I think I broke a rib. He added to himself, I never expected that guy to have this move up his sleeve. I'm already injured after just a moment. This sucks, he wondered. What do I do now? Fan Lingjie opened his eyes, tilting his head to one side, when he suddenly saw a bunch of grass falling from a nearby crate. They were glowing. He forced himself up, crawling over, frowning as he grabbed some of the grass, mumbling in confusion. Prophet grass? Why is this stuff here? Fan Lingjie sat up, looking around at where he had been thrown. The vine demon also sat up, eyes wide. He muttered, Is this? Then realized with shock, this is their material warehouse. There's a pile of supplies everywhere. Everything was organized, mixed with the broken stone and dust. Right after, Fan Lingjie looked at the vine demon and asked, eyes squeezed shut in pain, Little vine man, can you still hold on? Then he urged it, Quick, help me find 5 essence-nourishing cores and 5 night-shining aquatic herbs. Outside, the mystic starbone skeleton and Du Yang stared silently at the flame-tailed fox and cold-tailed fox, Su Muxuan. On the ground, Yue Tong and the rhinoceros panda were passed out from the struggle. Beside them, Rongling was desperately trying to cover Cheng Shi's abdominal wound, crying out in worry, Hang in there, Cheng Shi. As for him, he was already struggling, teeth gritted. The iron chain main beast lay motionless nearby, along with the protagonist amidst the smoky ruins. On the ground, the Tai Di Xuan lay unconscious in a pool of blood. Facing the situation, Su Muxuan's face turned pale. He was terrified, his teeth gritting, and his body stiffened as he screamed in his thoughts. You bunch of losers. What are you doing? Weren't you fighting so fiercely just a moment ago? How are you all down already? Are you messing with me? If I'd known, I should have run away. Oh man, I'm done for. Then, Du Yang stood up, clutching his bleeding neck. He looked at Su Muxuan triumphantly and declared, Su Muxuan, do you see now? This is what happens when you dare to mess with the carefree sect. Hearing this, he didn't back down. Regaining his composure, he glanced at him, brow furrowed, and asked, What happens? Aren't I still doing just fine? Seeing this, Du Yang laughed loudly, eyes bulging, and screamed at Su Muxuan, You're at death's door and still running your mouth. Go die with your 2 little beasts. He began to channel his energy to control the mystic star bone skeleton to rush forward. Immediately, the mystic star bone skeleton swung its fist at the cold-tailed fox, sending it rolling to the ground as it cried out in pain. Ugh. Next, it quickly swung its fist toward Su Muxuan, who gritted his teeth and stared, unable to react in time. The flame-tailed fox saw this and immediately glared, preparing to dash out and save him. Finally, just as the hand was about to touch Su Muxuan's face, a vine quickly and powerfully coiled around the mystic star bone skeleton's fist. Su Muxuan, unaware of what happened, squeezed his eyes shut and frowned, bracing for the impact. On the other side, Du Yang saw this and stared in alarm, turning to look at the vine's source and shouting in disbelief. What? Suddenly, vines shot forward continuously, finally coiling around the abyssal skeleton and binding it tight. It stood there, completely stunned and motionless, looking utterly confused. It was the vine spirit beast behind it. Gritting its teeth, it used the vines on its body, having already reached the first stage of the vine spirit beast, bamboo spirit realm. Seeing this, Du Yang gasped, clutching his neck wound, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shouted. How did the vine spirit beast level up to the bamboo spirit realm? Then, realizing what was happening, he demanded an explanation. Nice try, you little brat, trying to steal the materials. Following that, Fan Lingjie poked his head out from the room while controlling the vine spirit beast. He calmly smiled and scornfully retorted to Du Yang. Humph. Weren't all these materials looted by you guys in the first place? I'm just returning things to their rightful owner. Hearing this, Du Yang grew even more furious. He furrowed his brows and yelled, ignoring all reason. Do you really think leveling up to the bamboo spirit realm makes you my match? Don't even dream about it. Immediately after, he ordered the abyssal skeleton to break free from the vines, shouting, Tiny vines like these, don't dream of binding me. On the other side, the abyssal skeleton was still struggling in vain against the vines. Suddenly, a green light flashed from behind it. Then, little catfish emerged from the shadows and chomped down on the head of the abyssal skeleton, while its body remained bound by the vine spirit beast's vines. Seeing this, Du Yang stood there bewildered, his eyes narrowing. He was still clutching his wound when he shouted in confusion. Seeing this, the catfish beside Su Muxuan also looked over. Puzzled, eyes wide, he muttered, Isn't that the spirit beast wanted by the Alliance? On the other side, Rong Ling also looked up, her expression filled with confusion as she muttered to herself, Junior brother Fan Lingjie actually has a catfish? The abyssal skeleton's body began to move again, its arm reaching behind its back toward the little catfish that was biting its head. Beside him, Du Yang glared in anger and barked an order, Damn it, kill it. Next, the abyssal skeleton's sharp claws quickly grabbed the little catfish's body, and then it squeezed tightly, digging its nails into the creature's skin, making it scream in pain. Blood splattered from its body as it glared back. Soon, the vines of the vine spirit beast wrapped around the abyssal skeleton began to snap. Finally, the abyssal skeleton's arm detached from its body, taking the little catfish with it. The head, still firmly clamped in the little catfish's mouth as it closed its eyes against the pain, also broke off, while the vines were scattered, revealing the core. Below, the vine spirit beast, now severed, let out a loud scream. Ugh! It collapsed onto the ground. Then, the core began to condense. Seeing this, Fan Lingjie yelled out, his eyes squinting. The core is exposed! Get it, Whitehair! Hearing this, Su Muxuan didn't hesitate, waving his hand to signal the flametail fox to rush forward, while replying to Fan Lingjie in frustration. Your grandpa is white-haired. The Great One's name is Su Muxuan. Immediately after Su Muxuan's command, the fox clamped its jaws onto the abyssal skeleton's core and bit down hard, grinding its teeth. The jewel in its mouth began to crack rapidly. Seeing this, Du Yang panicked. His eyes went wide as he reached out his hand and shouted, Get lost! His hand stretching toward the core. Next, the abyssal skeleton's arm slammed toward the flametail fox, sending the little fox flying back. Finally, it crashed toward Su Muxuan behind it, still holding the core in its mouth. Seeing this, he looked over, completely panicked. Immediately after, the flametail fox's body was slammed down along with Su Muxuan, crashing into the wall behind them and causing it to crack. Because of the impact, the core in the flametail fox's mouth popped out as it let out a cry. Ugh. A moment later, both master and beast lay on the ground, unconscious. The other arm of the abyssal skeleton was still twitching. The space fell dead silent, filled with chaos, dust, and debris. Du Yang sat on the steps, surveying his surroundings. Then, he looked at the group of them, lying scattered on the ground, and assessed the situation in his mind. Damn! To be turned into this state by a bunch of losers. How pathetic, he then exclaimed. A perfect mutual destruction, I suppose. Then, Du Yang stood up. His hand was still clutching his bleeding neck, as he squinted one eye, and gave a toothy grin, confirming his victory. In the end, I still win. The abyssal skeleton's hand on the ground quickly twitched, and it started to regenerate, surrounding the core. Fan Lingjie saw this, and squinted one eye, opening the other in shock as he looked over, screaming in his heart, Oh no, its core hasn't shattered yet. On the other side, Du Yang controlled the abyssal skeleton in his hand, and laughed smugly, glaring at them as he declared, Even though the shadow demon was beaten into this state, it's still enough to kill you all. Immediately after, the arms of the shadow demon appeared from the ground, before it had fully merged into the abyssal skeleton. They wrapped around Fan Lingjie, who was writhing on the ground. Seeing this, he looked toward them. Then, the shadow demon reached out its black, smoky arms to choke him. He had no strength left to resist, squeezing his eyes shut as he let out a scream. Moments later, his body was slammed to the ground. His hands clutched the arm around his neck, struggling, gritting his teeth, and coughing. Cough! Cough! Nearby, Rong Ling saw this, and holding her injured leg, crawled toward him, her face full of extreme worry as she called out, "Junior brother Fan Lingjie." Then, Fan Lingjie's hand tried to reach for the nearby core, thinking to himself, "The core is severely damaged. One hit is all it takes to shatter it." Finally, he began to lose strength, his brows furrowed, and his vision grew blurry as he muttered in his thoughts, "My body. I can't move at all. Damn it. Am I really going to die? Not willing to give up?" On the other side, seeing them struggle, Du Yang was overjoyed, his mouth opening wide in uncontrollable laughter, his eyes bulging as he shouted excitedly, "Lingjie Pavilion. Ha ha ha, go to hell." Suddenly, Yang rushed in from somewhere and stomped her foot down, crushing the abyssal skeleton's core. She gritted her teeth, her hands clenched in determination. As soon as she crushed the core, the shadow demon quickly dissipated. Beside her, Fan Lingjie lay motionless. Next, he pulled himself up, gritting his teeth and squinting in a struggle. On the other side, Du Yang saw this and panicked, his eyes widening in confusion as he shouted, "What the hell is that?" Faced with his stunned expression, Yang rushed forward, her hands clenched tight, teeth gritted, her eyes filled with rage. Seeing this, Du Yang slumped back down onto the steps. He quickly turned toward the rushing Yang, waving his hands in a panic as he shouted, "Don't come over here, get lost." Hearing this, Yang didn't stop. She lunged toward him, punching him relentlessly, her eyes squeezed shut, teeth gritted, and roaring in anger. Ugh! Du Yang could only raise his arms to block, eyes shut as he held his ground, while his other hand covered the wound on his neck. Then, he let go of his neck wound to raise his hand and block, causing blood to spurt from his neck. He squeezed his eyes shut and screamed, "You little brat! Stop it! Damn it!" But as Yang used her hands, the young girl gathered momentum and unleashed a strike. Gritting her teeth, she glared at Du Yang, preparing to stomp down. A moment later, a kick landed squarely in Du Yang's stomach, causing him to double over in pain and vomit blood, with more blood gushing from his neck. Finally, he collapsed to the ground, unconscious. She pulled back her leg, turned her head, and looked toward him. He looked up at her, then broke into a cheerful smile, squinting one eye as he offered praise. "It's you, Yang, from the town's release ceremony. Thank you for saving me." Hearing that, Yang's face suddenly flushed red. Her eyes widened with a mix of anxiety and shyness, and she gave a start. Then, she turned, covered her face, and ran off, crying out in embarrassment. "Hey!" Meanwhile, behind them, Fan Lingjie stared with wide, confused eyes, his face darkening as he gritted his teeth and asked, "Wait, she ran away? Does this count as repaying a debt?" He wondered in bewilderment. Then, another worried voice echoed from behind the wall in front of him. "Junior brother Fan Lingjie. Are you okay?" Hearing this, Fan Lingjie looked over, his mouth wide and brows furrowed as he shouted back, "Rong Ling, I'm fine. Hurry and bring Xiang over. There's healing medicine here for the spirit pets." He confirmed that once Xiang was healed, it could treat everyone else. After they stabilized the situation, he leaned against a shelf and picked up the elixir. Nearby, Rong Ling and her spirit pet approached, looking quite astonished as she asked, "Brother, junior brother Fan Lingjie, I didn't expect you to have a catfish pet. Where did you get it?" Hearing her question, Fan Lingjie was a bit startled, then glanced at her with his one open eye, the other still tightly shut from his injury. After taking the medicine, he turned to Rong Ling, looked at her seriously, and earnestly requested, "Sect leader, please help me keep this a secret. When this is all over, I'll explain everything in detail." Shortly after, the heavenly fragrance bewitching rabbit grabbed the medicine and scurried off in all directions. Beside him, Chengxi, who had been bandaged up, stood up, hands on his hips, and looked down at the wound on his stomach with a sigh of relief. "Whew, that was intense. I almost died." He concluded that he was still too weak. Nearby, the iron chain violent python happily raised its head to receive the herbs. On the other side, Yue Tong sat up, clutching her waist and wailing, "Hoo hoo hoo, it hurts so much." The rhino panda, seeing this, reached out to pat her head in comfort. Then, the heavenly fragrance bewitching rabbit sprinkled medicine toward Sumu Xuan, who lay motionless in a wall crater. Moments later, he squinted, gritted his teeth, and vaguely began to wake up. Chengxi quickly turned back with the flame-tail fox, clenching his fists in excitement as he announced, Ha ha, white hair, we won. Seeing this, he looked up at his own arm, then finally stood up, clutching his wounded stomach. Suddenly, a sound came from Du Yang's direction. Cough, cough. Du Yang clutched the wound on his neck, gritting his teeth in a struggle, with blood continuously flowing from his mouth and neck. Su Muxuan turned to look at him. Su Muxuan, looking anxious, furrowed his brows and shouted a warning to the group. The enemy isn't dead yet. What are you doing? Without hesitation, he pulled out a dagger, ready to charge. Instantly, Su Muxuan's blade pierced Du Yang's heart, causing blood to splatter. His face hardened as he gritted his teeth, while Du Yang struggled to reach out with his hand. Seeing this, Cheng Si quickly stepped in front of Rong Ling to shield her, shouting with dissatisfaction and a warning, "You're killing again. This guy is a habitual murderer." The sect leader stayed back, covering her mouth with her hand, looking somewhat shocked. Hearing their judgment, Su Muxuan didn't hesitate to glare at the pair. He frowned and shouted back, "Why are you two so stupid? You have to cut the weeds by the root, understand? If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." He then narrowed his eyes and added with a cynical expression, "This world is survival of the fittest. If you don't kill him, he'll kill you once he wakes up." He then added, "You lot really do have big hearts. No wonder your sect is in such a miserable state." On the other side, Yue Tong huddled in a corner, clutching her knees, her brow furrowed and her eyes wide with panic as she stammered, "We killed so many people, and I even killed one of them. Does this mean I'll have to live as a fugitive from now on?" Beside her, the rhino panda was still nonchalantly chewing on bamboo with its broken horn. Su Muxuan couldn't help but curse under his breath as he looked at the group. "Damn it, are you guys even a sect? Why do you keep saying such ridiculous things?" He pointed out that rogue factions fight daily over territory and resources, and death is an everyday occurrence. He added, "Rogue factions aren't governed by the Alliance, and the authorities turn a blind eye. People and their spirit pets kill each other constantly." He pointed toward Du Yang, narrowed his eyes, and asserted, "I cultivate on my own, so they can't pin anything on me." He then added, "If your sect is worried." Then he interrupted himself. Looking at Du Yang's unconscious subordinates and pets sprawled on the ground, he added, "Just finish the job and kill them all. If no one is left alive, nothing will be exposed." Hearing this, Cheng Si was left speechless, brow furrowed as he panicked and spoke up, "Wait." Behind him, Rong Ling looked shocked, unable to find the words, simply staring at Su Muxuan. At that moment, he walked over while holding the Teddy Xuen, who was panting on his arm, and stated calmly that these followers were just following orders and didn't deserve to die. Finally, he said, "Don't worry, using the little dog's medicine will solve this." Su Muxuan, hearing his self-righteous tone, couldn't help but cross his arms, squint, and remark, "Pretend to be righteous if you want." He then reminded them to leave before dawn and hurry up to collect the loot. He looked at the pile of spoils nearby and started listing them off. 8 gold bars, 135 silver taels, 540 copper coins, 5 boxes of materials, 27 skill manuals, 6 warrior-class spirit pets, and 7 foot soldiers. All the loot we can carry is right here. He then laughed out loud, eyes closed triumphantly, as he reached out to confirm, "I took down 3 of the main force. You guys took 1. We'll split it 3-1. Very fair." Hearing this, Fan Lingjie looked at him, his face full of dissatisfaction as he began to negotiate. "What are you thinking? You want to count by head? 4? Hearing that, the guy's expression changed instantly. He grinned, leaning in toward him, and threatened, "Hey, I've already seen your catfish, you know. If you don't want to get reported, you'd better behave." Before Su Muxuan could even finish his sentence, Fan Lingjie shoved the spirit beast's rear right in his face and unleashed the oblivion urine. Immediately, the beast's urine splattered all over his face. Su Muxuan clutched his head, frantically wiping the slime off his face while trembling and shutting his eyes tight, shouting, "Ugh!" Then he wondered, "What are you doing? Where were we?" Suddenly, he remembered and pointed his index finger right at him, his eyes widening as he yelled to confirm, "Right, the split, 50-50. Hearing this, he didn't hesitate to grab the beast's rear again and fired the oblivion urine straight into Su Muxuan's face. After repeating this countless times, Su Muxuan finally gave in. With a weary expression, he hugged the crate of shared loot, trembling as he spoke with difficulty. "Fine. Ugh, my head hurts so much I can't remember a thing. Let's make it 4-1, okay?" He quickly confirmed, "I don't need the spirit beast anymore. Just give me a bit more of the other stuff." Finally, he spoke up one last time. "I have to head back and get some rest. See you later." Right after that, Rong Ling also spoke up, pointing and instructing the surrounding crowd with wide eyes. Let's get out of here too. It's too hard to carry these spirit beasts. Let's just pick a few and form the contracts right here. Hearing this, Chengxi, who was standing behind, also reached out with a grin and shouted excitedly, "We hit the jackpot after this battle. Once we take everything back, the Lingjie Pavilion will be back on top." Meanwhile, Fan Lingjie frowned, resting his hand on his chin as he analyzed the situation. "I'm still missing an attack-type spirit beast." He looked down at a cage where a spirit beast was breathing fire, confirming, "A fire element iron orb. This one's not bad." Then, he leaned down, resting his arms on his knees, and looked at it, asking, "Little guy, it must be miserable being locked up for so long. Want to come with me?" Hearing this, the spirit beast fell silent for a long time. Then its body emitted a glow as it glared at him with fiery eyes, deep in thought. Next, Fan Lingjie quickly reached out toward it, confirming, "The space left is enough. Success." A golden light circle quickly appeared around the orb, and then the body, along with the red circle around the iron orb, began to spread rapidly, leaving it looking confused. He held out his palm, and a bright red orb suddenly materialized. Seeing this, Fan Lingjie looked on, bewildered. Suddenly, in his subconscious, a face appeared, smiling so eerily and filled with killing intent that Fan Lingjie was shocked. His eyes wide and jaw dropped. He staggered, squeezed his eyes shut, and collapsed, gritting his teeth. Beside him, worried voices echoed, "Junior brother Fan Ling, what's wrong? Junior brother Fan Ling, wake up." Then, Fan Lingjie groggily regained consciousness to see Chengxi in front of him. He exclaimed excitedly, "Junior brother Fan Ling, you're awake." Fan Lingjie closed his eyes again, lying still as he asked, "How many days have I been asleep?" Chengxi, kneeling beside him with his hands on his knees, complained, "You suddenly passed out like that. Do you have any idea how much effort it took for me to drag you back here?" Next to them, Yue Tong also looked over. Chengxi excitedly pointed to himself, lifted his robe, and laughed as he eagerly announced to him, "Junior brother Fan Ling, your body is really weak. Look, I had a giant hole pierced right through my stomach, and now I'm back to being full of energy." Yue Tong also looked happily at Fan Lingjie, confirming, "You're finally awake. We were so worried. You must be hungry now. We'll go get you something to eat." Immediately after, Chengxi and Yue Tong stepped out of the room. He leaned against the door, looked in, and smiled as he reminded him to practice more in the future. Once the door closed, he was left alone in the room. Fan Lingjie panicked, staring at his own hands, frowning and pouting as he wondered, what on earth is going on? He recalled that when forming the Spirit Beast contract, the Spirit Beast's base had transmitted an immense wave of resistance. He remembered the scene of the face and the intense red force resisting him when he established the contract with the fire element iron orb, confirming that there was still room for a leader, yet it felt impossible to contain any more. Then he realized it felt as if an invisible force was attacking him. Back in reality, he sat up on the bed, supporting himself with one hand and clutching his stomach with the other, frowning as he pondered, is this a side effect of the nirvana possession, or is there something wrong with this body? Then, he affirmed, this is really weird. I need to look into it again. Fan Lingjie then rubbed his chin, rolled his eyes, and thought to himself, luckily, I have enough upgrade materials. All the spirit beasts can be upgraded to the Ling Bamboo stage. He reached out and summoned Xiao Niao, who hovered and looked at him. Fan Lingjie ordered, Xiao Niao, let me into the space to check on the upgrade progress. He then quickly dived into the space. Fan Lingjie realized in his subconscious that the refined remains had produced a primal spirit essence, then confirmed that the space had leveled up as well. As Xiao Niao matured, the space's capabilities grew even stronger. A status board appeared before him. Space function. Xiao Niao, juvenile stage, can refine other spirit beasts into elements with the same attributes within the space. Mature stage, time in the space slows down, becoming 1/12 of the outside world. Ling Bamboo stage, time in the space slows down to 1/12 of the outside world, can distinguish the upgrade conditions for spirit beasts. Seeing this, he gasped, looking up as he read and concluded in his heart, the space has slowed down another step. Before the assessment, all the spirit beasts can be upgraded to the high-level Ling Bamboo stage. He stood in the space, arms crossed and frowning, lost in thought. The next question is, do I need to help them upgrade their spirit beasts? He then confirmed to himself, but if I do that, Xiao Niao's abilities won't be hidden anymore. Finally, Fan Lingjie thought of the mysterious spy and confirmed in his mind, those three can't be the spy. The spy must have left early or isn't even in the sect, he decided. But until I clear everything up, I can't trust them easily. He leaned against a nearby wall, arms crossed, lost in thought. So, my identity and Xiao Niao's abilities still have to stay hidden. I'll observe Xiao Niao a bit longer before revealing anything. Then Fan Lingjie rubbed his chin, bowed his head in contemplation, and concluded, but Rongling has already seen Xiao Niao. It can't be hidden anymore. I might as well take the initiative to see how she reacts. Thinking is doing. That afternoon at the main courtyard, Fan Lingjie opened the door, peeked his head in shyly, and asked, his hand still gripping the door, "Sect leader, are you here?" Hearing this, Rongling wiped her tears, turned her head to look at him, and asked, "Is that you, junior brother Fan Ling? Are you okay?" Then, with a look full of guilt, she added, "It must have been so tough on you, having to go through such a fierce battle right after joining our sect." Hearing this, he frowned and looked at Rongling, completely confused. "Sect master, why are you crying? Are you all right?" Faced with his question, she just smiled and pulled herself together to answer. "I'm fine. I was just with Sect Master Bai Fan," she added. "We were just talking about you. We said that now that you're here, there's finally hope for the Lingjie Pavilion." Hearing this, he walked straight into the room and humbly cleared things up. "Not at all, not at all. It's all thanks to everyone working together." Then, Fan Lingjie carefully closed the door. He turned to Rongling with a serious look on his face. "Sect Master, I'd like to explain something to you regarding the catfish." Then, the two of them, one kneeling on the floor, and the other sitting cross-legged, began to talk. "Basically, it's like this. To keep the catfish from going extinct, I formed a contract with it," Fan Lingjie confirmed. Hearing this, she grinned, eyes crinkling as she looked at him. She said she was quite familiar with the sight of people using catfish. Then she reassured him, "Don't worry, none of us will say anything, but you should be careful yourself." Fan Lingjie then furrowed his brows and asked Rongling seriously, "Sect Master, what did you do before this? How did you end up joining the Lingjie Pavilion?" Deep down, he shouted to himself, "Investigation initiated." She turned around, pulled out a piece of paper, and calmly dismissed his question with certainty. "Fan Lingjie, junior brother, let's not talk about that for now. Let me show you this." Seeing what Rongling said, he froze, eyes wide with shock as he screamed internally, "It's over!" She then held up a notice, featuring his face and two spirit beasts, and confirmed, "We found this on a public notice board at the market." She then asked him, "It says here you're a... what?" Seeing this, Fan Lingjie's eyes bulged in shock. He frowned and shouted in his mind, "I'm screwed. The Bai family actually issued a wanted poster for me." Before the investigation even began, his own identity had already hit a snag. Seeing his expression, Rongling looked at him in disbelief, pulled the paper back, and asked with wide eyes, "Fan Lingjie, junior brother, are you really a lecher?" Hearing this, Fan Lingjie quickly shouted to clear his name. "Sect Master, you absolutely must not misunderstand." He pointed at himself, sweating profusely. With his eyes closed, he hurriedly shouted his explanation. "I had a minor conflict with the Bai family. Who would have thought they'd use such tactics to frame me?" He added, "Sect Master, you have to believe me. I am no lecher." Then Rongling replied, "I believe you." Hearing that, Fan Lingjie stopped panicking and froze, staring at her with wide, stunned eyes. Rongling frowned and explained further, "In the few days we've spent together, I've watched every move you make. You couldn't possibly be a lecher." Seeing this, he clutched his chest, eyes closed, and let out a silent sigh of relief. Phew, that was close. Rongling's face turned slightly embarrassed and flushed. She frowned, looked away, and remarked, "You give me such a familiar feeling." She explained further, "Your gestures, your way of speaking, even your tactics against enemies, are just like Sect Master Fan." Hearing this, Fan Lingjie's face went pale with panic. He stared at Rongling with wide eyes, biting his lip and screaming internally, "This conversation is heading in the wrong direction." She calmed down, lowered her head, and concluded, "And the fact that you also use a catfish, this is essentially ironclad proof." Finally, Rongling clenched her fists and looked at Fan Lingjie, her gaze firm, brows furrowed. She shouted, "Fan Lingjie, junior brother, stop hiding it. You and Sect Master Fan must have some kind of connection. Please, tell me the truth." Faced with these deductions, he panicked even more, grinding his teeth, his face twisted and pale with cold sweat as he screamed internally, "It's over. I tried to disguise myself, but I've been suspected so quickly. Before I can figure out who the mole is, my identity absolutely cannot be exposed." Finally, he asked himself in a panic, "What do I do? What do I do?" Rongling looked at him again, her gaze full of anticipation and probing. Are you finally Sect Master Fan's disciple? Or his friend? He screamed internally. Forget it. His face darkened with resignation, and without a clear expression, he said, Sect Master, actually, I am. He was cut off, and then he confirmed to Rong Ling that he was a lecher. Immediately after, he reached out and touched her chest, causing her to stare at his hand in stunned silence, face flushing as she couldn't react in time. Right after his lewd act, Fan Lingjie was tied up and thrown into a corner. He looked at the people in front of him with a nonchalant expression. Chung Shi crossed his arms, glared at him, and commented, I knew you were up to no good. Yue Junior sister and I have been waiting outside the door for hours. Then he added, You're actually this kind of person. Fan Lingjie Junior brother. What a waste that we compared you to Sect Master Fan. I spit on you. Between you and him, there's a gap of 100 meters. Then he turned to Rong Ling, frowned, and pointed his thumb at Fan Lingjie to ask for her opinion. Sect Master, how should we deal with him? He just watched Cheng Zi's actions nonchalantly, staying silent. You are still tied up and sitting in the corner. Rong Ling, still clutching her chest, looked at Yue Tong beside her and asked, How long have you been outside? Does that mean you know about the catfish too? Beside her, she gave a bitter, awkward smile. She hesitated. Then, Cheng Zi turned to her, gave a forced smile, scratched his head, and made a finger heart gesture as he answered. Ah, we just got here. We only heard a little bit, right? Then he turned and flicked Fan Lingjie on the head, rolling his eyes in anger and shouting with dissatisfaction. You had a damn catfish and kept it from us? Don't you trust us? He added another charge. Meanwhile, Fan Lingjie just wobbled his head along with the hits from Cheng Shi. Seeing this, Yue Tong frowned and spoke to him seriously. Trin, senior brother. Why don't you take Fan Lingjie senior brother back to his room first? Leave the sect master to me. Immediately after, Cheng Shi quickly escorted him out of the room, pushing him with one hand and gripping him tightly with the other, shouting, hurry up and go back to your room to reflect. Then he turned back, his face serious, and confirmed to Rong Ling, Sect Master, don't worry, I'll deal with him properly. After the door closed, Yue Tong, standing behind, couldn't help but be curious. She covered her mouth with her hand, grimacing as she glanced at the door vigilantly. Rong Ling, Sect Master Rong Ling. From what I heard you say, do Fan Lingjie senior brother and Sect Master Fan have some kind of relationship? Hearing this, she glanced over at her. Then, she looked at Yue Tong, and while kneeling, started to give her opinion. I had my doubts before, but sect leader Fan probably wouldn't have any ties to a lecherous scoundrel. She sat beside him, watching Rong Ling, and asked, So, how should we deal with him? At Yue Tong's question, she reached up and tapped her lips. She frowned, bowed her head, and made a judgment. Junior brother Fan Lingjie has helped us a lot. He's good at heart. Just keeping an eye on him is enough. Then, Rong Ling quickly regained her composure and stated, The sect qualification exam for the Ding rank is about to begin, and we've managed to reclaim some resources. Let's put other matters aside for now. From here on out, we all need to train hard to prepare for the exam. Outside, Cheng Shi was dragging Fan Lingjie along with a rope, turning his head back to check on the situation behind him. Next, he untied the rope from his hands and confirmed, All right, nothing to worry about. Seeing the rope falling away from his body, he turned back, confused, and frowned as he asked, Senior brother Trin, what are you? Before he could finish, Cheng Shi lunged at him. He grinned, his eyes gleaming with something lewd, and threw an arm around his shoulder, pointing at him as he confirmed, We're both men, after all. At this age, the blood just gets pumping. Junior brother Fan Lingjie, I get you. Fan Lingjie glanced at him, pouting and listening, leaning down. Then Cheng Shi let him go and smiled broadly, offering his view so he could, unburdened by worldly ties, be bold and do what you want to do. Honestly, I'm quite envious of you. In front of him, Fan Lingjie asked, completely puzzled, What are you talking about? Cheng Shi's face began to flush, a lewd expression appearing as he raised his hands, curling his fingers, staring at him with wide, blushing eyes, urging him on. What does it actually feel like to touch a girl's chest? Tell me quickly. Facing these words, Fan Lingjie couldn't look at him normally anymore. With a look of utter disdain, he frowned and spat out each word. Fan Lingjie quickly turned and left without a word of goodbye. Seeing this, Cheng Zi shivered, watching the direction Fan Lingjie had gone, speechless. Then his face turned dark, his mouth hanging open in fury as he asked himself, I actually got called low-life by a lecherous scoundrel? He then muttered in explanation, I was just trying to find a way to get closer to him. Don't blame him for being shy. Is it really that easy for me? That night, with a cool breeze and bright moonlight. Fan Lingjie lay in bed, staring at his own palm, frowning and lost in thought. He tried moving his fingers, then silently lay there watching them, imagining and replaying the scene. So that's what it feels like, he realized. No wonder there are people in this world who would throw away their dignity just to be a flower thief. Caught in his own thoughts, he jumped, eyes wide in panic, then squeezed his eyes shut and shook his head vigorously, denying it all in his mind. What am I thinking? Next, he grabbed a pillow and hugged it, his face stiff as he justified it to himself. It must be this body. It's making me have weird thoughts. Yeah, that must be it. Time to sleep. Beside him, Chengxi saw Fan Lingjie's actions and looked over with confusion. The next morning, the sun was already high in the sky. A loud noise rang out from outside. Knock, knock. Inside, Fan Lingjie woke up with a start, still hugging his pillow. Beside him, Chengxi was still lying on him, slowly opening his eyes. The two quickly straightened their clothes. Chengxi hurried out, asking while putting on his shirt. That's the sect leader's signal to assemble. What's going on? Behind him, Fan Lingjie also looked over, his hands busy tying his hair. In front of them, Yue Tong and Rong Ling were already ready. Rong Ling held a whistle to her lips and blew it again. Tweet. All three had gathered. Immediately after, Chengxi looked at Rong Ling and asked, "Sect leader, what happened?" She stood there and explained, "The qualification exam is in 20 days. From today onwards, everyone is to enter an all-out sprint phase." Finally, she looked at the three of them seriously and set the goal. Promote the sect to the Ding rank. This is the first step toward revitalizing our Lingjie pavilion. On the other side, the three of them stood in a line and shouted in unison, "Understood." Rongling then walked forward and confirmed seriously, "Next, I'll talk a bit about the specific training arrangements." She glanced over the group and spoke softly, assigning tasks. "First, Chengxi and I have evolution materials. Our spiritual pets will all advance to the bamboo spirit stage. During this time, we must quickly master how to control our spiritual pets." Hearing his name, Chengxi looked seriously at Rongling and confirmed, "Fan Lingjie." Then she turned to Yue Tong and confirmed, "Junior sister Nu Yet. Focus on improving yourself. Raising your control ability will help you better tame the whitewood ear. I will teach you." Hearing this, Yue Tong clenched, her fists with determination, looking at Rongling to confirm, "I will definitely try my best." Finally, Rongling cast her eyes toward him. "Junior brother Fan Lingjie." She was interrupted. Fan Lingjie looked serious, cupping his hands toward Rongling. "I await the sect leader's instructions." She continued, "Your strength is already high. Lately, you just need to cultivate your moral character a bit." Hearing this, Fan Lingjie looked at her in panic, his eyes rolling back, his face turning pale as he shouted in confusion. Finally, the four of them placed their hands on top of each other and shouted together, "Revitalize Lingjie Pavilion! Let's go!" After that, Chengxi extended his hand forward, and the red iron thorn lizard quickly followed orders, firing sharp spikes at the straw dummy. On the other side, Yue Tong was frowning, bending down meticulously to reattach the horns on the rhino panda, while it stood silently watching her. Meanwhile, Rongling opened a box to take out medicine, smiling as she looked toward him. Beside her, Fan Lingjie was so angry he was gnashing his teeth, sweat dripping down his face while looking at the first-grade ethics book that Rongling had placed on the table for him. He couldn't take it anymore, so he crossed his arms, frowned, and ducked into his inner space to hide. Inside, where time moved 14 times slower than outside, Fan Lingjie silently reasoned to himself, "Taking advantage of the time dilation in this space will give me more time to train." He then confirmed he had to practice his control ability with this body. Next, he recalled that control ability is the energy needed for a spiritual pet master to command their beasts. Upgrading control ability would enhance other aspects as well. Finally, he imagined the 3 stages of developing his control ability. 1. The spiritual pet pool would become larger. Fan Lingjie stood inside the spiritual pet pool, which was a large golden circle. 2. He would be able to control multiple spiritual pets at the same time. He imagined himself running around happily with his pets. Finally, 3. His precision in controlling pets and unleashing skills would be much higher. Fan Lingjie commanded his pets to shoot at a target. Fan Lingjie then rested his chin on his hand, frowning as he recalled the fierce face he had encountered in his consciousness earlier. Controlling 3 pets at once really drains too much energy. "I've got to upgrade quickly." In the end, he decided to add more, and since the spirit beast pool is bigger now, maybe it won't be rejected by that power, and I'll be able to form a contract with a new spirit beast. Then, another issue came up. Fan Lingjie crossed his arms, floating in the space as he mused to himself. I need to train my own stats and combat skills too. Otherwise, if I just stand by and watch during a fight, I'll be in danger when it really counts. He reached up to rub his chin, frowning and breaking into a cold sweat. Looking down at his body, he sighed internally, feeling quite awkward. Man, this new body has issues everywhere. Cultivation is such a pain. He lowered his hand, his brow furrowing with determination as he shouted in his thoughts. Anyway, for the sake of reviving Lingshui Pavilion, I'll just have to risk it. Time flew by. And 20 days later, the sun was shining down on a certain forest. A pig poked its head out, smiling as it let out a squeal. Oink, oink. Rongling sat atop the lead pig, turning back to look at the disciples behind her with a forced, awkward smile. The sect's budget is limited. Everyone, please just try to make do. Beside her, Chengxi was also riding a pig, grinning with excitement as he waved his hand and gave his assessment. Isn't this super cute? Next to him, Yue Tong sat there, looking shy and a bit worried. Her pig was still busy watching a butterfly fluttering by, while Fan Lingjie brought up the rear. Then, Chengxi beamed with excitement, gripping the pig's reins as he shared his thoughts. Since this is my first time participating in the sect qualification trial, I couldn't sleep at all last night. Yue Tong, seeing this, turned to look at him, confirming with a hint of anxiety. Me too. Afterward, Chengxi turned to him and asked, Junior brother Fan Lingjie, is this your first time too? Seeing that Fan Lingjie had no interest, only narrowing his eyes at them, he looked so lifeless that Chengxi took it upon himself to urge Rongling, Sect Master, tell us about it already. Seeing how excited he was, she turned to explain. The rules for each trial are adjusted and only announced during the competition. She added, we're just heading to the competition area to gather, so no need to be this nervous. Hearing that, Chengxi became even more curious, looking at Rongling and blankly confirming the location of the competition area. She tried to visualize a map with paths converging on an island as she explained. The Grade D sect qualification trial is a district-level competition. Each district is divided into 8 zones. The freelance sects participating in the competition gather at their assigned zone and are led by an examiner to the trial island. Hearing this, Chengxi gradually understood and asked for confirmation. So, how many freelance sects have registered in each zone? Rongling, still focused on moving forward, replied. In previous years, it was usually 3 or 4 sects, about a dozen people. Hearing this, Yue Tong turned to Rongling and asked, what about their strength? Are they as strong as we are? They were so busy talking that they didn't notice a figure peeking out from behind a tree, following them. Suddenly, Fan Lingjie in the back sensed something. He turned his head, frowned, and shouted, who's there? Staying alert, under his gaze, Kei Munyang was startled, her eyes widening as she hid behind a bush. Then, caught by him, she awkwardly tried to slip away. Rongling saw her and happily confirmed. It's that sheep girl again. She's still following us. Chengxi looked back, and they stopped their pigs as he confirmed, is she the little sheep that senior brother Fan Lingjie saved before? Hearing this, Rongling turned around, smiling broadly, and whispered behind her hand while looking at him. A few days ago, I saw her looking into the sect from the front gate, but the moment I called out to her, she ran away. She's so shy. Seeing this, Fan Lingjie looked toward Rongling and confirmed, yeah, she doesn't seem to want to look me in the eye. Rongling couldn't help but exclaim, so cute. Over there, Kei Munyang was still cowering, clenching her fists and squeezing her eyes shut as she leaned against a tree, her face flushed with embarrassment. They continued on their way, and Rongling quickly beamed with joy when she recognized the spot ahead, announcing to those behind her, look, we're at the gathering place. Yue Tong looked up as well. In front of them was a sea of people of all kinds, and Rongling proudly rode her pig right into the middle of it. Chengxi's eyes widened in confusion and surprise as he asked, why? Why are there so many people? Are they all here to compete? Nearby, some of the crowd saw them, crossed their arms, and squinted with mocking laughter. Huh, look who it is. Another guy tilted his hat, frowning and smirking as he mocked them. The legendary Grade B sect, Lingshui Pavilion. Gossip and stares from the crowd kept pouring in. Is this gang still around? I thought they dissolved ages ago. Are they trying to revive Yue Tong Mountain? Look, it's our meal ticket. A free private bank. I spit on them. A little girl is already the sect master? How far behind them are you guys? The 4 of them walked past the group in silence. Yue Tong glanced at him, her face darkening as she kept walking. Behind them, Chengxi looked at the group, teeth gritted in anger. Those bastards. Hearing this, Rongling, still in front, calmly reminded him, Chengxi, don't pay any attention to them. The 4 of them walked over to the regional registrar. He was sitting at a table with a red cloth, and a sign on the table. Seeing her, the registrar looked up and asked, "Rong Ling, you've taken over as sect master of Lingshui Pavilion?" Then he reminded her, "All right, come here and sign." Rong Ling picked up the pen, her brows furrowed with concern as she asked him, "Examiner Li, why are there so many people this year?" Examiner Li sighed, ground his teeth, closed his eyes, and replied, "Well, because of you guys at Lingshui Pavilion." Hearing that, Rong Ling looked up, confused, her eyes wide as she asked, "Us?" Then, he took the registration paper from the table along with the ink and explained, "After Lingshui Pavilion weakened, your resources were carved up by other sects. Even these freelance sects got a share, allowing them to grow quickly and qualify for the competition." He concluded, "That's why the number of registered sects has increased to 8 teams. Beside them, the guy who had tipped his hat smirked, "That's right. Thanks to the blessings of Lingshui Pavilion, we are where we are today." Next to him, a guy squinted, baring his teeth with 2 hairstyles that looked like ears, chimed in, "Lingshui Pavilion really is burning themselves out to light the way for everyone else." Hearing that, the crowd around them burst into laughter, enjoying themselves. Aha! Seeing this, Cheng Shi glared at them, brow furrowed in a threat. "Are you all trying to get yourselves killed?" Faced with the uproar, Li Jie furrowed his brows and shouted for silence. The crowd quickly quieted down and turned their attention to him. He stood up, glared at them, and issued a threat. "The number of applicants this year exceeds the quota. Anyone who keeps making noise will have their competition qualification revoked immediately." He then added, "You all know the situation this year. There are 8 teams, but only 5 spots on the examination island." He then looked toward the pile. The Maozi class magical beast from the cat tribe, a mature stage, alliance-level specialized seat beast was lying there, playing and licking fur with the seat next to it. Finally, he looked calmly at the crowd and declared, "As for which 3 teams to eliminate, you'll have to decide that yourselves." Seeing this, the guy with the hair shaped like 2 ears laughed smugly, pointed his index finger, and mocked, "Since Lingjie Pavilion is handing out so many resources, you should be good enough to see it through to the end. Why not just hand over your qualification to participate as well?" Hearing this, the goons beside him grabbed their stomachs, laughing gleefully. Ha ha ha! Finally, Rong Ling couldn't hold back anymore. She clenched her fists, glared at them, and screamed, "You bastards, shut your mouths." Hearing that, the guy in the hat quickly tipped it, smirked, looked at her, and asked, "Little girl, now that you're a sect master, your personality has gotten quite sharp, hasn't it? Do you still remember me?" Rong Ling looked at him. The man smirked proudly, held up his fingers, closed his eyes as if imagining the scene, and described it aloud. "The last time I went to Lingjie Pavilion to stock up, I had the honor of touching this young lady's hand," he added, referencing her scent and the feeling of it. "Heh, heh, it still smells so good." The group of perverts nearby started blushing and cheering. "Wow, I'm envious. I want to try it too." Suddenly, he swung his hand toward Rong Ling's chest. She couldn't react in time, eyes wide, as she glared at him and shouted, but just then, his hand touched a flat chest. Before him stood Fan Lingjie, staring at him with pure contempt, while Rong Ling poked her head out from behind, shocked by the humiliation and grinding her teeth as she stared at the man. The man in the hat frowned in anger and barked, "Humph, kid, everyone knows how much weight your pathetic little sect carries." He added, "You definitely won't get a spot to participate. You'd better scram while you still can, before you embarrass yourselves further." Fan Lingjie looked at him calmly and asked Rong Ling, who was behind him, "Sect Master, among these sects, which ones have caused trouble for you? Do you still remember them?" Hearing this, she widened her eyes in anger and confirmed through gritted teeth, "Of course." Standing before them were the 4 sects, Hongfu Money House, led by a bald, buck-toothed man named Wang Fu Gui, and beside them, the Kuang Thu Jai group, led by a scarred, toothless man. Next were the Not Fuang Q guys, led by an old, white-haired man who was squinting and smiling. Finally, the Thang Nam sect, led by an old woman with hideous makeup. Fan Lingjie quickly reached out to channel his energy, his face darkening as he bowed his head and confirmed, "Understood." Immediately, a green aura emerged from the ground. The crowd around them gasped, eyes wide, and mouths agape as they looked down. Finally, the teddy dog was summoned, its face scowling in anger. Grrr. The markings on its body glowed brightly. It was an 8th-level bamboo spirit stage teddy dog. The crowd was panicked, whispering, and pointing. "That's a bamboo spirit stage spirit beast. Didn't their spirit beasts all die? How did they manage to get a bamboo spirit stage 1 so quickly?" He turned toward the examiner and confirmed, "Examiner, You don't need to worry anymore." The examiner looked at him, brows furrowed as he listened. Fan Lingjie didn't hesitate to add, "These 4 sects will." He cut himself off, turned to look at them, scowling with intense anger, his eyes narrowing as he enunciated each word. "Immediately withdraw from the competition." His hands were clenched, emitting a heavy aura. Seeing this, the white-haired man in the hat, the leader of Nat Fuang Q, smirked mockingly and sneered. That's a bold claim." Beside the leader, the scarred, toothless man from Kwang Thujai also squinted at him and asked, 4 people going up against 4 sects? The leader of Hongfu Money House also narrowed his eyes, mocking him. His buck-toothed mouth opened, and he confirmed, "One person wants to defeat an entire sect of ours?" Finally, the heavily made-up woman from the Thang Nam sect picked her nose, closed her eyes, and declared, "Lingjie Pavilion has truly gone mad. How pathetic." Seeing them like this, the examiner couldn't help but frown and try to mediate. "Rong Ling, I understand how you feel, but don't act purely on impulse." Rong Ling, standing nearby, looked at him with calm determination and confirmed, "Examiner, don't worry. We can handle this ourselves." Hearing her arrogant words, he frowned, gritted his teeth, and muttered, "How absurd." Finally, he lowered his head and sat back down at his desk. He rested his hands on the table, feeling helpless, and said, "Do whatever you want, then." He urged them, "In any case, you lot need to reach a conclusion quickly. We have to depart soon." Hearing this, the scarred, toothless man from Kwang Thujai stared at them, started channeling dark energy, and sneered. "Since Lingjie Pavilion is being this arrogant, we don't need to be polite anymore." He declared that each sect would take on 1 person from their group and treat them well. Immediately, the guys from Nat Fuang Q laughed, pointed fingers, and trash-talked. "Nat Fuang Q will put in the extra effort. Leave the little girl sect master to us." As they made their proposal, the guy in the hat who spoke earlier was still closing his eyes, reaching out casually, imagining the sensation while smirking and saying, "I get to enjoy the fragrance of that little girl again. Hee hee." He urged them, "Hurry up and come here. I'm already itching with anticipation." Then, the woman from Thang Nam's sect quickly crossed her arms along with her sisters, looking arrogant, head held high, narrowing her eyes as she stared ahead and spoke with contempt and provocation. "Then that honey-skinned girl is for me to discipline." Seeing this, Yue Tong looked at herself, frowned, and shouted in anger, "What?" Then the woman commented on Yue Tong, "Looking at the way you dress, I can tell you've been a man's bed-warmer tool before. How sad." She spread her arms, raised an index finger to stroke her chin, squinted, and tried to lure Yue Tong. "Get away from those filthy men and come embrace the entry-level philosophy of our Thong Nam sect." Then, the scarred man. The old man stood before Chengxi and challenged him. "Listen up, brat. Are you just here to fill the quota? Have your feathers even fully grown yet?" Hearing this, Chengxi tilted his head, blinked in confusion, and asked, "Feathers? What are you talking about?" The man, taken aback by Chengxi's innocence, reached up to touch the scar on his face, eyes widening as he declared, "After this battle, I'll make sure you remember this day forever. I'll make sure you're decorated with the medals of a real man." Meanwhile, over on Fan Lingjie's side, he squinted at the Hongfu Money Exchange Group. Their leader, a bald guy with buck teeth, sneered at him and shouted, You're getting pretty arrogant for someone with just a bamboo spirit rank spirit beast. You're like a frog in a well, looking down on our Hongfu group." He cursed, then added, "Let me tell you something. For this competition, I've spent a fortune hiring 3 rogue cultivators." The bucktooth leader and his lackeys quickly summoned a bunch of spirit beasts, smugly boasting that they were all at the bamboo spirit rank. A second-rank bamboo spirit wild boar, a first-rank bamboo spirit grasshopper, and a mangy, twisted-looking second-rank bamboo spirit wolf. His expression darkened as he glared at Fan Lingjie. Gritting his teeth, he muttered that it was too late for regrets now. Suddenly, Fan Lingjie called him by his name, Wang Fu Gui, causing the buck-toothed bald man to freeze in pure shock. Fan Lingjie's face went dark, his expression unreadable, as he confronted him. "Back in the day, when Hongfu was looted, the sect leader rescued you. That's the only reason you're all still standing here," he continued. "Now that Lingjie Pavilion is in trouble, instead of repaying the kindness, you're trying to kick us while we're down? What exactly are you playing at?" Hearing this, the man sneered, raising an eyebrow at him with pure contempt. "Ha! If you realize things aren't looking good, don't bother bringing up old favors. It's useless." He added, "Let me tell you, a sect's growth is built on a mountain of blood. Whoever plunders the most is the boss. There's no room for sentimentality here. Besides, Fan Lingjie is dead. What favors are we even talking about? At this point, Fan Lingjie's expression hardened as he reached out toward him and replied, "Good. Since that's how you feel, I can go all out without any worries." Finally, the man gestured forward, laughing loudly. His eyes narrowed in mockery as he ordered, "Out of respect for the old Lingjie pavilion, I'll spare your life. Now, get them." But after his command, everything remained deathly silent. Wang Fugui's eyes went wide in panic as he stood there, frozen. Finally, he turned around, furious, his brow furrowed, pointing at his subordinates as he screamed, "Are you all deaf? I told you to move!" But his men had already been pinned down by Teng Wanyao's vines. The vines constricted around them and their spirit beasts, leaving them struggling and wailing in pain. "Ah! Ugh!" Then, Teng Wanyao glared at the leader and announced, "Teng Wanyao, 7th rank bamboo spirit." Seeing this, the man turned pale, his face draining of color as he gasped. "What?" Fan Lingjie smirked at him, then frowned and looked at his teddy dog as he asked, "A mountain of blood. No room for sentimentality. You heard that, didn't you, little mutt?" The spirit beast sitting on the ground nodded in agreement. Fan Lingjie's face darkened, his brow furrowing, and he commanded the teddy dog, gritting every word, then tear him apart. The teddy dog lunged forward, face twisted in a snarl, barking as it went. Woof! Across the way, Wang Fugui panicked, waving his hands frantically as he shrieked, "Wait! Just a second!" But it was too late. The teddy dog struck, leaving a trail of blood across his body. He collapsed, gasping for air, clutching the claw marks which were now emitting wisps of smoke. Cough, cough. He realized in his head, "This is bad. The claws are poisoned." Wang Fugui lost his composure, mouth agape, eyes bulging as he turned and screamed at the surrounding crowd. "Hey, this guy is too tough. Someone come help me. Let's team up and crush Lingjie Pavilion." He suddenly froze mid-scream, his face turning an ashen gray. Cheng Shi stood nearby with his arms crossed, his massive red-spined thorn python having arrived. The 6th rank bamboo spirit red-spined thorn python looked down with disdain at the men and beasts impaled by its spikes. As Cheng Shi remarked, "Feathers haven't grown, but these spikes have grown just fine, haven't they?" Elsewhere, Yue Tong stood silently, watching the carnage created by the rhino panda. It had arrived the 5th rank bamboo spirit rhino panda. The beast grabbed a member of the Shangnan sect, placed him over its lap, and began spanking him while munching on bamboo, making the man scream in agony, "Cough, cough, I want to go home." On another side, Rong Ling stood over the members of Yifangju who were strewn across the ground, and asked them with a smirk, "Does that smell good? Does it?" Meanwhile, the heavenly fragrance butterfly was fluttering around, dispersing its hallucinogenic powder in anger. Its eyes were glowing red. It had reached the 6th rank bamboo spirit stage. After the fighting settled, Wang Fugui's head was officially a bruised, swollen mess, snot and tears streaming down his face uncontrollably. He was trembling, pale, and completely baffled. How is this possible? In such a short time, they all have spirit beasts at the bamboo spirit rank? Suddenly, Fan Lingjie grabbed him by the throat and lifted him up, leaving him battered and struggling to grab onto Fan Lingjie's wrist. Fan Lingjie looked at him and said calmly, "Listen closely, you 4 sects." He interrupted him. Then, with a furious scowl, he warned the others, "Whatever you took from Lingjie Pavilion before, prepare to return it threefold." He declared, "Once we return as a top-tier sect, we will come to collect from every single one of you." On the other side, Cheng Si stood with his arms crossed, glaring at the leader of the beast-taming camp, who was kneeling due to the spikes of the red-spined thorn python. "Did you hear that?" The man trembled and stammered, "Fan Lingjie." "Yes, yes." Next, the rhino panda grabbed the collar of the Shangnan sect's leader, a muscular woman, and she trembled, eyes squeezed shut in terror, stuttering, "Big brother, please, please take back your spirit beast." Finally, the members of Yifangju, their leader collapsed on the ground, sobbing uncontrollably, his hat having fallen off. "Spare us, we'll withdraw from the competition." Then, Wang Fugui, his face swollen like a pig's, looked at Fan Lingjie and shook as he pleaded, "Wait for your sect to return in triumph. We will offer you our treasury immediately, please. Help me cure this poison." He broke down in hysterical tears. Fan Lingjie's hand was still gripped tightly around his neck. Then, Fan Lingjie gave the final order. The little lustful dog dispelled the poison, and immediately after, it stood up on its hind legs, grinning smugly as it unleashed a stream of urine. The liquid shot out like a water cannon, hitting Wang Fugui square in the face, while he just watched the creature with a deadpan expression. Then, the little dog's head returned to normal as it collapsed onto the ground, right in the puddle it had made. trembling as it squeaked. "Thank you." Right away, Rong Ling stepped in front of the examiner and announced, "Examiner Li, the issue has been resolved. You may continue now." The examiner was still sitting there, his face dark and completely stunned. A moment later, a look of panic washed over him, his eyes widening as he screamed in his heart, utterly shocked. Incredible. Lingjie Pavilion managed to restart the Mooncopper Mountain event in such a short time. With strength like this, they've got a real shot at promotion. There's actually hope for this year. He quickly stood up, bowed slightly, and offered his praise. "Rong Ling, congratulations on your sect's progress. Keep up the good work." Hearing this, Rong Ling quickly cupped his hands in a salute. "Thank you, Examiner Li." The crowd of onlookers finally went quiet. Finally, Examiner Li grabbed the registration forms and confirmed with everyone present. "All right, so these are the participants for this year's competition from our district." Immediately, Examiner Li's voice rang out with the announcement. Seeing this, Lingjie Pavilion and Rong Ling both smiled in delight. Next up was the Eternal Sect. The leader of the Eternal Sect gritted his teeth in shock, still reeling as he muttered to himself, "We had an agreement to go raid Lingjie Pavilion, but I got a stomachache and couldn't make it. Phew, what a lucky break." Next were the Four Symbols Sect members, their faces covered by veils. Finally, there was the White Tomb Studio, led by Su Muxuan, who was pouting and narrowing his eyes at them. Seeing him, Cheng Shi widened his eyes in surprise, pointed a finger at Su Muxuan, and shouted, "Wait, isn't that white hair?" He then asked Su Muxuan, "Are you here to take the qualification exam too?" Rong Ling, standing nearby, also recognized him and nodded. "White Tomb Studio? I've never heard of it." Hearing them talk about him, Su Muxuan glared at Cheng Shi and snapped back, "Listen here, kid. My name is Su Muxuan. Call me White Hair again, and I'll kill you." Hearing that, Fanling Xiaofengman stepped up to him and asked, "Aren't you a lone cultivator? How do you have a sect?" Su Muxuan just stood there, arms crossed, staring him down. Then, looking arrogant, he pointed at himself, tilted his head back, and narrowed his eyes as he asked Fanling Xiaofengman, "What? With a powerhouse like me? Is it so strange that I joined a sect?" He then taunted them. "Are you all just afraid that I'm too strong and will steal all your thunder?" At this, Cheng Si pointed back at him and asked, "So, are you here representing your sect leader?" Next to them, Yue Tong looked up. Suddenly, an old person leaning on a cane stepped out calmly and called out, "Su Muxuan, it's almost time to leave. Go get in line." Su Muxuan immediately turned, obediently closing his eyes and bowing to the elder. Seeing this, Cheng Shi looked at the tiny old woman and asked, "Fan Lingjie, is that the sect leader?" I watched her closely. With her wrinkled face and calm, wide eyes, I couldn't help but think, is that the leader of the White Tomb sect? Looks like someone not to be messed with. To establish a new sect at that age and actually get someone like White Hair to join willingly. I then noticed a guy on crutches rubbing his chin, and another person wearing a patched cloak. I started to size up this four-person sect. The other two members aren't pushovers either. What kind of background does the White Tomb Studio really have? I wondered to myself. Soon after, Examiner Li stood up again. He looked at the crowd seriously and cut in, "All right everyone, please hurry and board the fur beast." Right after, Fan Ling, Xiaofengman, Rong Ling, Yue Tong, and Cheng Shi quickly climbed onto the fur beast. The little creature chirped happily to welcome them. Examiner Li's voice boomed, "We're departing." Rong Ling grabbed the reins, his eyes filled with determination as he muttered to himself, "Sect leader Fan Ling, we've taken our first step." Beside him, Fan Ling Xiaofengman and the others were still chatting. Then, the fur beast spread its wings, and Rong Ling's determined voice rang out, "Believe in us." With that, the fur beasts took to the sky, flapping their wings and heading forward. Rong Ling declared, "We will definitely make Lingjie Pavilion shine once again." As the four beasts glided over a calm sea, Su Muxuan, flying alongside them, glanced over and frowned, asking with confusion, "Hey, Lingjie Pavilion. Last time I saw you guys, you had just broken through to the bamboo spirit stage. It's only been a few days. How are you already at the high-level bamboo spirit stage?" He added, "I've been training so hard, and my fox has only gone up one level. How on earth do you guys practice?" Fanling Xiaofengman glanced at him with disdain, squinting as he remarked, "You have a decent eye for judging the level of a spirit pet. If the other sects were as observant as you, I wouldn't have had to lift a finger." Rong Ling looked over, clearly on guard. Su Muxuan frowned at them and grinned, baring his teeth as he proposed, "Enough talk. You guys are actually pretty strong. How about we form an alliance?" Hearing this, the representative from the Eternal Sect turned his head in shock. The representative from the Four Symbols Sect also shot a sharp, startled glance their way. Cheng Shi, furious, clenched his fists and glared at Su Muxuan. Yeah, right. That's what you said last time, when you tried to snatch the white-eyed ears too. He added, I wouldn't believe a word you say. Yue Tong looked on, completely indifferent. Beside them, the Eternal Sect representative smiled slyly, gestured toward them, and offered, That's right. Why don't our 4 sects join forces? We could cooperate and share the spoils. At his words, Su Muxuan immediately retorted, No way. You guys are too weak. You don't have the qualifications. The man's eyes widened in shock, his mouth hanging open. Su Muxuan turned to glare at him, his gaze anything but friendly. As he narrowed his eyes and judged, You Eternal Sect guys spend your days catching useless spirit pets, and your techniques are all common trash. There's no benefit in cooperating with you. He then glanced at the group wearing veils and added, The 4 Symbols sect is the same. Hearing this, they rolled their eyes and frowned, looking visibly uncomfortable. What's with that 4 Symbols divine beast nonsense? Su Muxuan mocked. If you could actually do it, you wouldn't be in such a pathetic state. He then sliced a hand across his throat, his eyes filled with disdain as he narrowed his gaze and declared, You lot are too weak. You should handle things down on the ground first, lest you get in the way. Upon hearing these arrogant words, the representative from the Eternal Sect dropped his jaw and widened his eyes, stunned by such audacity. Nearby, the 4 Symbols sect members also narrowed their eyes in displeasure, shouting in unison, Are you looking to die? The elderly woman sitting beside Su Muxuan finally spoke up, frowning with great seriousness to warn him. Muxuan, quiet. Hearing this, Su Muxuan obediently glanced toward her and acknowledged, Understood. Sect Master Fan Lingjie. Seeing this, Fan Lingjie, standing nearby, glanced over calmly, his mind racing. This guy started making enemies the moment he arrived. What kind of scheme is he pulling? Beside him, Rongling also cast a look toward them. At the front of the group, the Proctor Li, while riding his purple fur beast, loudly announced, Up ahead is the Examination Island. Everyone, prepare to land. Immediately after, the group of beasts gathered together toward a nearby cloud-covered island. They soon touched down before a massive gate. Chengzi stepped off, gazing around with his mouth agape in amazement, and asked, Is this the Examination Island? Behind her, Yue Tong was still stepping down from the purple fur beast. She looked toward a mountain ridge and asked skeptically, Doesn't look like much. Can this place really hold over 100 people? Rong Ling, standing nearby, saw this and followed her gaze, explaining, The venue changes for every exam. This island really is much smaller than the last one. Moments later, Chengzi blinked in confusion and asked, Proctor Li, why don't we see any other sects? Hearing this, the proctor visualized a map of the island with its 8 landing points in his head, frowned, and explained seriously, The island has 8 landing points, which is why you haven't run into them yet. Just then, a girl wearing an official's robe walked out from the gate, hands on her hips. This was the South District Examination Proctor, Lu Wenting. She smiled excitedly and called out, Li Jie, you're finally back. It's been deadly boring on this island. She then asked, So, how is it? What's the quality of the candidates in the 5th District this time? Beside her, a chubby man walked out, smiling gently. This was the 5th District Proctor, Wang Jie. Suddenly, Lu Wenting spotted Rongling, panicked, and ran over shouting. The people from the Lingjie Pavilion looked on, completely bewildered. Beside them, Li Jie confirmed, That's right, Wenting. That is Rongling, the new sect master. The Lingjie Pavilion is well prepared this time. With a powerful aura and a joyful, excited expression, he laughed. Lu Wenting immediately clasped her hands together, her eyes wide with adoration as she squealed. Sect Master Rongling, I'm a huge fan of the Lingjie Pavilion. Beside her, Wang Jie pointed to his own face, smiling until his eyes crinkled, and added, Me too. Then, as if she had met her soulmate, Lu Wenting gushed incessantly. Back then, the Lingjie Pavilion rose like a dark horse. You cut down opponents one after another, it was truly legendary. She added, I absolutely worship Sect Master Fan, and I even have his autograph. Seeing this, Rongling gave a nervous smile and waved her hand. Beside her, Fan Lingjie looked on in utter shock, wondering to himself, An autograph? Really? Then, she lowered her head sadly and muttered, Alas, it's just a pity that Lu Wenting cut her off. Hearing this, Rongling turned serious, raised an eyebrow, and looked Lu Wenting in the eye, asserting, This time, we are carrying out the final wish of Sect Master Fan to revitalize our sect. Please look after us. Hearing this, Lu Wenting became excited again, smiling broadly with a flattering grin as she patted Rongling on the shoulder. Oh, come on. It's just a grade D qualification exam. The Lingjie Pavilion will be fine, she assured. You'll be just like they were back in the day, easily earning the right to advance directly to the grade C exam. Go for it. Good luck. Hearing this, Rong Ling felt touched, her eyes welling up with tears as she smiled. Thank you, Proctor. Nearby, the group from the Eternal Sect stroked their chins, frowning as they watched them. Everyone was thinking the same thing. The Lingjie Pavilion wants to take the championship this time. We'd better not mess with them. Suddenly, Sumuxuan stepped closer to Lu Wenting and remarked, Proctor, shouldn't you be paying attention to me too? Seeing this, she glanced over, her large, round eyes blinking in confusion as she asked, And who are you? Rongling, standing nearby, looked on, stunned. Sumuxuan crossed his arms arrogantly, brow furrowed, and introduced himself with a smug tilt of his head. I am Sumuxuan of the Baimu Manor. I shall be the dark horse of this competition. He added, If you want an autograph, you'd better ask now. Once the competition is over, my value is going to skyrocket, and you'll have to wait in line. Beside him, the sect master of Baimu Manor looked like he wanted to die of embarrassment. Facing these words, Lu Wenting gave Sumuxuan a look of dark disdain, frowned, and snapped, Shut it. She then declared, The examination begins now. Hearing that, the people from the Eternal Sect and the Four Symbols Sect dropped their jaws, eyes bulging in shock as they yelled, Already? Immediately after, Wang Jie held up 3 fingers, smiling gently as he provided the details. The exam starts immediately, he added. However, due to limited infrastructure, we can only accommodate 24 sects, totaling 96 people. This means at the 8 landing points, each can only keep 3 sects. Hearing this, Lu Wenting quickly chimed in, smiling excitedly as she confirmed, So, for the first stage of the competition, you all must engage in a duel. She reaffirmed, One team will be eliminated immediately. At this announcement, Rong Ling's expression shifted to one of shock. The 3 elders of Baimu Manor wore grim, calm expressions. The Eternal Sect representative gnashed his teeth in disbelief, and the representative from the Four Symbols Sect looked tense and troubled. Next, Wang Jie stood before the crowd and explained. However, considering that the upcoming trials will be very draining, you don't need your entire team to participate in the duels. Beside him, Lu Wenting quickly pulled out 4 ballots, fanned them out in her hand, and pointed at them with her other hand, her wide eyes darting across the crowd as she said, I have 4 ballots here. Everyone, please write down the name of the team you most want to see eliminated. She then pressed her index fingers together, looking at the crowd with expectant eyes, and asserted that the 2 teams receiving the most votes would have to duel, and whoever lost would be disqualified. Wang Ji then pointed a finger, frowning as he added an explanation. You cannot leave the ballots blank. If a situation arises where we cannot determine 2 teams to duel, you will have to vote again. I hope you will all try not to break the rules. Immediately after, Lu Wenting waved her hands to calm everyone down and confirmed, Everyone, no need to panic. We've been generous enough to give you half an hour to negotiate. She then pointed to a room next to the gate and asked, See that room over there? She added a reminder. Each team sends 1 representative, and you will take turns holding one-on-one negotiations with the other teams. Wang Jie then pointed to the list on the board nearby, which showed the pairings. Wanggu Sect versus Sixiang Sect, Lingjie Pavilion versus Baimu Studio, and Wanyang Ling Sect versus Lingjie Pavilion. Sixiang Sect versus Lingjie Pavilion, Wanyang Ling Sect versus Baimu Studio, and Sixiang Sect versus Baimu Studio. She confirmed that the negotiations would follow this order. Each negotiation lasts 10 minutes, and voting will take place immediately after they conclude. Right after that, Lu Wenting, with a mocking grin and a look of gloomy disdain, put one hand on her hip and pointed with the other, asserting, This competition targets those sects with weak strength and poor luck. I suggest you all think carefully. She then announced, All right, Wanyang Ling Sect and Sixiang Sect may enter the room now. Immediately, both of them glanced toward Su Muxuan, their expressions darkening as if they shared the same thought, while he stood with his arms crossed, arrogantly asking, What are you staring at? Inside the negotiation room for the Wanggu Sect and Sixiang Sect, one person sat with an arm propped on the table, legs spread out comfortably. The Sixiang Sect representative spoke up, I think we've reached a consensus. The Wanggu Sect representative beside him nodded in agreement. The man squinted, smiling as he confirmed, We'll both cast our votes for White Hair. He's definitely going up to the arena. He then added, White Hair and Lingjie Pavilion will surely vote for one of us. They then walked over and shook hands, firmly agreeing in their minds, regardless of who they vote for, as long as we team up against White Hair, we'll be fine. Then came the turn of Lingjie Pavilion and Bai Mu Studio. Su Muxuan sat opposite the man and spoke first. So, they sent you to negotiate. We can consider ourselves old friends. You'll side with us, right? He asked. Hearing this, Fan Lingjie Feng Man also furrowed his brow and warned him. This is getting interesting. You've offended those two sects as soon as you arrived. He added, they'll definitely both vote for you. Tell me, who do you want to fight? We can just vote for them together. Hearing this, Su Muxuan's eyes narrowed, and he let out a laugh full of excitement. Awesome. Let's vote for Wanyang Ling sect. They're a bit weaker, so I'm fairly confident about taking them on. He then warned, for the sake of our cooperation, don't you dare double-cross me. Next was the meeting between Wangu sect and Lingjie Pavilion. The Wangu sect representative smiled kindly and declared, I have deep admiration for Lingjie Pavilion. If you could, please don't vote for us so we can conserve our strength. We'll help you in the next battle. Then came the meeting between Sixiang sect and Lingjie Pavilion. He quickly furrowed his brow and confirmed, the Wangu sect and I are both voting for white hair. See what you want to do. Then came the conversation between Wangu sect and Baimu Studio. Then followed the conversation between the Sixiang sect and Baimu Studio. Outside, Cheng Shi was getting impatient, looking into the room, and asking, why is it taking so long? Don't they have anything better to say? Beside her, Yue Tong watched with her arms crossed. Next, Lu Wenting quickly grabbed several ballots, furrowed her brow, and raised her voice to announce, all right, the negotiation time is over. Everyone, please fill out your ballots. Fan Lingjie Feng Man picked up a pen and started writing. The Baimu Studio sect leader also picked up his pen. The Sixiang sect quickly wrote theirs. And finally, the Wangu sect did the same. Soon, the 4 ballots were folded up. Li Jie, with a calm gaze, urged, Wenting, announce the results. On the other side, Fan Lingjie Feng Man held the chalk and stared at the names on the board. She unfolded the first ballot and looked at the board to confirm. First vote, Wangu sect. Below, Cheng Si covered her mouth with her hand, looked at him, and commented, this might be our vote, or white hairs. Fan Lingjie Feng Man paused officially. Then, the chalk drew a line across the board. Lu Wenting read the second ballot. Upon hearing this, the Sixiang sect and Rong Ling looked confused, furrowed their brows, and asked in a panic, what? Didn't Whitehair say we were all going to vote for Wanyang Ling sect? She then questioned, if he does that, it'll result in a tie. What's the point of voting again? Beside him, seeing this, he also furrowed his brow in confusion and muttered, I don't know what this guy is up to. Meanwhile, Su Muxuan stood smugly with his arms crossed, furrowing his brow with a smile. Next, the chalk began to move again. Lu Wenting's voice rang out, third vote. She paused. Finally, she used the chalk to continue, fourth vote. Then the vote count was quickly announced on the board. Fan Lingjie Feng Man and Su Muxuan had 0 votes, while the other 2 sects each had 2. Lu Wenting announced, the results are in. The ones with the most votes are. She paused and confirmed, Wangu sect and Sixiang sect. Hearing this, the whole hall stood frozen in shock. The Wangu sect representative's jaw dropped as he shouted, what? Beside him, the Sixiang sect representative also widened his eyes in confusion. Finally, there was Rong Ling. She looked at the results board, panicked, furrowed her brows, opened her eyes wide, and asked, how did it end up like this? Hearing this, Su Muxuan, standing nearby with his arms still crossed, narrowed his eyes and calmly chuckled, muttering, ha, just as I predicted. Immediately after, Lu Wenting also quickly stood with her hands on her hips, reached out her other palm, and announced with calm, wide eyes, in that case, Wangu sect and Sixiang sect, choose 1 representative each and prepare for a duel. Immediately, the Wangu sect representative summoned his dinosaur spirit beast. He stood on the arena floor, his eyes bulging and his mouth shouting in dissatisfaction, damn it, didn't we agree to vote for Whitehair together? Why did you break your word? He reached out to command his spirit beast, and the dinosaur beside him let out a roar. Hearing this, the Sixiang sect representative also raised 2 fingers to control his green snake spirit beast, glared back in frustration, and shouted, humph, you still dare to talk? If you've been fooled, stop wasting your breath and make your move. The snake beside him roared. On this side, Cheng Si stood outside, fists clenched in confusion, looking at Su Muxuan with wide eyes and asking, they didn't even choose you. What on earth did you say to them? Hearing this, he smiled calmly, squinted at Cheng Si, and explained, it's very simple. I just told them both the exact same thing. Su Muxuan then recounted his conversation with the Wangu sect. He stared at me, and I just said calmly, honestly, Fighting you isn't scary at all, but I'd much rather fight the Xixiang sect. He then recounted the conversation with the Xixiang sect. The representative from that side also squinted back at him. Su Muxuan spoke up. Honestly, fighting you isn't scary at all, but I'd much rather face the myriad ancient sect. With a devious grin, he covered his mouth, snickering as he shared his assessment with the two beside him. Thinking they'd want to conserve energy for the actual competition, he added, since my vote and the Lingjie Pavilion's match, how about we make a deal and then make our move? Upon hearing this, the myriad ancient sect members widened their eyes and gritted their teeth. Su Muxuan continued, vote for the Four Symbols sect with us, and let's take them out first. During the conversation with the Four Symbols sect, their representative also widened his eyes and frowned. Su Muxuan repeated the same line he'd told the myriad ancient sect. Vote for the myriad ancient sect with us, and we'll take them out first. Returning to reality, he closed his eyes, smiled with nonchalant ease, and concluded, this is just how things go. Ah, such is human nature. Hearing this, Cheng Si couldn't help but look at him in astonishment, remarking, that's too cunning. Beside him, the other man also frowned, looking at him as he asked, wait, if you voted for the Four Symbols sect, doesn't that contradict what you said about voting for the myriad ancient sect? Hearing this, Su Muxuan, still standing with his arms crossed, looked at Fan Ling, Xiaofeng, and Man, with a calm expression. You don't understand, this is my strategy. He then laid out two possible scenarios. Su Muxuan pointed his finger, calmly explaining the first case with a frown. If we all voted for one team, and those two teams stubbornly voted for us, wouldn't we have been forced into a deadlock? Then he explained the second case. But if we split our votes, as long as one of them chooses me, the vote count stays even, and we have to restart the process. Afterward, he shrugged, eyes crinkling into a smile as he stated calmly, even though it would be easy to beat them, I want to conserve my strength for the actual tournament, after all. He added, I was in such a rush earlier, I couldn't be bothered to explain. But bottom line, I didn't lie to you. Hearing this, Cheng Shi turned around, raising a hand to cover her mouth, and spoke to Rongling behind her with caution. Sect Master, you must be on guard against him during the competition. Beside her, she nodded, lips pursed, acknowledging the warning. Next, Lu Wenting's voice rang out. The duel has ended. The myriad ancient sect is victorious. On the arena side, the myriad ancient sect representative, covered in wounds and surrounded by the cheers of his sect, gripped his injured arm. One eye squinted shut as he hissed, ugh, that blue wind snake. Ling Chong, Azure Dragon, that damn Four Symbols sect. On the other side, the Four Symbols sect representative lay heavily wounded, surrounded by his disciples rushing to support him. Lu Wenting's voice continued. The Four Symbols sect has failed the duel. Seeing their sect master struggling in pain with his eyes closed, the disciples cried out in worry. Sect Master Azure Dragon. Seeing this, Su Muxuan looked over, his eyes widening in slight surprise as he commented, the myriad ancient sect actually won? Unexpected. He then added, but it was just a lucky shot. Beside him, the myriad ancient sect representative walked past, clutching his injured arm, and gave Su Muxuan a cold, unfriendly warning. White hair. Just you wait. The disciples behind him glared at him with dark expressions, but he just looked at them with complete indifference. Didn't you win? If you'd fought me, you would have been eliminated, so you should be happy. Then, another announcement sounded. The Four Symbols sect has failed the assessment. They are to be removed from the island immediately. They quickly arranged for transport to fly the group off the island. Seeing this, Cheng Shi looked up, her face twisted, eyes widening in panic as she remarked, eliminated as soon as they got on the island? This competition is too brutal. Hearing this, Fan Ling, Xiaofeng, and Man beside him frowned and grimaced as they explained. The assessment concerns the fate of our sects. Infighting is perfectly normal. This is just the beginning. The official competition will be filled with mutual suspicion. People will attack and backstab, so, he added, except for your own teammates, don't trust anyone easily. Facing Fan Ling, Xiaofeng, and Man's advice, Cheng Shi's face turned pale with anxiety as she turned to look at Yue Tong for confirmation. Oh, seeing this, she broke into a cold sweat, looking at Cheng Shi, who was nervously biting her lip and frowning. Beside them, Su Muxuan stood with his arms crossed, grinning calculatively. Li Jie looked at the group with a dark expression and calmly announced, all right everyone, the formal assessment is about to begin. Let's head to the starting points, he urged. Next, Lu Wenting stood by, hands on her hips, pointing a thumb at herself with a wide bright smile. The Lingjie Pavilion will stay here with me. Bai Mujai followed the examiner Li, while the myriad ancient sect followed the examiner Wang. Beside them, Yue Tong asked with arms crossed and a puzzled look, "We have to split up?" Hearing this, Lu Wenting visualized the island's layout and entry points, explaining further, "That's right. Each landing zone is divided into 3 starting points, and each one is independent, to prevent everyone from fighting each other as soon as the assessment begins." Li Ji then looked at the crowd and urged them, "Bai Mujai, follow me," adding, "We'll find an opportunity to regroup and discuss later." The group moved off quickly. Wang Ji looked toward the group and gestured for the myriad ancient sect to head in a different direction. Bai Mujai entered through one arched path, while the myriad ancient sect quickly followed another. After confirming they had left, Lu Wenting stood by a display board, excitedly casting a magical circle, and with her other hand pointing at it, she smiled and announced, "All right, Lingjie Pavilion members, it's time to distribute your essential competition items." Behind her stood 4 tiny fluffy white spirit beasts with rings floating above their heads. Seeing this, Yue Tong looked on in amazement, her eyes widening as she stammered, "They're so cute! What are those?" Lu Wenting didn't answer immediately. She reached out, took the ring off one of the spirit beasts, and the creatures all watched her. She then grabbed Rongling's hand and slid the ring onto her wrist, where it automatically shrank to fit her. Rongling stared at it, eyes wide with confusion. Beside her, Chengxi had also been fitted with one, and was looking at it curiously. Lu Wenting curled her lips into a smile, her eyes full of hidden meaning, and she raised a finger to her lips, reminding them, "I hope you all guard these bracelets well." She emphasized, "They are vital equipment for this competition." At the same time, on a ship preparing to dock at the island, the central command for the assessment it rocked on the sea. On board stood a stern-looking Alliance official, listening to reports from his subordinates. He spoke up, "My lord, the candidates have arrived at their starting points." He then confirmed, "Once the examiners leave the island, the assessment can begin." Hearing that, his face tightened with a serious expression as he asked, "Has the supervisor for the Grade B sect not arrived yet?" Suddenly, someone outside reported, "Sir District Governor, young Master Bai is here." Hearing this, both of them looked over, and he quickly confirmed, "He's finally here. Come with me to welcome him." Outside the ship, a person riding a giant bird, looking quite distinguished in the wind, looked down and said, "My apologies, Governor Liu. I was a bit delayed on the way." He replied politely in a soft voice, "No worries, young Master Bai, you're still on time. The timing is just right." Shortly after, a girl poked her head out from behind young Master Bai and curiously asked, "Is this where the Grade D qualification exam is taking place?" Rongling stared at the bracelet on her wrist with undisguised curiosity and asked, "What is this bracelet for?" Lu Wenting, while holding and supporting a Lingxi Z, introduced it with an excited face, explaining that this was a new spirit pet cultivated by the Alliance for the competition. A Lingxi Z, a spirit pet specialized for the Alliance's competition. The ring on its head can detect spiritual power disturbances in the body. By wearing the bracelet on your wrist, you can collect and transmit real-time data. In other words, these spirit pets are like friendly cameras that the examiners use to comprehensively evaluate the participating contestants. This way, the examiners at the operational headquarters can monitor the behavior of the contestants. Lu Wenting continued to explain the versatile functions of the cute, pinkish-white Lingxi Z that looked so touchable. From this year on, the competition rules have undergone a major reform, changing to a points-based system. Fan Lingjie, hearing the new system's name for the first time, couldn't help but be puzzled. Points-based? With a very surprised expression, Lu Wenting turned to Rongling and continued, "Sect Master Rongling, you know that previously, the exam used an elimination system, where after a fierce battle, only the final 4 sects would pass the exam." Lu Wenting continued, "The Alliance felt that this method was too brutal and had no way to fully assess the comprehensive capabilities of the sects." She pointed at the spirit pet she was holding by its poor head and added, "Therefore, this competition adopts the new points-based system. The competition will be divided into the following stages. Each stage has its own method of scoring. Points will be recorded by the bracelet and sent to the command center. Finally, the 4 sects with the highest total points will be promoted to Grade D, and the leader, like before, will have the right to advance directly to the Grade C qualification exam." Lu Wenting held up 3 fingers to indicate 3 points. There are 3 things to note below. I hope everyone remembers them well. First, the bracelet must never leave your wrist, because if the bracelet comes off, you are immediately eliminated. The bracelet will constantly monitor the wearer. Once the bracelet is removed for more than 3 minutes, that person will be immediately eliminated. So, please keep it on. Second, falling into the water means elimination. The island is surrounded by the sea on all four sides, to prevent contestants from hiding in the water and delaying the exam process. Once the bracelet is submerged in water for more than 3 minutes, that person is immediately out. The third point is also the last. Forfeiting. The Alliance's protection for the competition is only to select outstanding sects through competition, not to encourage mutual slaughter. Previously, there were rules for forfeiting, but they were hard to monitor. Now, with the bracelet, everyone's safety can be guaranteed. Lu Wenting directly demonstrated to them, holding up 2 fingers and explaining, "Hold up 2 fingers like this, and announce you are forfeiting." The bracelet will immediately send a signal to headquarters. The person who forfeits will be immediately eliminated. Their accumulated points will return to 0, but they will also immediately enter a protected state. Lu Wenting returned to petting the little spirit pet in her hands and told them, "Any attack behavior toward a person who has forfeited will result in the entire attacking team being eliminated. This punishment is extremely strict, and it will be very effective in preventing casualties." Lu Wenting proactively suggested, "Everyone can try it out. Forfeiting now doesn't count." But Cheng Si, standing opposite, wasn't timid at all and confidently patted his chest. "I won't be forfeiting." Lu Wenting laughed and reminded them once more. The bracelet must stay on, and falling into the water means elimination. Forfeit protection, the 3 rules above must be remembered clearly. Yue Tong listened very attentively but felt something was missing, so finally, she remembered and asked, "It seems you haven't mentioned how to earn points yet." Lu Wenting burst into a loud laugh, pointed at her own wrist, and said, "That cannot be revealed yet. After the competition starts, it will be announced to everyone via audio transmitted through the bracelet." Fan Lingjie looked at the pure white bracelet on his wrist, and sweat began to form on his face. Relying on the Alliance's personality, there would definitely be nothing good coming, and his speculation even shook the confidence of the others. Lu Wenting hugged the pinkish-white spirit pets in her arms and encouraged them with a smile. "All right, the competition will start very soon. I must leave the island." Before leaving, she didn't forget to turn her head and wink at her idol. She was, after all, a fan of the Lingjie sect. "With my own blessings, I hope the Lingjie sect can outperform all the others and revive the glory of Yue Tong Mountain." The 4 of them gathered, cupped their hands in gratitude. "Many thanks, Examiner Lu. We will definitely win first place." After saying that, Lu Wenting and her other teammates rode on. A large black spirit beast spread their wings and left the small island, flying toward a large, luxurious ship floating on the sea. "You are responsible for handling everything that happens here." Examiner Lai was already waiting for Lu Wenting to return, looking at her as if he had been waiting for a long time. "Wenting, you've finally finished." The chubby guy named Wang Ji seemed to dote on this younger, sister-like colleague, so from the moment she landed on the ship, he always kept a cheerful, smiling expression rather than criticizing or saying a single word. Lu Wenting. Not to mention the time spent flying back and forth. Just the matter of explaining the Alliance's long and strict rules took up quite a bit of time. She felt these guys definitely weren't working properly. "Why were you guys so fast? You must have been lazy and didn't explain the rules thoroughly." Wang Ji laughed to cover it up. "We worked very hard. We would never set traps for the regional sects." Examiner Lai was too lazy to explain at length, letting his younger sister think whatever she wanted, and urged her, "Hurry up and put your Lingxi Z on the monitoring rack." Lu Wenting nodded and walked toward the monitoring rack to place her spirit pet on it. Well, there were quite a few of these Lingxi Z on the rack, each looking exactly the same, and they were divided into tiers. The first tier was for Examiner Lai, the second for Lu Wenting, and the third for Wang Jie. The top and bottom tiers were already full, leaving only the middle tier waiting for her to fill it with those adorable pinkish-white spirit pets. All the examiners had already entered the main hall of the small compound on the ship, which was filled with monitoring racks packed with spirit rhinoceros seeds. The other examiners were busy moving around to arrange these little spirit pets on the racks. Examiner Li, Wang Ji, and Lu Wenting stood at attention, reporting that the Lingji Pavilion, Wanggu Sect, and Baimu Studio had taken their positions. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out from behind Lu Wenting, making her jump and turn to look at the Lingjie Pavilion group. "Are they participating this year too?" The speaker was none other than the pampered, golden leaf and jade branch young lady of the Bai family. Bai Liansu brushed her hair back and remarked, "They already got promoted to grade B sects before, but now they have to start all over again? That's just pathetic." Lu Wenting had only recently taken office, so she didn't know who this young lady was. She immediately turned to her senior, Wang Jie, with a very studious attitude, asking, "Who is that?" Wang Jie replied cheerfully, "That's the eldest daughter of the Bai estate." Examiner Li, standing not far away, added an explanation. "The supervisors invited the young master of the Bai estate this year. I heard he brought his younger sister along just to broaden her horizons." Lu Wenting had long heard rumors connecting Lingjie Pavilion and the Bai estate, but since there was no solid evidence, she had always been skeptical. However, after hearing what her two seniors said, she couldn't help but whisper, "Isn't it rumored that the death of the Lingjie Pavilion sect leader was caused by the Bai estate? Is that even true?" A deep, resonant voice suddenly came from behind Lu Wenting. "It's just baseless gossip." A single, short sentence was enough to make Lu Wenting jump out of her skin, breaking into a cold sweat out of pure guilt. The young master of the Bai estate, Bai Danshu, had appeared out of nowhere, scaring everyone half to death. He kept that cool, suave demeanor, appearing in the crowd just like one of those arrogant male leads from a cheesy romance novel. Bai Danshu actually stepped up to address the rumors ruining the Bai estate's reputation. The Bai estate would never resort to such low tactics. Wang Jie and Lu Wenting, caught red-handed gossiping about someone's family, were flustered and waved their hands frantically to apologize. "Young Master Bai, we're so sorry. We were just repeating rumors. Please don't take it to heart." At least this young Master Bai was well-educated, worldly-wise, and not narrow-minded, so he didn't hold it against them. His calm, steady voice echoed through the room. "It's fine. With two Grade B sects in one district, it's natural for people to assume we're rivals, so baseless suspicion is to be expected." The next second, Bai Danshu dropped a bombshell that shook the earth hot off the press. He said, "But in truth, I actually have great respect for Lingjie Pavilion." Bai Liansu snickered and leaned in to whisper to Lu Wenting, spilling some unexpected tea about her respectable older brother. "Actually, my brother is a huge fanboy of sect leader Fan." Knowing all of her brother's secrets, this little sister was basically a ticking time bomb for Bai Danshu. Lu Wenting was caught completely off guard. "Oh my god, what kind of scoop is this? Why hasn't anyone rumored this before?" The Bai estate really has a lot of surprises. The young master continued to debunk the rumors himself. "I once had the honor of sparring with sect leader Fan." Bai Danshu reminisced about that lucky match, with a tone of regret. "His strength far exceeded mine. I was defeated and convinced. We're the same age, yet he reached that realm so quickly. I can only sigh that there is always someone better out there." Just as the young master was lost in thought about his idol, his honorable younger sister directly called him out with a disdainful look. "Regret is regret. Why are you blushing?" Bai Danshu, flustered and embarrassed, immediately retorted, "Who's blushing?" Lu Wenting, as if finding a long-lost ally, immediately jumped in. "That's amazing. I'm also a fan of sect leader Fan." Lu Wenting shyly poked her index fingers together, her face turning as red as a ripe tomato. She only dared to look at the floor, not at the others. "It's so enviable that you got to spar with sect leader Fan. I only have one autograph of his." That simple sentence made Bai Danshu snap back to reality, his eyes wide with shock. The elegant, refined young master, who had always maintained such a cool composure, had all his dignity tossed aside just to get an idol's autograph from Lu Wenting. "I really want to collect it. Can you give me the autograph? Name your price." Bai Liansu was helpless. Had the dignity of the Bai estate's young master been thrown out with the trash? "Brother," the young lady shouted, unwilling to accept this. Someone from behind suddenly called out to him. It was the young master, successfully drawing Bai Danshu's attention away from Lu Wenting, from whom he was trying to get the autograph. Chapter 42. Master Lu appeared with an imposing presence, declaring, "All the examiners have returned, and everything is prepared. Time is running short, so let's begin." Even the cold and aloof young Master Bai cupped his hands in respect. "Very well, Master Lu." It seemed this official held a high position. Everyone had to obey him. Even with Bai Danshu's significant status, he still had to bow respectfully, so this man was clearly no small fry. All the examiners lined up neatly in the middle of the circle formed by the monitoring racks. Under Master Lu's direction, the examiners established the connection with the spirit rhinoceros seeds. Among the examiners, Lu Wenting and Examiner Lai were two of the most talented, so they were placed in the front row. A serious expression was on every examiner's face. No one dared to be careless, because one moment of negligence could cost them their lives. The spirit rhinoceros seeds on the monitoring racks lit up one by one like light bulbs. On the other side, the jade-white bracelets on the contestants' wrists began to glow. Yuetong was the first to notice the change. "Look, the bracelets are glowing." Rongling observed the glowing bracelets and deduced, "It seems the competition is about to start." The soft, white-pink light of the spirit pets on the racks gradually turned into a jade green. A round number slowly appeared on the surface of the corresponding spirit rhinoceros seeds in a creamy yellow color. It seemed the linking process had been completed without any issues. Bai Liansu, the pampered young lady of the Bai family, had never even seen ordinary things before, let alone these spirit pets changing colors. In her eyes, watching them change color was like seeing an alien species drop onto the face of the earth. Whoa, why did the spirit tracker turn green? Lord Lu, please explain. Miss Bai, this is the real-time data for the candidates. He carefully explained that the color of the light on their bodies represents their physical condition. Green means healthy, yellow means injured, orange means critical, and red means deceased. The number on their abdomen is the score they've accumulated. It starts at 0, and there are a few other display standards. I'll explain them as we go. In short, through the Spirit Link tracker, we can monitor the status of every candidate with perfect precision. Lord Lu cautiously revealed the League's intent behind using the tracking system, saying, "From here in the command center, we can grasp the situation across the entire exam grounds. One could say it's all part of our master plan." Bai Danshu couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The League's technology for nurturing spirit beasts is becoming increasingly extraordinary. Bai Liansu, curious, followed her brother's lead and asked, "Is this secret technology?" Lord Lu laughed heartily, his eyes deep and unfathomable. "Haha, this is nothing, the real spectacle is yet to come. Young Master Bai, go ahead and signal the start of the competition. After you." Following Lord Lu's instruction, young Master Bai stepped forward to make the announcement. "Since Lord Lu has considered everything, then I shall not stand on ceremony. I declare the D-rank sect examination officially underway." The island where the exam was taking place was not far from the ship, just a few nautical miles to the northeast. The announcement was broadcast on the island simultaneously. All participating candidates received the notification. The white jade bracelets on the wrists of Yue Tong, Cheng Xi, and the others began to emit sounds. "It's officially starting." Yue Tong realized, surprised. "Whoa, the bracelet is talking." Cheng Xi and Tin Wai noticed something important that the proctor's announcement hadn't mentioned. "It started, but they haven't told us how to score points yet. What are we supposed to do?" Just as Cheng Xi finished speaking, the ground began to shake violently. If they hadn't had their balance, Yue Tong and Cheng Xi would have likely been rolling around on the gravel-filled ground. Maintaining balance on trembling land is tough. The two of them inevitably stumbled for a few minutes. The 4 members of the Lang Teet Pavilion were gathered at the edge of the sea. The seawater, which had been crashing against the shore, seemed to be swallowed up, receding in an instant to reveal strange steps. Immediately after, a flight of stairs emerged. Next were jagged rocks peeking out from the wet, muddy sand. Cheng Xi panicked and called everyone over to look. "Guys, look at this. The water level is dropping." Rong Ling and Tin Wai moved closer to inspect the phenomenon. This was happening in broad daylight. None of them had ever seen this before. Why was the tide pulling back so suddenly? Fan Lingjie observed more closely and sensed something deeper. He realized the weirdness wasn't with the tide, but with the island they were standing on. Percent. That's not right. The whole island is rising. A second later, the island lifted into a small-scale volcanic crater, and the bracelets pulsed with a new notification. "Candidates, do not panic." The original surface area of this island was insufficient to accommodate nearly 100 people. The exam area is now completing its transformation. A few hundred meters from the ship, something slippery, smooth, and golden began to rise, revealing shimmering patterns reflecting the sunlight hitting the water. The Bai siblings were so shocked their jaws dropped as they watched the object emerge. Bai Liansu was even more stunned. She rushed to the side of the ship, clutching the railing, trying to get the best view possible, her mouth wide open. "No way. Isn't this a bit too extravagant?" The strange object rising from the water kept surprising them. The Lang Tiet Pavilion group was no exception. Cheng Xi called everyone to admire it. "Everyone, look over there." It turned out the little island they were competing on was actually a colossal turtle, thousands of years old. The luxury ship was already huge, comparable to the original size of the island. But compared to this gigantic creature, it was barely a millionth of its size. The turtle was so big it could have swallowed tens of thousands of ships. Cheng Xi was mentally shaken, swaying on her feet. "We've been standing on the shell of a giant turtle this whole time." The Bai siblings were equally astonished. Though surprised, the young master maintained his composure. "The League actually possesses a spirit beast like this?" His sister, however, couldn't help but exclaim, "This is too shocking. A D-rank exam, and they arrange something on this scale?" Then, another announcement played on the island. "Candidates, please pay attention. The arena is fully formed. This newly emerged area will be your competition zone. Lord Lu, on the ship, continued the broadcast through the spirit link. Next, I will announce the point-scoring rules for the first stage. The disciples of Langtiet Pavilion were all taken aback. Rongling looked skeptically at the white bracelet on her wrist, then at Fan Lingjie. The first stage? Fan Lingjie hadn't known about this either, feeling just as suspicious as the others. An exam with multiple stages? On the ship, Lord Lu ordered Yenha to begin the first challenge. Release the Danmu-2 swarm. Yenha obeyed. Fan Lingjie watched as she began to channel her inner energy to cast the spell. At the peak of the island, there was a depression that looked like a mini volcanic crater. Though it seemed dormant, covered in moss and trees, the surrounding barriers made it impossible to see a way in or out. It sat lonely and isolated under the blue sky. Inside the crater was a creature white and pink, though not nearly as cute as the Spirit Link tracker. It was larger, rounder, fatter, and seemed quite overweight. This chubby, white and pink creature was a Danmu-2, a spirit beast specially used by the League for the exam. It sat right in the center of the large crater, hugging and rubbing its huge, round, taut belly so large that its little legs were hidden, leaving it with short, stubby limbs that made walking impossible. Suddenly, its belly started churning with a bubbling, gurgling sound that grew louder, causing its stomach to swell even further. The Danmu-2 held its breath for a few seconds. The contents inside its mouth made its already large cheeks bulge out to the point of bursting, like a volcanic eruption, ready to blast from its throat. A moment later, the Danmu-2 unleashed a torrent of ethereal white particles, spraying them into the air like thousands upon thousands of glittering stars falling freely from the sky. Cheng Si, among the Langtiet Pavilion group, was the first to spot the 10,000 white crystals descending from the mountain peak nearby, pointing them out to the others. Bai Danshu and Bai Liansu, up on the ship, watched the League candidates observe the white entities falling from the mountain peak just a short distance away. Listen up, candidates. I, Overseer Lu, will now explain the rules for this stage. Your objective is collection, a test of your investigation and scavenging skills in the wild. Do you see those white entities erupting from the mountain peak on the island? We are releasing 500 score spores across the testing grounds. Once you find a spore, touch it with your bracelet. The spore will be absorbed, and you will earn 1 point. The Lingxiao Pavilion team listened intently to the Overseer's instructions. Once 300 spores have been collected, the second stage of the trial will begin. All 4 of them stared up at the white entities in the sky. Before Overseer Lu could even finish, he shouted for everyone to prepare. The entities were already falling. They landed on the craggy cliffs right in front of the Lingxiao Pavilion members. Like shooting stars, they tumbled across the ground, pulsing with a faint, glowing light. One by one, pillars of light began to shine from behind the sand dunes. The 4 of them watched the scene unfold. Cheng Zi pointed at the beams, his voice filled with curiosity. Are those pillars the score spores? Rongling rubbed her chin thoughtfully. That's too obvious. If they're this easy to spot, does that mean the spores nearby are just lying around? I thought these would be hard to find. Cheng Shi gestured in another direction and shouted, Look, there's one right over there, really close to us. Yue Tong said, Let's go check it out. They moved quickly, and Cheng Shi reached it first. He cheered happily. It's really one. He picked it up and turned to Rongling. Senior sister, you take it, use your bracelet. Rongling took the spore and touched it to her bracelet. With a soft foomp sound, the bracelet absorbed the spore. Success! Rongling cheered. The spore's been absorbed, and the bracelet shows 1 point earned. At the same time, the bracelet emitted a small notification chime. 1 point. Fan Lingjie beamed and praised them. That's amazing! Yue Tong added. This is much easier than I imagined. I thought we'd have to fight our way through, but it looks like simple collection is enough, Cheng Shi agreed. He ran toward another one. There's another one over there. I'm going for it. He laughed. Ha! Another point in the bag. Cheng Shi felt like he had it in the palm of his hand. But suddenly, a creature burst from the ground, a rock-shell naked rat, a beast-type monster with earth attribute affinities, and snatched the spore away. Cheng Shi's eyes went wide in shock as the rat burrowed back down instantly, leaving only a trail of disturbed dirt. Cheng Shi's lip twitched in frustration. Ugh! A point right in my hands, snatched away by a ground rat. Rongling looked alarmed. Is that another sect spirit pet? Just then, Fan Lingjie pointed in the distance and gasped. Everyone looked toward the light pillars in the distance. The ones that had been clustered together, overlapping each other, suddenly disappeared in large numbers, leaving the area looking remarkably sparse. Fan Lingjie said, The light pillars are vanishing rapidly. Everyone is collecting them at breakneck speed. Because the target is simple and clear, sects with scout-type spirit pets are going to have an incredibly fast collection rate. What do we do? Changxi was panicking. It feels like we're too slow. The spores are going to be snatched up in no time. Yue Tong was worried too. She asked quietly, "Do we have a spirit pet suitable for gathering?" Fan Lingjie replied, "The rules said there were 500 spores. Once 300 are collected, the second stage starts. With 24 sects, that averages out to about 13 spores per sect." Rongling considered his logic. She added, "To get an advantage in the first stage, we need at least 15 or more." Fan Lingjie said, "If our goal is to take first place, 20 or more should be safe," he continued. "With these rules, the four of us moving as one group is inefficient. The collection itself isn't dangerous, so there's no need to stick together." Fan Lingjie suggested seriously, "Let's split up." He mapped out a small area where they would head in 4 different directions. He explained, "We'll head in 4 directions to gather spores. Everyone is responsible for at least 5. Once the first stage ends, we'll regroup here." Rongling said, "That works. Our efficiency will be much higher that way." Changxi added excitedly, "Maybe we can even get 10 each." Yue Tong frowned, responding hesitantly, "Okay, sure." The 4 of them put their hands together and shouted, "Everyone, stay safe. Lingxiao Pavilion, let's go." Elsewhere, on a large ship drifting on the vast sea, the spirit connectors on the shelves began to glow, displaying numbers on their bellies. Bai Liansu gasped in excitement, waving to her brother. "Look, everyone's points are climbing so fast. Brother, look at this. This sect already has 7 points, that's insane. All of that sect's points belong to just one person." Seeing something, Bai Liansu widened her eyes in shock. 18 points, Bai Liansu stammered, watching the spirit connectors of the heavenly Fan Lingjie sect climbing non-stop. She exclaimed, "This is incredible. Where did this sect even come from?" Overseer Lu chuckled. "This sect is quite interesting. They found a loophole in the rules." Bai Liansu was startled and intrigued, repeating the words in confusion. "A loophole?" Overseer Lu pointed casually, his eyes fixed on a spirit connector with a circular mark on it. He explained, "See that red circle? They took the bracelets off." Back in the dirt dunes area, the light of the score spores was scattered everywhere. A hamster-like creature scurried rapidly through the area. It reached a spore, sniffed it briefly, and with a thwomp, the score spore was immediately absorbed into a white bracelet worn by the creature. Once done, the creature zipped away. On the other side, a group of people stood leisurely at the foot of a dune. The Heavenly Fan Lingjie sect, total, 20 points. They leaned back against the dune. The tallest man among them sighed. "Just grabbed another one." Another guy added, "Same here." Beside him, a slightly chubby man praised them. "The sect master is truly brilliant." The man called Sect Master said arrogantly, "The bracelets can be removed for 3 minutes. Strapping them onto our scouts makes collecting both fast and hard to detect. We'll definitely be in the lead for the first stage." The long-haired man who spoke earlier added, "Those 3 minutes are almost up. Everything nearby is collected. Recall your spirit pets, so we can move to a new area." The man's face changed, and he let out a confused, "Huh?" as his hand sign dropped. The sect master stared at his companion in shock, panicking. "Where is my spirit pet? Why didn't it come back?" The chubby man replied, "That's weird. Mine didn't either." Suddenly, Liu Thin appeared, his long hair covering half his face. With one hand, he tightly gripped the tails of 3 guinea pigs, all of which were wearing point-tracking bracelets. Liu Thin sneered. "Looking for these? Trying to pull a fast one isn't going to work." They cried out in alarm, and the chubby guy shouted, "Put down our spirit beasts and hand over the bracelets." Another guy chimed in, "Do you want to die, you little brat?" Liu Thin's eyes flashed with a sinister, mocking glint, and he gave a dangerous dark smile. He hissed, "Little brat," then suddenly shifted his tone to something noticeably softer. "Guangxi, looks like they want to meet you." Just then, from his severed sleeve, something like writhing tentacles emerged, making the Fan Lingjie sect members turn pale with terror. The tentacles formed a massive, gaping mouth, baring teeth, and exhaling a heavy, rhythmic breath. This is a special grade parasitic type Axi shield, a subsidiary of the parasitic root clan. Liu Thin shot a mocking smile at them and said, "At the Tutai Education's divine pool, if you don't have your bracelets, don't even think about forfeiting. All 4 of you, come at me." The Fan Lingjie sect members were stunned, as if struck by lightning. Their eyes widened in shock as they gasped, "Tutai Education. That's a parasitic spirit beast." Right then, on the spirit-sensing crystal boat of the Fan Lingjie sect, all the lights turned red. On their bellies, a glaring red X mark appeared. Bak Toto was astonished. Hey, what just happened? Official Lu looked serious and said, it seems those 4 candidates couldn't put their bracelets back on within 3 minutes. The Fan Lingjie sect has been disqualified. Bai Liansu couldn't believe the end came so quickly. She panicked, crying out in alarm. What? Disqualified? She rubbed the back of her head, feeling regretful. Pouting. Bai Liansu muttered, what on earth? I thought they'd be the champions. They took their bracelets off and forgot to put them back on? A mistake? Not necessarily. Suddenly, a cold voice cut through her train of thought. It was Bai Danshu. For them to think of a plan like this, they must have been extremely meticulous, and it's impossible that all 4 of them just failed to put them on in time. He concluded, most likely, someone made a move on them. Bai Liansu gasped. Made a move? Is the fighting starting already? Isn't this just a collection mission? Why start throwing hands? Well, you'd have to ask Official Lu about that. Bai Danshu said. Official Lu blinked in confusion, pointing to himself. He asked suspiciously, me? The young master of the Botch family explained. On the surface, it's just a collection mission. But the items to be collected are densely packed and obvious. It's impossible to hide one's tracks. Bai Danshu pondered. When everyone is fighting over the same thing, once the nearby items are snatched up, the ones further away become a target for all the sects. Clashing is just a matter of time. Bai Danshu concluded. The first stage isn't just testing the candidates' gathering skills, is it? Official Lu. Official Lu gave a forced laugh. He chuckled twice before answering. The young master of the Botch family truly has a sharp eye. After all, the ultimate strength of these sects is based on combat power. We don't need to avoid such things. After saying this, Official Lu turned to his subordinates. Examiners of the 3 zones, go up to the island and assess the situation, and prepare for the worst-case scenario. They immediately bowed and replied, Fan Lingjie, County Master. Bai Liansu felt a bit dizzy, her voice trembling. Worst-case scenario? Does that mean they? Bai Danshu darkened his expression and said, you didn't think I brought you here for a field trip, did you? He continued. My Botch manor climbed to where we are, step by step, and I want you to understand the cruelty of intersect competition so that you won't be bullied by even the smallest of mongrels. Bai Liansu scolded. You jerk of a brother. Back on the training island, Fan Lingjie suddenly sneezed. He thought to himself, why did I just sneeze out of nowhere? Suddenly, his bracelet pinged with an announcement. Attention, candidates. Fan Lingjie was surprised. Oh, more news. It calmly stated, the entire Fan Lingjie sect has been disqualified. 23 teams remain. Fan Lingjie was shocked. What? He felt taken aback and started running forward quickly, trying to guess the reason. To be fully disqualified so soon after the start, the only possibility is that they got dragged into a fight. Things are escalating way faster than expected. I have to be extra careful. With that thought, Fan Lingjie sprinted toward the light pillars in the distance. He summoned the Thai Dinner dog. Fan Lingjie pointed straight ahead, looking grave. Little Mutt, go and scout the area. The Thai Dint dog barked a few times and quickly vanished behind a sand dune. Next, he summoned the Dang Van demon, Little Vine. The Dang Van demon immediately let out a cry and launched its vines into the distance, then slowly retracted them. He didn't expect to find a point-tracking spore at the end of the vine. Fan Lingjie grabbed it, praising it endlessly. Well done, got another one. He looked at the number on his bracelet and began to calculate. That's 2 points already. If Little Mutt scouts and Little Vine retrieves from a distance, I can avoid risks and hopefully collect even more points safely. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Huh? The light pillar was just here. Where did it go? Be careful, someone is nearby. Before anyone could get close, Fan Lingjie urged his spirit beasts, Hide, quick. He also ducked behind a sand dune. The group arrived, and the large man in the lead barked, Who's there? This is the Hong Lone Pavilion. Come out, don't even think about hiding. Fan Lingjie was startled, thinking of Tiet the Great Commander, and panicked. Hong Lone Pavilion? Isn't that the sect that ran into Commander Tiet earlier? Hong Lone Pavilion is a grade B sect. This must be the sect they just founded. Don't hide anymore, I see you. The group shouted again. Fan Lingjie watched them, his thoughts spinning. Hong Lone Pavilion is an industry-focused sect, not specialized in combat. These 4 are acting as a group. Their strength probably isn't that high. He retreated further, still thinking. But since there are 4 of them, there's no need for a direct confrontation. I'll just hide until they leave. But the Thai Dint dog suddenly dashed out and barked. Fan Lingjie was shocked. Little Mutt, what are you doing? The Honglone Pavilion group turned around, startled. The Thai Dint dog jumped onto Kung Nuni, affectionately barking at her, which gave her a huge fright. Little mutt? Why are you here? Fan Lingjie's jaw dropped, his heart shattered as if struck by lightning. He screamed internally. What is this? Do they know each other? And Kung Nuni immediately recognized who was there, shouting, Perfect. Fan Lingjie, get out here right now. He gulped, letting out a nervous sigh. If I've been found out, screw it. I'll just improvise. Fan Lingjie stepped out, whispering, Sorry, miss. But, do we know each other? Kung Nuni kept a cold face, stroking the Thai Dint dog's head. Humph, trying to pretend you don't know me again? Forget it. You've been gone for so long. Where have you been? Were you hiding from me? That devil! Fan Lingjie was terrified, blurting out, That devil. Inside his head, he wailed, This is massive news. Over by Gu Ling, she happily waved at her heaven-fragrance enchanting rabbit. Finally, I've got the second one. Xiang, can you handle this pace? I'm not holding everyone back, am I? The heaven-fragrance enchanting rabbit squeaked in response. Gu Ling looked down at her bracelet and let out a troubled sigh. Last time, sect leader Fan handled everything on his own. But now that I'm in charge, I feel like I'm just a burden. The gap between us is just too huge. She shook it off, trying to regain her focus. She pointed toward the pillar of light and declared, I have to try harder. I can't let Lingshui Pavilion down. Let's go, Xiang. Her spirit beast squeaked in agreement. The pair hid behind a mound to keep an eye on the spores. Gu Ling peered around cautiously and whispered, Okay, the third one is spotted. The coast is clear, it's safe. The heaven-fragrance enchanting rabbit chirped in agreement. Gu Ling joyfully grabbed the third spore, thinking, See, Xiang, I'm pretty good at this too. But her joy didn't last long. A sudden, booming voice startled her. Drop it! Two figures stood atop the mound, looking as if they'd been lying in wait for a long time, using spores as bait. Huh, looks like it paid off. The other one muttered, skeptical. It's just a little girl? Gu Ling froze, thinking to herself, Crap, I've been ambushed. She clutched her forehead, grinding her teeth in self-reproach. Come on, Gu Ling, how could you be so stupid? You didn't even keep your guard up. She gulped, eyeing the two men. At least there are only two of them, she thought. I can probably handle this. One of them had strange black markings. He was from the Wu-Tu sect, currently sitting at 7 points. He sneered, I told you this competition was too much of a hassle. Why bother running around picking up spores? If we just kill everyone from the other sects, we'll advance automatically. Hey, kid, what sect are you from? Spit it out. Before Gu Ling could even answer, a voice suddenly cut in. It was a voice Gu Ling knew all too well. I know her. Gu Ling, from Lingshui Pavilion. Gu Ling was stunned. She turned her head, seeing a figure she hadn't seen in a long time, someone familiar, yet somehow distant. Duanye? She gasped. Duanye, however, remained calm. Ignoring her shocked expression, he spoke up. Junior sister Gu Ling, how have you been? Gu Ling stared at him, whispering, Senior brother Duanye? She asked in surprise. Why are you here? Did you join another sect? The Wu-Tu sect member on the mound shouted, directing his words at Duanye. Where did this kid come from? Get lost. Don't get in the way of our hunt. The guy raised his hand to summon his spirit beast, adding, Unless you want to be our prey. 2. With a thud, a tree demon appeared. A totem tree demon. Combat-type plant spirit beast. Earth level. Duanye didn't care about the threat. It was as if Gu Ling was the only living person in his eyes. Duanye calmly replied to her, So, you're the sect leader now? The other Wu-Tu sect member lost his temper. He snapped, Hey, stop talking. I'm talking to you, big guy. The bald guy gritted his teeth, furious, and started casting a spell. You think you can just ignore me? Die! The tree demon let out a screech, but before anyone could even see it move, it was suddenly sliced into pieces. Its master was completely caught off guard. The Wu-Tu sect member gasped in shock. What? Gu Ling looked at the small shadow emerging from the dust. The shape of the spirit beast was becoming clear, just like in her memories. Gu Ling covered her mouth in disbelief. Hey me? You're alive. Oh, thank goodness, Hey me, you're still alive. But then, Gu Ling froze. Hey me was indeed that same spirit cat, but its fur was now tattered and covered in a strange, dark, ghostly energy, revealing muscle and flesh underneath. Gu Ling's eyes widened in horror. Hey me, what happened to you? The Wu-Tu sect members shrieked, preparing to fight to the death. They frantically summoned their spirit beasts. The bald man pulled 2 wooden stakes, the ones previously stuck in the tree demon, and rammed them into his beasts. A buffalo and a snail. Instantly, the normally docile creatures turned bloodthirsty and savage. Both beasts charged toward Guling at once. Guling quickly cast a spell for Xiangxiang. The heaven fragrance enchanting rabbit nimbly clung to her back, and with a swift leap, lifted Guling into the air just as a wave of debris and earth crashed toward them. The Wutu sect members didn't stop, forcing their beasts to charge at Duanye. Guling yelled in worry, "Watch out!" Duanye, however, remained incredibly calm, or rather, his expression was chillingly cold. Duanye pinched his fingers together, and the eyes of the He-Mi behind him flashed red. It lunged forward with such speed that even Guling was startled. She didn't even see He-Mi attack. There was just a whoosh, and the large spirit beasts that had dwarfed He-Mi simply collapsed. Duanye commanded coldly, "Back." Without a moment's hesitation, He-Mi turned and dove toward the two Wutu sect members, its next targets. It pounced. The two men panicked, screaming, "We give up! We give up!" Duanye made a sharp fist-closing gesture, and He-Mi halted its strike. The bald man covered his head with his hands, screaming in terror. When the expected pain didn't come, he looked up, coughing uncontrollably. He-Mi hadn't touched them. It had just left 4 deep claw marks in the ground on either side of them before turning away. The sidekick whispered, We almost died." The other man replied, his voice still shaking, "We've been disqualified. Damn it." The heaven fragrance enchanting rabbit set Guling back down. She called out softly to He-Mi, then recoiled in shock. He-Mi turned back to look at her, its mouth still clamped around the flesh of the giant snail. Guling looked up at the boy in front of her. "He-Mi doesn't look right. What on earth did you do to it?" Duanye replied, devoid of emotion. "As you can see, not only did it survive, it's become even more powerful. Because I joined a truly powerful sect." Guling was confused. "A powerful sect?" she repeated, then asked, "Did they turn He-Mi into this?" "Guling, are you still killing yourself for the sake of Lingshui Pavilion?" Duanye didn't answer, instead asking with a lack of understanding, "What is the point of doing that?" He lowered his voice, looking down at Guling from above as if for her own good. "Come to our ghost slaughter sect. I'll introduce you. Trust me, this is the powerful sect we've always dreamed of." "No, senior brother Duanye," Guling yelled angrily. "Let's go back to Lingshui Pavilion. Since junior brother Fan Lingjie arrived, we've been recovering quickly. We have the resolve to revive Lingshui Pavilion now." "Is that Fan Lingjie guy the one who liked to meddle in everything that day?" Duanye frowned. "You girls actually let him join?" Rongling pointed at Xiangxiang and said, "I'm not lying to you, brother. In just 1 month, our spirit beasts have all reached the truling stage. If you don't believe me, look at Xiangxiang." The heavenly fragrance, Maze Rabbit nodded as well. She continued, "Come back, senior brother Duanye. We can do this." Duanye's face darkened at those words, as if he were truly angry. He said in a cold voice, "You silly girls. You think you can revive the Lingjie Pavilion just by relying on an outsider?" He-Mi growled, and the heavenly fragrance Maze Rabbit flinched in fear, hiding behind her butterfly wings. Duanye sneered, "I can't even get through to someone as stupid as you. I'm not wasting any more breath. I'm going to go collect some points." With that, Duanye turned and walked away, commanding, "He-Mi, let's go." Rongling shouted after him, "Senior brother Duanye, the Lingjie Pavilion really needs you." Duanye gave her a side glance and corrected her, "I am no longer your senior brother." Rongling gritted her teeth in silence. Duanye continued, "Just wait, Rongling. Wait until we win the competition. Once the Lingjie Pavilion is eliminated from the tournament, your final delusions will shatter. You'll come crawling back then." Rongling angrily retorted, "No, we won't. The Lingjie Pavilion will definitely pass." Duanye didn't even look at her, saying coldly, "We'll see, provided you can even make it to the second round." He added, "And don't let me run into that guy, Fan Lingjie. I won't go easy on him." Rongling pursed her lips, watching him leave as the earthen mound fell silent. Rongling felt like she was falling into an endless darkness, standing there helplessly and whispering, "Senior brother Duanye." Meanwhile, on the other side, Cheng Shi and his spirit beast found another spore hidden behind a sand dune. A spark lit up in Cheng Shi's eyes. He cheered, "Found the 4th one. I really am amazing." He suddenly turned to his red iron scourge horse and said, "Say something, you dummy. I've always had a question." He yelled right in his spirit beast's face, agonizing over it. "Why did you level up to truling stage but your appearance didn't change at all? Fan Lingjie's little lust hound looks so much cooler, why haven't you changed?" The red iron scourge horse seemed to understand, letting out a goofy heh heh heh. Cheng Shi thought gloomily, "Well, I can't say it hasn't changed at all. Maybe it just got more ridiculous." He remembered the previous attack and guessed, Could it be because it got hit on the head? Even if I get stronger, my spirit beast's look just brings my coolness down. Imagining his own heroic, imposing self paired with such a goofy, dim-witted spirit beast, Cheng Shi started sweating with anxiety. He thought, damn it, I kind of want to replace him. Before he knew it, the red iron scourge horse had run out and touched the spore. Cheng Shi panicked. Why did you go over there? Hide first and observe. He looked around, but it seemed deserted. Could it be that I'm so strong that everyone is hiding from me? Well, I won't hold back then. As Cheng Shi eagerly leaped forward to snatch the spore, a sudden voice commanded, "Put that down," startling him. Oh crap, someone's here. A blonde-haired teenager, about the same height as Cheng Shi, spoke up. I found this one first. It belongs to me. Hand it over obediently, or I'll beat you to a pulp. Cheng Shi stared at the person opposite him, shocked. Huh? A little brat? He looks even younger than me. Cheng Shi asked skeptically. Hey little buddy, are you here to compete? Didn't you get lost? The other guy was furious. He pointed at himself and shouted even louder, Don't be rude. I am the sect master of the long-winded heavenly blessed land, invincible god palace. Long-winded heavenly? Cheng Shi and his spirit beast couldn't take him seriously at all. He turned to his beast and chuckled. Huh, how did he even come up with such a long name? Long Ming looked panicked and astonished. How dare you laugh at me? Cheng Shi smiled sheepishly, accidentally brushing the spore against his wristband, which quickly absorbed it. Cheng Shi said, Oops, sorry about that. Sect Master Long. The spore accidentally touched my wristband. Long Ming was livid. He clenched both fists and shouted, You bastard, I told you that spore was mine. You're trying to play me? You're forcing my hand. Cheng Shi smirked, rubbing his chin, and joked, Not bad. Is your divine dragon actually a white rabbit or a calico cat? Long Ming roared in fury. Cheng Shi was so startled he went blank. A blinding golden light burst forth from Long Ming. The shockwave knocked Cheng Shi back as the light shot into the sky, illuminating everything. Everyone saw it and was drawn toward the light. The golden glow reached the airship, piercing through the windows. Lord Lu asked in shock, What's going on? Bai Liansu ran to the window, eyes wide with amazement, calling to her brother, Brother, look, what is that? Bai Danchu gritted his teeth. You little, no way, thought Fan Lingjie, stunned. Did someone actually summon that? Cheng Shi and the red iron scourge horse stared blankly at the Emperor tier spirit beast. Hovering above Long Ming was a dragon with overwhelming prestige. Missing context, text provided in prompt. He raised his hand and angrily commanded, Ming Luan, tear him to shreds. How does such a young, mysterious boy possess an Emperor tier spirit beast? Blue-scaled flood dragon. Emperor tier quality, beast type, dragon family, rank unknown. The flood dragon appeared behind Long Ming, looking majestic. A dragon? The voice sounded terrified. Cheng Shi stuttered in shock. This is an Emperor tier spirit beast. Back on the airship, the support team ran in to report. Report to the governor. The frontline observers have sent a report, the man said frantically. It is indeed an Emperor tier manifestation. The spirit beast master is a kid from the 8th district. The kid from the 8th district pointed at himself in confusion. What? A kid from our district? Someone looked at him and guessed, could it be Long Ming? The person from the 8th district argued in shock. No way. That long-winded heavenly blessed land, super invincible god palace stuff, with a name that long, isn't he just a laughingstock? Besides, no matter how a kid trains their spirit power, their spirit beast pool couldn't possibly hold an Emperor tier beast. Bai Danqiu suddenly spoke up. There is a possibility. Are you talking about a co-born dragon beast, young Master Bai? Lord Lu asked. Bai Danqiu replied, That's right, Lord Lu. He explained. If a spirit beast master has high enough talent from a young age, they can directly birth the embryo of the spirit beast into their spirit pool, bypassing capacity limitations. Bai Liansu was amazed. Is there really such a good thing? Why didn't father do that for me? Bai Danqiu gave her a side glance and replied, Your talent wasn't enough. Bai Liansu's face darkened, her eyes like knives as she glared at her older brother. Say that again if you dare. Bai Danqiu ignored her and looked toward the harsh training island, adding softly, A bonded spirit beast born with such harsh conditions, and to be of emperor rank, is a miracle in itself. It's strange that someone with this kind of strength is still a rogue cultivator. I suppose this young man must have had some unimaginable stroke of luck. Returning to Cheng Shi, he stared blankly and asked, Is that your bonded spirit beast? Long Miantian was caught off guard. Huh, you know about that too? Cheng Shi's pupils contracted instinctively. He seemed to fall into a painful memory. The space turned a hazy red. Shadows upon shadows loomed over him, accompanied by sighs and whispers. Sigh. It's a lost cause. Back then, the young Chengxi was dazed, lying weakly on the ground, struggling to catch his breath while listening to the murmurs. Another failure this time. The shadow of a black wolf whined in boredom, its voice fading away like a dying echo. Everyone gathered around, their gazes cold and piercing. They whispered among themselves, "I told you, this kid doesn't have the aptitude. Wasting so many resources, hasn't he given up yet?" A tall figure stood silently, just watching Chengxi. Chengxi was terrified, his eyes welling up with tears. Chengxi reached out, choking back a sob as he called out, "Father," but all he got in return was the man's turning back. The man sighed faintly and said, "Forget it." Snapping back to reality from the illusion, Long Miantian proudly raised his hand and said, "I know quite a bit." "What? Jealous?" Chengxi's face darkened, teeth grinding together. "A bonded spirit beast isn't anything special at all," Chengxi shouted in anger, tears blurring the corners of his eyes. Long Miantian clenched his fists, his tone sharp and arrogant. "Mian Lin, give it everything you've got." The blue-scale flood dragon's eyes lit up, and it swooped down toward Chengxi in a blur. It opened its massive jaws and let out a deafening roar. Chengxi hurriedly pushed his own spirit beast away while it was still dazed. "Thornback, get out of the way." Boom! The flood dragon's head slammed directly into the ground, kicking up a tidal wave of dust and shattering the rocky terrain. Bai Liansu was shocked. Wouldn't this match lose all its fun if it ended so quickly? An emperor-rank spirit beast could easily crush everything. Bai Danshu spoke up suddenly. "Not necessarily. Bonded spirit beasts have their own drawbacks." Bai Liansu didn't take the warning to heart. She pouted and retorted to her sister. Bai Dansu calmly explained, "The development of a bonded spirit beast and the growth of the spirit master are tightly linked. If the spirit master doesn't train their spirit energy enough, the spirit beast's power will be severely limited. At this age, he probably doesn't know how to properly control an emperor rank." As the dust settled, Chengxi covered his nose, coughing, and tremblingly called out for his spirit beast in the thick fog. "Thornback, are you okay?" he asked with great difficulty. "Thornback, are you all right?" Chengxi supported the creature and stared, asking, "Where's that dragon?" Both of them stared in shock at the blue-scale flood dragon lying slumped before them. The flood dragon let out a soft groan. Ugh. It struggled to rise, dirt falling from its scales. "What happened? Did it fall?" Chengxi asked, completely bewildered. Long Miantian crossed his arms, shouting in disbelief, "You stupid dragon, how could you fall just like that when you were so close? I can't believe you." The blue-scale flood dragon wasn't docile either. It opened its mouth and roared back. Long Miantian was stunned, his eyes wide. "What? You're blaming me for the control? Isn't it because you never cooperate with my training that you ended up like this?" The blue-scale flood dragon couldn't speak human language, but it roared back with clear defiance, and Long Miantian was never one to be pushed around. He blew a fuse and pointed straight at its face, screaming, "You stupid dragon, how dare you talk back to me? Try roaring at me again, see what happens." This chaotic scene left Chengxi dumbfounded, thinking in disbelief. They're actually arguing? He suddenly grabbed a stone, which happened to be right in front of his ironback thorn beast. Ignoring the fact that his beast was mindlessly licking the rock, Chengxi put on a serious face and said, "It seems that with his spirit energy, controlling an emperor rank is extremely taxing. Thornback, we have a chance, follow my lead." He threw the rock into the air, and the ironback thorn beast instantly locked on, ready for action. Chengxi shouted. Long Miantian looked up at the rock, completely confused. Chengxi formed a seal and roared. A beam of light shot out from the top of Thornback's head. Thwack! The thorns on Thornback's back pierced through the rock, shattering it. Long Miantian stared blankly as the fragments rained down. Chengxi's voice rang out. "Now is the time, the rock has already been licked. Grow spikes," he commanded in a low voice. The falling rock fragments, which were various shapes, instantly changed structure, turning into pointed cones. They looked just like spikes. Taste my latest skill, Myriad Thorn Heavenfall. Countless sharp spikes rained down on Long Miantian. He scrambled in terror, trying to shield himself. "Oh no! Mian Lin, hurry! Dragon's Rage!" Following Long Miantian's desperate cry, the blue-scale flood dragon's eyes glowed fiercely. It opened its mouth and let out a roar, blasting a pillar of fire that disintegrated Chengxi's attack. Long Miantian crouched low to take cover. With a thunderous boom, the sheer power shattered the very mound they were standing on. Dust billowed into the air, revealing a large hole where the base of the tortoise shell had begun to crack. Long Miantian panicked and whispered to himself, "Oh crap, the ground beneath him is shaking." Actually, the entire training ground was shaking violently. The tortoise spirit awakened, its golden eyes burning as it let out a low growl. Long Miantian managed to regain his balance and shouted, "You stupid dragon, you've hit the old turtle." But then he jumped, seeing Chengxi and Thornback charging straight at him. Long Miantian's expression turned vicious. "Everyone is targeting me? Do I look that easy to bully?" He ordered, "Mian Lin, boost my strength by 5 points." The blue scale flood, dragon's pupils glowed. Long Miantian held his hands in front of him, his gaze sharp, his whole body glowing with a golden light. "Humph." Long Miantian grunted. "Get lost." The golden light erupted, knocking both of them back with a powerful shockwave. Chengxi slid backward, gritting his teeth as he thought, "What is going on? Do spirit masters even possess this kind of power?" Long Miantian sneered provocatively, the corner of his mouth curling up. "Look at that stupid look on your face. Haven't you ever seen an emperor-rank special skill before? Let me open your eyes." The ironback thorn beast rushed forward, furious. It curled into a ball like a spinning wheel, executing the thornback fire wheel rush. Long Miantian was annoyed, his eyes blazing. He shouted, "Mian Lin, boost it by another 10 points, ability level increasing." He swung his hand, glaring at the spirit beast in front of him. Boom! Long Miantian struck down, and Thornback was slammed directly into the ground, causing the earth to collapse. Special skill, Combat Reserves. Long Miantian looked at his glowing golden palm and said with disdain, "Easily handled." Chengxi ran over anxiously, shouting, "Thornback!" Long Mingyunthin suddenly appeared, blocking Chengxi's path. His eyes lit up as he channeled all his power into his fist. "Die!" Long Mingyunthin growled. Suddenly, a voice boomed from out of nowhere. "Stop!" Long Mingyunthin froze, glancing back and gritting his teeth in frustration. Humph. Perfect timing. With a sonic boom, Long Mingyunthin slammed his fist into the ground. Caught by the momentum of his push, Chengxi stumbled and fell. Squinting at the hand just inches away, Long Mingyunthin stood up straight and looked in the direction of the voice. "What gives? I was on a roll. That's so annoying." The middle-aged man looked stern. "If I hadn't told you to stop, you might have actually killed him." Long Mingyunthin looked away, crossed his arms, and retorted, "What are you talking about, Dad? I was just trying to scare him a little. I had it under control." The man shot a glance at the blue-scale dragon and repeated, "Under control?" He raised his voice, reprimanding him. "Do you have any idea how much of a commotion you caused by summoning your dragon? Every team on this island is probably onto us now. You call this under control?" Long Mingyunthin pointed an angry finger back. "It's because that guy was pushing his luck and stole my spore." The man walked up to Chengxi, looked down at him from above, and said coldly, "Listen here, kid. You've seen the difference in our strength." His face darkened as he clenched his fist in a threat. "Surrender immediately. I'll let you live. Otherwise," before he could finish, Chengxi shouted back stubbornly, "I'd rather die than surrender." The man was surprised by such a fierce reaction. He awkwardly scratched his chin, looking at his son as if to say, "This isn't going to be easy. I said no killing as soon as we got on this island, and you already pushed him to his breaking point." Long Mingyuntien propped his chin on his hand and rolled his eyes. "It's clearly because you look so silly trying to play the villain." He laughed out loud. "Forget it. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go rack up some points." With that, he turned and walked away. His father asked, "How many points do you have?" Long Mingyuntien quickly replied, "1," holding up his wristband to show it off like a trophy. "Check it out, Dad." Chengxi watched them walk away in silence. The man looked genuinely happy, patting his son on the head. "Wow, that's my boy. So strong." Chengxi watched with wide eyes. In his heart, he was struck by the familiar sight of someone turning their back to leave, leaving behind nothing but a cold, dismissive, "Forget it. Long Mingyuntien," he called out. Long Mingyuntien glanced back. "My name is Chengxi." Chengxi stood up, placed a hand on his chest, and declared, "I will defeat you." Chengxi stood there, facing the family 2 people and 1 spirit beast. Long Mingyuntien looked back blankly. "Chengxi, huh? Got it." He grinned. The blue-scale dragon curled up beside him. Long Mingyuntien beckoned with his finger. "Anytime you want." Elsewhere, the spore lay quietly on the ground. Suddenly, a black bird dove down from the sky, but with a loud thud, a foot stomped down, blocking its path. The bird was startled and braked hard. The panda rhino glanced at it, and the bird squawked in a panic, before hurriedly turning around and fleeing. Yue Tong hid behind a dirt mound and poked her head out. "Jiao Bai Mu did you get it?" The spore flew toward her, and Yue Tong caught it happily. "Ah, this is perfect." She tucked the spore into her wristband and laughed flatteringly. "It's all thanks to you." Jiao Bai Mu huffed and walked away. Yue Tong ran after him, thinking, even though his temper is bad, he's really reliable. I'd be lost without him. Thinking this to herself, she shouted loudly, wait for me, Jiao Bai Mu'er. Looking at the pillar of light not far ahead, Yue Tong said, if I get the one in front, that'll be 3 points. Only 2 more to go, and I'll finish the mission. Yue Tong beamed, thinking to herself, I haven't run into any rivals yet. My luck isn't half bad. Suddenly, the pillar of light from the spore vanished. Yue Tong gasped in shock. Oh no, there are people over there. This is bad. We need to scram before they spot us. But the panda rhino stubbornly walked forward. Yue Tong panicked. Hey, don't go, Jiao Bai Mu'er. She clutched her hands together and yelled, come back here. The spirit beast immediately turned and glared at her, with a look that said, if you say one more word, you're done for. Yue Tong shriveled up, stammering and backing down. Okay, have it your way. The panda rhino stepped out and roared. Whoa, why is there a panda over there? A voice suddenly rang out from behind a mound. Yue Tong peeked over, guessing it sounded like a girl. When she saw the group of people, she was stunned. Oh no, there are 3 of them, Zhao Rongling gasped. Where did that panda come from? Shilan covered her mouth, wondering, why don't I see the spirit master? Is it a wild panda? Yue Tong hid behind the dune, confused. Strange. She looked at their empty wrists. Why are they holding the spores instead of using the point-tracking wristbands? Manzhu looked around nervously. Sister Lan, what do we do? Shilan was just as lost, racking her brain until she finally decided, there's no other way. We're backed into a corner, let's go after it together. With that, Shilan waved her hand to summon. Meng Qi, go. A sudden howl pierced the air. The Meng Qi beast, a beast-type monster with electrical properties, appeared. Manzhu summoned his own spirit beast, which looked like a bamboo shoot. Zhao Rongling summoned a butterfly dragon, a small dragon with butterfly wings on its back. The 3 of them didn't say another word and lunged toward the panda rhino. Bam! The Meng Qi beast took a punch square in the face from a black, furry fist, followed by a few more blows. By the time they opened their eyes, all their spirit beasts had been knocked out, with only Jiao Bai Mu'er standing there, a faint smirk on his lips. Yue Tong's eyes went wide, thinking in horror, it's over. Are these guys just here for show? I was even going to test out my own training results. Suddenly, Yue Tong straightened her face. She gritted her teeth. Forget it. In this competition, it's eat or be eaten. Get the points first, worry about the rest later. Hey! Yue Tong stepped out and shouted. She was trembling, but she tried to act like a ruthless bandit. Yue Tong said in a cold voice, hand over all your spores. If you do, I'll spare you. She hesitated slightly at the end, determined to keep a tough face. Or else. Shilan's eyes widened, her body tensing up as she ground her teeth. Beads of sweat formed on her face as she shouted, no, I can't give them to you. What? Yue Tong sighed, pointing at her opponent, completely lost. She stammered, You, do you want the spores but not your life? Think about it again. Shilan cried, you can have anything else, but please don't take the spores. If you do, my little sister won't survive. Yue Tong looked blankly at her. What are you talking about? Above, a bird shrieked as it flew by, its call sounding lost. Big sister, I won't hide anything from you, Shilan explained softly. Nganmai is a newcomer to our Cam Nyet Pavilion. Cam Nyet Pavilion was a sect that trained idol-style spirit masters. Shilan continued, the 4 of us are the core group being developed this season. Our group, Mai Lan Truk Rong Ling, consists of Nganmai, myself, Ma Truk, and Rong Ling, Shilan explained. Our teacher told us to enter this assessment exam, saying it would boost our popularity and help our future careers. Ma Truk added that everything had been planned out, saying there was no danger and we just needed to make an appearance. We believed it, so we signed up. Finally, Rong Ling, looking like she was about to cry, added, but we never expected everyone here to be so brutal. They attack at the slightest disagreement, and our spirit beasts are only meant for cute performances. They can't fight at all. Yue Tong replied, I can see that. They sobbed, tears welling in their eyes, and said in unison, Nganmai was kidnapped by a bad guy, and he threatened us, saying if we didn't hand over 5 spores, he would kill Nganmai immediately. That's why you saw us collecting spores without using the point-tracking bracelets. I see. But in this situation, why didn't you just forfeit instead of trying to fight back? Shilan cried as she explained, sobbing, if we forfeit, he'll still kill Nganmai. He said he doesn't care about the consequences. Yue Tong felt a surge of righteous anger, thinking, that makes no sense. This is supposed to be a skill assessment, not an excuse to use such vicious tactics. How shameless. Yue Tong completely forgot that she had intended to rob them herself. Rong Ling pleaded with her. Big sister, can you help us? Shilan joined in, begging. Please, save Nanmai. With her sense of justice firing up, Yue Tong asked loudly, where is he? Shilan turned and pointed in a direction behind that mountain. Yue Tong suddenly felt her face pale and her heart race. She had agreed in a moment of reckless excitement. Man, I was too rash. Have I been infected by Jiao Bok Mok Ni's personality? Sisters, wait a second, let's come up with a plan first. Yue Tong said, with a serious face. The three of them moved out from behind the mound. A one-eyed man was sitting on a dirt hill, holding a carnivorous vine-like organism. He said with a hint of joy. Back so soon? Did you find the spores? Under his feet, a young girl was crying, while his spirit beast held her life in its grasp. Shilan said softly, we only found 3. Matruk tried, but we really couldn't find more. Can we make a deal? Just let Nganmai go. The man tilted his head and asked, trying to negotiate with me? He tugged on the vine and threatened. You don't want her to live anymore, do you? His spirit beast opened its mouth wider. Nanmai squeezed her eyes shut and sobbed in terror. Shilan panicked and quickly shouted, we found a method that is guaranteed to win. The man asked skeptically. A guaranteed way to win? Shilan said, you want us to help you collect spores because you want to win the exam, right? But we found a very easy way. Oh? Let's hear it, he said in a flat tone. Shilan quickly replied, look at my hand. The man leaned in, curious to see what she meant. Suddenly, he felt something, and at the same moment, the rhino panda appeared behind him. It roared, pinned his arms behind his back, and ripped the vine-type spirit beast away. The man was shocked. What? Across from him, Shilan cheered. It worked, Matruk asked anxiously. Nganmai, are you okay? The vine-type spirit beast was crushed in Jiao Bok Mok Ni's grip, completely shredded right in front of the man. The rhino panda roared fiercely into the man's face. From behind, Yue Tong ordered Jiao Bok Mok Ni, teach him a lesson for me. The man panicked and shouted, wait, look closely at her neck. Only then did everyone notice a bug crawling on Nganmai's neck. Yue Tong was startled. This is... The man's face darkened as he said viciously, I've implanted a parasite on her neck. If you dare to make one more move, I'll snap her neck immediately. As he spoke, his hand slowly tightened. Nganmai's face went pale, and she let out a moan. Shilan and Matruk both screamed, don't! Yue Tong yelled in panic. Stop! The man smirked provocatively. Humph. If you want to see her die, go ahead and try me. Come on then. Yue Tong closed her eyes, gritting her teeth as she ordered, Jiao Bok Mok Ni. Stop. The creature roared at him in frustration. The man's hand twitched, and Yue Tong had to scream, I said stop! The rhino panda let him go and huffed in anger. The man laughed mockingly. Ha ha, what a living bodhisattva. Walking past her, he sneered, you lot always hesitating, always overthinking, what are you even doing here? He gave her a cold, dismissive glare. Yue Tong clenched her teeth in fury. If that's the way it is, then make a choice, the man said, as his hand began to glow. Either we all go down together, or you all let me implant the parasite and become my puppets. After the exam, maybe I'll let you live. He shook the parasite in his hand with a savage laugh. Rong Ling called out anxiously, Big sister. Jiao Bok Mok Ni roared again in anger. Yue Tong squeezed her fists, breathing heavily, while Jiao Bok Mok Ni continued to growl and complain loudly. The man didn't care and asked intently, well, hurry up and choose. His words felt like a curse. Yue Tong jumped, gritting her teeth to endure a strange sensation, sweat pouring down her face like rain. What is this? Yue Tong thought, trembling. I feel like I've been through this before. What is this feeling? So uncomfortable. Suddenly, she fell into a deep memory. A faceless, mysterious figure whispered like a curse. Make a choice. A teenage boy was covered in wounds, his face stained with red blood. A girl had her eyes tightly shut, blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. Both of you? In her memory, her own eyes were filled with tears, her face smeared with blood. Yue Tong let out a pained cry. Ah! The man was startled. What are you doing? Stand straight, or else Before he could finish, Yue Tong grabbed his wrist. She twisted her body and flipped him over. Shilan and Matruk were stunned. The man's eyes widened, frozen in shock. Yue Tong suddenly locked him in a chokehold. Yue Tong, she muttered. I choose neither. With a firm voice, she gripped his neck and spun him around. The man was jolted, coughing up a spray of blood. With powerful force, Yue Tong grabbed the disciple from the evil Gu sect and slammed him hard into the ground. He went unconscious instantly. Shilan hugged Ngan Mai, who burst into tears. Shilan held Ngan Mai tight, calling her name. Rong Ling and Ma Truk stood by to comfort them. Ma Truk said, "We're saved. This is so good." Shilan smiled. "Big sister, thank you so much, really." But Yue Tong was standing right there, her body shaking uncontrollably. Shilan noticed something was wrong. "Big sister? Are you okay?" Yue Tong's eyes flashed with light, her expression completely vacant. "Get away!" Thilan looked terrified as Yue Tong suddenly collapsed. Thilan cried out in worry, "Big sister!" Under the clear blue sky, in the vast, desolate wilderness, Yue Tong slowly opened her eyes. Thilan and the others looked on, overjoyed. Lan Truk cheered, "Big sister is awake!" Rong Ling was just as happy, exclaiming, "Thank heavens! Thank heavens! Big sister is all right." Yue Tong sat up, touched her forehead, and winced. "Ugh, my head hurts so much. What happened to me just now?" Remembering something, Yu Tong asked, "Right, where is that bad guy?" Thilan pointed toward the area where A was lying in agony. "He must have been knocked down by you, big sister. I don't think he'll be able to stand up for a while." Yue Tong panicked inwardly. "What? I knocked him down?" Yue Tong said out loud. "Stop joking around, guys. I'm just a cook. What do I know about fighting?" She then thought, "Wait. Just now, it felt like a flash of past memories appeared in my head." Yue Tong recalled a moment involving a spirit beast pool, but she couldn't remember anything else from her past. "Last time I summoned a massive spirit beast pool, and now this time, I actually defeated a powerful enemy." Yue Tong covered her mouth with both hands and chuckled. "Could it be that I was a very strong spirit beast master before?" Tilan spoke up. "Big sister, could you reveal a little bit about your sect?" Yue Tong was surprised. "Ah, you mean Fan Lingjie Pavilion?" All four of them, Rong Ling, Lan Truk, Tilan, and Ganmai, bowed respectfully in unison. "Please let us join Lingxiao Pavilion." Yue Tong was shocked. "Wait." She looked a bit intimidated by the four girls in front of her and said nervously, "What do you mean by this?" Ganmai's cheeks flushed slightly. She explained that the four of them had always dreamed of becoming elite spirit beast masters, but their skills were lacking, and they hadn't dared to have such wild thoughts before. Both Rongling and Mantruk added in. Rongling smiled, but this time, we saw Big Sister's heroic stance with our own eyes. Mantruk's eyes were full of admiration. "It was just too cool. We also want to become spirit beast masters just like you, Big Sister." Thilan clasped her hands together, looking at Yue Tong with star-filled eyes. "Please take us as your disciples and teach us." Yue Tong couldn't quite process everything with these four girls yet and replied hesitantly, "Well, look, Lingxiao Pavilion is definitely short on people, but I'm not the sect leader, so I can't make that decision." Thilan clasped her hands in front of her chest and beamed, "It's okay. After the competition ends, we'll leave our sect immediately and come to join yours. You have to take us in when the time comes, Big Sister." Mantruk continued. "So, we should probably admit defeat and withdraw from the competition now." Rongling added, "We're too weak. Staying would just be a distraction." Yue Tong agreed. That works. It's truly too dangerous for you all to be here." Tilan smiled. "Thank you for saving our lives, Big Sister. These 3 spores are useless to us. Please take them." On Fan Lingjie's side, he wiped sweat from his face and looked at his arm, his eyes showing little affection. "Hey, I'm asking you, why do you keep following me?" Nuni rested her chin on her hand, looking up at the sky with a dismissive attitude. Who's following you? I just haven't seen Xiao Quan in a long time. Don't be so conceited." Xiao Quan, running beside them, heard its name and barked happily twice. Fan Lingjie cursed the little traitor under his breath and replied, "So, you've just broken ties with your sect like that?" Nuni ignored him completely, happily smiling at Xiao Quan. "Besides, it's hard to level up anyway. Might as well follow Xiao Quan, right, Xiao Quan?" Xiao Quan happily accepted, playing with Nuni. "Bark, bark." Fan Lingjie thought to himself, "It seems she and I are very close. I'll try to see if I can find out something about my identity." Fan Lingjie spoke up. "Hey, Zhang Nuni, what kind of person do you think I am?" Nuni stopped playing with Xiao Quan and put a finger to her face. "Oh, using this trick again, are you?" Nuni leaned in and used one finger to lift Fan Lingjie's chin. "You're a damn devil that people find annoying." Fan Lingjie leaned back, his expression full of panic. Nuni's body was currently hot and seductive, her hips were curvy, and her figure was alluring. Fan Lingjie's eyes drifted to places they shouldn't be, and he blushed, quickly turning away. Fan Lingjie struggled to speak. I'm asking you seriously. Nuni stood behind him, hands on her hips, laughing excitedly. Fan Lingjie turned his head back, pointing to his face. Because I've been having headaches lately and have forgotten a lot of things from before, so I want to remember my past. Nuni put her hand to her chin, puzzled. Headaches? That strange illness of yours has flared up again? Fan Lingjie was shocked. Strange illness? Nuni's cheeks flushed pink. What's wrong? You used that strange illness to take advantage of me before, and now you're pretending you don't know about it? Fan Lingjie was stunned, remembering a scene where black streams of energy like a hand gripped his head. Could the strangeness of this body be related to that strange illness? Fan Lingjie urged. Quick, tell me more about this illness. Nuni closed her eyes, feeling shy. Damn devil, how am I supposed to say this? But Fan Lingjie didn't care about Nuni's expression. He just desperately wanted to know what was wrong with him, grabbing her shoulders. He probed. How do I act when I have an episode? Nuni, blushing deeply, slapped Fan Lingjie across the face, as if she had lost her composure, not forgetting to add, You lecher. On the water, a long boat drifted along. Inside the ship, Yenha reported. Reporting to the district governor, the statistics for this stage are ready. Yenha read from the paper, the competition has been going on for 4 hours, and 278 spores have been collected. The cumulative score list for the sects is as follows. First, the Zaitai sect with 42 points. Second, the Ghost Killing Association with 33 points. Third, the Lingxiao Pavilion with 16 points. Bach leaned to sat on her chair and spoke up. 7th place? Lingxiao Pavilion isn't bad at all. Yenha continued reporting. 17th, Red Phoenix Tower with 2 points. 18th, Windwave Sect with 1 point. Report finished. 2 was surprised. Why are there only 18 teams left after 4 hours? Is the competition that fierce? Is this normal? Ling Zizi appeared along with the sound of a report. Reporting to the district governor, Officer Liu reports that we have arrived at the location where Tianyun Gate lost contact. All around, the soldiers were people whose body parts had been sliced off. 2 soldiers and Lam Chi Mao Tu were witnessing the truly cruel scene. A subordinate also spoke up. They were indeed all murdered, and the methods were quite brutal. Officer Liu guessed. It seems these sects came here specifically for legalized murder. Tu was horrified. This is too terrifying. Won't the Alliance stop them? If this keeps up, won't there be a massive battle? Officer Liu replied calmly. It doesn't matter. In any case, everyone will be fighting in the next stage anyway. Tu looked on in surprise. What did you say? Over here, Fan Lingjie is busy absorbing energy. That's the 5th one, mission accomplished. Feng Meng looks at Ruer playing with little roll and speaks up. Since you're following me, aren't you going to collect spores? Ruer says, cheerfully. It's fine. There's no hope of passing anyway. A beast silhouette appears behind Feng Meng. Ruer warns him, watch your back. A vicious fox lunges at Fan Lingjie from behind. Feng Meng turns around and realizes it's Flametail. Flametail stops, then affectionately pounces on Fan Lingjie, hugging him. Mu Chuan walks up from behind, sounding very annoyed. Damn it, how did you manage to bribe that thing? It didn't even listen to my attack command. Fan Lingjie notices Mu Chuan and asks, What are you doing here? Mu Chuan replies nonchalantly, It's fate. Footsteps appear on the rock ledge above Fan Lingjie's group. The old woman from the White Tomb sect, along with 2 others, looks down, asking Mu Chuan, Are those enemies? Mu Chuan waves his hand. Sect leader, don't be tense. They're our allies, our own people. Feng Meng asks, Why are you 4 operating together? Your collection rate must be terrible. Mu Chuan just replies, How should I know? It was the sect leader's idea. Don't ask stupid questions. Mu Chuan tries to coax him. Come on, help us collect spores. But Feng Meng coldly retorts, Dream on. Mu Chuan says disappointedly, Aren't we allies? Mu Chuan smiles sarcastically. Don't be so petty. Suddenly, Mu Chuan senses someone is coming. The sound of wheels crunching on the ground echoes, and a figure appears. An old woman in a wheelchair with pitch-black eyes. Mu Chuan eyes the newcomer. Dressed like that. It's the Free Sect. Fan Lingjie is surprised. The Free Sect is also participating in the competition? Must be a different branch. Mu Chuan reaches out and whispers to Fan Lingjie, Don't panic. He probably doesn't know you guys wiped out the Du branch, so don't let it slip. The White Tomb sect leader speaks up. Who are you? The newcomer replies, I am Nizing of the Free Sect's Divine Pond Assembly. The air between the White Tomb sect leader and Nixing grows heavy. Mu Chuan raises his hands and shouts, Sect leader, don't make a move yet. Let me talk to him first. Mu Chuan looks up at the man. Senior Ni. I've long admired the reputation of the Free Sect. To meet you today, you're truly extraordinary. Mu Chuan bows and negotiates. Our current goal is just to collect points. Since points can't be transferred, and there are no spores to fight over around here, Mu Chuan says, with a serious look. We don't have any conflict of interest. I don't think there's any need for pointless conflict. What do you think, Senior Nie? Nixing is silent. The White Tomb sect leader is quiet too. Nixing eventually replies, that is correct. Mu Chuan continues, great. Senior Ni is truly wise. In that case, let's just go our separate ways. Let's leave it at that. Let's go. Mu Chuan turns to his own sect. Sect leader, let's move. The bracelet on his wrist glows. Attention, contestants. Master Lu announces that the number of collected spores has reached 300. Everyone present listens to the voice coming from their bracelets. The second stage of the assessment has begun. Please listen carefully to the rules. Everyone looks focused. From now on, every person's bracelet holds a certain amount of points. If you manage to obtain someone else's bracelet by any means and hold it against your own for 30 seconds, Mu Chuan's eyes widen in surprise as he hears the news. All their points will be transferred to you. Nixing speaks up. Looks like we do have a conflict of interest now. Mu Chuan panics. Oh, this is bad. Nixing reveals his skeletal form, his eyes glowing. Strange beast class, parasite tribe, bone attribute. Nixing charges forward to attack. Mu Chuan's eyes are full of terror as the ground in front of him is struck, exploding into shards of dirt. Mu Chuan is blown away. Ru'er, standing behind Fan Lingjie, is terrified. That Nixing guy is really dangerous. Feng Mang channels his strength and orders. Jiang Ru'er, get back. Little roll, little lamp, get ready to fight. Suddenly, a hand grabs Feng Mang's collar. Mu Chuan grabs Feng Mang's shirt with one hand and pulls Ru'er with the other, panicking. Fight my ass, retreat, run for your lives. Feng Mang is confused. What are you doing? Mu Chuan runs frantically while explaining. That guy moves awkwardly. He definitely doesn't have any points. The cost of fighting him outweighs the benefits. Mu Chuan's expression is serious. Plus, we might not even be able to take him. Fan Lingjie is shocked. What? Is he that strong? Even if I teamed up with your 4 sect members, we couldn't beat him? Mu Chuan struggles to answer. Them? How do I explain this to you? One of the White Tomb sect members shouts in panic. Su Chuan, why are you running away? Nixing looks up. Old hag, looks like your disciple is a coward. Nixing's bones shift across the ground. Come on, bring out your spirit beasts. Nixing attacks enthusiastically. Let me see what you're made of. The White Tomb sect members are all terrified. 2 of them raise their hands, shouting, we give up, we surrender. Nixing is surprised. What is this? The White Tomb sect leader tries to surrender too, but before she can finish, Nixing hacks off the arm wearing the bracelet. The White Tomb sect leader clutches her severed arm, screaming in pain. The limb is drenched in red liquid. She wails and begs for mercy. We surrender, Nixing asks. With your arm cut off, you can't surrender anymore, and you can't even recall your spirit beasts. What are you doing? You're insulting me. The White Tomb sect leader screams, spare us. We aren't spirit beast masters. Mu Chuan scratches his head, explaining, to meet the minimum head count. I just hired them on the way. Mu Chuan remembers meeting them, paying them 5 silver coins each to form a temporary sect with me just to sign up. Mu Chuan looks at the old woman. Old lady, I'll give you 2 more silver coins. You act as the sect leader and try to look tough. Just don't let it slip. The old woman smiled and agreed. Sure. Fan Lingjie is shocked. Doesn't that mean you're getting them killed? Mu Chuan frowns, saying helplessly, I thought we could just collect spores. How was I supposed to know the rules would change suddenly? At least they managed to surrender. Otherwise, it would be a disaster. Nixing holds the white bracelet in his hand, 0 points, and looks at the other 2. What about you 2? The 2 shake in fear. All the points were transferred to Su Muxuan's bracelet. We were just hired by him to make up the numbers. We don't know anything. The old woman clutches her bleeding arm and begs, Sir, please, just spare us. A long streak flashed past the old woman's head, and in an instant, her head was severed from her neck. The 2 others shrieked in terror. Nixing smiled. Su Muxuan, is it? Very well, I'll remember you. At this moment, on Muxuan's side, Fan Lingjie and Jiang Ru'er were thinking carefully and realized the new rules were practically impossible to follow. Feng Mang replied that it was Fan Lingjie. Muxuan looked serious, noting that one could choose to forfeit at any time. But once you forfeit, the points on your bracelet drop to 0. You have to kill your opponent in an instant or sever the arm wearing the bracelet to take it. It's incredibly difficult to pull off. Fan Lingjie spoke up. You're underestimating the alliance. These rules exist for a reason. Meanwhile, on the other side, Bai Liansu watched in astonishment. You people are real monsters. Bai Liansu couldn't believe it. A normal duel had been turned into a life-or-death struggle by them. Is this the alliance's idea of a good time? Lord Lu replied. Miss Bai, you seem to have misunderstood the competition. Do you even know the purpose of this qualification trial? Lord Lu explained solemnly that it was to select the strongest sects, provide them with resources, and make them stronger to face unknown threats. Small and weak sects simply didn't deserve those resources. Bai Liansu wasn't satisfied and retorted, but there are many ways to select them. Must it be a fight to the death? Lord Lu looked toward Bai Danshu. These rules don't force anyone to kill. Young Master Bai, do you understand the true meaning of these rules? Bai Danshu rested his chin on his hand, stealing the point bracelets. The rules make it extremely difficult. In my opinion, this isn't to force the strong to fight for points, but to force the weak to give up. Bai Liansu asked. Give up? Danju explained. Once these rules were issued, every point bracelet became a danger. You're constantly at risk of being ambushed. Danju elaborated. Every contestant is under immense psychological pressure. Sects that can't handle it will automatically withdraw. Only teams with real determination will remain. I think that's the alliance's true intention. Lord Lu looked at the cabinet holding the Lingjie dolls, which had big X marks on their bellies, and agreed. Exactly. Look, the teams that couldn't hold on are already surrendering. A sound echoed from the bracelet. All members of the Fengba Hall had forfeited. Only 15 teams remained. Muxuan looked at Fan Lingjie and said, Another team gave up. Just like you said, the alliance is applying psychological pressure. Fan Lingjie agreed. Exactly. Your sect only has you left. Haven't you thought about it? Muxuan scolded. Get lost. This young master needs to level up to get the alliance's prize money. Otherwise, why would I have wasted all this effort to come here? Muxuan stood with his hands on his hips, seriously lecturing Fan Lingjie. Aren't we allies? Fine, fine. I'll hang out with you then. Fan Lingjie asked Ruer. Jiang Ruer, what about you? Ruer replied. Damn it. What do you mean by that? Do you hate me that much? Fan Lingjie agreed. All right then. Everyone, be careful. The first stage is over. I need to go regroup with my team. At the arena, Chengxi looked overjoyed. Look, junior sister Yue. Junior brother Fan Lingjie is back, Chengxi shouted. Junior brother Fan Lingjie, how many points did you get? Feng Meng answered. 5 points. Chengxi breathed a sigh of relief. Phew. Same as me and junior sister Yue. Looks like our skill levels are about the same. Chengxi pointed at Muxuan and asked, But why did you bring that annoying brat back with you? Muxuan wasn't happy. Damn it. You little punk. This master formed an alliance with you. You should feel honored. Chengxi whispered to Yue Tong. Junior sister Yue, keep a close eye on your bracelet and keep your distance from him. Yue Tong just sighed. She was also curious. Senior brother Fan Lingjie. Who is the girl next to you? Fan Lingjie introduced. Her? She's Jiang Ruer from the Hongluan Pavilion. She's before he could finish. Ruer interrupted. Hello everyone. I'm his girlfriend. Both Yue Tong and Chengxi's jaws hit the floor in shock. Fan Lingjie waved his hands in denial. No, that's not it. Listen to me, Yue Tong quickly said. No need to explain. We understand. Chengxi crossed his arms over his chest, half closing his eyes in admiration. Junior brother Fan Lingjie, you really live up to your reputation. Even during a competition, you managed to pick up a girl. I'm impressed. Feng Meng was speechless. Enough nonsense. Where is sect leader Rongling? Hasn't she returned yet? Yue Tong rested her chin on her hand. Still not back? Could something have happened to her? Cheng stood by her side, looking visibly worried. In the distance, a figure appeared. Chengxi happily pointed. The sect leader is back. Thank goodness. Yue Tong was delighted. Sect leader Rongling approached with a sad expression. Chengxi asked anxiously, Sect leader, are you okay? Why do you look so down? Rongling replied, I ran into Duanye. Chengxi was shocked. What? Senior brother Duanye came to participate too? Feng Meng was equally panicked. He joined a different sect? Rongling continued. And, Heimei is still alive. Feng Meng looked stunned. What? Heimei isn't dead? Well, that's great news. Rongling's eyes were filled with sorrow. But Heimei Niang looks very strange. Her body is rotting, like a zombie, and she doesn't seem to remember me at all. I feel like senior brother Duanye joined a bizarre sect. Chengxi asked. Did you ask him to come back with you? Rongling replied. I did, but he refused. Feng Meng thought to himself, her body is rotting, like a zombie, and she doesn't remember her? He associated it with the image of the five-bone corpse and asked urgently, where is he now? Fan Lingjie was shaken and shouted, where is he now? Muxuan asked, what's gotten into you? Yue Tong asked worriedly, senior brother Fan Lingjie, what's wrong? Cheng Shi asked, do you have a grudge against senior brother Duan? Fan Lingjie told himself, calm down, stay calm. The Pushong sect is the priority right now. Don't get distracted. Fan Lingjie tried to remain calm and replied hesitantly, no, it's nothing. Fan Lingjie thought to himself, I'll investigate this properly once I meet him. The bracelet rang again with a notification. Attention, all contestants. Everyone on Feng Meng's side looked at their bracelets. The competition has progressed to this point. Here are the details of the remaining 15 sects. Rongling asked, is this the first time they're releasing the standings? The board displayed the remaining sects. The Zizai sect and the God Spirit Assembly had 4 members left with a total of 44 points. The Ghost Slaughter sect had 4 members left with 35 points. The Ghost Domain Spirit Item sect had 4 members left with 27 points. The Xuanqing Abode had 4 members left with 26 points. The Fierce Fang Sharp Claw sect had 4 members left with 21 points. The Lingjie Pavilion had 4 members left with 20 points. The Evil Bone sect had 3 members left with 12 points. The Beast Emperor Alliance had 4 members left with 16 points. The Mei Niang Heaven Mansion Deity Temple had 4 members left with 11 points. The Dodan Tribe had 2 members left with 9 points. The Wangu sect had 2 members left with 16 points. Bai Mujai has 1 person left with 4 total points. Manghu Hoi has 2 left with 4 total points. Dak Tan sect has 1 left with 1 point. And Honglon Lao has 1 left with 0 points. Nuni looked surprised. Oh, my sect only has me left? Fan Lingjie stood nearby, speechless. With such dangerous competitions, she really didn't need to be so reckless. I'm warning you, Nuni interrupted. Don't even dream of betraying him. Cheng Shi asked, Whitehair, why do you have 4 points? You're at the bottom of the rankings. Su Muxuan didn't seem sad at all. In fact, he smiled proudly. Kid, my points were all shared with my teammates, and they ended up forfeiting. If they hadn't, I would have been in the top 3. Rong Ling spoke up. Lang Tiat Kak is currently in 6th place. We have to try harder. Let's discuss our strategy for the second phase. Fong Mang offered his opinion. There are 200 spores left on the island. If we want to keep earning points, we have 2 choices. First, keep hunting for spores. Everyone listened as Fan Lingjie shared his thoughts, but the league just announced the new capture rules. Splitting up now is too dangerous. That won't work. Plus, there aren't many spores left, and they're so spread out that the chances of finding any are really low. Su Muxuan spoke up, holding up 2 fingers. Why analyze so much? Just go with the second option. I'll say it for you. Su Muxuan's eyes looked cunning. Use the league's new rules to steal points from others. A hand went up. I disagree. Cheng Shi looked at Su Muxuan with pure disdain. Whitehair is joining our team. I really don't trust him. Su Muxuan panicked. You little brat. What do you mean by that? Cheng Shi pointed at Su Muxuan, who had just suggested the idea. He tricked us once, and now his points are low. For the sake of points, who knows what he might do. Su Muxuan couldn't believe his ears. Man, you hold a grudge. I'm not that kind of guy, all right? Cheng Shi continued. Besides, according to the current rules, to get the bracelets, we either have to kill someone or cut off their hands. I can't do that. Yue Tong also chimed in, looking worried. Me too, I agree. We don't need to kill people. It's too cruel. Su Muxuan scratched his head, feeling incredibly frustrated. Why did I run into a group of saints like you? You want to win but don't want to get your hands dirty? You want all the benefits for yourselves? So, what do you suggest we do then? Fan Lingjie stroked his chin, coming up with an idea. If we prepare a little, maybe we can get those points without having to kill anyone. Su Muxuan crossed his arms and asked, Oh yeah? How? 3 beams of light shone down. It was the Totem Tribe. They had 2 people left with 9 total points. One of the Totem Tribe members assessed the situation. The spore density here is so high, and nobody has found it yet. We have a chance. The other guy followed up. Heaven hasn't abandoned our Totem Tribe yet. 3 more lights shone on the ground. A Totem Tribe member shouted, 3 spores in 1 spot. We're rich. The other one urged him to hurry before someone else showed up. A Totem Tribe member prepared to use his power. Hiding behind a sand dune, he commanded his Ironhead summon. Ironhead, get that spore over here, fast. Ironhead roared as it walked forward. It was an ore-eating beast, A Battle General class spirit beast. Beast type. Lizard clan attribute. Secondary attribute. Ore type. Ironhead walked over, grabbed the spore, returned, and spat it into the totem tribe member's hand. He praised it. Success. Well done, Ironhead. The guy happily took the 3 points with his teammate. Their rank rose by 1. The totem tribe member raised the spore to his bracelet, but then paused, looking confused. Holding 3 spores in his hand, he thought, "What is this?" A voice echoed from behind them. "Those are fake spores created by the white fungus. The goal was to lure you here." It was Fong Mong's group. Cheng Shi smiled. "Is this the totem tribe?" "Just enough for 9 points." Sumuk Xuan added, "Delicious fat has been delivered to us. Let's eat." The 2 totem tribe members scrambled to cast spells. "This isn't good. It's an ambush." 2 spirit beasts appeared. A foot wolf battle general class. Beast type. Wolf clan attribute. Spirit bamboo tier, level 1, and a master bear battle general class beast type. Bear clan attribute. Spirit bamboo tier, level 3. Note: description of the 2 spirit beasts appeared above. Arrows were launched at the foot wolf. The arrows pierced its body, causing it to fall backward. The master bear next to it roared as well. The vine 10,000 demon appeared, whipping its vines around to tightly bind the master bear's body. The enemy dog appeared too, barking loudly. Woof! Then, the enemy dog used its feet to shove the master bear. The master bear was attacked and roared in anger. One totem tribe member, frustrated and furious, shouted, "Damn it! I'll fight you all!" He summoned his Ironhead again. "Ironhead, take down as many as you can," Ironhead roared, its eyes glowing. Using totem reinforcement, its massive feet stomped and cracked the ground beneath it. Ironhead lowered its head and aggressively charged toward the Vine 10,000 demon and the enemy dog. Suddenly, a figure appeared. The panda rhino appeared, blocking the path for the Vine 10,000 demon and the enemy dog. The panda rhino's body was just as imposing as Ironhead's. Then, the panda rhino and Ironhead clashed. The 2 collided head-on, and some of the horn fragments on Ironhead cracked and flew off. The panda rhino attacked, causing 2 of the arrows embedded in Ironhead. One fell off, and Ironhead's head was smashed into the ground. Yue Tong worriedly scolded the white fungus. "I've told you so many times. Don't be so reckless." The panda rhino clutched its bleeding head, complaining of pain. The 2 totem tribe members were horrified, gritting their teeth in fear as they watched their spirit beasts lying defeated on the ground. The 2 were dissatisfied and couldn't believe it. One clutched his head tightly. "It's over. We're finished." The other had a stunned look on his face. "How hateful. Even if we lose, we can't let them have the benefit." He shouted, "I forfeit." Fong Mong spoke up. "It's useless." Vines tightly bound the totem tribe members' hands. Sumuksuan laughed. "Forfeiting has strict requirements for hand positioning and verbal commands. Don't let them finish." Another totem tribe member raised 2 fingers to try and forfeit, but he was silenced by the vines of the Vine 10,000 demon covering his mouth. The enemy dog ran over quickly and kicked him hard in the face. Soon, the 2 were lying flat on the ground. Fong Mang held the 2 bracelets. "We did it. We got the points without having to kill anyone. One person had 5. The other 4, that's 9 points exactly." Cheng Shi was excited. "Awesome. We added 9 points. We can reach the top 3 now." Sumukxuan crossed his arms and said, "Hey, I contributed to this too. Why do you get all of it?" Cheng Shi made a face. "Here we go again." Sumukxuan argued. "Look, I'm not going to argue anymore. The 4 points belong to me." Cheng Shi was firm. "Don't even dream of it. All 6 of us put in the effort. Why do you deserve more?" Sumukxuan wouldn't back down either. "The points on the bracelets can't be split. You can't just make me do all that work and give me nothing. If you don't give me the 4 points now, just subtract them from whatever we get later. Deal?" There's a chorus of objections, not a chance. Mu Chuan just can't understand it. This kid must have some kind of grudge against me. Fan Lingjie, Fong Mang, you guys talk some sense into him. Fong Mang lifts the spirit hound, holding it like a gun. "What do you want, pal?" Mu Chuan panics. "Hey, why are you pointing that dog's butt at me? Put it away." Nu Ni sighs, exhausted. "You smelly guys are so pathetic, fighting until you're red in the face just for a few points." A stream of water pours down over Nu Ni's head, followed by a loud shout. "Don't you dare move." It's the Tagu sect, with 3 members left. Total score, 17. One of them is holding a spirit beast, keeping a tight grip on Nu Ni. We've been waiting on the other side for a long time. The plan worked out perfectly. It's just a shame you guys gave up too early. The man's eyes turn vicious. "Hand over all your bracelets right now, or I'll kill her." The Tagu sect member holding Nu Ni threatens them aggressively. Give us all your bracelets. Otherwise, she dies. Yue Tong grits her teeth, realizing that the guy in front of them is just another one of those scumbags. They even use the same tactics. It's so disgusting. Mu Chuan crosses his arms and speaks up. Using someone's life to extort all our accumulated points? Are you kidding me? The guy holding Nuni smirks. Fine, then I'll just have to do it. Nuni screams. You idiots. You've got the wrong person. I'm not even on the same team as them. They aren't going to bail me out. The Tagu sect member isn't easily fooled. I've been watching from the sidelines for a long time. You're allies. Don't think you can trick me. Hand over those bracelets. Cheng Shi looks at Rong Ling, who is standing in the front, with a worried expression. Sect leader, what do we do? Rong Ling speaks up. We need those points, but don't be too heartless. Release Miss Kwang, and we'll give you the 2 bracelets we just took. Fong Meng holds up the 2 bracelets. Take your Tagu sect points. Add the 9 points from these. You'll make it into the top 4. Just take the points and let her go. Can we make this trade and call it a day? Nuni feels moved. Damn it. Even at a moment like this, he still cares about me. Mu Chuan says angrily. Screw that. My share is in those points too. Didn't you guys ask me? The Tagu sect stays silent, as if calculating their options. Finally, the leader of the Tagu sect compromises. Fine, it's a deal. Hand over the bracelets first. Fong Meng tosses the 2 bracelets over, and one of the Tagu sect members catches them. The leader of the Tagu sect commands, check them. Don't let them pull a fast one. One of them checks the bracelets, pulls out the one marked 12 from his own stash, and compares them. 9 points added. Looks legit. Boss. Fan Lingjie frowns and speaks up. Let her go. But the Tagu sect leader is a slippery one. Don't be so hasty. We'll keep our word, but if we let her go now and you guys all jump us at once, that won't be easy to handle. Fan Lingjie asks calmly, what more do you want? The leader points at Nuni. We're taking this young lady with us. You are not allowed to follow us. Once we reach a safe distance, we'll let her go. Cheng Shi says angrily. Why should we trust you? Fong Meng is extremely frustrated and drops his guard. The spirit beasts are just as worked up, growling in unison, but the leader remains cocky. Cut the act. We need to ensure our own safety. There's no room for negotiation. Nuni suddenly speaks up. Everyone, don't act rashly. Listen to me. Nuni's eyes are gentle. We were just passing acquaintances. Yet you all were willing to sacrifice your points to save my life. I am truly grateful. It's my own fault for not dropping out of the competition earlier and letting them capture me, causing you all so much trouble. Then, Nuni looks up. So, you don't need to fight over me anymore. I agree to go with them. Fong Meng tries to calm Nuni down. Kwang Nuni. They aren't the kind of people who keep their word. Nunhi smiles. Fan Lingjie, you understand me, right? Don't worry. I'll be fine. Fan Lingjie freezes in silence. After a moment, he scowls and says, Fine. You have 5 minutes. As soon as the time is up, you let her go. Kwang Nuni is the last member of Hong Lon Lao. If anything happens to her, the League will notify us immediately. Fan Lingjie's eyes turn dangerous. If she doesn't return safely, or if there's a notification that she's been eliminated, I swear I will never let your Tagu sect have a moment of peace. The Tagu sect leader points 2 fingers at the ground, smirking. No problem. But just to make sure you don't follow us, 2 of your people will stay here and keep an eye on these 2 for a while. The leader drags Nunhi away and tells his 2 remaining teammates, wait until I'm far enough away, then follow me. They obey. Got it, boss. One of the Tagu sect members glares at Fong Meng's group. Stay put and behave. We'll make sure she's safe. Meanwhile, the leader continues to lead Nuni away. All right, lady, come with me. Watching her silhouette gradually fade into the distance, Chengxi is anxious. Fan Lingjie, is it really okay to just let them take her like that? Fan Lingjie can only reply, I don't know either. This is the only way for now, Fan Lingjie thinks to himself. Just now, looking at her eyes, it felt like there was a silent understanding between us. I'll choose to trust her. The 2 Tagu sect members speak up. All right, the boss is far enough. We're heading out. We're warning you don't follow us. The bracelet on Fan Lingjie's wrist makes a noise. Beep, an alert sounds. All members of Hong Lon Lao eliminated. 14 teams remaining. Mu Chuan is terrified. What just happened? Yue Tong and Rong Ling are also stunned. Miss Kwang, Cheng Shi shouts in anger. You bastards! The 2 Tagu sect members are also shocked, having no clue what's going on. Fong Meng rubs his forehead, annoyed. Damn it! Why did I ever trust your word? Fong Meng and his 2 spirit beasts prepare to attack. You asked for this. The two Tagu sect members panic and deny it. Boss, what are you doing? Even if you want to kill the hostage, at least wait until we've slipped away. Wait a second. Something must have happened there. The bracelet sounds again. Beep. An alert. All members of the Tagu sect eliminated. 13 teams remaining. The two Tagu sect members stare at their bracelets in disbelief, as if struck by lightning. What? Did I hear that right? We've all been eliminated? Is there a mistake? Is this stupid bracelet broken? Mu Chuan speaks up. What's going on? They haven't even conceded yet. Fan Lingjie calls out, Sect leader, everyone, capture these two. Then, Fan Lingjie runs off at full speed. I'm going to check the situation over there. Rongling calls out a warning. Fan Lingjie, be careful. A silhouette appears, blocking Fan Lingjie's path. In such a rush, where are you trying to go? Fan Lingjie's eyes widen. Nunyi has appeared, looking beautiful and radiant, and she doesn't forget to tease Fan Lingjie. Fan Lingjie was stunned. Nunvi had appeared, looking beautiful and human, not forgetting to tease Fan Lingjie. Damn devil, are you really that worried about me? Nuni asked, surprised. Miss Kwong, are you okay? Chengxi exclaimed, overjoyed. Sister-in-law, are you hurt? Nuni smiled and waved. Sorry for making you all worry, I'm fine, I just chose to forfeit. The two members of the Taco sect were horrified and rushed to ask, where's our boss? What exactly did you do to him? Feng Mong looked confused, asking, I'd like to know that too. Nuni squinted, giving her brother a relaxed look as she watched him freak out. Did you forget I have my spirit beast? 5 minutes ago, the Taco sect leader was leading Nuni away. Hurry up, let's go. Nuni let out a laugh. The leader looked confused. What are you laughing at? You're about to die. Nuni smiled brightly. Thank you, big brother. You just proved to me that he really does care about me. I'm so happy. The leader couldn't believe his ears. Take this seriously. I never said I wasn't going to kill you. Nuni's expression turned serious. Big brother, you've been wrong all along. What makes you so sure that capturing me would actually work? The leader of the Taco sect was still confused. What are you talking about? Nuni summoned her aura. Look at my spirit beast. Her spirit beast appeared. Isn't she beautiful? It was a fox lady. A battle-class beast. Animal type, fox tribe sub-attribute. Humanoid form. First level spiritual rank. The leader growled. Damn it, take it back, or I'll really attack. The fox lady looked at him with seductive eyes and winked. The leader was shocked, as if hypnotized, and his own spirit beast collapsed to the ground. Nuni patted the leader's head. Big brother, you need to be a good boy and listen. Nuni touched her chin. The rules say, attacking a contestant who has forfeited leads to the entire team being disqualified, right? Nuni smiled. Forfeiting now is a huge gain. I forfeit. The system announced. All members of Honglone Tower disqualified. 14 teams remaining. Nuni, eyes still glowing with hypnosis, said softly to the Taco sect leader. All right, big brother, now go ahead and attack me gently, but don't hurt me. Then the announcement blared again. All members of the Taco sect disqualified. 13 teams remaining. Feng Mong was stunned. There's a loophole like that? Guess I was worried for nothing. Nuni handed the bracelets to Fan Lingjie. Worried for nothing? If you treat someone well, you'll naturally be rewarded. Hey, these are their bracelets. They should have points on them. Chengxi was happy. That's right. Since the Taco sect didn't forfeit to leave, their points are still on the bracelets. Mu Chuan was just as pleased. And without the protection of a forfeit, it really is a free-for-all. The two Taco sect members panicked. Don't come any closer. Then, only their screams could be heard. Feng Mong held 3 bracelets in his hand. Chengxi was thrilled. Awesome. We got all 3. We're rich. A dark shadow appeared. Fan Lingjie and Rongling looked up. There were footsteps. It was the silhouette of the blue-winged cat. The Inspection League appeared. Contestants from Honglone Tower and Taco sect, it's a pity, but you are disqualified. Please follow us off the island immediately. Nuni bowed her head, thanking Feng Mong's group. Thank you all for taking care of me. I'm sorry for the extra trouble. Rongling laughed. What are you saying, Miss Kwong? You helped us earn so many points. We don't even know how to thank you. Chengxi added happily. Sister-in-law is just too cute. Yue Tong invited her. After the competition ends, come visit us at the Ling Ti Pavilion. Nuni poked her index fingers together, looking timid and anxious, glancing at Fan Lingjie. I'd love to see you all again, of course, but I'm afraid some people might not welcome me. Chengxi spoke up. How could that be? Sister-in-law, just come. Whoever doesn't welcome you is our enemy. Nu Ni smiled at Fan Lingjie. Then I humbly accept the invitation. Fan Lingjie, standing to the side, was speechless. Nu Ni got on the vehicle. The Inspection League reminded them, "Please fasten your seatbelts. We are departing now." Nu Ni looked at Fan Lingjie. "Damn devil, didn't I perform well today?" Fan Lingjie smiled. "Kwang Nu Ni, thank you for today." Nu Ni glanced at Fan Lingjie. "Your righteous act is so nauseating. Do you want a sweet flying kiss?" Fan Lingjie waved his hand quickly. "There are so many people here. Forget it. Forget it." Nu Ni smiled. "Humph. I knew it. You've always wanted to run away from me. You were caught this time, but you might escape today, but not tomorrow." Nu Ni looked at Feng Mong with affection. "I'll stick to you until the end of time. Don't even think about escaping." Feng Mong held the 3 bracelets. "All right, let's divide the points now." The 3 bracelets were numbered. They had 12, 7, and 7 points respectively. Cheng Shi calculated quickly. "That's exactly 26 points, plus our 20. Is the Ling Teet Pavilion in first place now?" Mu Chuan interjected. "Cough, cough. Damn it, are you guys really ignoring me?" Mu Chuan argued. "We agreed to owe me before. Now that we have enough points, it's time to pay up. Little Kuang is gone, so let's split it among the 5 of us. I get 5 points. Feng Meng agreed. "No problem, that's what you're owed." Mu Chuan was satisfied. "Humph, that's more like it." Fan Lingjie smiled. "But we don't have a 5-point bracelet to split. We'll still have to owe you for now, and pay you back as soon as we have it." "Ugh, there's no other way." Mu Chuan got annoyed and grabbed Feng Meng by the collar. "Damn it. Do you think I'm an idiot? Isn't your bracelet worth 5 points? Just give it to me. Isn't that easy?" Mu Chuan held up the bracelet showing 9 points, smiling with satisfaction. "I have 9 points now, and the bracelet on Feng Meng shows 0. Feng Meng handed the bracelet to Rong Ling. "Sect Master, how do you think we should divide these points?" Rong Ling calculated how to share them equally to reduce danger, but losing one would be a heavy loss. "How about this? Let's divide them based on strength. The stronger you are, the better you can protect the high-point bracelets." Cheng Shi spoke up. Then Fan Lingjie, junior brother, "Take the biggest one." "I'll do my best." Yue Tong agreed. "I'll take a smaller one. I feel like I'm about to be eliminated anyway." Fan Lingjie sorted the bracelets and calculated. "All right, let me see how to split these up." Meanwhile, over at Tutu's side, she was looking at the spirit tablets on the shelf. The Ta Ko sect was eliminated too. Were they all killed? Two pointed to a spirit tablet. "Look at this symbol. It's for attacking protected contestants who forfeited, which led to total disqualification." Officer Liu explained. "Before them, the Hong Lone Tower forfeited. Maybe they didn't stop in time and attacked the Hong Lone Tower members who had already forfeited." Tutu was surprised. "What? The League designed so many rules to make it difficult for contestants. Do they feel a sense of superiority? If it were me, I wouldn't even participate in such a cruel competition." Suddenly, Tutu noticed something. She looked at the spirit tablets of the Ling Tiet Pavilion on the shelf. The 4 tablets numbered from left to right. 7, 10, 17, 2. Tu gasped in surprise. How is Lingjie Pavilion's score climbing this fast? Dan Thu heard her and looked confused. "Let me see. 2, 2. Mumbled. 7 plus 10. Then froze. 41 points? They're already in the top 3? Yenha stared at the paper in her hand. "I just checked. Lingjie Pavilion is currently in 2nd place. Dan Thu and Tutu exclaimed in unison. "Lingjie Pavilion is actually doing that well? That's insane." Tutu glanced at Dan Thu with disdain. "Humph, brainless." Dan Thu didn't even notice, and started thinking out loud. A sudden 2-1 point jump. They must have wiped out both the Tu Dang tribe and the Ta Ko sect. And yet, not a single one of them died? How the hell did they pull that off? Lingjie Pavilion is no joke. Tutu pointed at the Lingxi child on the shelf. "Big brother, you recognize this top scorer, right? That's Lingxi child number 17, young master Fan Lingjie." It really was him, but since he was on the run, he was using an alias even Dan Thu didn't know the truth. "I haven't had much contact with Lingjie Pavilion. Just know that the sect leader, this Quan guy, is probably a new recruit." Officer Liu spoke up. "Ah, young master Fan Lingjie. I've heard of him. His skills are legit. Seems like Rong Ling found herself a real powerhouse." Van Tin chimed in happily from the side. "Exactly. A truly upstanding young man." Tu blushed, thinking, a good-looking guy with top-tier skills? Are there really people like that out there? Tu said excitedly. "Big brother, since you like Lingjie Pavilion so much, we have to pay them a visit once the competition ends." And just like that, it was settled. Dan Thu looked at her with an, I know you too well expression. Suddenly, an announcement echoed. Latest standings for all teams. The Lingjie Pavilion squad cheered. We're in second place. Officer Liu announced. The second stage of the assessment will continue for 1 more hour. After that, it will automatically transition to the third stage. At that point, the surrender rule will be revoked. I advise all contestants to realistically assess their strength to avoid unnecessary casualties. Feng Mang spoke up. That white-haired guy. If he doesn't surrender now, it'll be too late. Mo Shuyen didn't care at all. I'm not caving. Who needs that stupid surrender rule anyway? Rongling said. Gu Vu, we're so close to winning. Let's give it one last push and get first place so we can finally restore Lingjie Pavilion. The Lingjie Pavilion team roared in excitement. Lingjie Pavilion, let's go. Only Mo Shuyen stood all alone, watching the Lingjie Pavilion team celebrate. Feng Mang said, before the third stage starts, we need to rack up as many points as we can to hold our ranking. Cheng Shi walked away excitedly. Mo Shuyen's eyes narrowed, sensing something fishy in the vast, desolate desert. Duan Ye heard the notification on his bracelet. 3 Ghost Slaughter sect teams left, total score 37. Duan Ye wasn't happy. Damn it. How did Lingjie Pavilion manage to pass us? Frustrated, Duan Ye ruffled his spirit pet's head. Let's go. Hak Mi. Duan Ye took off running. We absolutely cannot lose to them. Hak Mi chased after him. Meow. The sky was clear and blue. Below, vast dunes stretched as far as the eye could see. The people from the Dokton sect were panicking. 12. Dokton sect. 1 member left. Score is. One of them held up 2 fingers in a surrender gesture. Nearby, the system chimed again. 8. Ngich Thien Phuc Dich Divine Temple. 2 members left. Total score 13. Long Ngich Thien clutched his head, looking miserable. Damn it. Who told you to surrender? You didn't even leave me a single point. How hateful. Long Mi Nuong's father tapped him on the shoulder. All right, Long Ngich Thien, forget about them. Let's keep gathering spores, or we'll end up at the very bottom. A shadow of wings appeared on the ground, wings filled with tears and holes. A member of the Shen Qi Society Tai sect appeared, collected the division leader's spoils, found 5 more spores, and killed a guy. That's 3 more points. 1. Shen Qi Society, 2 Tai sect. 4 members left, total score 52. The division leader spoke up. The second stage is almost over. Tell Thang Liu and Ni Pin to come back. It's time for us to make a big move. Half an hour later, Fan Lingjie and his group stood in a circle. The bracelet announced, attention contestants, time is up. After the second stage, 10 teams remain. The current standings are as follows. A scoreboard appeared. 1. 2 Tai sect. 4 members left. Total score 54. 2. Lingjie Pavilion. 4 members left. Total score 45. 3. Ghost Slaughter sect. 4 members left. Total score 43. 4. Huyenthan Q. 4 members left. Total score 33. 5. Lin Ku Than Vat Mon. 3 members left. Total score 23. 6. Thu Hoang Min. 4 members left. Total score 23. 7. Hung Nya Loi Trao sect. 3 members left. Total score 19. 8. Ngich Thien Phuc Dich Divine Temple. 2 members left. Total score 13. 9. Bok Mo Tri. 1 member left. Total score 10. 10. Von Komon. 1 member left. Total score 5. Officer Liu announced. The second stage is now officially over. From this moment on, the surrender rule is void. All other rules remain the same. I hereby declare. His voice boomed. The final stage has officially begun. Cheng Shi gasped. It's already the final stage? Suddenly, Cheng Shi and Rongling's bodies shook. Mo Shuyen and Fan Lingjie felt it too. Mo Shuyen cursed. What kind of crazy game is this now? Yue Tong pointed down at the water. Everyone, look. The water level. It's changing. The water was rising rapidly, like a massive tide coming in. A beast emerged, roared, and then collapsed into the water. Officer Liu announced. Unlike the small islands that rose in the second stage, these islands are now sinking to the bottom of the sea. Do you all remember the second of the 3 rules mentioned earlier? Feng Mang looked shocked. Falling into the water means elimination. The announcement continued. As the islands sink, the seawater will rise up to your level. Once you fall into the water, you are instantly disqualified. To avoid falling in, you must move quickly toward the mountain peak. In 1 hour, the islands will be completely submerged, and this assessment will be officially concluded. Officer Liu stressed. Final results will be determined based on your total points and whether you manage to survive. Everyone stared at their bracelets, listening intently. Rules announced. Contestants, begin the final battle. Good luck to you all, Rongling said. As the islands sink, the land area will keep getting smaller. Every remaining team is going to run into each other. Fong Meng touched the bracelet on his wrist, and since the surrender rule is gone, it's going to be even easier for everyone to fight for points. Mo Shuyan swore, "Damn it. The league is forcing everyone to slaughter each other. They're just choosing the winner based on survival of the fittest." Mo Shuyan looked incredibly annoyed, hands on his hips, and they have the nerve to act all righteous, pretending they don't encourage killing. I see right through the league's fake act. I'll just let you guys tire yourselves out while I take the win. Yue Tong asked. So, what should we do for this stage? Fong Meng stared at the rising water. As the islands keep sinking, the remaining spores are sinking into the ocean, so collecting them for points is no longer practical. To win the next battle, the only remaining method for the teams is to seize them. Fan Lingjie raised 2 fingers, his other hand brimming with energy. We have no other choice now. Everyone summoned their spirit beasts, steeling themselves. Feng Mang shouted, "Get ready to fight with everything we've got." The fierce battle was about to begin, and the water had already risen to the rocky shore. Feng Mang surveyed the situation. The small island was sinking fast. Fan Lingjie pointed toward the trees. "We need to cross that field and get into the deep forest quickly, or we'll become easy targets." Wei Hu seemed to sense something and growled as if to warn them. Feng Mang stopped and shouted, "Watch out, something's wrong." A piece of rock behind them was sliced clean off and crashed to the ground. Rongling asked anxiously, "Are you okay?" A spirit creature was approaching. Black Charm Lady, with one leg reduced to bone, was shuffling forward. Chengxi was shocked. Black Charm? Rongling was stunned too. "Duan, show yourself." With a footstep, Duan Ye appeared along with his teammates, Rongling and Chengxi. "Long time no see. The 3 of you from the Ghost Slayer sect have 4 members left. Total points 44. Fan Lingjie realized, just as I suspected, Black Charm really did turn into this. Fan Lingjie asked angrily, "Duan Ye, what did you do to Black Charm?" Duan Ye's eyes were cold. "You meddlesome brat. What gives you the right to talk to me? Do you think you're something special?" One of Duan Ye's teammates spoke up. "Hey, little brother Duan, are these your old friends? To still have all your members at this stage. Not bad at all." Duan Ye sneered. Probably just spent the whole time hiding. You managed to survive this long, but don't think you'll get away with hiding this time." Duan Ye's gaze was fierce. "Today, I'll make you face reality. No matter how much you struggle, Lingshui Pavilion will never be what it used to be." Duan Ye looked at Chengxi and Rongling and commanded, "Leave that ponytailed girl and the curly-haired brat to me. As for the others, please, don't show any mercy." Yue Tong couldn't believe her ears. She had 3 question marks hovering over her head and shouted, "Oh, you bastard. You're still holding a grudge because Sister Yue gave you smaller portions of food, aren't you?" Duan Ye pointed coldly, specifically at Fan Lingjie. "Make him disappear from this world entirely." Fan Lingjie's expression wavered slightly. One of Duan Ye's teammates raised 2 fingers. "Fan Lingjie isn't exactly my specialty, but making him disappear is easy." Something emerged from under the water, a tentacle wrapping around a leg. It wrapped around Feng Mang's leg and dragged him down. Mo Chuan yelled, "You idiot! If you fall into the water, you'll lose all your points." Enemy Dog and 10,000 demons also cried out anxiously. "Woof, woof." Fan Lingjie looked at the water beneath his feet. "This is bad." They had their spirit beasts lying in ambush underwater. Feng Mang took the bracelet off his arm. Fan Lingjie shouted, "I'm sure I can get back up within 3 minutes." He tossed the bracelet to Mo Chuan. "Hold on to this for me." Feng Mang fell into the water with a huge splash. Rongling worriedly called out, "Brother Fan Lingjie," Duan Ye said. "Don't bother calling him. He's a dead man." Feng Mang was sinking, one leg still being dragged. Feng Mang opened his eyes to observe underwater was a massive water monster. It was a giant tentacle kraken, a commander-tier beast, aquatic, octopus clan with secondary bone-type attributes, 4th stage bamboo spirit level. Rongling shouted, "Duan Ye, let brother Fan Lingjie go immediately." Duan Ye replied, "That spirit beast isn't mine. I'm not the one in control." Rongling, along with her spirit beast and teammates, charged forward. "Let him go." Duan Ye's eyes darkened, full of spite. "You care this much about an outsider? Enough to want to." Black Charm Lady was also growling, unleashing a surge of energy that sent rocks and debris flying toward Rongling and the others. "Messing with your own seniors, are you? A long trench was carved into the ground, with smoke rising from it. Rong Ling and Cheng Shi were stunned. Duan Ye felt annoyed inside. Come on then, show me what kind of skills you two have that makes you so stubborn. A spirit beast appeared. The Panda Sect, Commander Tier, Beast Type, Panda Clan, with secondary Bone Type attributes. 5th stage Bamboo Spirit level. Yue Tong was shocked. What? His spirit beast is exactly like Whitewood Ear, a panda too. The Panda Sect monster glared aggressively and huffed. Yue Tong waved her hand, realizing she had spoken out of turn. Huh? I know it's way uglier than you, but it looks really ferocious. I wonder if we can even beat it? The Panda Sect monster let out a loud roar at Yue Tong. Roar! Yue Tong ducked to avoid it. Fan Lingjie sighed. I know you're a much stronger overlord than it is, so why don't you go be ferocious at it instead? Yue Tong whispered to herself. All right, Yue Tong, it's time to test the results of your training. Don't hide anymore, face it bravely. Mo Chuan and his spirit beast were standing by, assessing the situation. Mo Chuan looked at the bracelet on his arm, 19 points. A wicked thought crossed his mind. 19 points from Fan Lingjie and Feng Mang, plus my own 10. That's 29 points. If I just hide well and watch them fight each other, I have a great chance of making it into the top 4. Mo Chuan gave a crafty smile. After putting up with all this humiliation for so long, I've finally waited for this opportunity. Mo Chuan tucked the bracelet into his pocket. If I take this chance to escape from these people, the victory will be mine. He summoned Flametail and Coldtail, and Mo Chuan hurriedly ran away. Lingshui Pavilion, goodbye. Just wait until I promote my sect to the peak level, then I'll come back to lead you guys. One of Duan Ye's teammates spotted him. Hey kid, where do you think you're going? Mo Chuan smiled. Once I run into the deep woods, you won't be able to find me. 2 shadows appeared, and Mo Chuan was suddenly blocked. A swift dragon appeared, barring his path and pouncing on him. Mo Chuan dodged in a panic. He collapsed to his knees on the ground. Cough, cough, damn it, you scared the hell out of me. Gumin appeared menacingly. You damn white-haired rat. I finally caught you. Mo Chuan recognized the person before him. Wan Gumen? Damn it, what are you doing here? Gumen glared aggressively. Humph, you dared to trick me before. I've been waiting for this moment, waiting for a chance to get revenge. Gumen and his spirit beast stood before Mo Chuan. Now that you have no one to rely on, I'm here to take your miserable life. The swift dragon roared. Mo Chuan pointed. You idiot. The enemy is about to catch up to us. What are you fighting for? Run! Gumen smirked. Scared of me now? Didn't you arrogantly say that all the spirit beasts we, the Wangu men, catch are useless? I want to show you whether my swift dragon is useless or not. Let me tell you, I searched through 100 rivers and 1,000 mountains just to find this ancient beast-type spirit beast. Mo Chuan trembled. Enough with the boasting. Gumen excitedly spread his arms. A one-of-a-kind, ferocious giant beast. A massive shadow loomed over. The Vangu Sex beast is a Tyrannosaurus-type spirit beast, a 5th-rank bamboo spirit level, part of the ancient Tyrannosaur clan, with sub-attributes of the corpse system. The Tyrannosaurus tore into the Velociraptor, causing it to spray red fluids. 2 years ago, Fan Lingjie led the Lingxiao Pavilion disciples to accept a mission from the Alliance to suppress the demonic sect. Lingxiao looked at the scene before him. This was the demonic sect's main hall, and the sect master's methods were incredibly vicious. Everyone, stay alert, Duan Ye followed up. Let's go, let's head inside. Duan Ye took the lead, shouting, Demonic sect master, crawl out here and die. A voice boomed. Who's making all that noise? Bored of living? You dare come to my demonic sect and act tough? You don't take me seriously, right? The person who just spoke is the demonic sect master, Yu Batian. Fan Lingjie's group spat out their drinks in shock. Rong Ling was stunned. Why is the demonic sect master a salted fish? Duan Ye replied, Who knows? Maybe that's how he was designed in the comic. Ling Xiao powered up. Why care? Let me see what you're actually capable of. A massive spirit fish appeared, and Yu Batian attacked. Your catfish is too fierce, not cute at all. Let me punish it for you. A beam of light shot directly at the spirit fish, transforming it into a beautiful woman, a magical girl transformation. Ling Xiao panicked. What the? Everyone, dodge! The spirit fish collapsed to the ground. Ling Xiao rubbed his head. So annoying. What kind of weird spirit art is this? Rong Ling explained. Word is, the demonic sect master has a special fetish for cross-dressing. It's true, how shameless. Yu Batian scoffed. You straight men love to boast about justice. Don't you know that cross-dressing is the true form of justice? I don't even spare my own precious son. Do you think you can escape? Yu Batian fired his energy at Ling Xiao. Go to hell. Duanye screamed. Sect leader, watch out. In an instant, Ling Xiao transformed into a beautiful woman as well. Duanye and the others were furious. Damn it, the sect leader actually turned into a girl. And the three of them, their eyes are sparkling. She's so cute. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao with affection. Ling Xiao was confused. What is this? Why are you all looking at me like that? Ling Xiao shouted. Do something. This is so annoying. Then, Ling Xiao startled awake, rubbing his head. Thank goodness. It was just a dream. Ling Xiao looked at the comic on his desk. From now on, I'm never reading a harem manga before bed again. Back in reality, the velociraptor was bitten until it bled. Collapsing onto the ground, the Vangu sect member covered his face in shock. The Tyrannosaurus roared, and the Vangu disciple screamed for help. Help! 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 He grabbed Mu Chuan for his life. Mu Chuan, confused, asked, Save you? You dare ask me that? Get off me, I have to run. The Tyrannosaurus was closing in. Mu Chuan stared at it, tense. The Tyrannosaurus attacked, sending Mu Chuan and the Vangu disciple flying. Dust filled the air. Mu Chuan coughed. Duanye's teammate prepared to attack. Let's see where you're going to run now, Mu Chuan scolded. You idiot! You ruined my entire plan. The flame-tailed, cold-tailed eagle stood ready. Meanwhile, another of Duanye's teammates stood on the bank looking down at the water, gathering his energy. You little brat, become bait for my giant water beast. Feng Meng faced the beast. Feng Meng had already figured out the situation. Feng Meng smiled confidently. The water is our domain. Rank 9. Bamboo spirit level. Been holding back for a long time, right? A whirlpool formed under the water. Duanye's teammate suddenly felt something was off. That's not right. What's going on down there? The giant beast suddenly poked its head above the water, its tentacles covered in wounds. The tentacles tried to grip the bank but failed, sinking back into the water with only bubbles left behind. Duanye's teammate was anxious. Giant beast, what's wrong with you? Then, something else emerged from the water. It was Feng Meng, soaked from head to toe, smiling. Thanks for the snack. Wan Yao and Di Quan cheered happily. Woof woof, Duanye's teammate frowned in frustration. Damn you! What did you do to my beast? A long flash of energy was unleashed, blowing the guy away. Cheng Shi pointed. Junior brother Fan Lingjie is back up. Rong Ling was delighted. That's great, Duanye scolded. Useless. Can't even deal with this kind of trash. Cheng Shi spoke up. Senior brother Duan, stop bragging. When it comes to real strength, I doubt you're any match for junior brother Fan Lingjie. A long streak of energy tore through the ground toward Cheng Shi. Cheng Shi dodged just in time. Whoa! Duanye's eyes sharpened. Don't get cocky. Wait until I kill him myself. Let's see if you can still smile then. Fan Lingjie looked at the white-haired Mu Chuan. I'm up. Give me back my bracelet. Mu Chuan was terrified. He actually made it up here. In this situation, I still need to use them. All right. Mu Chuan faked a cheerful look, running over with the bracelet. Fan Lingjie said, You really worried us to death. As long as you're okay, that's what matters. I guard this bracelet like my own life. You want to steal it? You'll have to kill me first. You've got spirit. Here, take it. Feng Meng snatched the bracelet and put it on. Feng Meng grabbed the bracelet and ran off immediately, leaving Mu Chuan stunned. Many thanks. Mu Chuan was dumbfounded, 3 question marks over his head, having no clue what was going on. Mu Chuan hurriedly ran away, followed by the Vangu sect member, who was still clinging to him. Mu Chuan screamed, Hey, you ungrateful brat. I gave you the bracelet back. Now come help me. Feng Meng called out. Junior sister Yue Tong cheered. Senior brother Fan Lingjie is back on land? I knew you'd be fine. Feng Meng asked. How are things on your end? Can you handle it? Mu Chuan yelled from afar. Why didn't you ask me that? Yue Tong replied. It's fine. Thanks to junior brother Fan Lingjie's guidance, my abilities have improved rapidly. I can completely control the white wood ear demon. It's just that when the panda rhino started fighting so fiercely with the panda sect, it went wild after only a short while. The color-clearing techniques we practiced didn't work at all. Fan Lingjie held up 2 fingers. It's okay, let me use them for a second. The panda sect was entangled by Wan Yao's vines. The panda rhino seized the opportunity to attack the panda sect. Fan Lingjie smiled. Don't worry, I won't interfere in your fight, just bothering you for a moment. Under the water, the little catfish popped its head up, helping the small catfish put on its gear. The little catfish chirped. Duanye was standing across from Gu Ling's group, sprinting fast, when Fan Lingjie suddenly appeared. Kept you waiting! Rong Ling and Cheng Shi were overjoyed. Junior brother Fan Lingjie, you're finally back. Suddenly, Cheng Si was so shocked he spat out his drink. Whoa, why does Xiao Niao look like a rainbow parrot? What happened to him? Duan Ye asked, looking up, confused. What kind of trick is this? Feng Meng explained. This is the eagle. Duan Ye spoke up. Kun transformed into a bird. Another name for it is Peng. Do you think by clumsily imitating sect leader Fan, you can stand firm in Lingjie Pavilion? You really are a fame-hungry, petty villain. Duan Ye's eyes darkened. Even though I have left Lingjie Pavilion, I will still fulfill my duty to deal with a shameless wretch like you. Fan Lingjie narrowed his eyes. Qingchu, haven't you already done that? Duan Ye was shocked. What are you talking about? Fan Lingjie turned and walked away. Cheng H. Leave this to me. You go pull out the white hair. Over here, Mo Chuan and the guy from the Wangu sect were being fiercely attacked by the Tyrannosaurus. Mo Chuan cried out for help with difficulty. Brother Cheng, get over here. We really need you. Cheng H gritted his teeth to help him. All right, Master Duan, you're very powerful. Be careful. Feng Meng spoke up. Sect leader Rong Ling, you are the witness here. Fan Lingjie's gaze was serious, watching to see exactly what this guy's motive was for betraying Fan Lingjie Pavilion. Rong Ling was stunned. Betrayal? Isn't that a bit too serious? Duan Ye said. Cut the crap and let's have a real fight. Feng Meng raised 2 fingers. My spirit pet was far superior to yours back then, so it was hard to have a fair spar. Now that our strength is equal, let's see what you've got. Water splashed up around Duan Ye, jets of water appearing right before his eyes as Feng Meng exuded an oppressive aura. Show me exactly what kind of skills you had back in the past. Lingjie turned away when he heard the sect leader. You. Look at this. Back then, Duan Ye was innocent, naive, and eager to show off. The form of Black Meow, little Black Meow. Lingjie reached out. That growth spurt happened really fast, didn't it? Duan Ye was excited. Sect leader. I feel like Black Meow isn't simple. It has the potential to match a Lord-tier beast. I have a daring request. I want to have it spar a little. Lingjie wondered. Spar a little? Duan Ye replied. That's right. It could help me tap into Black Meow's potential. Please, guide us a bit. Lingjie stroked his chin. That's no problem at all. But the giant Kun is several times larger than Black Meow, and the gap in their strength is huge. How should we spar? Giant Kun looked at Black Meow. Black Meow's whole body trembled. Lingjie had a stream of water in his hand. How about this? I'll use a water orb to play with it. Back in the present, a 7-colored water beast appeared. Duan Ye's eyes were serious. Black Meow. Tear it apart. Black Meow's eyes were full of ferocity, and it lunged forward with both claws. Black Meow shot forward like a bolt toward Feng Meng and the beast. Feng Meng unleashed a water bag technique. The beast shot out a stream of water, enveloping Black Meow. Feng Meng continued the technique, gesturing straight at the spinning Black Meow. Black Meow and the water passed right through Feng Meng. Duan Ye was horrified. What? In the past, the tiny Black Meow fell amidst the water. Lingjie said, Too much force, not enough agility. Duan Ye countered, Not enough agility? How about this? In the present, Black Meow was powerful, darting from side to side like a flash of lightning. Black Meow created a maze of threads between Feng Meng and the beast. Duan Ye shouted, Retract! Black Meow's clone lunged forward, and a circle of light enveloped Feng Meng and the beast. Feng Meng's aura was very similar to Lingjie's back then. Duan Ye thought, he really doesn't know his place. Feng Meng unleashed a wave of water, creating a ring around his own body. Feng Meng scattered the water into tiny droplets in all directions. Black Meow was knocked back, its claws carving a glowing line into the ground. A stream of water was rushing straight at Black Meow. It jumped to dodge, but the stream split into 2, attacking Black Meow's body like water bullets. In the past, little Black Meow had also been attacked painfully like that. Lingjie said, Duan Ye, hurry and take this move. Little Black Meow sat still amidst the water, and then the water engulfed and drowned it. White Sandalwood Dragon Fist. In the present, the fierce Black Meow was suffering the same thing. Duan Ye was stunned. Damn it, how do you know this move too? Feng Meng continued the technique. Does the bamboo spirit's White Sandalwood Sway have a strange innate whirlpool skill? Duan Ye felt a spark of joy. Humph, idiot. If you use this move, you're sure to lose. In the past, Black Meow had cried out in the water. Lingjie gestured. If you don't think of a way soon, Black Meow is going to hit the wall. The water was dragging Black Meow away. Duan Ye was horrified. Damn it. I'm being sucked in by the whirlpool and have no strength left. Black Meow's claws couldn't cut through the water pillar. It couldn't control it at all. No, I've lost, I've lost. Black Meow cried out. Its claws couldn't even strike inside the water. Black Meow tried to lunge out of the water. Then, the water was released, and Black Meow lunged straight at Lingjie. Lingjie dodged Black Meow's claws. Oh? Douanier was worried. Hey sect leader, are you okay? What happened? How could Black Meow escape? In the present, Douanier smiled. As long as Black Meow can use that move, it can kill you. Feng Mong was in a defensive stance. Black Meow was still rushing through the water. Do it, Black Meow. Now is the time. Douanier shouted. Quickly cut through that water pillar. Black Meow burst out of the water, soaked, leaving a puddle on the ground. Douanier's eyes were stunned, his face drenched in sweat. Why? Why is that? In the past, Lingjie patted Black Meow's head. Black Meow probably relied on instinct to break the whirlpool. Douanier didn't understand instinct. Lingjie explained. Black Meow has an incredibly fierce will to fight. In moments of danger, it can sense the flow of the water. Relying on its own intuition, it used its claws to cut into the gaps of the water flow, using that momentum to break the water apart. Lingjie smiled with satisfaction. This is something even a spirit pet master with superior control couldn't do. Black Meow truly has a God-given talent. Congratulations on raising it well. Douanier joyfully hugged Black Meow, laughing happily. Black Meow, did you hear that? You're a gifted spirit pet. With the two of us together, we will definitely conquer the world. But now, Douanier looked at the frail Black Meow before him. Black Meow, you could break through this move back then. Why are you like this now? Fan Lingjie reminded him. Douanier, don't make things hard for it anymore. Fan Lingjie spoke up. I see it clearly now. All the spirit pets of the Ghost Slaughter sect have lost their lives, haven't they? Recalling Black Meow's fierce expression, Fan Lingjie continued. They are now just puppets completely obeying their master's orders. Douanier's eyes went dark. Feng Mong advised, the bond you and it shared in the past was certainly beautiful, but a spirit pet has its glory while alive, and even more dignity after death. The way Fan Lingjie spoke was so much like Lingjie from before. Things have reached this point. Please let it rest in peace. Douanier trembled. How Black Meow is doing? I know better than you. It's living just fine, no different than before. Douanier turned his head away, tears streaming down his cheeks, his eyes filled with reluctance. But your high and mighty attitude is seriously getting on my nerves. With a sudden burst of speed, Black Mume charged forward, its claws tearing through the ground. Douanier didn't back down, bracing for the counterattack. Maybe you should just go rest in peace. Nearby, Mu Chuan spotted Cheng Xi heading their way. Brother Cheng, you finally made it. Cheng Xi arrived with his spirit beast. As expected. Without my help, you wouldn't be able to accomplish a thing, would you? Mu Chuan stared blankly, pointing a hand. Isn't it obvious? Hurry up and help me take down this spirit beast. Cheng Xi realized. Wait, isn't this the sect master of the Eternal Sect? Why is he stuck to your body? Mu Chuan shoved the Eternal Sect master off. Get lost. The Eternal Sect master yelled in terror. Watch out. The Tyrannosaurus Rex lunged from behind, jaw wide open toward Cheng Xi. Both Cheng Xi and his spirit beast were sent flying. Cheng Xi winced, assessing the situation. It's vicious, he muttered. Looks like the three of us need to work together if we're going to take it down. You two take the front line, and I'll try some ranged attacks. But the Eternal Sect master had already scrambled away. Our Eternal Sect is weak. We're no match for you two, so we can't join the fight. I've left the bracelet for you both. But please, hold it off for a while longer. Wait for reinforcements to come and get me out of here safely. Cheng Xi watched, jaw dropping, as the man ran off so fast he could barely keep his pants up. What the? Cheng Xi couldn't believe the coward actually ditched them. Mu Chuan, however, asked slyly, so, what do you think we should do about that bracelet? Cheng Xi raised his hand to prepare a skill. Is this really the time for that? Let's just take this thing down first. Thickback, go! Thickback charged, the spikes on its head glowing. The projectiles struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex right in the neck. Got him. The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked down, then whipped its tail around, sweeping Cheng Xi and Thickback aside. Cheng Xi hit the ground hard. Damn it. It's like it didn't even feel that. Mu Chuan stood nearby and spoke up. This sect spirit beast seems a lot like a zombie. They could hit it a dozen more times and it probably wouldn't take any damage. Cheng Xi asked. Then what do we do? Will your fox's water and fire attacks work? Mu Chuan shook his head. No way. With skin that thick and tough, basic water and fire attacks won't even scratch it. Cheng Xi suggested. Then let's combine forces with Thickback and see. Mu Chuan nodded. I get what you're saying. Flametail, Frosttail, the two tails formed a twin blade strike, while Thickback frantically fired spikes from its back. Flametail and Frosttail caught the spikes mid-air, imbuing them with fire and enhanced force. It was a combo skill. Flaming spikes. The arrows struck the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Their teammate, Duan Ye, looked stunned. Oh no. Cheng Shi and Mu Chuan cheered. We did it. Brother Cheng, I didn't think we'd have such great chemistry. Cheng Shi looked closer. Wait, look at those 2 impact points. The water hit area didn't do much, but the fire, it actually worked. The flames were spreading. Mu Chuan's eyes widened. You're right. It seems fire is the natural weakness of these zombies. Found its weak spot, Cheng Shi said excitedly. Give it everything you've got. One final blow. Flametail unleashed a roaring blaze, while Thickback curled its body, unleashing a rapid-fire volley of spikes with full power. The projectiles flew straight at the Tyrannosaurus Rex's face. The beast's head caught fire. Mu Chuan gasped. It's burning, Cheng Shi shouted. We won, but their teammate, Duan Ye, remained calm. You fools, don't celebrate too early. Do you really think a Lord-class beast is that easy to beat? It still has its special skill. The Tyrannosaurus Rex's eyes flared. It let out a massive roar, and the arrows fell to the ground. Cheng Shi was terrified. Oh no, it used a roar to put out the flames. Mu Chuan urged. Don't panic. Do you still have energy? Use your skill 2 more times. It'll definitely work. Mu Chuan looked down. Flametail was standing perfectly still. Mu Chuan frowned. Flametail? What are you doing? Didn't you hear my command? Flametail's expression was pure terror, and Thickback looked no better. Cheng Shi grew worried. Thickback, what's wrong? Duan Ye's teammate chuckled smugly. They've been hit by the soul-shaking battle roar. They're already paralyzed by fear and can't even move. This special skill forces the opponent into a state of total panic and fear, making them unable to think, move, or act according to their master's will. Mu Chuan cursed. Damn it! Flametail, Frosttail, come back. Duan Ye's teammate sneered. The soul-shaking battle roar has cut the link between you and your spirit beasts. You can't even recall them now. Cheng Shi shook Thickback. Wake up! Duan Ye's teammate's eyes turned dangerous. The terror brought by an ancient overlord is something no spirit beast of the same rank can resist. The Tyrannosaurus Rex charged forward, snarling, Now, go ahead and meet your end. A sound echoed out, but it had no effect on the spirit beast master. Duan Ye's teammate looked shocked. Wait, what? Long Minion Tian appeared. With one strike, Long Minion Tian hit the Tyrannosaurus Rex. You call that a useless skill? The Tyrannosaurus Rex was knocked flat onto the ground. Cheng Shi shouted, Long Minion Tian. Mu Chuan wondered, is he here to help us? Duan Ye's teammate was stuttering in disbelief. What? He used his bare hands? Long Minion Tian glanced at Minion Lin in the air. Minion Lin, have you woken up yet? Even you got hit? And by an Emperor-class beast, no less? How embarrassing. Mu Chuan quickly asked. An Emperor-class spirit beast. That's amazing. Is he a friend of yours? Cheng Shi said proudly. Of course. Cheng Shi beamed. Long Minion Tian, why are you here? I never thought you'd come to save us in such a critical moment. I guess we're not enemies anymore, right? Long Minion Tian replied coldly. Don't get the wrong idea. I was just passing by. I saw something on the ground and wanted to come over and check it out. Long Minion Tian picked up the bracelet. Huh? So it really is the Eternal Sect's bracelet? Cheng Shi couldn't stop him. Elsewhere, Yue Tong was unleashing skills on Bai Muer. The panda rhinoceros launched a barrage of attacks on the Great Panda Sect. Yue Tong yelled, Are you even listening to me? The Great Panda Sect's head was smoking, and the panda rhinoceros had blood spilling from its mouth. Huff, huff. The Great Panda Sect unleashed a skill, sending the panda rhinoceros flying. Yue Tong watched nervously as the panda rhinoceros growled. Duan Ye's teammate smiled. Your panda is just pathetic, isn't it? The Great Panda Sect lunged forward ferociously. My great sect now possesses infinite pain tolerance and infinite strategy. When it comes to fighting, no spirit beast can ever hope to be its match. The rhino panda wouldn't back down either. It roared and charged forward. Yue Tong grabbed the rhino panda's arm to stop it. Jiao Bai Muer, stop this right now. You're just going to get beaten up. You can't win against him. But the rhino panda refused to listen and shook her off. Thud. Yue Tong was pushed to the ground. Yue Tong looked at the rhino panda, trying to reason with it. Jiao Bai Muer, I know you have a mind of your own. Yue Tong's gaze was firm. But you're supposed to be fighting by my side. We need to work together to beat the enemy. You promised me, remember? The rhino panda glared at her angrily. Sigh. Yue Tong's eyes darkened. If you keep acting like this, I'm actually going to get mad. The rhino panda remembered how Yue Tong had once furiously defeated the people from the evil bone sect, and it began to tremble in fear. The rhino panda walked over and took Yue Tong's hand. Yue Tong asked, "So, you've come to your senses?" The rhino panda just grunted, and Yue Tong smiled, satisfied. That's more like it, right? If you just rush in head first like that, you can't even show off your spirit master advantages. I've already figured out a plan. Follow my lead, and use your special skill to strike it. The rhino panda used Flash of the Seizing Strike. A blinding light erupted, and the guy frantically covered his face with both hands, squeezing his eyes shut. He screamed, "My eyes! What kind of curse technique is this?" He opened his eyes weakly, tears streaming down his face as his vision blurred. The guy waved his hand. "Idiot! That move won't work on my spirit beast. Great General, charge." The rhino panda, known as General, looked ferocious as it charged forward. Duan Ye's teammate asked, "General, what are you doing?" The rhino panda attacked him instead, and the guy clutched his stomach, coughing. Why? Water was flowing out of his mouth too. Looking at the rhino panda in front of him, he finally understood. "You're not General." Yue Tong cheered. "It worked. First, I blinded him. Then I swapped the colors of the two of you. It really made his head spin." Yue Tong looked around happily. "See that? Jiao Bai Muer, use your skills well, and we can take care of the rest of the spirit beast masters." The rhino panda grabbed the head of Duan Ye's teammate. Yue Tong ordered Jiao Bai Muer to remove the teammate's bracelet. "Wait 3 minutes, then once he's eliminated, let him go." Yue Tong shouted, "Sect Master Fan Lingjie, I won." Rongling cheered. "Yue, you won!" "It looks like Chengxi's fight is over too." Fan Lingjie spoke up. "Duan Ye, it's just you left now." Duan Ye didn't flinch. "So what?" Duan Ye yelled. "Go to hell." Heimi Niang cackled as the battlefield was set. Heimi Niang charged forward with intensity. Feng Meng prepared to strike. Xiao Niao looked ready. Streams of water were unleashed, surging toward Heimi. Duan Ye attacked with a sharp gaze. Heimi nimbly dodged the water currents, but they were incredibly powerful. Heimi landed, its bony foot striking the ground. Xiao Niao kept attacking, but Feng Meng was suddenly nowhere to be found. Duan Ye was caught off guard. "Where did you go?" Heimi stopped too. Duan Ye couldn't believe it. How could someone vanish in the blink of an eye? Feng Meng's silhouette appeared within a water current, his aura heavy with Fan Lingjie's imposing pressure. Duan Ye panicked as Fan Lingjie's hand reached out in front of him. "Duan Ye!" Feng Meng pinned Duan Ye to the ground and finished. "You lost." On the island, Duan Ye was tied up by the 10,000 demons. Duan Ye screamed, "Damn it! If you want to kill me, just do it. Don't try to humiliate me like this." Rongling explained from the side. "We just want you to calm down, senior brother Duan Ye. We don't want to humiliate you at all." Fan Lingjie stepped forward. "Duan Ye, you did this, didn't you?" Duan Ye didn't understand what he was talking about. Fan Lingjie clarified. "The ghost-slaying sect can create zombie spirit beasts, and the late sect master died because his spirit beast turned into a corpse. These two things are definitely connected." Feng Meng's expression was grim. "Are you the one who played those dirty tricks to harm the sect master?" Duan Ye looked stunned, and Rongling was shocked. Duan Ye shouted, "Damn you, what are you saying? I don't believe it. How could I possibly harm the sect master? You bastard, stop framing me." Duan Ye gritted his teeth and roared. "Rongling, help me. I have to kill that jerk." Rongling was still stunned, thinking, "This can't be." Duan Ye hurriedly defended himself. "Don't listen to that kid's lies. I respect the sect master so much. How could I ever hurt him?" Rongling said, "Senior brother Duan Ye, I believe you didn't do it. But after you left, what actually happened? Tell me, please." Duan Ye gritted his teeth, his expression fierce, and then his eyes dimmed. Duan Ye recounted, "After I left the Lingjie pavilion, I joined the ghost-slaying sect. How could I have harmed the sect master?" Duan Ye remembered. "After I left the Lingjie pavilion, I parted ways with the others. I wanted to find a way to save Heimi. Bringing it back from the dead seemed easy, but I had to watch its body slowly rot, and I couldn't do anything about it. One day, I heard about a newly established sect called the Ghost-Slaying Sect. I clung to that sliver of hope and decided to try it out. After they checked on Heimi, the Ghost-Slaying Sect said there was still a chance to save it, but the condition was that I had to join their sect. For the sake of Heimi Niang, I agreed." Duan Ye reminisced. "And after that, Heimi Niang really did come back to life." Rongling asked in amazement, "How did they do it?" Duan Ye could only reply, "I don't know. They took Heimi to the back room. In less than a moment, Duan Ye heard Heimi. Meow. Douanier had hugged Hey Me, overjoyed, as it jumped around as lively as ever. Hey Me, I heard from other disciples that the ghost-slaying sect gives dead spirit beasts a special pill. Rongling was astonished. Then, could the sect master's death also be related to this pill? Douanier didn't believe it. No way. The ghost-slaying sect only had methods to save dead spirit beasts. They had absolutely no way to make them turn into corpses. Douanier recalled seeing someone bringing a spirit beast to beg for help. Someone brought a spirit beast that was barely breathing. They had to wait for the beast to die before they could save it. I saw that with my own eyes. Rongling continued. It's also possible there's another method or a different type of pill that causes the zombification. But regardless, the ghost-slaying sect definitely isn't innocent in this. Douanier went quiet, and then agreed. You're right. Douanier winced in pain. Heime's situation messed with my head so much that I couldn't even think about that. Rongling looked at Douanier with deep sympathy. Ling, don't worry. I'll make sure to get to the bottom of this, Douanier said, his eyes filled with grim determination. If they really are involved in the sect leader Fan's death, I swear I won't let them get away with it. Wan Yao also unchained himself, and Fan Lingjie spoke up. I'm truly sorry, Douanier. I was wrong to blame you. After this competition ends, we'll go investigate the ghost-killing sect together, Douanier asked. My business is settled, but as for you, why should I trust someone as suspicious as you? Rongling quickly intervened. Why are you two arguing again? Douanier was dissatisfied. He had joined the Lingjie Pavilion at the very last moment, and given his power, why would he do that? He didn't know sect leader Fan, yet he was very familiar with the things he had done. How do you explain all of this? Feng Mang's eyes darkened, but Douanier remained distrustful. I have reason to suspect that you are actually the traitor hiding within Fan Lingjie Pavilion. Feng Mang replied, because you and sect leader Fan made a vow to make the Lingjie Pavilion the greatest in the world together. Douanier was stunned. He asked in astonishment, How do you know about that? Furthermore, what does that have to do with you joining the sect? Fan Lingjie explained, sect leader Fan used to be my friend. Rongling was overjoyed. Brother Fan Lingjie, you really were a friend of the sect leader. Feng Mang recalled his memories with Lingjie. I once had many long talks with him. He remembered the silhouette of Lingjie drinking tea. Sect leader Fan once lamenting his own life, recalling painful memories, the massacre of his sect, and the inner agony he endured. Feng Mang remembered that back then, the Inspection League had said the investigation could only go so far. If one wanted to investigate further, they needed the authority of a grade A sect. At that time, Lingjie felt hopeless and lost, kneeling under the torrential rain, feeling powerless, tormented by nightmares every night, his heart shattered into ashes 1,000 times over. Back then, Lingjie lay on the ground with his arm over his forehead. It's so hard. I can't bear this alone. Tell me, if I had died with them back then, would I not have to endure this daily torment? Fan Lingjie shared painfully. Those days of living a life worse than death kept haunting and torturing him until the day he met you. Douanier was confused. Huh? Fan Lingjie continued. At that time, there was a sound. Was there someone there? I saw the recruitment notice, so I came here. Lingjie asked. Joining the sect? Come on in. Create the greatest sect in the world? You aren't just blowing smoke, are you? It was an image of Douanier smiling brightly. Fine. I agree to join. Don't let me down. Douanier grabbed Lingjie's hand as if offering a new light, and the dawn appeared once more. Lingjie struggled to sit up in bed, another sleepless night. At this rate, I wonder how long I'll live. Someone called from outside. Sect leader, are you awake yet? Lingjie replied from inside. Ah, I'm up. What's wrong? Douanier asked with a frown. What do you mean? What's wrong? You still dare to ask me what's wrong? Doesn't your damn sect have morning training? Douanier complained outside. You're killing me. Are you messing with me? With this attitude, you still want to become the greatest in the world? The world's greatest at sleeping in, maybe. I didn't come here to watch you sleep. Get out of bed right now. Douanier sighed, hands on his hips. I'll give you 3 minutes to get to the training ground. Look at the state of you. I really want to see what kind of skills you actually have. Douanier asked again, Did you hear me? Inside, tears welled up in Lingjie's eyes. He had heard him. In the present, Fan Lingjie looked at Douanier. You were the one who gave him the faith to keep holding on, and that very faith touched me. I decided to join the Lingjie Pavilion to fulfill your vow, to make the Lingjie Pavilion the greatest sect in the world. Feng Mang looked at Douanier and called out, Douanier, what about you? By now, tears filled Douanier's eyes. On one side, Sumuksuan was fiercely threatening the man in black. Hand it over now. On the other side, Longmi Nuongthian was staring at the stone bracelet on her wrist, showing it off with excitement. Dad, look at this. I randomly got 5 points. What incredible luck. Chengxi, covered in sweat, cried out in panic. Longmi Nuongthian, that bracelet is mine. Longmi Nuongthian turned to reply with an extremely annoyed tone. Hey, why is everything yours? Isn't the bracelet you're wearing already yours? Chengxi frowned and shouted an explanation. That's my loot. I just hadn't grabbed it yet. As soon as he finished speaking, his bracelet suddenly beeped. Longmi Nuongthian was bewildered when she heard the sound coming from her own bracelet. The Vanko sect, Huyenthan Ku, Thu Hoang Min, and Hung Nya Loi Shi had all their members eliminated. 5 teams remained. Chengxi sighed in surprise. What? So many teams eliminated in just a few hours? Longmi Nuongthian asked suspiciously. The Vanko sect was eliminated because they removed their bracelets themselves, but what about the others? Could it be that they did something desperate to take the enemy down with them? Suddenly, a loud scream came from afar. Ah! This made Chengxi curious enough to glance over. A bald man was running fast toward them with a terrified look, shouting, "Help me! Help me!" Su Muxuan was so stunned he nearly fell over as he asked loudly, "Weren't you already eliminated? Why are you running back here?" The bald man, drenched in sweat, replied with a terrified voice, "The League hasn't come to pick me up yet. Save me!" Then he pointed into the distance and said, "There's a monster over there." Su Muxuan blurted out, "A monster?" The creature was calmly walking toward them with its hands behind its back. Su Muxuan, sweat beading on his face, panicked and yelled, "It's that spinal deformity guy from the Tu Tai sect. We've crossed paths before. Why did they chase us all the way here?" Chengxi was also incredibly surprised, his jaw dropping as he gasped, "It looks like there's more than one." Peering from the distance, a person in black trousers was approaching, followed by someone in green trousers, and finally, a girl flying toward them. The system introduced them as the Divine Multitude from the Tu Tai sect, 4 people remaining with 129 points. Yue Tong frowned in shock, and Fan Lingjie exclaimed in confusion, "The Tu Tai sect?" Rongling's jaw dropped in surprise. The leader of the Tu Tai sect spoke with a sarcastic tone. "Looks like 3 teams are all gathered here, huh? Coming here wasn't a waste of time after all." "Good," then he stated firmly. "Everyone, let's keep fighting." As soon as he finished, the Tu Tai sect members lunged at the remaining teams, like hungry tigers. The rhinoceros panda and Yue Tong were standing face to face with Thin Lu. He wore a eerie smile and said in a mocking tone, "What a cute panda. And it has a horn too. Definitely a rare find." The mechanical contraption on his arm opened its mouth, revealing sharp steel teeth. The purple-clad man smirked and said, "I wonder what it tastes like." Before he could even finish his sentence, the rhinoceros panda growled and hissed at them, then lunged forward while gnashing its teeth in fury. Shenglu grinned with amusement and ordered the parasitic pincer beast to attack. "Go on, sink your teeth into it, rip it apart." The parasitic pincer beast on his arm elongated, reaching toward the rhinoceros panda. The rhinoceros panda stood firm, eyes filled with resolve, while the beast's razor-sharp teeth loomed ahead. Both sides fought with everything they had, locked in a desperate struggle to take the other down. The battle grew more brutal by the second. The rhinoceros panda seemed to be losing ground. Worried, Yue Tong shouted, cheering for Jiaobak Mokni to hold on. Nearby, Sheng Liu just laughed, his tone dripping with disdain. "Don't get too attached to those teeth, okay?" What a terrifying sight. The parasitic pincer beast strained, tearing into the rhinoceros panda. Ban Hio Kung Tich stood with his hands behind his back and addressed Su Muxuan. "Su Muxuan, right? We meet again." Stunned, he asked, "How do you know my name?" He smiled and replied, "Using loopholes to get into the competition, tricking me like that is quite impressive. Let's see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeve this time." Cheng Shi, standing nearby, heard this and turned to Su Muxuan in surprise. "Do you guys know each other? So, are we fighting or what?" Su Muxuan snapped, losing his temper. "Fight? Forget that. Trin, blast him." Ba Nyo Kung Tich remained calm, even as Han Vi Ho and DMV Ho flew toward him. He scoffed, mocking them. "Attacking as soon as you show up? I expected more from you." He suddenly hunched over, clenching his fists. A deafening blast echoed, and dust billowed everywhere. In less than 5 seconds, Ba Nyeo Kung Tich had taken down both Han Vi Ho and DMV Ho. Su Muxuan gasped, "This is bad." Cheng Shi quickly assessed the situation and summoned the crimson-backed skeletal horse. Ban Hio Kung Tich leaped high into the air, spinning into a vortex, and laughed triumphantly as he launched a downward strike. Cheng Shi and the crimson-backed skeletal horse were stunned, frozen in place. Cheng Shi broke into a cold sweat, eyes wide as he saw the attack hurtling toward him. The crimson-backed skeletal horse surged forward, shielding Cheng Shi and taking the full force of the blow. Cheng Shi screamed in agony. "Shich boy! The sky! It's completely still." Across the field, Fan Lingjie shouted orders. "Little vine, restrain her." A vine whipped out, binding the red-haired woman. The teddy dog charged at her, barking wildly. She sighed, and then Tudia Lak emerged from behind her back, baring its razor-sharp teeth. 2 long tongues lashed out, their tips transforming into blades that sliced through the binding vine. Fan Lingjie was so shocked he nearly stumbled backward. One of the tongue tips morphed into a ball studded with teeth and lunged toward them. The red-haired woman stood unfazed, watching coldly as the tongue pierced the teddy dog. Seeing his pet lying in pain, Fan Lingjie rushed over, crying out, "Little pooch!" He scooped up the teddy dog, gritting his teeth in fury. He thought to himself, "Their spirit beasts are bizarre, they can't be fought the usual way, and their strength is too overwhelming." Finally, the black-haired man spoke with a sneering tone. "You came to enter the sect qualification trial? That's just too pathetic. Even if you were stronger, you still wouldn't be able to break through." The system flashed information. The parasite on Sheng Liu's arm is the parasitic pincer beast. General grade, parasitic type, limb lineage. Sub-attribute, light, max level spirit resonance. The parasite on the red-haired woman's back is Tu Dia Lak. General grade, parasitic type, Tang lineage. Sub-attribute, wing, max level spirit resonance. The parasite on the spine of the black-haired man is Ba Niu Kungtich. General grade, parasitic type, limb lineage. Sub-attribute, bone, max level spirit resonance. The rhinoceros panda struggled with all its might to escape the parasitic pincer beast. Yue Tong called out worriedly, "Jiaobak Mok Ni." Sheng Liu laughed cruelly, directing the pincer beast to attack her. The beast sank its teeth into her torso. Yue Tong gasped, eyes wide with horror, while Sheng Liu actually remarked, "What a delicacy." Yue Tong shut her eyes, powerless and in pain. The rhinoceros panda roared and charged at Sheng Liu, desperate to fight back. Sheng Liu dodged the strike and cursed, "You wretched beast, how dare you bite me?" Yue Tong was bleeding profusely, her clothes soaked. She collapsed backward, completely drained of strength. The rhinoceros panda hurried over, gently catching her. Yue Tong looked at the rhinoceros panda with hazy eyes and trembled. "It hurts so much." Sheng Liu controlled the pincer beast to attack again, sneering, "It's not over yet." The rhinoceros panda glared at them, pulling Yue Tong close. It hugged her tightly, shielding her and enduring the pincer beast's onslaught alone. The beast opened its massive jaws to swallow them whole. The rhinoceros panda held her tight, enduring the pain. Yue Tong wept, both moved and heartbroken. "Jiao Bak Mokni." Sheng Liu wore a sinister grin. He mocked them. "Eating both of you at once? I don't mind at all. Let's see how long you can last." The rhinoceros panda gritted its teeth, blood streaming from a wound on its head. Yue Tong felt a sharp pang of pain and sobbed, "No! Stop it! Jiao Bak Mok Ni." Yue Tong's eyes suddenly glowed, and she shouted, "You cannot die!" The rhinoceros panda's eyes also lit up, as if a hidden power had been awakened. Sheng Liu was stunned. The rhinoceros panda was glowing, its face no longer showing pain, but pure, absolute resolve. Sheng Liu broke into a cold sweat, clutching his aching arm. "That spirit energy. It's too strong. What is happening?" The rhinoceros panda slowly grabbed the razor-sharp teeth of the pincer beast and forced them apart. It gripped the sharp fangs with its bare hands. Sheng Liu panicked, his voice laced with bitterness. "Damn it, pincer beast, bite it to death." Yes, those hideous teeth grew longer, wrapping around the rhinoceros panda. Sheng Liu screamed, "Go to hell." The rhinoceros panda fought to break free from those jaws. Sheng Liu was utterly bewildered as the pincer beast began to bloat, and then he was thrown backward as the creature exploded. The sky remained clear and blue. Nearby, Su Muxuan watched in agony as Han Vi Ho and Diem Vi Ho shivered on the ground. He asked anxiously, "Diem Vi, Han Vi, are you two okay?" Cheng Si was also deeply worried for the crimson-backed skeletal horse. He shouted, "Shich boy, wake up." Ban Hio Kung Tich stood leisurely, arms crossed behind his back. He scoffed. "A bunch of weaklings who aren't even worth a single strike. How boring." Long Mai Nuong and her father watched from a distance, feeling desperate. Her father spoke, his voice heavy with concern. "Long Nich Thien, these guys are too strong. We have to get out of here now." Long Nitian hesitated, looking a bit flustered. "I'm going." but I still want to take them on. His father was stunned. Take them on? Are you crazy? He then barked. You've already used up all your energy storage. Have you forgotten? You're no match for them at all right now. Long Nitian pointed at his beast. The soul-devouring Qilin. The Qilin is an emperor-tier beast. Surely it can handle them. His father snapped. Can it? Do you two even have a sense of reality? His father continued, explaining that, while the Qilin was indeed emperor tier, it was only in its growth phase. Looking at the enemy, the bone-crushing beast, his father lamented. These guys are high-level spirit bamboo stage beasts. They're overwhelming. How do you expect to win? Long Nitian frowned and said, Then I'll use the forbidden technique. His father lowered his voice. Have you forgotten why we came here? We don't have many people left in our group, and we can win just by stalling for time. There's no need to fight. Long Nitian stammered. I know, but, his father, beads of sweat on his brow, asked urgently, What exactly are you trying to do? Long Nitian glanced at Chengxi and his companion. I want to help him. His father looked up at them, eyes full of hesitation. Long Nitian gathered his courage. Didn't you tell me before that if I ever met someone worth befriending? Before he could finish, his father softly replied, Go then. Long Nitian was stunned, eyes wide. His father looked down, smiling as he added, Be careful. Nearby, the bone-crushing beast leaned in to taunt Chengxi. You reckless little brat, let me see you off to the afterlife. Suddenly, the beast glanced up, sensing something strange. The Qilin was diving down from above with its jaws wide open, clamping onto the beast's shoulder. The Qilin roared ferociously as it lifted the beast into the air. Down below, Long Nitian ran over, asking anxiously, Chengxi, are you okay? Chengxi turned, tears streaming down his face, and called out, Long Nitian. Long Nitian ruffled his hair and teased, You idiot, didn't you want to beat me? You think I'd let you die here? Long Nitian then shouted the order, Qilin, Dragon Breath. The bone-crushing beast used its own spine to block the Qilin's maw, dodging to the side before gnashing its teeth in rage. A mere little snake dares to act so insolently in front of me? The beast's spine extended, piercing the Qilin's body. The Qilin let out a pained cry and tumbled backward. The bone-crushing beast unleashed a finishing move, screaming, Go to hell. The Qilin looked up at the sky as blood splattered everywhere. Long Nitian cried out in panic. Qilin! The beast collapsed onto the ground, broken. The bone-crushing beast rushed forward, sneering, so much for being Emperor tier. Long Nitian said to the Qilin, his heart aching, Qilin, you really are an idiot. He then stood up, saying, This is our first time out in the world, we can't lose face. Forget it. I'm using the forbidden technique. Time flows back 3 months to the Long family home. Long Nitian was reading when he hurriedly slammed his book shut and hugged it to his chest because his father kicked the door open and shouted, Great news! His father excitedly announced that their application to form a sect had been approved, and they could join the sect qualifying exams in 3 months. His father added, I've thought it over. You'll be the sect leader. Long Nitian happily set the book down and turned to ask, That's amazing. Dad, how many disciples do we have? His father closed his eyes, listing off the familiar faces. You, me, your mother, your sister, a total of 4. Long Nitian was stunned, standing there frozen. That's okay? Did you even verify the requirements? What are we calling this sect? His father answered with a flustered tone. I haven't thought of one yet, but I'll have something by the time we register. His father propped his chin on his hand. Besides, we should probably change our names. We never paid much attention to naming back then, but it doesn't feel right now. Father is Go Sheng, mother is Li Qilan, sister is Go Nier, and the son is Go Sheng. Yeah. Long Nitian broke out in a cold sweat and snapped. What do you mean you didn't pay attention? You just named us randomly. He then beamed. Leave it to me. I'll come up with a really cool name. His father lowered his voice. There's something more important. We absolutely must reach a higher level during this competition. Long Nitian replied excitedly, I get it, Dad. We've worked so hard for so long. This time we'll definitely make everyone sit up and take notice. His father suddenly looked grim, crossing his arms with a sullen look. It was mostly because he'd had a bit too much to drink, and he'd accidentally bragged a bit too hard to Old Man Gu. If they didn't level up, it would be too embarrassing. It turns out he had promised, Hey, old man, just wait for me to return in glory. Long Nitian replied confidently, What's there to be afraid of? The Qilin is Emperor tier. No one can stand against it. We've got this in the bag. He turned to the Qilin. Right, Qilin. But all he got was the sight of the Qilin, fast asleep, drooling all over the floor. Hearing his son, his father warned him in a serious tone, Don't be so overconfident. I've heard many of the beasts in this competition are already at the spirit bamboo stage. The Qilin is Emperor tier, yes, but it's only in the growth phase. It might not be able to beat those veterans. Long Nitian panicked. What do we do? There's only 3 months left. It's so hard to level up, his father replied grimly. That's why we need to make the best use of the Qilin's unique Emperor tier skill. The system displayed the information. Azure Dragon's unique skill, 1. Energy storage strategy. During training, the Spirit Master can store energy within the dragon's body and convert it into pure, reinforced power for the Spirit Master when needed. His father cheered with determination. From today on, as long as you train hard, you can store a few points of energy every day, his father continued. In 3 months, you'll have hundreds of points, and we can easily crush all the other sects. Long Nitian replied with great enthusiasm. Fan Lingjie, don't you worry. I'll definitely keep at it. You'll see. The time shifted to 1 week before the competition. His father pushed open the door and shouted, Go! Wait, no, Long Nitian, the sect uniforms are finished. How's your energy storage coming along? His energy points were at 2 right now. Long Nitian was lounging around, munching on an apple and reading a book, when he heard that and scrambled up in a panic. It's starting already? I think it's still too early, he said. Long Nitian's father angrily tore the book in half, while Long Nitian's body, drenched in sweat, was training intensely, and replied, Sorry, father, I'll start training right now. Returning to reality, Long Nitian was lost in thought, realizing that after a week of training, he had only managed to save up a total of 25 energy points, all of which had already been spent. He then whispered, Long Nitian? Long Nitian continued in an expectant tone. Use the forbidden technique. He then added, Start with 10 points first. Long Nitian's eyes suddenly flared with light, and a surge of energy erupted from Long Nitian's hands. His own eyes glowed brightly. Long Nitian clenched both fists, and a vortex of energy swirled around him. Long Nitian's father was watching him closely from a distance. His father's expression suddenly turned ashen, and he spoke in a fearful tone. He's still using it? That evil technique. A system notification popped up. Special skill of the Azure Silver Dragon. Twofold evil technique. In a situation where there are no energy points left, one can borrow a few to use, but afterwards, not only must they be repaid immediately, but a high-interest penalty must also be paid. After a moment of contemplation, Long Nitian's father shouted with determination, If that's the case, let's make this quick and decisive. On his side, Long Nitian sneered, Damn it. He then threw a punch, rushing toward the bone-weaving terror beast, and shouted, Let's see how I smash you to pieces. He locked his gaze on the creature and charged forward at lightning speed. The bone-weaving terror beast laughed disdainfully, saying, How pathetic. Are all the kids these days like this? He then swung a rib bone toward Long Nitian and sneered, A spirit master attacking on his own? That's like an egg striking a rock. He yelled mockingly, Are you that eager to die? The powerful collision sent Long Nitian flying back, and the bone-weaving terror beast's expression shifted from smug to bewildered. He stared with wide eyes. Long Nitian grabbed the creature's rib and said, Listen here, old man. He then smirked and added with a taunting tone, What era do you think this is? Still trying to pull rank because you're old? It's time for you to retire. Long Nitian then gripped one of the creature's bone joints tightly. The bone-weaving terror beast turned pale, his jaw dropping in terror. Long Nitian decisively slammed him into the ground, and the beast groaned in pain as he landed on his back. As he scrambled to stand up, trembling, he lamented his fragile flesh. He then soared into the sky and shrieked, How could you possibly block my attack? Long Nitian struggled as he was dragged along by the bone-weaving terror beast, who was flying upward in a spiral motion. Drenched in sweat and anxious, Long Nitian thought, Oh no, my energy is draining too fast. The bone-weaving terror beast, seeing this, grew incredibly smug, and then attacked Long Nitian repeatedly, at the speed of sound. Powerless, the boy squeezed his eyes shut, gritting his teeth in pain as he used both arms to block the blows. His father, seeing this, gasped, This isn't good. Cheng Shi looked on with wide-eyed worry. Long Nitian staggered back, unable to keep his footing, and slumped over. The bone-weaving terror beast seemed determined to finish him off, continuing to rain down attacks from above. Wiping blood from his mouth, Long Nitian muttered, Everyone is still watching my performance. How could I possibly lose? Long Nitian's eyes flared brightly as he shouted, 20 points! He then clenched his fist and struck at the base of the bone-weaving terror beast's rib cage. A terrifying explosion erupted, a sound so deafening it shook the heavens and the earth. Dust filled the air, the ground shattered, and then followed another massive, thundering blast. A mound of rocks formed, Long Nitian let out a breath of relief, but suddenly, there was movement from within the rock pile. A hand reached out, and the bone-weaving terror beast painfully propped himself up, groaning and cursing. Damn it! Damn it all! He then lunged furiously toward Long Nitian and yelled, "You brat! I'm going to tear you to pieces today." He then shot into the sky like a rocket, hovering in the air and glaring down at Long Nitian. The sharp spikes on his vertebrae began to grow even longer. Long Nitian looked up with a stunned expression, his mouth agape. The long, sharp spikes plunged down, pinning Long Nitian to the ground. He couldn't move, and he squeezed his eyes shut in agony. Chengshi cried out in shock. "Long Nitian!" His father also called out desperately. "My son?" The bone-weaving terror beast sneered, and said with a mocking tone, "Kid, say your prayers." Long Nitian strained to reply. "Fan Lingjie, damn you. I told you, if someone is watching my show, don't try to steal the spotlight. You annoying old monster, you've really gone too far." His eyes glowed intensely once more, and he screamed, "Damn it, this won't do." Long Nitian, 30 points. A pillar of light erupted from Long Nitian's body, shooting straight into the sky. The sheer force shattered the bone-weaving terror beast's bone spikes into dust. A fist launched upward from below at the speed of light. The bone-weaving terror beast's eyes widened in fear, and he went completely still. Long Nitian struck true, shattering the monster's spine into fragments that flew in every direction. Even the beast's eyeballs were knocked clean out of his sockets. On Fan Lingjie's side, things were equally tense. He took a battle stance, channeling his power to attack the red-haired man. Violent whirlpools, like ferocious sea serpents, surged forward as if to swallow his opponent whole. The red-haired man saw this and quickly flew higher to dodge. He tilted his body, and the two wings on his back rotated at the speed of light, like saw blades capable of cutting through anything they touched. The water currents were blocked by his wings. Xiaoniao opened his mouth wide and dove toward the man's head, but before he could attack, he was struck in the head by the 2D Jiaolei. The red-haired man laughed with delight as the 2D Jiaolei used its sharp, hooked tongue to pierce Xiaoniao's mouth, causing him immense pain. The red-haired man cheered excitedly. "Hooked you!" He then swung his arm decisively, sending the injured Xiaoniao flying away. He then said triumphantly, "That's another one down." A Thai dog suddenly appeared on the red-haired man's wing, causing him to glance over in surprise, after which the dog aimed for his face and kicked him squarely. The red-haired man quickly ducked to dodge and simultaneously swung the ball-shaped tongue studded with sharp, pointed teeth belonging to the 2D Jiaolei at the Thai dog's waist. The dog fell backward in pain and growled twice. The red-haired man's face turned purple as he muttered, "This dog was already heavily injured, wasn't it? How is it still able to fight?" He suddenly looked up in shock. With a pair of blue wings appearing before his eyes, he saw Lingu, the heaven-fragrance butterfly, the poodle, and little Niao. Beads of sweat trickled down his face as he spat. So that damn girl was a healer all along. Little Niao and the poodle were charging at him with fierce determination. The red-haired guy spread his wings and took off into the air. He glared down at them and muttered a chant. Behind his back, the Sumeru greedy devil prepared to strike. Suddenly, a barrage of bullets rained down, like a torrential downpour toward Lingu, the heaven-fragrance butterfly, the poodle, and little Niao. Lingu was so stunned she nearly tipped over backward, then panicked and scrambled away on all fours. She covered her eyes with one hand and collapsed, shouting, "Senior brother Duan Ye." When she saw Duan Ye just sitting there blankly in front of her, the hail of bullets was already closing in on him. Lingu lunged forward, wrapping her arms around his neck and tackling him away, screaming, "Watch out!" They both hit the ground, gasping for breath. Lingu, covered in sweat, asked anxiously, "Senior brother Duan Ye, are you okay? Why were you just sitting there like a statue?" Duan Ye lay motionless on the ground, saying nothing. Lingu turned to him, desperate. "It's too dangerous. Pull yourself together." Meanwhile, the poodle and the vine demon were dodging the bullet rain with intense focus. Lingu looked up at the red-haired guy and cursed, "Damn it, how are we supposed to hit him when he's flying that high?" She placed the heaven-fragrance butterfly on her shoulder and declared, "Leave this to me." Xiang Panling Xiao warned her, voice trembling, "Lingu, be careful." Lingu shot up like a rocket and called back, "I've got a way to deal with her." Within 90 seconds, Lingu was face-to-face with the red-haired guy. He glared at her, attacking while barking threats. "You're just throwing your life away." Lingu countered swiftly and summoned Nianbao. Nianbao, soldier rank, steel element, water tribe. Lingu shouted the command, "Go." Nianbao latched onto the enemy's wings. It quickly obeyed Lingu's order, launching itself at the red-haired guy and sticking to him. He shrieked in panic. "It's stuck. Damn it, How can a little brat like you use such a disgusting spirit beast? The red-haired guy plummeted toward the ground. Lingu beamed. It worked! Suddenly, the tongue of the Sumeru greedy devil wrapped around her ankle. The red-haired guy roared. Don't get cocky yet. He yanked Lingu down with him, terrifying her. They both crashed into a thicket of trees, causing a massive tremor. Fan Lingjie saw this and cried out in alarm. He, the poodle, and little Niao bolted toward the cliffside. Down below, after the impact, they all lay sprawled on the ground, bruised and covered in dirt. Lingu turned to the heaven fragrance butterfly, shaking it anxiously. Xiang xiang. Meanwhile, the red-haired guy struggled to push himself up, cursing. Damn it! He glared at Lingu and roared. I'm going to kill you. From inside the Sumeru greedy devil's maw, a bizarre nozzle emerged, spraying a yellow liquid straight at Lingu. Lingu hurriedly raised her arm to shield her face. She looked at the liquid splattered on her skin and gasped, while the sharp tongue of the Sumeru greedy devil scraped against a nearby rock, throwing sparks. Suddenly, the spot where Lingu was standing erupted into a massive, roaring fire. The red-haired guy zipped away at light speed, hovering high above, looking down with a sneer. He laughed mockingly. Go burn in hell, you little brat. Suddenly, a vine whipped out of nowhere and coiled around him, leaving him momentarily stunned and confused. Fan Lingjie shouted from below, Little vine, pull her down. The red-haired guy looked down at him, sneering. Still coming? You really don't know when to die. He gritted his teeth and dove headfirst, lashing out with the two razor-sharp tongues of the Sumeru greedy devil. He spat, I'll grant you your wish to die. As the distance between him and Fan Lingjie closed, the man glared while manifesting his weapon. Moving at lightning speed, Fan Lingjie slashed across the red-haired guy before he could react. The man's eyes widened in agony as blood sprayed everywhere. Weapon stats. Warrior rank. Steel element. Mineral steel tribe. Secondary fire attribute. Stage 6. Its innate skill, steel body fusion, which automatically raises the user's temperature, forming a simple, condensed state. The red-haired guy collapsed hard onto the ground. Fan Lingjie urgently shouted to Little Niao, put out that fire. Little Niao quickly tried to obey, spraying water onto the area where Lingu was. Smoke billowed up, but the fire didn't die out. It flared up even higher. Fan Lingjie was drenched in sweat, cursing. Damn it, the fire is too strong. Before him, Lingu was writhing in agony amidst the flames. He screamed her name in desperation. A strange red blur suddenly flashed past him, catching him by surprise. The red streak dove into the massive fire, carving out a path. It was the Black Temptress, cradling Lingu. The fire on Lingu had already been extinguished. Lingu blinked, dazed, and whispered, Black Temptress. Duanye came sprinting over, shouting, Lingu, get out of there! Lingu teared up, calling out, Senior brother Duanye. Fan Lingjie cried out with equal emotion, Duanye! Duanye rushed forward, swept Lingu into his arms, and hurried away from the fire, saying, You think you can become a sect leader with such pathetic skills? Lingu beamed through her tears. Senior brother Duanye, you really didn't abandon us. I'm so happy. Her eyes suddenly filled with worry as she looked back at the fire, screaming, The Black Temptress! She's still in the fire. Go save her. Duanye's face remained stoic as he replied, No need. That blunt response left Lingu confused. Fan Lingjie ran over, asking, Lingu, are you okay? Duanye suddenly remarked. He was right. Staring into the raging red fire, Duanye continued. Keeping the Black Temptress alive was only my own selfish wish. She deserves to live her life brilliantly, with dignity. Duanye turned his head away, tears streaming down his face as he said, We shouldn't torture her anymore. Just let her rest in peace here. Meanwhile, by the stream, Longmian Niang held a stone bracelet in her hand, cheering, This is amazing. Finally got it. I'm rich. Chengxi came running up, calling for Lingu and Longmian Niang. Longmian Niang quickly corrected her. Hey, I was the one who got this. Don't even think about using someone's moment of danger to threaten them. Chengxi scratched her head, looking embarrassed. Who said I wanted to steal your bracelet? I came to thank you for saving my life. Longmian Niang was stunned. You're thanking me? She got choked up, tears welling in her eyes, and bowed with a trembling voice. Oh, okay, Chengxi asked, panicked. Hey, what are you doing? It's just a thank you. You don't need to get all emotional about it, right? Long Nitian sobbed, her voice trembling. I didn't just go into debt for 50 points to win, I had to borrow them, and I have to pay them all back within a month. I'm going to have to work myself to the bone for the next month just to pay off this debt. I can't do anything else. My heart is just, So heavy. Meanwhile, over by Fan Lingjie, the flames were still burning. Fan Lingjie asked, worried, "Sect leader Rongling, are you all right?" Rongling replied, "Junior brother Fan Lingjie, senior brother Duanye, has finally come to his senses." No sooner had he finished speaking than Duanye let go, letting her plummet to the ground. Rongling rubbed her butt in pain, crying out. Fan Lingjie demanded, frustrated, "Duanye, what the hell are you doing?" Just then, a stone bracelet hit him square in the face, making him wince in pain. Duanye said, "Consider those bracelets a gift." Fan Lingjie shot back, "What's that supposed to mean?" Duanye explained, "I'm done risking my life for the Ghost Slayer sect. These points don't mean anything to me anymore." Rongling asked, delighted, "Senior brother Duanye, are you coming back?" Duanye replied, his expression unchanging, "No need. I'm staying with the Ghost Slayer sect." That answer left Fan Lingjie and Rongling stunned and speechless. Duanye hurriedly explained, "You idiots, if I don't stay there, how am I going to uncover the truth behind the sect leader's death after the competition ends? Remember to look for me later." Rongling beamed, laughing as she replied, "Got it." The branch leader of the Free Sect stood with his arms crossed, watching his subordinates lose the battle miserably. He just stood there, saying nothing. Standing before him were Sheng Liao, the red-haired guy, and the others, all lying defeated on the ground. He sighed, lamenting, "How did I end up raising such a bunch of losers?" The red-haired guy groaned, calling out weakly, "Branch leader." The branch leader ordered coldly, "Hand over the wings, now." The red-haired guy panicked. "But, branch leader," the branch leader repeated, his voice filled with fury. "Give them to me, now." The red-haired guy painfully complied. The Sumeru spirit wings tore out of his body, making him scream in agony. The branch leader quickly gathered the wings and attached them to his back. Two large, long wings sprouted out, and the branch leader shot up like a rocket. He hovered high above, looking down at the forest. Fan Lingjie, Rongling, and Xiao Niao looked up, completely bewildered. Su Muxuan asked in surprise, "What is that guy doing, flying up there?" The branch leader suddenly snatched off his hat, tossing it aside to reveal his true face. Fan Lingjie's jaw hit the floor, and Rongling gasped, wide-eyed. The branch leader raised both hands high and announced, "You've all worked hard." On his forehead was a parasitic monster called the Crimson Evil Eye, a high-level parasitic Lord-class creature. The parasite, the light attribute, high agility Crimson Evil Eye, suddenly began to glow on the branch leader's forehead. He declared, "Now, I will put an end to this boring competition." A beam of light shot from his forehead down toward the ground. Fan Lingjie shouted in a panic, "This is bad." Long Nitian rushed over, pushing Chengxi's head down as he yelled, "Get down!" The beam of light actually struck the water instead of the contestants. Chengxi asked, confused, "Huh? Why did he hit the water?" Long Nitian remarked from the side. "Did he miss? It looks just like you, Long Nitian." The ground suddenly shook. Long Nitian and Chengxi were both completely bewildered. Su Muxuan staggered, crying out, "What's happening to this island?" It turned out to be a giant turtle. Its neck had been injured by the branch leader's attack. Fan Lingjie shouted worriedly, "Oh no! He hit the giant turtle. It's in pain," he yelled loudly. "It's sinking fast." Long Nitian's father pointed toward the mountain peak and shouted, "Run to the top of the mountain, quickly." Before he could even finish the sentence, he was swallowed by the water. Everyone was submerged in the rising tide. On the mainland, Bai Liansu watched in horror and screamed, "This is terrible. That small island is sinking rapidly. Dozens of people have already fallen into the water." Bai Danshu angrily questioned Officer Lev, "When you chose the giant turtle as the island for the examination, did you not consider this possibility?" Officer Levi broke into a cold sweat, trembling with rage as he cursed, "Those bastards from the Free Sect." Then, Officer Lav turned and loudly ordered, "Teams 5, 6, 7, and 8. Move out immediately." Long Nitian struggled in the water, thinking anxiously, "Help, I don't know how to swim." Chengxi swam over, grabbed him, and pulled him to the surface. Long Nitian shouted in frustration, "Damn it, how dare they ambush us? If I weren't out of energy, I would have smashed that guy with one palm." Chengxi looked at his bracelet and said worriedly, "The bracelet is waterlogged. We're going to be eliminated any second now." Long Nitian called out in a panic, "Long Nitian, hurry, carry me out of here." His father hugged the dragon scale and replied, "Stop calling. It's barely holding on to its own life." Just then, the panda rhino was doing its best to pull Yue Tong by the arm. Something was rushing toward them, and then a hand grabbed the panda rhino's shoulder. It was the blue-haired cat, there to help. Lu Wenting said happily. Gotcha, Yan. He tried to calm everyone down. Candidates, please, don't panic. Then she shouted instructions. Quick, climb onto the great wood. Then, she flew rapidly toward the branch leader. Yan He glared at him and said in a serious tone, Branch leader, this has gone a bit too far. The branch leader sneered. Humph, little girl. I haven't broken any of the competition rules. I've already given the Alliance plenty of face by playing with these little brats for so long. The bracelet in Yan, his hand suddenly beeped. Beep, beep. The branch leader's bracelet emitted a notification. All members of the Slayer sect eliminated. Only 5 teams remain. All members of the Spirit Deity sect eliminated. Only 4 teams left. He laughed gleefully and said, It seems with just one attack, every team has lost their qualification to continue. The branch leader boasted, Go ahead and declare the victory of the Spirit Branch meeting. A heavy silence fell over the island. Sumuxuan's bracelet also emitted a notification. All members of the White Tomb Studio eliminated. Only 3 teams remain. He trembled with frustration. Damn it. Lu Wenting said, apologetically, I'm sorry, everyone. You were underwater for more than 3 minutes, so you've all been disqualified. Seeing Long Nitian and his father holding their bracelets in their mouths, she added, Even keeping it in your mouth won't work. Once the bracelet is off your arm for more than 3 minutes, you're out. Rongling asked, Then how will our scores be calculated? The examiner stepped in to reassure them. Rest assured. Whether you were disqualified for falling into the water or because the bracelet came off, the points on the bracelets will not be reset to 0. They will still be counted toward your sect's total score. We will still determine which sects advance based on the total point rankings. Sumuxuan, hearing this, thought joyfully. Huh? There were only 5 teams left earlier. Doesn't that mean I might still be able to advance? The bracelet from the sect master's daughter announced the news. What kind of heaven-defying temple is this? The whole team was eliminated. As only 2 teams remained, the sect master's daughter paused mid-sentence and shouted, That's great, little Nai. We might actually have a chance to level up, he replied with immense joy. This is amazing. Cheng Shi spoke to Rongling with some concern. Sect master, based on our points, we are guaranteed to advance. It's just a shame that the free sect still snatched the top spot. Rongling smiled and replied, Although it's a bit of a pity, we have effectively taken the first step toward reviving the Lingjie Pavilion. Cheer up. We'll just have to keep trying in the future. She suddenly looked around and asked, Where did junior brother Fan Lingjie go? Is he still not up here yet? Cheng Shi answered, Don't worry. He was fine even after falling into the water last time. He must have been rescued and taken somewhere else. The bracelet continued its announcement, leaving Lu Wenting stunned. Attention, all judges. Everyone was incredibly confused when they heard the announcement. Please hurry and remove the eliminated examinees from the site. Rongling thought in confusion. The competition hasn't ended yet. Please, all remaining candidates, continue the trial. The leader of the block wondered, What is going on? The organizers announced that only 2 candidates remained on the field. One was the Spirit Beast Master from the Free Sect, the block leader, who blurted out in frustration, Damn it! So there's still one more guy on the island? Who is it? The organizers continued to announce. The other remaining person is from Lingjie Pavilion, Fan Lingjie. At that moment, he and Little Catfish were sitting on the shore, their clothes soaked. After the other candidates had left the scene, only 2 people remained on the island. The block leader flew to the top of the mountain, then landed and asked coldly, Damn it, where did that brat hide? Standing with his hands behind his back, he twirled the wings of Tudile and said with a sneer, Fine, keep hiding. This island will be submerged sooner or later. I'll stay on the mountaintop and wait until the competition ends. Let's see how long you can hide. Lu Wenting said loudly to the teams. All right, everyone, the competition is not over yet. Please board the mount and leave with me. The bald man among them breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, I saved my life. Rongling turned to Cheng Shi, worried, asking why junior brother Fan Lingjie was still on the island. He replied, Maybe he's using the little catfish's aquatic nature to return to the island. Douanier was shocked and blurted out, What? Does he still want to keep fighting? Rongling replied with a worried tone, knowing junior brother Fan Lingjie's determination. I'm afraid he will fight to the very last second to get that priority admission list. Douanier felt puzzled, frowning as he exclaimed, What is he doing? This guy, an outsider risking his life like this. What exactly is his goal? A voice of admiration rang out while looking at the competition list. Wow, the Lingjie Pavilion's Fan Lingjie. Bak Liantu's eyes went wide as she felt, shouting in surprise. He actually survived until the very end. Bak Danthu heard this and said, Impressive. Looks like he really wants to fight to the bitter end. Bok Lian, to put her hands on her hips and said in a sharp tone, "Impressive is one thing, but in my opinion, this Fan Lingjie is being a bit reckless." She then explained, "The Lingjie Pavilion's total score is already second. He just needs to take off his bracelet to be eliminated, and he'd be guaranteed a promotion. He clearly knows the opponent is strong, and his methods are ruthless. So why risk his life like this?" Bok Danthu shouted, "What do you know?" Making Bok Lian to jump in surprise. "Brother, you're so fierce." Bok Danthu explained, "This is exactly why the Lingjie Pavilion is worthy of respect." He continued, "Facing any difficulty or challenge, they can charge forward without ever backing down. Back then, the sect master Fan relied on this spirit to make the Lingjie Pavilion grow strong and fast. Now, his legacy has been passed down to Fan Lingjie. For the sake of the top spot on the priority admission list, he will definitely give it his all." Hearing this, Bok Lian too replied sheepishly, "So that's it. Sorry, I misunderstood him." Her jaw dropped in admiration as she thought to herself, "Young hero Fan Lingjie is so great, but please be absolutely careful." Back in the competition arena, Fan Lingjie called out, "Little catfish." He then confided, "I owe the Lingjie Pavilion too much." He remembered the images of his brothers and sisters at the Lingjie Pavilion, Cheng Si, Yue Tong, Rong Ling, and continued, "But everyone stayed, putting their lives on the line to protect the future of the Lingjie Pavilion. What reason do I have to retreat?" He looked at Little Catfish with a determined gaze and said, "Since we've come this far, no matter how dangerous the next battle is, we must get that priority admission list." Little Catfish understood and quickly replied, "Bo. Fan Lingjie added, "We've been training hard every single day just for this moment. You just swallowed the polar beast and obtained the spirit source of the water element, just reaching the peak of the bamboo spirit stage." Introducing the peak bamboo spirit stage Catfish, he frowned and said, "And now, for the next." Fan Lingjie stared intently at Little Catfish and continued with extreme determination, "Let's level up to the heart fusion stage." Cheng Shi looked down at the block leader from above, then worriedly said, "That guy has 2 peak-level spirit beasts, a warlord and a commander. Does junior brother Fan Lingjie even have a chance of winning?" Rong Ling turned to answer. "Before coming here, junior brother Fan Lingjie requested some materials to level up to heart fusion. Could it be?" Duan Ye glanced over and said, "Everyone knows that leveling up to the heart fusion stage isn't that easy. Is he really sure he can succeed on the first try?" Little Catfish swam toward Fan Lingjie, then said, "Little Catfish, I'm going in." Fan Lingjie hovered in midair, surrounded by countless materials. He said, "I was prepared long ago." He picked up a moonflower stone and continued, "I've been storing level-up materials in my space for a while." Fan Lingjie thought to himself, "Whenever a spirit beast's experience stage reaches the peak of a certain tier, it can no longer increase. If you want to break through to the next stage, you must use level-up materials. All spirit beasts can have their level-up materials deduced based on their attributes, and by looking them up, one can find out. Growing from bamboo spirit to heart fusion requires a fixed combination of materials." Fan Lingjie explained, "For example, when the little hound and the little vine level up to the bamboo spirit stage, they each use the following materials. Little Catfish needs 5 night-glowing water grasses, the teddy dog needs 5 wild instinct fruits, and the vine demon needs 5 essence seed cores." Fan Lingjie crossed his arms, calculating seriously. But leveling up from bamboo spirit to heart fusion isn't that simple. He thought that he needed to choose one of the 3 fixed types of level-up materials to test. He sighed, realizing that this choice had absolutely no pattern to it. It was purely a gamble. Even choosing a spirit beast of the same type was entirely random. It was basically a game of pick 1 out of 3. He thought to himself, if he picked correctly, his spirit beast would instantly evolve to the heart harmony stage. Then he considered the opposite outcome. If he chose wrong, not only would it fail to evolve, but the spirit beast would also be stuck in a different stage of development, unable to evolve at all for half a year. He kept calculating. For example, to evolve this guy to the heart harmony stage right now, he needed one of 3 things: a Bawen true pearl, a Xiangxi white sandalwood herb, or a moonflower warm stone. He thought about the possible outcomes for his spirit beast. If we pick the right one, my fish will ascend and be unstoppable. But if we pick wrong, you won't be able to evolve for half a year, and these precious materials will just go to waste. He held up a finger and said, if your luck is absolute garbage, evolving to the heart harmony stage takes 6 months and costs 3 sets of materials. That's why, starting from the heart harmony stage, no clan is truly powerful. They simply can't afford that kind of resource drain, or it'll stunt their growth. Fan Lingjie furrowed his brow and asked with a grin, so, little catfish, are you ready to face this bet? Seeing this, The little creature turned pale and shrieked in a panic. Fan Lingjie suddenly burst out laughing. I'm just messing with you. I was talking about other people. That's not a problem for us. Then he spread his arms and said to the little creature, Did you forget? After evolving to the bamboo spirit stage, your space gained a new ability, a part of which is, he pointed at a symbol in the distance and shouted, the ability to identify materials for spirit beast evolution. Fan Lingjie explained, by consuming things, I can gain the spirit origin evolution experience, and by researching the evolution requirements, I can help myself break through. This is the secret nobody knows, that I used to evolve your predecessor to the transcendent stage in a short time. Others get stuck at the breakthrough stage for ages, trying and failing, but I have never once made a mistake. As he spoke, he stared straight ahead with absolute determination. Then, he held up a moonflower warm stone and said, I've already spotted your 100% success material. Just swallow this moonflower warm stone, and you'll evolve to the heart harmony stage immediately. The little creature's eyes and mouth went wide in shock. Bubble, bubble, bubble. Fan Lingjie looked up and said, and there's something even more exciting. Through my top-tier training, this evolution is going to Dell, he shouted. Evolve your potential. On the island, waves crashed against the shore, and a quiet stillness enveloped the place. The Blockmaster stood gracefully on the mountain and sighed. The jungle has been swallowed up. Fan Lingjie. That vermin has nowhere left to hide. So, you still want to vanish, huh? A whirlpool suddenly appeared on the water's surface. The Blockmaster's eyes widened in surprise as a massive column of water shot straight up from the sea. The Blockmaster wondered in confusion. What is this? As water droplets sprayed everywhere, a hand suddenly grabbed the cliffside. Fan Lingjie appeared before him and said, Sorry to keep you waiting. The Blockmaster chuckled with interest. Ha, finally came out. I thought you were just going to be a turtle hiding in its shell until the competition ended. He then taunted Fan Lingjie. You've wasted quite a bit of my time, so I assume you've got some skills to show for it? As he prepared to strike, he added, Don't disappoint me. Fan Lingjie clasped his hands together and replied, Don't worry, I promise to crush you. Then he called out to his spirit beast, Come on out, little catfish. He lowered his voice. Wait, no, now I should call you Kun. As he spoke, he stroked the head of the little creature, which had successfully evolved. Status: Spirit Catfish, Lord Tier Beast, Water Element, Catfish Clan. Secondary Attribute: Water Element. Full-level Bamboo Spirit Stage Kun, Lord Tier Beast. Water Element. Kun Clan. Secondary Attributes: Water and Wing Type. First-level Heart Harmony Stage. The Blockmaster saw this and broke into a cold sweat, thinking to himself, A Kun? Is it a Kun from the Lingjie Pavilion? Then he said in a tone of disdain, So that flashy little fish from before was just a catfish? The Blockmaster asked in a lower voice. I never thought the Lingjie Pavilion would pass down the secret of refining a catfish into a Kun. How on earth did you do it? Fan Lingjie smiled and replied, It's simple. If you want to learn, I'll teach you right now. The Blockmaster asked in shock. What did you say? Fan Lingjie explained, You just need to add a massive amount of wing-type spirit origin during the nurturing process, gain 2 secondary attributes, water and wing, while in the heart harmony stage, and raise its rank to Lord tier. Then it can transform into a Kun. The Blockmaster asked in disbelief, Spirit origin? Nurturing 2 attributes? What kind of nonsense is this? You think I'll believe you? That catfish is still wanted by the Alliance, isn't it? You still dare to use it? Are you trying to die? Fan Lingjie replied confidently, So what? Anyway, once I beat you, I'll make you forget all about it. The Blockmaster gritted his teeth in anger. Beat me? You? Based on what? 2 spiked mines from the Sumeru Jiao appeared behind him, followed by a barrage of projectiles flying toward Fan Lingjie. The Blockmaster shouted angrily, Stop bragging and show some shame. Fan Lingjie calmly controlled the water in front of him. He countered with a water shield move, stopping all the projectiles in their tracks. The Blockmaster screamed in shock. What? Fan Lingjie smiled and replied, Isn't that what you said? No matter how strong you are, you can't break through the suppression of higher ranks. Then, he rolled the water stream around and said, The Bamboo Spirit stage being defeated by the Heart Harmony stage. Isn't that just a given? He struck out with his palm, and the projectiles, along with the water, flew back toward the Blockmaster. He hastily flew up to dodge the attack. As he soared, he activated his Crimson Evil Eye and said, Try this then. As soon as he finished, a beam of light shot from his forehead toward Fan Lingjie. Fan Lingjie said calmly, Fine. Your hospitality is hard to refuse. Little guy, go have a taste of that. The little creature did as told, flying up and opening its mouth wide to swallow the beam whole. It chewed with a crunching sound, looking quite satisfied, and even let out a little puff of air. The blockmaster's jaw dropped in shock. Fan Lingjie laughed. Thanks for the treat. Now, let's go settle a debt. He held his hand high to direct the little creature upward. It flew rapidly toward the blockmaster with an excited look, surrounded by swirling water. Seeing this, the blockmaster quickly activated his crimson evil eye again. The eye then unleashed golden beams of light to strike back at the creature's water attacks. The battle was incredibly intense. The branchmaster shouted, mocking the creature with utter disdain. Little Kun chirped back in excitement, then unleashed a blast of water blades. Caught off guard, the branchmaster was knocked reeling backward. He scrambled to regain his footing, face flushed with rage as he cursed. Damn it! Little Kun darted toward him instantly, jets of water swirling around the branchmaster, spinning into a circle at blinding speeds that left him dizzy. He fought desperately to break free from Little Kun's vortex. Little Kun hissed in anger, mouth wide open. As the branchmaster struggled to fly away, Little Kun was determined to chase him to the bitter end. The branchmaster thought to himself, it's huge, but nowhere near as agile as I imagined. Besides, he's only at the early stage of the heart-sink realm. Taking on my 2 peak-level spirit beasts of the foundation building stage, there's no way I can't win. He figured the earlier scramble, where he lost control of his formation, was just due to surprise. If I tap into my full power, I might just win this. Then, from between the razor-sharp teeth of the void-biting beast, 2 jagged tongues shot out. The branchmaster flew toward Little Kun, roaring, "Take this!" Little Kun swiftly dodged the strike, and one of the tongues slammed into the ground with the force of the momentum. The branchmaster actually shouted, "You fell for it!" He grabbed the long tongue, preparing to strike while gloating. "Where can you run to now?" At that same moment, the scarlet evil eye fired a golden beam at Little Kun. It grazed Little Kun's belly, and the creature let out a cry of pain. Oh, and over there, Ling Xiao, linked to Little Kun, felt the hit as if it were his own, the pain stabbing deep into his heart. The branchmaster laughed excitedly. "Got you!" He hovered above and addressed Ling Xiao. The spirit tamer shares the damage, just as expected. Below, Ling Xiao was indeed clutching his chest in agony. The branchmaster explained. At the early stage of the heart-sink realm, the spirit tamer and their spirit beast are forced into a sympathetic link. The beast's pain is transferred directly to the tamer. He laughed smugly and continued, "As long as I keep up this assault, you won't last long. So much for the legendary Kun." Ling Xiao wasn't rattled in the slightest by his words. He calmly said to Little Kun, "All right, Little Kun, the warm-up is over. Come back to me." He smiled and said, "Time to get serious." The branchmaster sneered, mocking him. Still putting on a show?" Ling Xiao spread his arms wide, summoning a bubble of water. A stream of blue energy emanated from within Little Kun, enveloping Ling Xiao. He then flew straight into Little Kun's open mouth. The branchmaster was stunned. What on earth is he doing? Little Kun then turned and charged directly at the branchmaster. He sneered mockingly. "Do you think hiding inside the belly of a Kun will stop the sympathetic pain?" As he spoke, he activated the scarlet evil eye. Firing a golden beam, he shouted, "Stop trying to cover your ears while stealing the bell." But this time, Little Kun was far more agile and easily dodged the attack. The branchmaster gnashed his teeth in confusion, thinking, "He dodged it? I clearly should have hit him at this range." He fired the scarlet evil eye again, muttering, "I don't believe you can keep dodging." 3 golden beams erupted from the eye parasite on his forehead at once. Little Kun, however, effortlessly evaded every single strike. The branchmaster was baffled. How is he dodging every single one of my attacks so perfectly? Why did that Kun suddenly become so nimble? Ling Xiao's voice echoed from inside, "Little Kun, didn't you say it was because of the heart-sink sympathetic link? The link also includes vision. I can see everything through Little Kun's eyes." With the enhanced time speed and spatial power of the heart-sink realm, Ling Xiao smiled and continued. "The images transmitted to the space within my mind are slowed down by 8 times. Recalling the branchmaster's attack as if it were in slow motion, he added, "Watching your attacks right now is like watching a slow-motion replay." The branchmaster attacked again, but Little Kun dodged and lunged at him. Then it opened its jaws wide. The branchmaster panicked. "Damn it, I'll risk it all." Simultaneously, the void-biting beast launched its tentacles. Just as he entered Little Kun's mouth, the tentacles wove into a web, sealing the opening. The branchmaster growled with shaking rage, stuttering, I will not be defeated by the likes of you so easily." Ling Xiao called out from inside, "Give it up already." He shot out, preparing to strike, and shouted, No one can block the path of my Lingxiao pavilion back to the peak. He balled his hand into a fist, swung it toward him, and declared, anyone who dares to stand in my way is. He punched the branchmaster square in the face, a direct hit, and roared, get lost. The branchmaster's face was mangled, his front teeth knocked out. Meanwhile, back on the ship, Lu Wenting announced to the teams, registration is closed. Please wait here for the results to be announced after the competition. The guy in the hat from the Yifeng dwelling sneered. Look at that. The Lingxiao Pavilion losers are back. The cat-haired guy from the beast-taming house turned to Rongling, asking, well, did you guys actually pass? The guy in the hat added with a smirk. Judging by their pathetic state, they probably just barely crawled back. The cat-haired guy laughed. Only 2 of them left. Looks like the Lingxiao Pavilion is completely finished this time. The guy in the hat chuckled. Yeah, weren't they acting so arrogant before? They're no match for us now. Let's go give these losers a beating. Cheng Si comforted Rongling. Don't worry, sect leader. Junior brother Lingxiao will definitely be fine. The guy in the hat stepped in front of them and asked, yo, isn't this the Lingxiao Pavilion? Got eliminated, did you? The cat-haired guy laughed and mocked Cheng Shi's words. Don't worry, little sect leader, the guy in the hat said with a grin. If you really can't hold out, our Yifeng dwelling is short one maid. We can take you in. Before he could even finish, they were both doubled over in laughter. Suddenly, their wristbands chimed. The qualifying exam has ended. The final winner is Lingxiao Pavilion. Cheng Shi cheered. Ah, we won. Rongling was overjoyed. First place, our junior brothers are just amazing. The 2 guys from Yifeng dwelling and the beast-taming house were left paralyzed with shock, their hands trembling. Rongling smiled brightly, turning to them to ask, sorry, what was that you were saying? The cat-haired guy's jaw dropped, and he stuttered, nothing. Nothing at all. The guy in the hat bowed with trembling hands, looking terrified. The materials we discussed are ready. I'll have them delivered to your estate first thing tomorrow morning, Bai Liansu exclaimed in admiration. Wow, Fan Lingjie won. He really is incredibly strong. Bai Danshu cheered happily. That's amazing. Lingjie Pavilion actually won. Seeing this, Bai Liansu turned to him and warned, brother, you're losing your cool, your image is completely ruined. Bai Danshu stammered, trying to deny it. I am not. Then, he pointed to the dummy labeled 137 and said, besides, look, Fan Lingjie's spirit core is still glowing blue, proving he won that fight with ease. He's just too impressive. Bai Liansu smirked and asked, brother, enough with the chatter. The final match is over, so can we head to the arena now to meet this young hero? Meanwhile, on the island, Fan Lingjie's bracelet chimed. The final victor is Lingjie Pavilion. He let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. That guy grabbed every single point. He continued. Lingjie Pavilion took first place, and that gang leader is left groaning miserably on the ground. Fan Lingjie said cheerfully to Little Niao. Little Niao, this is all thanks to you. Little Niao was overjoyed to hear that. He added, once we tap into the Alliance's system and get our hands on those resources, we'll be able to grow even stronger, even faster. They high-fived to celebrate. Fan Lingjie laughed. Let's keep pushing toward the top. Suddenly, his tone turned serious. The Alliance people will be here soon. Your identity can't be exposed yet, so hurry up and hide. A strange rustling sound caught his attention. The crimson evil eye, which had been parasitic on the gang leader's forehead, suddenly detached. Then it scurried toward the cliff, hissing. From the shadows, 2 bizarre creatures crawled out, making that same unsettling chattering sound. It turned out to be a chaos-disturbing beast and a sharp-toothed predator. Fan Lingjie wondered, confused. Why were those spirit beasts here? The crimson evil eye then locked its gaze onto the gang leader and began casting some kind of spell. The gang leader suddenly raised his arms, screaming in pain. Damn it! What are you doing? Don't you dare try to control me. As the crimson evil eye cast its spell, the spirit pool beast, the sharp-toothed predator, and the chaos-disturbing beast suddenly turned savage and lunged forward. They were all gunning for the crimson evil eye, leading to a gruesome scene as the 3 of them began tearing into each other. The gang leader writhed in agony as they collided. Fan Lingjie broke into a cold sweat, thinking, this is bad, they're trying to. After a struggle, the sharp-toothed predator let out a gasp. The crimson evil eye had now parasitized the sharp-toothed predator, merging them into a grotesque monster. In front were the sharp-toothed predator and the crimson evil eye. Above was the Sumeru grinder, and trailing behind was the tail of the chaos-disturbing beast. The monster began to channel a move. Fan Lingjie yelled in alarm, crap, Little Niao, get ready to fight. Before he could even react, a massive explosion rocked the area, throwing him back. He hit the ground hard, and little Niao charged forward, furious. It opened its mouth wide at the monster. Sharp, jagged teeth from the sharp-toothed predator shot out, engulfing little Niao. Those razor-sharp teeth pierced into little Niao's body. Fan Lingjie panicked, his face turning pale with dread. Little Niao writhed in pain and shrieked, but then its eyes flared with light. It used its 10,000 water bubble technique to blast those teeth out of its body. The crimson evil eye's veins began to bulge, and the chaos-disturbing beast's tail extended, stabbing deep into little Niao's stomach. Fan Lingjie coughed up blood, barely able to stand. Little Niao trembled in agony, eyes flickering. The monster lunged again, both of them snapping their jaws, trying to swallow the other whole. The crimson evil eye fired a yellow beam at little Niao, but little Niao suddenly vanished, leaving the monster confused. It turned out Fan Lingjie had summoned little Niao back. He said, his voice trembling, "Damn it. A fusion of 4 peak-level spirit master beasts, even little Niao can't handle this." The monster let out a ferocious roar and charged at him. Fan Lingjie frantically summoned his weapon, thinking, that eye must be the brain of the fusion. If I can pierce that, I might still have a chance. He waited for the opening to deliver a fatal blow. But the Sumeru grinder launched a spiked, circular disc toward him. Fan Lingjie was sent flying, skidding across the ground. He struggled to sit up, clutching his chest and coughing, whispering shakily, I thought too much." The monster landed in front of him, the tentacles of the sharp-toothed predator elongating and pointing directly at him. Fan Lingjie was desperate. "Are the Alliance people not here yet? I'm going to die." The sea was dead silent. Back on the boat, Bai Danshu stood frozen, looking utterly helpless, then snapped, "Susu, how much longer are you going to keep applying makeup? Everyone is waiting for you." The proctor standing nearby chuckled, "Ha, it's all right." Bai Liansu checked her reflection in the mirror and said, "Don't rush me. Aren't we here now?" Bai Danshu explained, "Master Lu specifically allowed us to go to the assessment island to welcome the young hero. We shouldn't keep him waiting." Bai Liansu retorted, annoyed, "Silly brother, what do you know? Shouldn't we look our best when welcoming a hero? Look at yourself. You've completely disregarded your image. Your hair is a mess." Bai Danshu turned to the proctor. "Where? Could you help me fix it?" Back on the island, Fan Lingjie was trying to fight back, but it seemed useless. The crimson evil eye suddenly jumped out of the sharp-toothed predator's mouth and leaped onto Fan Lingjie's forehead. His eyes widened, and a strange, chilling voice echoed, "Who is disturbing me?" The crimson evil eye stared at him in shock. Fan Lingjie's eyes turned blood red, and a crimson aura erupted from his body. His face twisted with intense rage. He let out a roar, and the monster recoiled in fear. The crimson evil eye watched him, baffled, when suddenly a hole opened up on his chest. He yelled, "Go to hell!" A powerful, blood-red arm shot out from within his chest, striking the monster. That arm was so powerful, it easily sent the monster flying. The creature lay on the ground, mutated and broken. Fan Lingjie stared at the arm in confusion, wondering, is this the mysterious power hidden inside me? As he thought, he remembered a strange, red-faced figure. Fan Lingjie questioned internally, "It can talk? And it broke through the spirit pool without my command to attack? What on earth is this?" He sat there, dazed and frozen on the ground. The monster roared in rage and lunged at him. Fan Lingjie told himself to stop caring. He struggled to stand, clenched his fists, and shouted, "As long as I can win, anything goes." That strange arm of his stretched out toward the monster. Then it spoke, "I've been asleep for so long, I'm starving," leaving him completely bewildered. "Wait, that arm just detached from my body?" Fan Lingjie panicked and yelled, "Hey, are you kidding me? This is a critical moment." The monster charged at him, pinning him to the ground. Fan Lingjie was filled with both confusion and terror as he faced the beast. The monster let out a furious roar and opened its maw, ready to swallow him whole. Fan Lingjie pushed back with all his might, thinking, "This is it. I'm done for." Suddenly, a white creature streaked toward them. It was the silver-crowned king snake. With a fierce roar, it moved at the speed of light to attack the monster, then coiled around it, revealing itself. Silver-crowned king snake. Spirit Master Grade. Beast Type. Snake Clan. Secondary Ice Attribute. 6th Grade Heart Integration Stage. Fan Lingjie gasped in surprise. The silver-crowned king snake? Is that Bai Danshu flying over to land next to me? Bai Danshu asked. "Young hero, Fan Lingjie, are you all right?" Fan Lingjie was stunned, eyes wide in disbelief. He thought, Bai Danshu, the young master of the Bai clan? I've fought him before. Why is he here? Bai Danshu asked curiously. What's going on here? Fan Lingjie replied, the 4 spirit pets of the Divine Pool Association are still alive. They devoured their leader and merged into this monster. Bai Danshu turned away and said, I see. Don't worry, young hero. Leave this to me. Susu, go look after him. Susu? You mean you're going to take care of the young hero? Fan Lingjie broke into a cold sweat, thinking, Susu? Could it be? Bai Liansu replied happily, waving her hand. Go ahead and fight, brother. Fan Lingjie thought in horror. It really is her. Could things get any more coincidental? Bai Liansu turned to him and asked, Young hero Fan Lingjie, are you okay? He sat there, clutching his face and trembling. I'm finished, he muttered. Bai Liansu called out to him in concern. Young hero Fan Lingjie? A strange voice echoed in his head. Useless weakling. Why aren't you dead yet? Fan Lingjie asked, confused. Dead? Who are you? The voice replied. Didn't you refuse my request last time, even at the cost of your life? I recall killing you by accident, Fan Lingjie thought. Killing me? The person it's talking about must be the original owner of this body. A flood of memories suddenly rushed into his mind. In them, he was meeting a mysterious figure. The person handed him a strange object and said, This is the Emperor-grade forbidden technique, Nirvana possession. Consider it a gift. He had coldly replied, I don't need it. Expelling a soul to steal a body is heartless and cruel. The mysterious figure replied, Not necessarily. This forbidden technique can only be used on someone who died accidentally. The figure continued, Since your accidental death left you with many regrets, not only do you get a chance at reincarnation, you're helping this host body live on. You can even fulfill the wishes of the departed. You won't know if it's good or bad until you try. Patriarch Fan, think carefully. Returning to reality, Fan Lingjie thought, Wait, so the original Fan Lingjie was actually killed by this freak inside me? What exactly is this thing? What happened to the original Fan Lingjie? He demanded angrily. The figure replied, I was just overly excited last time. If you had really died, where would I find such a perfect vessel? Fan Lingjie thought anxiously. Damn it, is this thing a spirit pet? It seems like it's taken control of my body. The strange voice added, I won't kill you again, but if you don't complete my request, I'll make your life a living hell. Fan Lingjie realized in shock. So the original guy died because he couldn't fulfill the request? What in the world was it? The voice suddenly softened. Anyway, I'm starving after that long nap. Since you're not dead, do what you did before, find me a beautiful maiden to enjoy. The comment left him feeling both mortified and worried. What? He whispered. Bai Liansu stepped closer and spoke with a bashful tone. Young hero, why are you turning your back on me? Are you unwell? Or just shy? Hey, I'm Bai Liansu. Your performance earlier was impressive. Hey, turn around and look at me. Fan Lingjie turned around and roared. Get away! His eyes were burning bright red. Bai Liansu gasped. Why are you? Fan Lingjie, his face flushed red, repeated. Get away! Bai Liansu was trembling with rage. So you're that kind of scum, Fan Lingjie? To think I actually had such a high opinion of someone like you. How disgusting. She summoned Little White, swung her hand and screamed, You despicable wretch! If I don't kill you, I'll have no face to show anyone. Little White darted toward him, landed on him, and bit his shoulder. Bai Liansu yelled, Little White, bite him to death. Fan Lingjie seemed to have transformed into a completely different person, his eyes glowing intensely. Then he flung Little White aside and lunged at Bai Liansu. She was utterly terrified. Fan Lingjie grabbed her wrists and pinned her to the ground. Li Caoquan was stunned and shouted, Fan Lingjie, what are you doing? Bai Liansu struggled to push him off and cried, Let go of me. Her resistance was useless. She trembled and gasped, You pervert, what do you think you're doing? Fan Lingjie leaned in close to her face and began to drain a stream of purple energy from her. Nearby, Bai Danshu was fighting the monster intensely. The beast snarled and lunged. The silver-crowned king snake dove at light speed right into the monster's mouth. Bai Danshu said coldly, Bone scale technique. The monster's teeth began to freeze, and soon its entire body turned to ice. The monster shattered into 1,000 pieces. Bai Danshu remarked, Against the great white, you're nothing but a small fry. Bai Danshu turned back and said, It's over. Sorry to have kept you waiting. Young hero Fan Lingjie. But what he saw was his own sister pinned to the ground by Fan Lingjie. Bai Danshu went pale, sweating profusely, shaking with rage. Li Caoquan rushed over, put Fan Lingjie in a chokehold, and demanded, Hey Fan Lingjie, what the hell are you doing to Miss Bai? Bai Liansu lay on the ground, sobbing and sweating. The strange entity inside Fan Lingjie's body purred in satisfaction. Oomph. Finally a good meal. This feels great. Bai Danshu, beyond furious, sprinted over and kicked Fan Lingjie into the air. Fan Lingjie's body twisted from the impact as he went spiraling through the air. He hit the cliffside before plummeting into the sea. Bai Danshu then turned to check on Bai Liansu. Tu, are you all right? Down in the deep sea, Fan Lingjie is sinking. He wakes up, gritting his teeth in pain. Looking at his own hands, he thinks to himself, I can actually control my body again. The name inside my body has suddenly stopped moving too. Could it be because it just ate its fill? He pauses for a beat and thinks, wait, that last movement. He suddenly recalls what Jiang Roer said. Has your strange illness gotten worse? He thinks in confusion. Could the strange illness Jiang Roer mentioned actually be this? He blushes, embarrassed, as he remembers the image of her slapping him and calling him Fan Lingjie, the stinky brat. He thinks to himself, no wonder she reacted that way when I asked. Oh my god, this is so embarrassing. Suddenly, something rushes toward him, wraps around his midsection, and lifts him high into the air. The Mingjie king snake wraps its tail tightly around his waist twice, making it hard for him to breathe as he struggles to break free. Bai Danshu stands on top of the Mingjie king snake, glaring down at him. Fan Lingjie grinds his teeth, frowning as he stares back at Bai Danshu. Bai Danshu returns his gaze with cold eyes. Bai Liansu shouts angrily, that's the lecherous Feng Mong who bullied me last time. Fan Lingjie is just a fake name he's using. Bai Danshu grinds his teeth and exclaims, Fan Lingjie, so it was you. Bai Liansu clenches her fists in hatred and screams, Big brother, teach him a real lesson, and get revenge for me. Bai Danshu trembles with rage and says, you bastard. Bai Liansu laughs triumphantly. Heh, this is what happens when you dare to offend me. Unexpectedly, Bai Danshu asks Fan Lingjie, where is my catfish? Bai Liansu is stunned, her jaw dropping as she shouts, you idiot, big brother. Fan Lingjie's face turns red as he thinks, I absolutely cannot let him know I have the catfish. If I do, not only will it be stolen, but my secret method of raising the catfish might be exposed too. Thinking this, he forces a smile, scratches his head, and replies in a flustered tone, you're asking about that piece of trash? It was just taking up space, so I grilled it and ate it. The catfish is so shocked it breaks out in a cold sweat. Bai Danshu says angrily, you treacherous thief! You bullied my sister, stole my catfish, and you have no respect for the Bai family. The Mingjie king snake tightens its grip around Fan Lingjie's waist, and he cries out in pain. Seeing this, Inspector Li anxiously clasps his hands and pleads, Master Bai, please stop. Fan Lingjie is the winner of this competition after all. If you two have a grudge, please wait until we get him back to the ship to settle it. I beg you. The ship is currently drifting freely on the sea. On the ship, Yan He says joyfully, my lord, they've brought Fan Lingjie back. Master Lu replies happily, good. Quickly announce the results of this grade D competition. Yan, he quickly agrees and does as Master Lu requested. She stands in front of the teams and reads the announcement. The league's grade D examination has concluded. The 4 teams qualified for promotion are, Lu Woxing is overjoyed to hear the announcement from his wristband. Lingxiao Pavilion with 171 points. Longmian's Super Invincible Temple with 32 points. Spirit Tool Sect with 25 points. Bai Mu Studio with 23 points. Lingxiao Pavilion takes first place and earns the right to be promoted directly to Grade C. Chengxi hears this, excitedly grabs Rongling's hand and says, that's great. We did it. Rongling exclaims, it's all thanks to junior brother Fan Lingjie. Su Muxuan jumps up with joy and yells, Wahahaha, my greatness has actually been promoted. I'm a celebrity now. Then he turns to the people there and says, if you want to join our sect, hurry up and get in line. 5 taels of silver per person. The scene shifts to the registration area of Zone 8. Longmian high-fives his father and says contentedly, we've been promoted. Longmian suddenly strokes his chin and says pensively, Chengxi also got promoted, and even earned the qualification to advance to Grade C. Then he clenches his fist to show his determination and says loudly to his father, Dad, we have to keep trying hard and push for Grade C. His father looks a bit confused and doesn't forget to remind him, for now, let's just pay off our debts first, okay, son? The ship continues to drift on the calm sea. Bai Liansu grabs Fan Lingjie's collar, shoves him forward, and yells, move. Bai Danshu says coldly, Master Lu, I have brought the person back. Master Lu steps forward, shakes hands with Fan Lingjie, and says happily, Fan Lingjie, congratulations. Master Lu beams and praises him endlessly. To think you relied on your own strength to turn the results of this competition around. You really are a talented young man with a bright future ahead of you. Fan Lingjie smiles on the outside and replies, "Oh, not at all, not at all. You're too kind, Master Lu." But in his heart he thinks, the League is truly not a good place. As soon as you join their sect system, they immediately try to pull you into their power struggles. He suddenly thinks deeply. But, if I can take advantage of this, maybe I can resolve my own predicament. Thinking this, he clasps his hands, bows at 45 degrees, and says, "To tell you the truth, Master Lu, my dream has always been to contribute to the League. My ultimate life goal is to join the League. I want to give it my all. To be able to realize this wish today is my greatest honor. From now on, I will follow your orders, my lord." Bai Liansu exclaims in surprise. What kind of trick is that little pervert trying to pull now? Master Lu walks up, pats Fan Lingjie's shoulder, laughs excitedly, and says, "Is that so? You really are a young man full of spirit. I like you more and more. All right then. When the League has something that needs to be taken care of, you will be the first person I think of." Fan Lingjie shouts with a tone full of determination and a desire to contribute. "My ambition can no longer be contained. Master Lu, could you give me a chance to prove myself right now?" Master Lu's eyes widen, and he gasps. "Oh? What do you mean?" Fan Lingjie shouts back. "The League sacrifices so much to maintain the order of this entire continent. I have seen it all. My heart aches for the sacrifices the League has made. I am willing to stay here and start sharing the responsibility with the League. If there is any mission, please just order me right away." Master Lu is stunned, mouth agape, and exclaims, "Truly, I never expected you, young hero Fan Lingjie, to have such high enlightenment. Since you've said that, the League cannot overlook a talent with such passion." Then Master Lu turns to Yanhe and says, "You all see if there's any mission we can assign to young hero Fan Lingjie." Bai Liansu grinds her teeth in frustration and exclaims, "Damn it, no, we still wanted to take him to settle our scores." Fan Lingjie thinks triumphantly to himself, "Heh, it worked. As long as I accept a mission from the League, the Bai Manor will have no choice but to let me go." Bai Danshu suddenly speaks up in a serious tone. "Apologies, Master Lu, but I want to take him away right now." Fan Lingjie turns around, looking confused, and says, "Young Master Bai, the League's mission is more important. Let's put our own personal business aside for now. I'll head over to the Bai estate another time to settle this." Lord Lu laughed loudly, chiming in, "That's right. Surely the Bai estate doesn't think our League is trying to snatch your people, right?" Hearing this, Bai Danshu felt a sting of frustration and stood there, stunned. Fan Lingjie, feeling confident in his victory, thought to himself, as long as I frame this as a dispute between the League and our sect over a member, let's see how you're going to get out of this one." Bai Danshu calmly explained, "Lord Lu, you are aware that my father's spirit beast is undergoing an upgrade tomorrow. We have invited many sects to the Bai estate to observe the event. My father and the sect leader of Lingjie Pavilion were old friends, so he specifically requested that young hero Fan represent the Lingjie Pavilion as a guest at our estate. I hope Lord Lu can understand." Lord Lu was surprised and replied, "Oh, I see. So he is an honored guest of the estate master." Fan Lingjie worriedly thought, "This guy is actually using the sect leader as a shield. This is bad." Lord Lu then happily agreed to Bai Danshu's request. "Well then, you all should be off. Don't let anything delay you. As for the ambitions of the young hero, I will keep them in mind. We shall meet again another day." Bai Danshu then spoke to Fan Lingjie in a polite tone. "Young hero Fan, please." Fan Lingjie grimaced and thought, "Fine, you've got the upper hand for now." The sun was already beginning to set. Yue Tong walked over to Rongling and Cheng Shi and asked, "Wait, I heard we won first place?" "Fan Lingjie is seriously impressive," Rongling shouted, asking with concern, "Junior sister Yue, are you all right now?" Yue Tong scratched her head, looking embarrassed. "The League treated my injuries already. I'm sorry for making everyone worry." She suddenly remembered Fan Lingjie and asked, "Wait, why don't I see junior brother Fan Lingjie? Where did he go?" Rongling replied, "I'm not sure. We're still waiting for him." Cheng Shi happily said, "We figured he might still be talking to Lord Lu. Let's wait a bit longer then." Suddenly, a loud voice called out. She turned around, surprised. "It's the proctor." The proctor, sitting on the back of a blue-bristled cat, said, "First place, huh? Lingjie Pavilion is truly something." "Congratulations, everyone," Rongling replied. "It was all thanks to your help, sir." She then asked anxiously, "Have you seen Fan Lingjie? Why hasn't he returned yet?" The proctor looked surprised and asked, "Oh? He didn't tell you?" "The young master of the Bai estate invited him to stay as a guest, and I saw them flying off a while ago." Rongling asked suspiciously, "Bai Danshu? The young master? Why was he here? And why would he invite Fan Lingjie to be a guest at the Bai estate? The proctor explained. He was invited here to serve as a judge, and his younger sister came along as well. Rongling suddenly recalled what Fan Lingjie had said earlier. I had a minor conflict with the young lady of the Bai estate. Who knows if they're using this trick to frame me? She worriedly thought. This isn't good. There's a high chance junior brother Fan Lingjie was dragged to the Bai estate to be punished. The scene shifted to the Bai estate. After stepping down, Bai Danshu announced their arrival. A servant from the estate stepped out and greeted them politely. Young master, young lady, you have returned. Bai Liansu shouted an order. Someone, throw this lecherous thief into the dungeon for me. She grabbed him by the collar and excitedly added, Tonight, I will torture you to my heart's content. I'll make sure you learn the consequences of going against me. Bai Danshu suddenly stepped in to stop her, then coldly ordered, Take him to my room. I'll deal with him. Meanwhile, at the transit station, the innkeeper was breaking out in a cold sweat. In front of him were Rongling, Chengxi, and Yue Tong, causing a scene. They had changed into their spare outfits and were chanting in front of the innkeeper, Big Brother Cat, Wah Wah, Lingjie Pavilion, Mua Mua, Little Brother Cat, Blap Blap. Chengxi barked at the innkeeper. Boss, what are you standing there for? We're in a hurry. The innkeeper scrambled. Fan Lingjie, yes, I'm checking now. Then he happily said, Wow, the info just updated. Lingjie Pavilion is now a rank D sect. Congratulations. Congratulations, he continued. You are now eligible to use rank D spirit beast mounts, such as the giant-footed running bird, demonic beasts, winged tribe avian mounts, ground-running beasts, or the special sect transportation. The three of them quickly climbed onto the back of a giant-footed running bird. Chengxi exclaimed, Quick, let's go. Yue Tong asked nervously, Do you two even know where the Bai estate is? Rongling replied, I do. Follow me. Suddenly, a faint bleeding sound made Chengxi curiously turn his head back. There was someone lurking behind a nearby tree. It was Ke Man Duong. She looked at them with pitiful eyes. Chengxi was confused and said, Is this the little lamb that junior brother Fan Lingjie saved earlier? It's still here waiting for him. Ke Man Duong let out a panicked sound. Yue Tong guessed, Maybe it's asking where junior brother Fan Lingjie went. Rongling awkwardly said, Should we tell it? It's going to be so worried. Chengxi suddenly shouted, and the other two couldn't stop him in time. Your brother was taken by bad guys. It's really dangerous. We're going to save him. Ke Man Duong panicked, scrambling forward while bleeding loudly. Rongling turned to him anxiously. Chengxi, you scared it. Chengxi apologetically replied, Sorry, I didn't mean to blurt out my feelings like that. As he chased after Ke Man Duong, he said, But it didn't even know where junior brother Fan Lingjie was, yet it started running in that direction. Rongling chased after them, saying, Let's follow it. Back at the Bai estate, it was already dark. Bai Liansu was sneaking behind a wall, staring intently at Bai Danshu's room, looking very suspicious. She was sweating profusely, curiously wondering, Stupid brother, what on earth are you trying to do? Inside the room, Bai Danshu sat facing Fan Lingjie. Bai Danshu asked coldly, Where is my catfish? Hand it over immediately. Fan Lingjie replied helplessly, I knew it would come to this. Haven't I already told you? It's been grilled and eaten. Bai Danshu continued, Let me be clear. That catfish is extremely special to me. If you can return it, you and I can negotiate some terms. Fan Lingjie, drenched in sweat, held his face and replied, I'd love to return it to you. Keeping it wouldn't do me any good, but I didn't know it was that important beforehand. If I did, why would I have eaten it? Besides, it didn't even taste that good. Bai Danshu stood up angrily and said, Enough. Talking is useless. He then switched from negotiating to threatening. If I find out that the catfish is still inside your spirit beast scroll, I will kill you on the spot. Fan Lingjie asked, bewildered. Check? How do you even check? He thought to himself nervously. I've never heard of a way to inspect the interior of a beast tamer's scroll. Bai Danshu explained. Rank B sects possess a supreme technique. How could a lecherous thief like you know about it? You only need to make your spirit beast ring glow, and I can inspect it instantly. Bai Danshu said with an expressionless face. If I can find the catfish inside your spirit pet, I will kill you on the spot. Do you dare to let me check? Fan Lingjie turned pale, thinking to himself, This bastard is probably bluffing, but at this point, I have to keep up the charade. I can't show any hesitation now. With that, he summoned his spirit pet and said confidently, Go ahead. I have nothing to hide, so why wouldn't I dare? Bai Danshu stepped forward, placed his hand on the spirit pet, and warned, Don't move. The spirit pet suddenly turned red. Fan Lingjie thought nervously. Does it actually look like it's reacting? No way, right? Bai Danshu suddenly let out a smirk. Fan Lingjie felt a wave of fear, his face flushing red. Bai Danshu snapped. Trying to fool me? This isn't a catfish at all, is it? Fan Lingjie exclaimed in surprise. It's that miraculous? Where? Let me see. Bai Danshu turned around and called out. Fine, I was wrong. There really is no catfish on you. Fan Lingjie breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, just as I thought, it was all a bluff. Nice acting though. Great. I'm definitely going to win this bet. Bai Danshu suddenly turned back and asked, since there's no catfish, then we can only talk about compensation. Tell me, you ate one of my emperor-tier spirit pets. How are you going to compensate me? Fan Lingjie was stunned and stammered. What? An emperor-tier spirit pet? He shouted indignantly. That catfish fry was just a pawn. What emperor tier are you talking about? Bai Danshu replied with a serious tone. If it hadn't been eaten by you, it would have become an emperor tier once raised to a giant catfish. Fan Lingjie looked up and shouted back, how can you even count it like that? You don't even know how to raise them. Bai Danshu asked curiously, how do you know I don't know how to raise them? Fan Lingjie was caught off guard and stammered, you. Suddenly, there was a noise outside. Bai Danshu pushed the door open and shouted, who's there? Bai Liansu said awkwardly, don't be angry. It's me. Bai Danshu asked angrily, you're already like this. What are you doing here? Eavesdropping? Bai Liansu snapped back furiously. You big dummy, don't you dare frame me. I was just passing by. Bai Danshu leaned over to look behind her and asked, passing by? Bai Liansu replied sheepishly, so what? What do you want? Bai Danshu held up a chain and asked, then why are you hiding this behind your back? Bai Liansu's cheeks turned bright red as she said, fine, I just wanted to see if you were finished. Now that you've punished him, hurry up and give it back to me to handle. Fan Lingjie thought worriedly. Are these siblings demons or what? Bai Danshu asked gravely. Bai Danshu, is punishing a prisoner like this something our Bai family should be doing? Bai Liansu shrank back in fear. Bai Danshu lowered his voice and reminded her, stop causing trouble. Go to sleep. Bai Liansu turned away and muttered bitterly, you big dummy, I hate you the most. Fan Lingjie tried to make a run for it, but Bai Danshu called him back. You're coming back to the room with me. We aren't finished talking yet. Once they were inside and seated, Fan Lingjie said, all right, I concede. How do you want to be compensated? Tell me. Bai Danshu held out his hand and replied, it's simple. He lowered his voice and added, I want you to turn over a new leaf. Fan Lingjie exclaimed in surprise. Turn over a new leaf? A hero like me. Before he could finish, Bai Danshu interrupted. Huh? A hero of what? Fan Lingjie explained. What happened before was just a misunderstanding. Bai Danshu leaned back against the chair, stroked his chin, and said thoughtfully, I once thought about why I kept that catfish. It was all for that person. If I could do something for him, then the meaning of this memorial would finally come full circle. Fan Lingjie asked, confused and flustered. That catfish, the person you're mourning, could it be? He blurted out. Sect Master Fan? Bai Danshu replied, exactly. Fan Lingjie asked curiously, it seems you and Sect Master Fan were very close? Bai Danshu didn't hesitate to answer, we weren't close. We only met once by chance, but in his eyes, I was probably just someone not worth mentioning. Bai Danshu recalled the back of Fan Lingjie's figure and continued, but that doesn't change his status in my heart. I know everything about him. I admire him deeply. My goal is to reach the same heights as he did. Fan Lingjie was touched, thinking, am I really that great? Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration? Bai Danshu continued, so, even though he met with misfortune, I still hope to do something for the Lingxiao Pavilion. Fan Lingjie stood up excitedly. Well said. For example, by letting me go. Bai Danshu said coldly, you are very strong, and it's a good thing you can win prizes for the Lingxiao Pavilion alone, but your character doesn't match your strength. You haven't been in the Lingxiao Pavilion long, have you? It's a great sect. I hope it can return to its peak, not have its reputation ruined by your hands. Fan Lingjie fell silent at Bai Danshu's words. I especially don't want you to destroy the image of the late sect, Master Fan. Fan Lingjie's gaze softened, and he replied, the world only hopes to see our Lingxiao Pavilion fall. You are the only one who hopes otherwise. Thank you. Don't worry, my goal is the same as yours. I will definitely bring the Lingxiao Pavilion back to its peak. Bai Danshu smiled with satisfaction. Getting your promise is a very good start. Bai Danshu turned and called out. From now on, I hope you perform well. I will be here to monitor your every move. Once you've turned over a new leaf, I'll let you go. All right, it's late. You'll sleep here. Fan Lingjie was tightly bound to the pillar with the chain Bai Liansu had left behind. He shouted bitterly. You still don't trust me? Didn't you say using chains is a low-handed move? After a moment of yelling, he thought, if he told the guy he was actually Fan Lingjie, would he let him go? Then he glanced at the chains and thought, forget it. Better figure out how to escape. While he's fast asleep, I can turn my steel ball into a key, and then sneak out the back gate. Bai Danshu seemed to read his mind and said, I've already told Dabai. It will guard the door for me. If you have any crooked ideas, feel free to try. Fan Lingjie felt utterly desperate. He leaned against the pillar, sighed, and muttered, forget it then. Looking up at the ceiling, he thought about how so much had happened in just one day. As he reminisced, he said to himself, first, the little catfish leveled up to the heart harmony state, and the Lingxiao pavilion took first place that should have been something to celebrate. Who knew a monster would appear inside my body, along with the secret of Fan Lingjie's background? These troublesome things, honestly, I hadn't even had time to think it through before being dragged off to the Bai Manor for some serious reflection. Fan Lingjie lay flat on the floor, resting his head on his arms, and groaned, so many things happening at once. My brain is about to explode. If I can't escape this place for now, I guess I'll just have to play it by ear. Anyway, I should get some sleep first. It's already dawn. Bai Liansu rushed over, calling out, Brother, something's wrong. She hurriedly reported, I just went to check your room, and that lecher isn't inside. He probably ran off again. She suddenly panicked when she caught sight of Bai Danshu. Bai Danshu was leading Fan Lingjie, who was temporarily wearing Bai Manor robes, and asked coldly, What's the rush? Isn't he right here? Bai Liansu was stunned, gasping. What are you two doing? She asked her brother. Are you planning to keep him all to yourself for punishment? Brother, you're getting quite cunning, aren't you? Bai Danshu replied, I don't have those kinds of hobbies like you do. Fan Lingjie stared curiously at the crowd in the distance and asked, Why are so many people at the Bai Manor today? Bai Danshu turned and answered, I told you last night, then explained, Today is the day my father attempts to upgrade the rank of his spirit beast, so we've invited many major sects to witness it. They're all heading to the main hall now. Fan Lingjie frowned and remarked, So, it really is today? I thought you were just making up an excuse to drag me here. And may I ask, what exactly is the spirit beast your father wants to upgrade? Bai Danshu replied coldly, Only by harmonizing with the heavenly Tao can one achieve greatness. Fan Lingjie's jaw dropped, and he thought to himself, it really is the yin-yang fish. He recalled meeting sect leader Bai 2 years ago, which was during the third attempt to upgrade this pair of yin-yang fish. This must be the 5th time already, and it still hasn't succeeded. That's some really bad luck. He sighed heavily, feeling genuinely sorry for sect leader Bai. Seeing this, Bai Liansu asked with surprise, What are you sighing for? Bai Danshu turned around upon hearing a voice. Shuer, Bai Shi, the sect leader of the Bai Manor, asked happily, You two are back? Bai Liansu quickly replied, Father, we returned last night. Bai Danshu added, We knew you had to preside over today's ceremony, so we didn't dare to disturb you. Bai Shi then asked, Did the rank D competition go smoothly? Who took first place? Bai Danshu replied, It was Lingjie Pavilion. Bai Shi was stunned and exclaimed, Lingjie Pavilion? You mean the Lingjie Pavilion of the Fan family? Bai Shi lowered his voice, That's good. I never expected Lingjie Pavilion to be able to make a comeback like this. If sect leader Fan knew, he would surely be comforted. Bai Liansu pointed at Fan Lingjie and whispered with a very annoyed tone, Hey, you little pervert, don't you dare tell my father you're from Lingjie Pavilion, or he'll be very disappointed. Fan Lingjie replied, I wasn't planning on telling him anyway. Bai Shi stroked his beard and said happily, Sect leader Fan and I were old friends. It was truly a tragedy what happened to him, to see his disciple rise up like this. The old man here is truly pleased. Fan Lingjie thought pensively. We can't really call ourselves old friends, but this sect leader Bai isn't a bad person. He's worth getting to know. Bai Shi sternly reminded Bai Danshu, Back when you entered the heart harmonization stage, you almost suffered a cultivation deviation, but sect leader Fan helped you out. You must never forget that kindness. From now on, if Lingjie Pavilion runs into trouble, our Bai Manor must do our best to help them. Bai Danshu bowed respectfully. I will naturally remember this forever, father. Rest assured, I have already begun helping them. Bai Shi suddenly glanced at Fan Lingjie and asked, Oh, excuse me, who is this young friend? Fan Lingjie hurriedly bowed. Sect leader Bai. I am. Before he could finish, Bai Danshu cut in. Just a friend of mine from the martial arts world. I brought him here to broaden his horizons a bit. Bai Shi glanced down at the chain binding their hands and remarked, "Oh?" The two of them stood frozen for a moment. Bai Danshu quickly explained, "Ah, father, don't be surprised. We're just testing out a new cultivation training method. It's called dual-bound energy control." Bai Shi was pleasantly surprised. "Is such a thing even possible? You've truly opened my eyes." A servant shouted, "Sect leader Qin has arrived." Bai Danshu laughed, then turned to walk away and said, "The banquet is about to start. I have to go greet our guests. Young man, make yourself at home, pardon me, but you must join us later." Bai Danshu complimented Fan Lingjie. "You cooperated quite well," Fan Lingjie replied with a helpless tone. "Dual-bound energy control? You really can just make anything up on the spot, can't you?" Bai Liansu pointed at Fan Lingjie and asked, "But we have to appear before the guests later. What are we supposed to do with this pervert? Should we just lock him up?" Fan Lingjie replied, "Sect leader Bai said he wanted me to attend." Bai Liansu immediately raised a hand to stop him. "Keep dreaming." Bai Danshu replied, "Bring him with us." She gasped in shock. "What?" Bai Danshu explained, "The people here are all reputable figures in the martial arts world. It's good for him to learn how to handle social situations. Consider it cultivating some decent character in him." Noon struck. Bai Liansu grabbed Fan Lingjie's shoulder and warned him, "From now on, you observe quietly. Whatever you do, don't you dare speak. If you try to cause trouble, I won't let you off easy. Do you hear me?" He turned to answer, "I know. I know." Fan Lingjie entered the main hall, with Bai Liansu and Fan Lingjie following behind. When Chen Suoshuan saw them, he greeted them. "Oh, young Master Bai and Miss Bai have arrived," Dong Yuan added with a laugh. "The two of you truly stand with such an imposing presence." Bai Danshu and Bai Liansu bowed one after the other. "Sect leader Chen, sect leader Dong, your presence here is a great honor for us." Sect leader Chen, sect leader Dong. Fan Lingjie was a bit surprised to see them. He thought to himself, "That's Chen Suoshuan, of the rank C Black Immortal Mountain, and Dong Yuan, of Duanchen Pavilion." It had been nearly 2 years since he defeated Duanchen Pavilion in the rank B upgrade qualifier. He wondered if they had been promoted yet. Guests kept arriving in larger numbers. They laughed heartily and greeted the Bai siblings. "It's been a while. Young Master Bai, do you still remember me?" Bai Danshu replied politely. How could this junior ever forget sect leader Kong? Fan Lingjie observed and thought, everyone here is from either a rank B or rank C sect. This sect, leader, Bai, really has wide connections. He reflected on his own situation. Look at myself. Even though I reached rank B at top speed, I haven't really made any friends. If anything, I've made quite a few enemies. That's a total failure. I'll take this opportunity to learn a thing or two. Bai Danshu approached the seating area and said, We'll sit here. Bai Danshu softly reminded Fan Lingjie. Once we sit down, try not to look around aimlessly. It's not very polite. Let me introduce you to some people. Bai Danshu then gave a quick rundown of the guests. Those over there were all leaders of third-rate sects, while on the other side were the seats for the masters of the 4 second-rate sects. The second-rate sect Duan Chengchuan with their spirit pet Snow Love Grass, Spirit Sound Mountain Villa with their spirit pet owner Fu Qin Xiao with the spirit-devouring beast, 3,000 Tusk Troop with their spirit pet owner Hu Ba, and the Radiant Peninsula with their spirit pet owner Lei. Feng Mong rested his chin in his hand, sighing that these 4 second-rate sect leaders and over a dozen third-rate sect leaders had all personally come to attend this banquet. Sect leader Bai sure has good connections. Bai Danshu replied calmly. On the surface, that's true. Fan Lingjie turned, surprised, and asked, On the surface? What do you mean? Bai Danshu answered. Relationships between sects are like underground currents. You'll understand soon enough. A powerful voice echoed. Thank you all for waiting. Bai Shi walked over and greeted them. I appreciate all the sect leaders and heads putting aside your busy schedules to attend today's banquet. Bai Shi cupped his hands, smiling politely. I am truly honored. Behind Bai Shi were his 2 spirit pets, the yin and yang fish, both at the battle general rank. The yang fish is a water type with a secondary light attribute. At the peak of the heart harmonization stage, the yin fish is a water type with a secondary dark attribute, also at the peak of the heart harmonization stage. Dong Yuan exclaimed with a look of immense admiration. Sect leader Bai is truly in tune with the heavenly Tao. You are destined for greatness. These yin-yang fish of yours are truly extraordinary. Bai Shi cupped his hands and bowed politely. You flatter me, sect leader Yue. Bai Danshu covered her mouth with her hand and whispered to Fan Lingjie, Duan Chengshuan only recently reached the second-rate rank. They're currently trying to recruit other sects to help them grow. Bai Shi petted his 2 spirit pets and said, "You all make me blush. It's embarrassing, really. These yin-yang fish of mine have been stuck at the peak of the heart harmonization stage for over 4 years. Back then, I was drawn to this pair, so I chose them." Fuqin Xiao from Spirit Sound Mountain Villa spoke up with a sarcastic tone. "No need to rush, sect leader Bai. My secondary spirit pet has also been stuck at the heart harmonization stage for a very long time. This is quite common," Bai Danshu whispered. "Spirit Sound Mountain Villa is only here to mock us." Fan Lingjie replied, "I can tell." He thought to himself that advancing from the heart harmonization stage to the transcendent stage requires 6 types of ingredients. As he imagined the evolution process for this pair of spirit pets, he silently sighed. And since these yin-yang fish are twin spirit pets, both must have the correct ingredients to successfully evolve. That makes it significantly harder. Bai Shi stroked the yin-yang fish as he explained that, after 3 attempts, they had confirmed the correct primary ingredient for the pearls was the crown water grass. But for the black pearls, even after 4 attempts, he had failed. His luck hadn't been very good. Fortunately, through those 4 attempts, they had narrowed it down to only 2 remaining choices: the Deep Abyss Star and the Fan Lingjie's Coral. Shan Tianyuan from Radiant Peninsula asked with a smile, "Are you confident this time, sect leader Bai?" Bai Danshu said quietly. "Radiant Peninsula has been watching the Bai estate like a tiger watching its prey. They're only here to probe our strength." Bai Shi cupped his hands and bowed modestly. "I was so afraid of failing again that a month ago I visited the great mysterious immortal and spent a fortune to have him cast a fortune for me." Hu Ba of 3,000 Tusk Troop chewed on an apple and said, "The great mysterious immortal? I hear that old man is very accurate, but his prices are not exactly cheap." Bai Shi laughed heartily. "Haha, I just wanted to try my luck. He told me the correct ingredient is the Deep Abyss Star." Fan Lingjie rested his chin on his palm, feeling bored. Giving money away to scammers again, he thought. If it fails, they'll say the timing wasn't right. If it succeeds, they'll claim the credit. It's all just luck and a placebo effect. It seems sect leader Bai is so desperate, he's actually resorted to fortune-telling. When Hu Ba heard Bai Shi's answer, he laughed with delight. "Wow, sect leader Bai, you'll definitely succeed this time. Don't forget about your old buddy here once you advance to a first-rate sect," Bai Liansu said angrily. "That Hu Ba is so annoying. Not only is he a gambling addict, but he's always relying on our Bai estate to do shady business." Officer Pan approached and said, "Sect leader Bai, I wish you a successful advancement." Continued, Bai Shi politely replied, "Many thanks, Officer Pan," Bai Danshu said, with a straight face. Even the Alliance is constantly probing the strength of the sects to determine how to manage them and distribute resources. Fan Lingjie sighed and whispered, "So, on the surface, it looks like a united front, but in reality, everyone has their own hidden agenda?" Bai Danshu replied, "Of course, in the world of sects, friends and enemies are only defined by interests." Bai Danshu leaned back and continued, "The more powerful you are, the more complex the problems you have to solve. When the Lingxiao Pavilion rose to power so quickly, sect leader Pan must have experienced similar troubles. Bai estate servants brought out 2 trays of ingredients, one with 20 deep abyss stars and the other with 20 glazed corals. Bai Shi stood on the platform and announced clearly, "Let us begin." Fu Qinxiao rested his chin on his hand and said with a touch of disdain, "Sect leader Bai, be careful with these fish of yours. Don't end up like that fellow, Fan Lingjie, and get devoured by your own pets." That remark made the guests burst into laughter and start whispering. Fan Lingjie heard this and felt incredibly bitter. Yue Dongyuan spoke up. That guy had no talent, yet he dared to try and advance. He was just a fool who didn't know his own limits. Sect leader Bai has such strength. What is there to be afraid of? Shan Tianyuan chimed in. That kid just had blind luck, succeeding on his first try every single time. It would be strange if he didn't get punished by the heavens. Hu Ba added excitedly. A brat from such a lowly background. If he had managed to advance to a first-rate sect, there would be no justice at all. Bai Danshu glanced at Fan Lingjie and whispered, "Just a bunch of people who don't know the situation. Let them talk. Revealing your identity now will only cause more trouble." Everyone in the hall was excited, gossiping loudly. Bai Shi reminded them sternly, "Everyone, please be quiet." Fan Lingjie looked up in surprise. Bai Shi explained, "Sect leader Fan and I were close friends. He was an upright man who loved helping others and had immense knowledge regarding spirit pets." Then, Bai Shi cupped his hands and bowed politely. "Considering he has passed away, I ask that you all show some respect for the departed. Fan Lingjie was deeply shocked by this. Then, Bai Shi bowed politely with his hands cupped together. Their souls have passed on. I ask that you show some respect for the departed. Fan Lingjie was stunned by this sudden change. Hu Ba picked his nose while laughing. All right, Sect Master Bai, let's get started. I'm waiting to get to the banquet. Come here, Bai Shi called out to Chen Zhu and He Yao. Master Pan shouted, wishing Sect Master Bai a successful breakthrough. The crowd followed suit, shouting in unison, success, success, success. But deep down, they were all thinking, fat chance of that happening. If he fails, it'll be hilarious. Dong Yuan smiled on the surface, wishing him success, but inwardly she thought, if he fails, he'll have to wait another year. I wonder if I can use that to my advantage? Fu Qingjie felt the same, thinking to himself, fail already. I can't wait to see the look on that old man Bai's face. Shan Tianyuan also thought, fail, damn you, so I can finally expand my estate. Suddenly, Fan Lingjie stood up. Bai Liansu was stunned, shot a glance at him, and walked toward Bai Shi. Bai Liansu hissed, you little brat, what are you doing? Sit down right now. Fan Lingjie announced. Sect Master Bai, please wait a moment, leaving him completely bewildered. Then, in a serious tone, he added, please change your ascension material to glazed coral. His words left everyone in shock, curious and intrigued. A bead of sweat formed on Bai Shi's forehead as he asked, young man, what are you trying to do? Bai Liansu ran over, grabbed his clothes, and yelled, Fan Lingjie, have you lost your mind? Sit down. He coldly shoved her aside, nearly sending her face first into the ground. Bai Danshu warned him sternly, Fan Lingjie, I gave you a chance. Don't go looking for your own death. He glanced over and replied, trust me, everything I'm doing is for the good of the Bai estate. Master Pan stared wide-eyed at Bai Shi. Sect Master Bai, who is this kid? Is he one of yours? Bai Shi waved his hand. No, he's just a friend of my daughter. Fan Lingjie cupped his hands and bowed politely. I am just a nobody, seniors. You don't need to worry about who I am. I only wish to tell Sect Master Bai the correct material for the breakthrough. Dong Yuan asked with a sneer. Oh, the correct material? Everyone knows the ascension material for a spirit pet is unpredictable. How could you possibly know what to choose? Fan Lingjie flushed and replied, Heaven's secrets must not be revealed. Even the great Xuan immortal has never disclosed how he reads his omens, and naturally, I am the same. The crowd began to murmur at his words. Fu Qinxian laughed mockingly. Where did this hilarious kid come from? Sect Master Bai, is this some kind of entertainment you've prepared for us? Bai Shi glanced at Bai Danshu and spoke sternly. Shu'er. Bai Danshu stepped forward, bowed, and said, my apologies to all the sect masters. My friend here has had a bit too much to drink. He's just talking nonsense. Please forgive him. She then whispered to Fan Lingjie, apologize to the sect masters right now. Fan Lingjie spoke clearly. If you all don't believe my prediction, we can make a wager. Bai Danshu snapped. Are you still talking? Hu Ba said with interest. Wait. I love a good gamble. What kind of bet do you have in mind? Bai Dier. Let's hear what he has to say. Fan Lingjie spread his arms confidently. It's simple. If you don't trust me, just try using glazed coral as the material for the yin-yang fish breakthrough. If it fails, you win. If it succeeds, I win. Hu Ba asked, and what about the stakes? There has to be a prize. Fan Lingjie replied politely. Then allow me to be bold enough to set the stakes for you seniors. He pointed at Dong Yuan and said, Sect Master Dong, your cruel heart formation is unparalleled. If you lose, you must copy the manual into 4 volumes and distribute them to all the second-tier sect masters here. Since we are all second-tier, let's improve together. Fu Qingxian exclaimed with interest. That's not a bad proposal. Hu Ba laughed. I like it. Dong Yuan hissed. Absurd. Fan Lingjie continued. Sect Master Fu, since your main beast has entered the transcendence stage, you don't have many needs for now. If you lose, why don't you offer 1,000 transcendence stage materials to help everyone out? He looked at Hu Ba and said, I've heard of Sect Master Hu's heroic spirit for a long time. Hu Ba responded gleefully. Oh, is that so? Fan Lingjie continued. But your temperament isn't exactly kind. If you lose, go into seclusion for half a year to cultivate your character. Hu Ba roared. Cultivate your grandmas. Shan Tianyuan stared in shock as Fan Lingjie spoke. The Radiant Peninsula has a monopoly on the docks, causing great inconvenience for everyone traveling. Sect Master Shan, if you lose, you must transfer the docks to the Alliance to be used as a public area. The crowd below began to whisper, "What kind of crazy bets are these? What is this kid trying to do? Is he brain dead?" Bai Shi wondered. "What's happening? Should I go along with this kid?" Bai Shi thought to himself. If he wins, the power of Duan Chengshuan and the dark fallen mountain villa will clearly be weakened. That annoying Huba wouldn't be able to pester the Bai estate for a while. If the Radiant Peninsula loses its grip, it eliminates a hidden threat. Everything about this seems incredibly beneficial for the Bai estate, but he wondered, what is his true motive? Dong Yuan snapped, "Is this brat just trying to use us for his own amusement? If you don't get lost, I'll take action." Bai Danshu stepped up, grabbing Fan Lingjie by the hair and dragging him away. "My apologies, sect masters. This kid isn't quite right in the head. I'll take him away immediately." Huba clenched his fists, stood up and shouted angrily, "This is ridiculous. Trying to bet with a second-tier sect master like me? Kid, take a look at your own weight. You've laid out all these absurd stakes for us. But what on earth are you putting up as a bet? Get him out of here and discipline him properly." Fan Lingjie shouted back, "I have nothing to bet, but Sect Master Bai does." The sect masters were stunned. "What did you say?" Bai Danshu pinched Fan Lingjie's waist, making him cry out in pain. Then he turned to her and snapped, "What are you pinching me for?" Bai Danshu's eyes blazed with fire as she asked, "Do you really want to die that badly?" Bai Shi spoke loudly. "Everyone, please don't misunderstand. I don't know this young man at all, and I have no idea what he's talking about." Then, Bai Shi cupped his hands, bowed, and stared intensely at Fan Lingjie, saying, "Look, young brother, today's upgrade is a massive deal, so please, show some respect to Lord Bai. I've already had a great immortal divine, the materials. I cannot afford to take risks. Stop arguing about this now." Fan Lingjie was struggling as Bai Danshu had him in a chokehold, but he still managed to shout back, "You all know, upgrade materials can't be predicted with total certainty, so why are you trusting the word of that so-called Great Xuan Immortal?" "Humph." Bai Danshu shoved him to the floor and spat, "Talk is cheap. If you're so sure, why are you insisting that the glazed coral is the right material?" Fan Lingjie explained, "The yang fish has a specific elemental resonance. It's extremely volatile. You have to use the crown plume aquatic grass." That claim left the sect masters stunned, and the crowd below started whispering. Bai Liansu's jaw dropped in disbelief, and then everyone burst out laughing. Old Hu roared with laughter, mocking him. "Kid, are you out of your mind? 2 years ago, the yang fish was already tested with the crown plume aquatic grass. Do we really need you to state the obvious? You're just talking nonsense." Bai Danshu helplessly pulled Fan Lingjie back, while Bai Shi stood there trembling. Bai Shi's face turned bright red, his eyes widening as he thought, "Wait, is that it? I get it now." Then he spoke up, "Danshu, let him go." Bai Shi turned to the sect masters, sighed, and said solemnly, "You all came here today out of courtesy to me, and I am truly honored. But who would have thought this brat would come here to cause a scene and ruin the mood for everyone?" Fuqin Immortal chimed in, "Exactly. I suggest we kill him to make an example of him." Bai Shi suddenly stroked his chin, lost in thought, and said, "After all this chaos, I feel like my luck has run dry, and my confidence is shaken. Since it's come to this, why not liven things up for you all? It's the least I can do so your trip wasn't a total waste. Let's roll with the punches and swap the upgrade material for the glazed coral." Bai Danshu said anxiously, "Father, the kid is clearly just causing trouble. You have to keep the big picture in mind. You absolutely cannot listen to him." Bai Liansu also jumped up and cried, "Dad." Bai Shi raised a hand to silence them, then looked down at his distinguished guests and said, "Even though the Great Immortal predicted the Deep Abyss star core, the chance of it being the glazed coral is incredibly small. But I'm willing to gamble on it just this once. If you all don't mind, let's make a wager based on the kid's terms. Consider it a bit of entertainment." Bai Shi bowed slightly, held up 4 fingers and said, "I'll put up 40 spirit gems for this bet. For reference, 1 million copper coins equals 10,000 silver, which equals 100 gold, which equals 1 spirit gem." Old Hu thought excitedly, "Whoa, 10 spirit gems is worth half a year of my cultivation time. The stakes here are huge." He then shouted, "Sect Master Bai is certainly generous. Old Hu is in." Fuqin Immortal thought, "The Great Xuan Immortal already said it was the Deep Abyss star core. The payout on this bet is going to be massive." He then spoke up, "Since there are 1,000 spirit gems on the line, I'll add a little something extra to the pot to spice things up." Old Hu pointed at the remaining sect masters and said, "Sect Master Fu, Sect Master Tian, with a bet this reasonable, what are you two still hesitating for?" Dong Yuan muttered, "Reasonable. My foot." Bai Shi turned, bowed 45 degrees, and politely asked Lord Pan, Lord Pan, I've taken the liberty of increasing the wager. What do you think, sir? Lord Pan smiled and replied, Usually, I shouldn't get involved in intersect gambling, but this is quite interesting. I'm actually looking forward to seeing the result. If everyone agrees to the bet, I'm happy to serve as the witness for everyone present. The audience below erupted in excitement, shouting, Bet! If we don't bet, it's disrespecting Lord Pan. If we don't take this action now, it's just boring. Dong Yuan closed his eyes and reluctantly replied, Fine. If Lord Pan is interested, I'll naturally go along with it. Shan Tianyuan shouted, I'm in. Who's afraid of who? Don't try to back out if you lose. Bai Shi turned around and declared, With Lord Pan here to witness, I trust everyone will keep their word. Someone, swap the star core for the coral. The servant scrambled to follow Bai Shi's orders, placing the 2 trays of materials on the floor. Bai Shi glanced at Fan Lingjie, who gave him a nod. Bai Shi began to channel his power. Yang fish, crown plume aquatic grass, yin fish, glazed coral. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled. The materials began to float, slowly merging into one. In Bai Shi's hands, the 2 materials started to glow. He softly whispered, Pearl. Obsidian. The 4 sect masters were incredibly eager, their anticipation mixed with anxiety over the wager. The guests below held their breath as they watched. Lord Pan stroked his beard, smiling with satisfaction. Bai Liansu gritted her teeth in worry. Fan Lingjie and Bai Danshu were watching intently. Bai Shi raised his hands high and commanded, Upgrade. Bai Shi focused intensely as he upgraded the 2 spirit pets, the yang fish and the crown plume aquatic grass. A golden pillar of light erupted from the material, shining directly onto the yang fish's stomach. The yang fish glowed brilliantly. Turning gold, the upgrade was a success. Bai Shi was dripping with sweat as he anxiously began the next step. Yin fish. Glazed coral. A red pillar of light mixed with black energy struck the yin fish's stomach. The 2 spirit pets then began swimming in a circle, chasing each other's tails. Simultaneously, the light from the 2 pets faded. Bai Shi wiped the sweat from his brow, looking up nervously, while Fu Qin Immortal laughed loudly, sneering with a mocking tone. Sect Master Bai, it looks like you've failed again. Please, try not to take the pain too hard. Suddenly, a blinding light erupted from where the 2 spirit pets were. The yang fish successfully upgraded. Pure yang fish. Lord class spirit beast. Water gold dual affinity. Minor light element. Tier 1 transcendence. The yin fish upgraded into the dark abyss. Profound yin fish. Lord class spirit beast. Water gold. Dual affinity. Minor dark element. Tier 1 transcendence. The guests were all stunned, their jaws hitting the floor. Shan Tianyuan gripped the table to stand up, trembling as he said, It succeeded. This. Lord Pan clapped happily, laughing as he said, Brilliant. Congratulations to Sect Master Bai on a successful upgrade. Although Dong Yuan wasn't happy about it, he forced a smile and clapped, saying, Congratulations. Congratulations. The guests stood up, raising their hands and cheering in unison. Congratulations to Sect Master Bai, upgrade successful. Bai Shi looked down from above, feeling immensely proud and glorious. Bai Liansu was moved to tears, saying, Father, you finally did it. Bai Danshu joyfully threw his arm around Fan Lingjie and shouted, We did it. This is great. Shan Tianyuan suddenly yelled in a rage. Damn it! Then, looking bitter and spiteful, he added, I see how it is now. You must have colluded with that guy named Bai to scheme against us. I won't let you get away with this. As he began to summon his spirit pet, Lightning Elemental, Lord Grade, Elemental Class, Lightning Type, Electric Main Clan, Chi Merging Realm, Full Level. Seeing this, Bai Danshu stepped forward and spread her arms to shield Fan Lingjie, saying, Sect Leader Shan, what do you mean by that? Shan Tianyuan's face flushed red as he shouted, Get out of the way, or I'll take you down along with him. Bai Shi stepped down and said, Sect Leader Shan, you are a person of great tolerance. Surely you wouldn't be as foolish as these juniors. Shan Tianyuan turned around, fuming, and exclaimed, You, Bai, don't you dare pretend to be innocent. It's time we settled our debts. Bai Shi retorted in a deep voice. Oh, today, I, Bai, was lucky enough to break through to the Transcendence Realm. Since Sect Leader Shan is in such a mood, he pointed his finger upward, activating the Yin Fish Dark Realm Black Hole and the Yang Fish Light Realm White Hole, and continued, Let us spar a little to liven things up for Lord Fan and the other sect leaders. Looking up, Shan Tianyuan trembled in fear. He turned around to leave and muttered, Right, I, Shan, shall take my leave. Bai Shi politely cupped his hands and said, travel safely, sect leader Shan. And don't forget to pay up the bet rewards. Shan Tianyuan spat out bitterly. Just you wait. Bai Shi grinned from ear to ear and announced, it is thanks to everyone's encouragement that I was finally able to resolve my long-standing regrets. I am truly grateful. Please, everyone, make your way to the banquet hall for a meal. We won't leave until we're hammered today. Fan Lingjie watched the two Bai siblings happily holding hands and sighed to himself. Look at how happy those two are. There's really no need to thank me. Hearing this, Bai Liansu shyly turned and snapped. Who asked you to thank me? You had the nerve to act so reckless in front of everyone. I was this close to unleashing my little white to bite you. Bai Danshu added. Don't think we didn't notice you were just guessing. It was a lucky shot. Otherwise, you'd be dead meat. Fan Lingjie pointed at them in surprise and said loudly, Huh? I'm the MVP here. What kind of attitude is that? The two Bai siblings looked over in shock as they saw their father approaching. Bai Shi suddenly cupped his hands and bowed 45 degrees to Fan Lingjie, saying, This time, not only did my spirit beast level up, but I also successfully balanced the power between the major sects. Thanks for your guidance, high-level master. My performance just now wasn't too bad, right? Fan Lingjie laughed and bowed back. Ha, sect leader Bai, your insights are sharp. Our coordination was flawless. Bai Liansu gasped in shock. Wait, that was actually a staged performance? Bai Danshu asked, confused. What exactly is going on here? The scene shifts to 2 years ago. At that time, Bai Shi politely said to Fan Lingjie, Thank you, sect leader Fan, for your help. If not for you, Dan Shu wouldn't have survived. Fan Lingjie replied, Senior, it was just a small favor. Please, don't be so formal. You were the one who patiently explained the leveling of B-grade techniques to me. I should be the one thanking you. Bai Shi replied sheepishly. It's truly embarrassing to admit, but my yin-yang fish has failed to level up twice already. Sect leader Fan, your leveling speed is incredible. Is there a secret to it? Could you please enlighten me? Fan Lingjie thought to himself, Sect leader Bai seems like a decent guy. I'll help him out this once. He then politely gestured and said, Please summon your spirit beast, sect leader Bai, so I can take a look. He muttered. Sympathetic linkage, activate, and a blue energy ring appeared before his eyes. He thought to himself, the spatial ability of the Transcendence realm allows me to identify the leveling materials needed for other spirit beasts. Fan Lingjie stroked his chin, musing silently, before randomly making up a reason. After some thought, he said, based on my assessment, the yang fish is of the light element, and light elements are volatile. Perhaps you should try using the plucked crown white sandalwood herb. Bai Shi exclaimed in amazement. Oh, the plucked crown white sandalwood herb? I, Bai, shall try that next time. Thank you for your guidance, sect leader Fan. Fan Lingjie cupped his hands and bowed. Sect leader Bai, I was merely guessing. Regardless of whether it works, please keep our conversation today a secret. Back in the present, Bai Shi said to Fan Lingjie, I assume you must have been sent by sect leader Fan to enlighten me. May I ask what your relationship with sect leader Fan is? Before Bai Shi could finish, Fan Lingjie signaled him to stop and said, Sect leader Bai, it is best not to ask too much. Bai Shi replied firmly, Understood. Understood. He then politely added, I don't know how else to express my gratitude for today. Please, you must join us for the banquet. Fan Lingjie replied happily, I would be honored to accept. After you, sect leader Bai. Bai Shi gestured with both hands. No, young hero, please. The two of them walked away, with their arms around each other, acting like they had been close for years. Bai Danshu and Bai Liansu looked on in utter confusion. In the banquet hall, all the guests were seated. Dong Yuan approached Fan Lingjie and Feng Mang, saying, Young brother, the moment you stepped into the main hall, I sensed such an overwhelming aura from you. You are definitely no ordinary person. When it's my turn to level up, I hope you can help me out as well. Fan Lingjie replied humbly, You flatter me, sect leader Dong. I was just lucky with my guesses. Bai Liansu stared at Fan Lingjie from afar. She thought to herself, This little pervert has suddenly become my father's VIP guest. This is not good at all. Not only can I not give him a hard time anymore, having read many romance novels, Bai Liansu imagined herself being married off to Fan Lingjie by her father to repay the debt. Bai Liansu, to thank this hero for his great favor, I have decided to give your hand in marriage to him. She thought, At this rate, who knows? Dong Yuan suddenly pointed at Bai Liansu and asked, Sect leader Bai Liansu isn't so young anymore. Does she have a sweetheart? Would you like me to play matchmaker? She screamed. I refuse to marry him. Fan Lingjie, Bai Danshu, and Bai Shi all stood there with their jaws on the floor. Bai Liansu's face turned beet red. Realizing she had blurted that out, she covered her mouth with her hands, ran out in shame, and everyone else erupted in laughter. Dong Yuan grinned and said, "Oh, so she already has someone in her heart." Bai Shi also laughed heartily. "Haha, these children's affairs. We old folks shouldn't interfere." Fan Lingjie turned to Bai Danshu and whispered, "Hey, after my performance today, can you let me off the hook now?" Bai Danshu replied, "You've done the Bai family a huge favor. My father will naturally protect you unconditionally. No one can stop you if you want to leave. However, regarding your performance today, I can only say it wasn't cautious enough." Fan Lingjie asked helplessly, "It's already come to this, and you're still not satisfied?" Bai Danshu explained, "The yin-yang fish leveling is definitely fine, but the problem lies in the rewards you took from the B-grade sects." Bai Danshu said, "Worried. The stakes for this bet are huge. It might solve the immediate problem, but the other sects will definitely hold a grudge. Even if the Bai clan has the upper hand for now, nobody dares to speak up, but once they find an opening later, those major sects might just band together against the Bai clan. That's a ticking time bomb. If you can help the Bai clan while simultaneously winning over the other sects, that would be the best approach," Fan Lingjie said, rubbing his chin in deep thought. "What are you talking about? I don't see it that way. What's the point of constantly walking on eggshells and worrying about all this?" Bai Danshu replied, eyes closed, her voice full of helplessness. "Fan Lingjie, this is just how sect politics work. You don't have much experience yet. You'll understand in time." Master Hu suddenly approached them, carrying a jar of wine. He laughed. "Little brother, you've been acting pretty arrogant today, haven't you?" He then poured a cup and challenged him with a mocking tone. "Since you're so talented, how about Master Hu and I have a drink? One bowl for me, one jar for you. What do you say? You aren't so arrogant that you'd refuse to give face to a B-grade sect leader like me, are you?" Fan Lingjie retorted boldly. "If I drink a whole jar, will you drink a bowl? I'd be honored to accept such a kind offer." He turned to call a servant. "Hey, bring another jar over here." A moment later, a pair of chubby hands reached up, trembling. Master Hu was sprawled flat on the floor, looking absolutely pathetic. Someone shouted, "Hey, get the sect leader home." Bai Danshu was stunned, glancing at the pile of empty jars on the table, then turned to ask Fan Lingjie, "Hey, are you okay?" Fan Lingjie looked up and replied, "See that? As long as you have absolute strength, you don't need to stop and pay respects to every passerby you meet." He was so drunk his face was bright red as he pointed at Bai Danshu and said, "Bai Danshu, this is the real layout." Bai Danshu stood there, stunned. By now, it was already dark. Master Bai was being supported back to his room by a servant, but he turned back, lingering. "Oh, today was such a blast. Little brother, your tolerance is legendary. I can't keep up anymore. Let's talk again tomorrow. It's so late, you can't leave now. You must stay the night at the Bai clan estate." Bai Danshu replied, "Father, don't worry, go get some rest. I'll handle everything." Bai Liansu asked in confusion, how did he end up like this? Master Bai kept rambling, "Little brother, your kindness, your grace. I have nothing to repay you with today. If you have any requests, just name them. I won't refuse." Bai Susu said worriedly, "All right, Dad. You're mixing up all the seniority here. He doesn't have any requests. You need to go to sleep." Fan Lingjie suddenly cupped his hands with a serious expression. "Actually, Senior, I do have a favor to ask." The next morning, Rong Ling and Cheng Shi arrived at the Bai estate. Cheng Shi said excitedly, "Look, that's the Bai estate right there." Rong Ling asked anxiously, "What should we say when we get in there?" Kameng Yang suddenly jumped down, causing Kong Ling to panic. "Hey, little Yang." The guards at the gate of the Bai estate were wide-eyed with shock. Kameng Yang crawled rapidly toward the main gate. She then took down 2 guards with just 2 moves. A soldier shouted a warning. "Someone is breaking into the Bai estate." Rong Ling hurried to yell, "Wait, stop." She then stepped in front of them and said awkwardly, "I'm so sorry. I'm Rong Ling, the sect leader of Lingjie Pavilion. Our disciple, Fan Lingjie, is currently a guest here. Would it be possible to see him for a moment?" The soldier replied, "We don't have a Fan Lingjie, but we do have someone named that." Rong Ling's eyes widened in panic. The soldier then turned and called back, "Everyone wait a moment. I'll go report this." Rong Ling turned to her companions, worried. "This isn't good. Junior brother Fan Lingjie's identity has been exposed. It's bad news. We're here to get him back. A fight seems inevitable. Everyone, get ready." Fan Lingjie quickly stepped out and said with a bright smile, "Oh, you guys are here. When Kei Mengyang saw him, her cheeks turned bright red. She hurried off to hide behind a large tree. Rongling asked with concern, "Junior brother Fan Lingjie, are you all right?" Seeing Fan Lingjie, the two guards greeted him politely in unison. "Good morning, young hero," Yue Tong asked in confusion. "Why is junior brother Fan Lingjie wearing the Bai clan's robes?" Chengxi was equally shocked. And why are the Bai clan servants treating him with such respect? What on earth is going on? Rongling looked pale and asked in a weak voice, "Don't tell me. Has junior brother Fan Lingjie joined the Bai clan?" Chengxi replied, "It has to be." This hothead rushed toward Fan Lingjie, grabbed his collar, and demanded, "Junior brother Fan Lingjie, do you know we haven't closed our eyes for 2 nights trying to rescue you? Even if they forced or tempted you, you shouldn't have been bought off in just 2 days, right?" Yang Yang continued with tears in her eyes. "It was all for nothing. I've always looked up to you as an example. You've really disappointed everyone." Rongling and Yue Tong were also deeply saddened, and Ke Mengyang, hiding behind the tree, looked like she was about to cry. Fan Lingjie frantically grabbed Chengxi's cheeks and said, "Hey, hold on a second, you've got it all wrong." Then, in front of the Bai estate, Fan Lingjie explained everything to them. Rongling's jaw dropped in shock, and she asked skeptically, "What? You mean you helped the Bai sect leader by pure coincidence?" Yue Tong added, dumbfounded. "And then you were accepted as a guest?" Fan Lingjie scratched his head, embarrassed. "That's right. My past debts with the Bai clan have been cleared. Sorry for making you all worry." Chengxi shrieked, "What a waste of my emotions." Fan Lingjie quickly explained, "I've already moved on to the next step of the plan. I was just about to send word to everyone. Today, I'm heading to the ghost-killing sect to investigate the cause of our late sect leader's death." Rongling said happily, "Oh, that's great. Let's go together." Fan Lingjie replied coldly, "No need." He then explained, "I've thought it through. Since our sect just leveled up, we need to strike while the iron is hot. There's a lot to handle, and infiltrating the ghost-killing sect doesn't require that many people. So, let's split up. You all work on developing the sect, and I'll go investigate the truth." Chengxi exclaimed, "What? You want to go alone? That's way too overconfident." Fan Lingjie pointed his finger and replied, "I've already found a capable assistant." Fan Lingjie walked forward, cupped his hands, and bowed politely, "Bai clan, Bai Danshu. Greetings to sect leader Rongling." Rongling asked, stunned, "What? The young master of the Bai clan wants to go with you?" Fan Lingjie replied, "That's right." Rongling exclaimed in confusion, "What on earth is going on here?" Last night, Fan Lingjie had told Master Bai, "Sect leader Bai, I have a favor to ask." He explained that during this examination, he had some conflicts with a few smaller sects. "So you want to bug the Bai clan to back us up and put some pressure on them, huh?" Bai Shi roared in anger. "What? Which sect is it? They've got some nerve, daring to bully my little brother. Don't worry, your big brother will go there personally tomorrow and demand justice for you." Fan Lingjie then pointed at Bai Danshu and said, "There's no need to trouble sect leader Bai to go yourself. With Danshu's strength, it's more than enough to teach those small fries a lesson." He lowered his head and said politely, "So, my request is for young Master Bai to accompany me for a few days. I hope you will agree, sect leader." Bai Shi didn't hesitate and replied, "Fine, I'll leave Shu'er to you. Kill them all. Don't come back until you've finished the job." Bai Danshu said respectfully, "Please rest assured, father. You should hurry back and look after yourself." Then, he turned to Fan Lingjie and asked, "Humph, what are you playing at again? You just said not to worry too much about the people around me, and that you wanted me to look at you differently. Turns out that was just drunk talk," Fan Lingjie explained. "What I said earlier was just an excuse to turn down sect leader Bai. The real reason I need your help is to investigate the cause of Fan Lingjie's death." Bai Danshu's eyes went wide with shock, and he loudly asked back, "What? Was there something fishy about sect leader Fan's death?" Fan Lingjie stroked his chin thoughtfully and replied, "Yeah, it's a long story. Let me give you the short version." Bai Danshu suddenly asked, "When are you guys making your move?" Which caught Fan Lingjie off guard. He asked in surprise, "Wait, aren't you curious about the reason?" Bai Danshu frowned and replied, "I trust that you wouldn't use sect leader Fan's death as a joke. Something this big needs to be handled immediately. Can't you explain the details to me later?" Fan Lingjie said awkwardly, It's not that urgent. Just get ready, and we can set out tomorrow." Bai Danshu suddenly snapped, "Are you sure? If you drag your feet, I won't let you off the hook." Fan Lingjie broke into a cold sweat, his face flushing red as he replied, Sure. He thought to himself, why is he even more impatient than I am? Back in the present, Bai Liansu walked up and said, "Hey, where are you two going to have fun? Let me tag along." She suddenly jumped up and said in a frightened tone, "It's none of your business." Bai Danshu turned around, clasped his hands, and bowed to 44. Sect leader Rongling, please be at ease. We will definitely get to the bottom of sect leader Fan's death. Rongling replied politely. With young Master Bai's help, we have 100% faith in you, she continued. We must investigate the cause of sect leader Fan's death, but we can't let the development of the sect fall behind either. Lingxiao Pavilion has to scale up quickly and complete the Grade C evaluation. Let's go with Fan Lingjie's suggestion and split up the tasks. Chengxi exclaimed excitedly, "All right, let's put in the work. When we meet again, we're definitely going to make junior brother Fan Lingjie's jaw drop." They all laughed happily. Lingxiao Pavilion was fired up, and Koman Duong, hiding behind a tree, looked just as delighted. Chengxi turned and called out, "Koman Duong, junior brother Fan Lingjie's journey this time is extremely dangerous. You shouldn't follow him. Come back to Lingxiao Pavilion with us, and wait for his triumphant return." Koman Duong shyly ran away. Chengxi was stunned and shouted, "Hey, why are you running?" Rongling explained, "Koman Duong isn't bonded to a spirit pet master. If she's made her own choice, we shouldn't force her." Chengxi and Yue Tong bid farewell to Fan Lingjie and returned to Lingxiao Pavilion. Bai Danshu impatiently asked Fan Lingjie, "Are you finished preparing yet? Can we set off now?" He turned and replied, "Shouldn't I be the one asking you that?" Bai Liansu suddenly shouted, "Wait!" She then dragged Bai Shi over and said loudly, "Father, look at them. They won't agree to take me with them." She closed her eyes and said in a feisty tone, "You always teach us that we need to broaden our horizons, but they won't even take me along for something this small. How am I supposed to broaden my horizons like this?" Bai Shi was put in a tough spot and said, "Sure, look, if it's convenient, why don't you bring Susu along?" Fan Lingjie whispered into Bai Danshu's ear, "Our plan can't be exposed. What do we do?" Bai Danshu turned to answer Bai Shi, "Father, taking Susu to gain some experience is only natural, but unfortunately, my mount is too small. If the three of us ride it, it will be cramped and ruin the prestige of the Bai clan." Fan Lingjie quietly admired. "Ah, nice improvisation." Bai Shi's jaw dropped, and he shouted, "That's true. Look at my brain, how could I have overlooked that?" Then, while summoning his spirit pet, he said, "If we're going there to make a statement, we absolutely must have the right presence." Bai Shi pointed to the blue-winged tiger and said, "Little brother, take this blue-winged tiger of mine and go show them who's boss." Bai Liansu happily stepped forward, grabbed both men's arms, and said, "Let's go, let's go. Let's go bully those small sects." Fan Lingjie hissed, "What kind of lame excuse did you come up with?" Bai Danshu replied helplessly, "I didn't know he had that trick up his sleeve." An hour later, they arrived at a gloomy forest. Bai Liansu asked a bit fearfully, "Why are we stopping? Where is this?" She looked around and sighed, "It's all dead trees. It's so creepy. Let's get out of here quickly." Bai Danshu lowered his head and replied, "I'm sorry, Susu. I lied to you." Bai Danshu explained, "Fan Lingjie and I have a very dangerous matter to handle. We can't let you get dragged into this. Now, take the tiger and head home." To their surprise, Bai Liansu seemed amused. She turned back, laughing. "Ha, are you two colluding to lie to my father? So, what kind of fun are you two actually up to? Tell me. I promise I won't tell Dad." Bai Danshu closed his eyes and replied reluctantly, "You don't need to know. There's no benefit in it for you." Fan Lingjie added, "Miss Bai, what we have to do next is extremely dangerous. You really should go home." Bai Liansu shouted in anger. "Ugh, so annoying. You won't take me along, just like always. You think I'm a burden, right? Fine," she threatened. "Then I'll go straight back and tell my father. You guys ran away from home." Bai Danshu sighed and turned to Fan Lingjie. "Forget it. Let's just take her along. Maybe she'll actually be of some help." Fan Lingjie asked, "Are you serious?" Bai Liansu jumped with joy and exclaimed, "Ha, awesome. This is my first adventure. Don't worry, I won't hold you guys back." Bai Danshu folded his arms and asked Fan Lingjie sternly about the inside man. "Where is he?" He replied, "As agreed, we'll set off the signal here, and he'll be here soon." Having said that, about a week after they sent out the signal, Fan Lingjie greeted Douanier as he approached. "Douanier, you're here?" Douanier asked with surprise. "You're with the Bai family's young master? Why did you bring outsiders along?" "Where's Rongling? Didn't she come?" Fan Lingjie explained. "Ever since the Lingjie Pavilion leveled up, there's been so much to handle, so clan leader Rongling could only send me to assist with the investigation. The young master of the Bai family is incredibly powerful, and he's deeply concerned about the late clan leader Fan's death. If we bring him along, our chances of winning are much higher. We can trust him. Bai Liansu chimed in. Hello there, I'm Bai Liansu. Please, I look forward to working with you. Duan Ye turned away and said with a serious tone, I don't even trust you. So how can I trust the people you've brought? Whatever, just follow me. Bai Liansu whispered to Fan Lingjie. Man, this guy is cold. Fan Lingjie replied, that's just how he is. After a while, Duan Ye stopped and said, all right, we're here. Bai Liansu asked fearfully, wait, where? Where are we? Duan Ye answered, this is a spirit pet graveyard. Bai Liansu's eyes widened, her mouth agape as she trembled. That's terrifying. Why did you bring us here? Duan Ye handed her a shovel and said, take this. She asked again, her voice shaking. What is this for? Duan Ye replied, start digging. Bai Liansu blurted out, what? Duan Ye bent down, picked up a bone, and explained, if we want to infiltrate the Ghost Slaughter sect and dig deeper into their secrets, the best way is to join them directly. To join the sect, you must first bring a deceased spirit pet. Duan Ye held up a skull and added, so, go choose your tribute to prove your loyalty. Note, a tribute is an ancient term symbolizing loyalty, referring to an act performed by a candidate before joining an organization to prove their dedication. Duan Ye pointed to the skull and reminded them, getting into the sect is hard nowadays. It's best to dig up a spirit pet at the Zhuling general grade. That way your chances will be higher. Also, try to make the time of death look realistic. Skeletons like this are way too old. Bai Liansu screamed in terror. What are you people trying to do? This graveyard thing is way too creepy. Someone explain this to me, please. Fan Lingjie explained they were investigating the cause of the late clan leader Fan's death. He added, the late clan leader Fan died from a spirit pet corpse transformation, and the Ghost Slaughter sect just happens to use that same technique. If our entry is approved, the sect master of the Ghost Slaughter sect will use their technique to resurrect the dead spirit pet. So you need to bring a dead pet for the sect master to operate on, and then we'll expose his methods. Bai Liansu gasped. Oh, so that's the deal. Bai Danshu frowned and said, that's why I told you it was dangerous. You really should go home. Bai Liansu hoisted the shovel high and declared, no way. Being a spy is totally my thing. As long as there's no actual fighting, it's right up my alley. I'll be fine. Come on, let's start digging. She shook her head frantically and sighed. Though, a body this big is pretty scary. Can't we find a smaller one? Her eyes landed on a nearby mound, and she beamed with excitement. That one looks pretty good. She walked over and pulled out a giant deer head. Bai Liansu grabbed a mouse instead, trembling. I think I'll stick with this one, Fan Lingjie added from behind. I'm ready too. Duan Ye held a bag and said, Fan Lingjie, everyone saw your face during the assessment. Bai Danshu's appearance and the Bai family's attire are also well known. If you want to sneak into the Ghost Slaughter sect, you'll have to disguise yourselves first. Duan Ye handed them the bag. I've prepared all the outfits. Go try them on. After changing, Bai Liansu tied up her hair and remarked, fits like a glove. Bai Danshu asked in confusion, why are these women's clothes? Fan Lingjie was also shocked. Duan Ye, did you grab the wrong bag? These are all women's clothes. Are these meant for Rongling and Yue Tong? Duan Ye replied with a straight face. I didn't grab the wrong bag. Everyone has to disguise themselves as women. Bai Danshu and Fan Lingjie groaned in unison. I'm not wearing this. This is ridiculous. Duan Ye explained. The sect master recently announced that they are only recruiting female members, claiming they need to balance the gender ratio in the sect. In short, only women can enter the sect and receive help. If you don't dress as women, you probably won't even be allowed past the gate. Bai Danshu looked helpless. Fan Lingjie asked, isn't there any other way? Duan Ye replied, it's just to get you into the sect so we can force the sect master to reveal his methods. It'll only take a moment. It's not like you have to live like this forever. If you can't even do this small thing, then how do you expect to investigate the late clan leader Fan's death? The difficulties ahead will be 10,000 times worse. Duan Ye turned to leave and called back, think it over, I'm heading out. When you follow, act like poor, desperate souls begging for help. And definitely don't act like you know me. Bai Liansu urged them excitedly. Think of the big picture. Hurry up and put them on. Fan Lingjie and Bai Danshu stood there, speechless and incredibly embarrassed. They were now nearing the Ghost Slaughter sect. Bai Liansu turned back, giggling as she urged them on. We're almost there, hurry up you two, Fan Lingjie said sheepishly. Does my voice sound like a woman's? Bai Danshu replied. Make it higher pitched. How about now? Fan Lingjie groaned. That's disgusting. Fan Lingjie said worriedly. This isn't good. We're going to get caught. Bai Danshu whispered. Susu, do most of the talking later? We'll try. To Bai Liansu laughed triumphantly. Ha! See? I told you I was important. Duan Ye stood in front of the ghost slaughter sect and asked loudly, Who goes there? Fan Lingjie whispered in a panic. Whatever you do, don't let it slip that we know Duan Ye. Bai Liansu retorted. Shut up, I'm not stupid. She immediately got into character, acting pitifully as she spoke to the ghost slaughter sect members. We are 3 sisters who have lost everything. Please, good sir, save our spirit pet. A bald guard grumbled. Another group here, begging for help. Duan Ye walked inside and replied, All right, let me go report this. The gates flew open, and a man was kicked out along with his spirit pet. The ghost slaughter sect master stepped out and roared, You poor pathetic brat, a trash-tier spirit pet? Do you think the ghost slaughter sect is a charity or something? Even failing the entry-level assessment? I've been way too lenient, allowing a bunch of losers like you in. From now on, trash like this is not allowed in here. The man left, clutching his spirit beast, tears streaming down his face. Duan Ye stepped forward to report, Sect Master, 3 more people are here, seeking admission. He waved his hand dismissively. Not interested. Not interested. I'm not in the mood today, Duan Ye quickly added. The ones asking for help are 3 sisters. The ghost slaughter sect master's eyes lit up instantly. He turned back and exclaimed, Oh, our sect is currently lacking female members. Bring them in, quickly. Fan Lingjie, Bai Danshu, and Bai Liansu walked in and knelt down respectfully to pay their respects. Bai Liansu teared up and pleaded, It's like this. Please, sect master, help us 3 poor sisters. He sat with his legs crossed, waving his hand. Fine, fine. Every day, people come here with all sorts of sob stories. Whether you can join the sect and enjoy my favor depends on whether you have any value. Hurry up and take out your spirit beasts for me to see. Fan Lingjie opened her bag and said, Sir, this is my spirit beast, the 9-tailed fox general. The ghost slaughter sect master pointed downward and hissed, Relax, relax. As she looked up, Fan Lingjie let out a miserable scream. Its combat power was extremely high. If you can save it, I, Jono, will die for this sect. He looked bored, pointed at Bai Danshu, and replied, all right, your turn. Bai Danshu replied gently, My spirit beast is the general-ranked bamboo spirit centipede. The ghost slaughter sect master thought to himself, She's actually quite pretty. Then he glanced at her chest and thought, just a bit flat. It was Bai Liansu's turn. She was drenched in sweat, trembling. Mine is, well, basically, it's incredibly ferocious. Even cats are terrified when they see it. She thought fearfully, It's over. It's over. There's definitely no hope now. If I had known, I would have used that giraffe. The ghost slaughter sect master stared intensely at her chest, then held up one finger and replied, Due to my limited magic power, I can only revive one. After careful observation and analysis of your spirit beasts, I have my answer. With that, he ordered them out, and the door slowly opened. Duan Ye wondered in confusion. It ended that quickly? Was it a success? Seeing Fan Lingjie and Bai Danshu walk out, Duan Ye asked in bewilderment, Why is it just you 2? Fan Lingjie's jaw dropped as she turned to ask Bai Danshu, What's going on? That mouse is a soldier-rank kitten, right? Did I see it wrong? Bai Danshu replied, No, you didn't see it wrong. She just picked up that dead mouse randomly, yet it beat out both of our spirit beasts. Does this sect master have some kind of scheme? Plus, this means we wasted all that effort dressing up as women. Then Bai Danshu turned away and said, Forget it. At least Susu was chosen, so we can only pin our hopes on her. Fan Lingjie asked anxiously, But will she be okay? Plus, she has no combat power. Is she in any danger? Bai Danshu smirked and replied, Don't let Susu's usual airheadedness fool you. When it comes to real business, she's quite smart. We have a distress signal between us, so you don't need to worry about her safety. Right now, we just have to stay quiet and observe the situation. Inside the room, Bai Liansu mused, Wow, he actually chose me. Now those 2 idiots can't say anything, right? Then, she asked in a pitiful voice, I didn't expect to be so lucky. It's a pity for my 2 sisters. Why did you choose me, sir? The ghost slaughter sect master blurted out. Mainly because you're well endowed. Then he coughed. How pitiful. Bai Liansu held up the mouse and asked, Then I hope you can revive my little mouse soon. His eyes sparkled as he replied, Don't be so hasty. There is still one final test. And that is your loyalty. After I help you revive your spirit beast, are you determined to be loyal to the ghost slaughter sect until death? Bai Liansu knelt down, clasped her hands, and replied clearly, "Of course, you saved my little mouse. You are my great benefactor. I will definitely be loyal to the Ghost Slaughter sect." Hearing this, he leaned in with interest and said, "Excellent. Then being loyal to the sect is the same as being loyal to me." Bai Liansu replied, "Ah, that goes without saying." He stared at her intensely and growled, "From now on, you will also submit to me, follow my every command, and dedicate your whole life to me. You have no objections, do you?" Bai Liansu thought in confusion. Why does what he's saying feel wrong? Then she asked perplexedly, "What do you mean, sir?" The Ghost Slaughter sect master suddenly stood up and replied, "I can save your spirit beast, but you must also show me your sincerity. That condition is." He stepped closer, getting right in Bai Liansu's face, pointing at her chest, and continued with a sinister tone, "To become my lady." After stating his demand, he exhaled slightly, his finger still pointing at Bai Liansu's chest. Her face went pale as she thought, "So this guy is plotting something vile against me, the pervert. I'll call my brother to beat you to death." But she was afraid, thinking of being scolded by them. I already said I shouldn't have brought her along. Thinking of her brother saying that, she realized, wait, if I'm exposed now, the investigation mission might fail because of me. She thought about Fan Lingjie scolding her. "Susu, you ruined our whole plan." She lowered her head and thought, "No, if I do that, they'll definitely look down on me. Besides, they won't take me on adventures anymore. This time, I have to solve this myself. So, I'll go along with him for now, and gather complete intelligence. I'll sacrifice a little bit. Susu, you can do this." Then she looked up, smiled awkwardly, and replied, "That, I can think about it, but can you save my little mouse first?" The Ghost Slaughter sect master turned his head to the side, glanced at her, and replied, "If we are going to be family, then that's no problem. Please, follow me to the inner chambers." Bai Liansu gasped in panic. "The inner chambers?" He turned and walked away, explaining, "The secret to reviving a spirit beast must be performed discreetly. I'll show you something magical in the inner chambers. Let's go." Bai Liansu worriedly thought, "I'm done for. If I enter the inner chambers and he tries something, my distress signal won't reach my brother. Then I'll be a lamb to the slaughter, but if I refuse him now, I'll never be able to investigate the secret of the spirit beast revival." Bai Liansu's eyes went wide as she thought of the book, Peak Empress. She remembered the content in chapter 42, where she collapsed on her mother's lap, sobbing uncontrollably. Mother didn't say a word, just gently patted her back. She sobbed, "Why do I always do whatever he says, yet I still can't win his favor?" Sob, sob. She was obsessed with that last sentence. Suddenly, the female lead's words echoed in her mind. "Being overly submissive only makes him take you for granted. Knowing how to say no, playing hard to get, and taking control, that's the real charm." She then spoke up, "I'm not going." The Ghost Slaughter sect master turned around, bewildered, and asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" Bai Liansu lowered her head, explaining in a shy voice, "It is improper for men and women to have physical contact, sir. You shouldn't be taking me into the inner sanctum. Forgive me, but this humble one cannot obey." He replied angrily, "Cough, what kind of person do you take me for? I already told you. Only inside the inner sanctum is there a way to resurrect your spirit beast. If you want to save your little mouse, you must be obedient and follow my instructions." Bai Liansu stood up gently, and he called out after her, "Hey, where are you going?" Bai Liansu turned back and called out, "Farewell, sir." The Ghost Slaughter sect master said furiously, "Hey, I'm warning you, if you offend me, don't even dream of saving it later." Bai Liansu replied nonchalantly, "This humble one has always held you in high regard. I viewed you as someone I could rely on. Serving you was my own willing choice, but you treated it like a transaction. By insulting me like this, my heart is just like that dead mouse. Whether it gets saved or not, doesn't matter anymore. Take care of yourself, sir." The Ghost Slaughter sect master stared at her, dumbfounded. He then stammered, You, this is." Bai Liansu thought to herself, "Even though I ruthlessly rejected his demands, I still left him with a glimmer of hope. I guess this is what it means to control the situation." She figured that if things went as planned, she would start a 3-second countdown. Sure enough, he took the bait and reached out, shouting, "Young lady, wait." Outside, Bai Danshu asked anxiously, "Bai Liansu, why is there no movement? Should we cause a scene and sneak in to see what's happening?" Fan Lingjie replied, "You were the one saying everything was fine earlier. Why are you worried now? Don't you two have a signal for help?" Douanier kept a straight face, glancing over to reassure them. "Don't worry, I'll find a chance to get in there and check it out. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, "Junior brother Duan Ye." A man walked over and asked, "Has your mood improved lately?" Duan Ye greeted him. "Brother Li, are you out taking the great sect for a walk again?" Bai Danshu asked curiously. "Is that a zombified spirit beast?" Fan Lingjie replied, "That's right." Bai Danshu exclaimed, "It really is a new type of spirit beast. I've never heard of such a thing." She asked curiously, "Since it's already dead, why does it still have to eat bamboo leaves?" Fan Lingjie turned and scolded in a low voice, "Watch yourself." The man scratched his head, confused, and replied, "Ha ha, that's a great question, young lady. The great sect doesn't actually need to eat or drink. This is just a habit of mine." He continued, "Since we were young, the great sect has always been by my side. Even after it was resurrected and stopped communicating with me, I still maintain the habits we shared." The man lowered his head, continuing in a melancholy tone, "Doing this makes me feel like it never really left me. It's a form of comfort, I suppose." He then clasped his hands and asked politely, "I'm terribly sorry. We've talked so much, and I still don't know who you two young ladies are." They replied, "We are two sisters here to ask the sect master to resurrect our spirit beast." The man marveled and asked, "Oh, has the sect master agreed?" Bai Danshu replied, "No, we couldn't get past Shen Yue." The man said regretfully, "Cough. It's possible that since so many people are coming here lately, Shen Yue has become stricter. You two shouldn't be too heartbroken." Fan Lingjie asked with a pained expression, "What exactly must be done to resurrect a spirit beast?" Bai Danshu also asked pitifully, "Big brother, can you help us resurrect our spirit beast?" The man answered sadly, "I can't. Resurrecting a spirit beast seems to require a secret recipe crafted by the sect master himself. He guards it very closely. Even the disciples of our own sect have never seen this secret. He won't reveal it to anyone." Bai Liansu suddenly screamed, "Stupid brother!" Bai Danshu turned back, panicked. "Oh no, that's Bai Liansu's distress signal." Fan Lingjie asked, confused, "That's your signal for help?" Bai Liansu burst out of the door, running toward Bai Danshu, and said, "Brother, I've found out the secret to resurrecting spirit beasts." She held up a purple pill and said, "Look, it's this pill in my hand. You just need to feed it to a dead spirit beast or place it in its stomach, and the spirit beast will be resurrected immediately." Fan Lingjie was stunned. He remembered back to the assessment trial, when he had Xiao Nian swallow the giant worm, and the corpse system refined 2 spirit cores. One was the water spirit core that helped Xiao Nian reach max level, and the other, note, refers to the giant worm and the giant clan. Looking at the pill in Bai Liansu's hand, he marveled, "It's identical to the one I have." He fell into deep thought. Isn't this pill a spirit core? Could it be that someone else knows how to refine them? If a spirit beast eats this kind of spirit core, will it become a zombie? He stroked his chin, frowning. So, zombification is just a spirit beast gaining a sub-attribute from the corpse system, but this is completely different from the rules of using spirit cores that I know. But that giant worm was definitely refined by Xiao Nian's space. If it's not a spirit core, what is it? He pulled at his hair, exclaiming, "Ugh, it's so confusing. My head is about to explode." Bai Danshu asked worriedly. "Bai Liansu, are you okay?" She asked joyfully. "Brother, you have nothing more to say about how I performed this time, right?" The ghost slaughter sect master pulled Little White out in pain and shouted, "Damn it, you vile little wench, don't you run." Bai Liansu turned back and yelled indignantly, "Brother, this sect master is incredibly wicked. He wanted to use underhanded rules against me, in exchange for resurrecting the spirit beast." Bai Danshu asked furiously, "What did he do to you?" Bai Liansu replied proudly, "Of course nothing happened. I've got him completely under my control." The ghost slaughter sect master exclaimed in confusion, "What is this? This voice, are you a man?" Fan Lingjie smirked and replied, "That's right, 100% a man." His voice dropped even lower. Bai Danshu exclaimed, "How dare he bully Bai Liansu? I will absolutely show no mercy." He pointed at them angrily and roared, "Bastards! You dare to fool me? Everyone, charge, kill those 3. Before they could even move, they were beaten down, falling with a thud. Fan Lingjie summoned the vine demon to attack them and whispered, "Pardon the intrusion." Teng Wanyao suddenly froze, a look of worry clearly etched on her face. She shook her head frantically when Fan Lingjie asked, "What are you staring at me for?" The man then stepped forward and gave orders to his zombie spirit beast. "Sect leader, get ready for battle." Suddenly, a hand patted his shoulder. Duanye stepped forward and said, "Don't waste your energy. Those 2, one is the champion of the assessment exam, and the other is the young master of the Bai Manor. If you mess with them, you're just digging your own grave." Duan Ye closed his eyes and said with a weary tone, "The sect leader isn't a good person anyway. He's not worth risking your life for. Take the sect and get out of here. The ghost-killing sect is finished." The man was bewildered, turned his head, and asked, "Junior brother Duan Ye, why are you?" Duan Ye replied, "I'm sorry, I'm a spy." The ghost-killing sect soldiers, caught between intense fighting, shouted, "I'll risk my life to kill you." Teng Wanyao gritted her teeth, snarled, and unleashed her tentacles. The ghost-killing sect soldiers leaned back to dodge the attack. The tentacles smashed a zombie spirit beast flat against the wall, while another soldier commanded his own beast to attack. The teddy dog lunged forward, barking loudly. It jumped directly onto the zombie spirit beast, stomped hard on it, and shattered the creature into 1,000 pieces. Fan Lingjie shouted a reminder, "Take it easy with the attacks." The teddy dog looked up at him with wide, innocent eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. The sect leader of the ghost-killing sect stood stunned, watching the chaos unfolding before him. He thought to himself, "Damn it, 4 of my main combat forces from the assessment exam have already suffered heavy losses, and I don't have any combat strength myself. Could it be that I have to use that?" Bai Danshu walked toward him, and their eyes locked. Bai Danshu crossed his arms and said with a mocking tone, "Is the ghost-killing sect really this weak? Looks like I don't even need to lift a finger anymore." "Fan Lingjie, tie him up. We'll interrogate him later." Bai Liansu clenched her fists and shouted, "You little pervert. Teach this little pervert a real lesson for me." Fan Lingjie snapped his fingers, and Teng Wanyao's tentacles lashed out. The ghost-killing sect leader broke into a cold sweat, terrified. He turned around and ran for his life as fast as his legs could carry him. Bai Liansu called out after him, snorting, "Thinking of running? Where do you think you're going?" The ghost-killing sect leader ran to a well and tried with all his might to push the cover off. He peered into the mouth of the well, panting heavily, then pulled out a medicinal pill and said, "You forced my hand." With that, he decisively threw the pill down the well. Bai Liansu exclaimed in shock. Why did he throw the pill down the well? Is he planning to poison the water? The ground suddenly shook violently. Cracks began to appear, and the earth started to rise. Even the walls of the building did the same. Bai Danshu hurriedly pulled his younger sister to the side and said, "Su, watch out." The ghost-killing sect leader said, with a twisted look of excitement, "Jade stone, burn bright." The ghost-killing sect's residence collapsed. A massive elephant with razor-sharp tusks emerged, rising from deep beneath the ground. Bai Liansu's jaw dropped as she exclaimed, "Whoa, that's a huge elephant." Bai Danshu asked in surprise, "Is that also a zombified spirit beast?" The ghost-killing sect leader sneered and said in a provocative tone, "Humph. Last year when I was choosing a territory to establish the ghost-killing sect, I planned for a day like this. I just didn't think I'd have to use it so soon," he explained. The entire sect was built on the remains of a primordial, giant elephant. "There's an empty well that leads directly to its abdomen," he continued. "At the critical moment, I can abandon the entire sect, throw the magic medicine into the well, and summon an ancient, powerful beast." The elephant's eyes turned blood red. The ghost-killing sect leader added, "This big guy has at least the strength of a lord-class beast. Even if I can't control it, it can easily stop you guys, giving me enough time to escape." He laughed triumphantly and said, "You bunch of idiots, good luck to yourselves. I'm out of here." Ming Xiaowang flashed across the zombie spirit beast, freezing it in place. Bai Danshu kept a straight face and asked, "Like this?" The ghost-killing sect leader looked up in confusion. He gritted his teeth in frustration, then hung his head, shivering as he whimpered, "Don't do that. Sob. Sob. It's too cold." Duan Ye remarked that Bai Danshu certainly had his ways. The ghost-killing sect leader gasped and shouted, "Duan Ye, save me." Duan Ye lunged forward and landed a solid punch squarely on his face. He fell backward onto the ground. Duan Ye walked over, grabbed him by the collar, and questioned, "You're the one who killed sect leader Fan, aren't you?" Everyone stood around, glaring at him. The ghost-killing sect leader, his face bruised and swollen, replied with a trembling voice, "Big brothers, big sisters, I really don't know what you're talking about. I didn't even concoct this magic medicine myself." He began to recall and said, "About half a year ago, I slipped and fell off a cliff, accidentally landing in a mysterious village. The villagers took me in to recover. I soon realized that the village wasn't ordinary at all. I witnessed with my own eyes the village chief using this magic medicine to resurrect dead spirit beasts. It was truly an unprecedented miracle. If he could take advantage of this medicine, he would gain both fame and fortune. Lured by greed, I made a plan." He continued, "I stole a box of the magic medicine from the chief's house, snuck out in the middle of the night, came here, and used the medicine to recruit soldiers and establish the ghost-killing sect. Fan Lingjie turned and asked, "Do you believe him?" Bai Danshu shook his head. Bai Liansu lamented that the story had too many holes in it. The ghost-killing sect leader took out a handful of the magic medicine and cried out in pain. "Big brother, big sister, I wouldn't dare lie to you. I only stole 72 pills in total back then. There are only 5 left, and they're all right here. Please, spare me. All of this medicine is yours," Douanier asked solemnly. "What happens if you feed this magic medicine to a spirit beast that is still alive?" He replied weakly, "The medicine is so precious, I've never tried it. I only ever saw the village chief feed it to dead spirit beasts. It probably won't have any effect on a living one." Douanier stroked his chin, lost in thought. If what he said was true, and he only got the medicine half a year ago, then sect leader Fan's death couldn't have anything to do with him. So, if they want to continue the investigation, they'll have to take a trip to that village. Bai Danshu turned and asked, "Fan Lingjie, what do you think?" Bai Danshu called out when he noticed Fan Lingjie wasn't responding. The strange persona within Fan Lingjie appeared again. He sighed and said, "I'm so hungry." Oh no, he's doing it again. Why now? Seeing that Fan Lingjie still wasn't answering, Bai Liansu started to urge him. "You little pervert, why aren't you saying anything? We're waiting for you to decide on the next step of the plan." The strange entity inside Fan Lingjie appeared again, sighing, "I'm so hungry. I'm a goner. Why is this thing showing up again?" Seeing that Fan Lingjie wasn't answering, Bai Liansu began to press him. "Hey, you little pervert. Why are you just standing there? We're waiting for you to decide on the next step of the plan." Bai Danshu thought otherwise. He said, "Don't rush him. He's probably just worried about Master Fan's situation." Suddenly, a ghostly voice spoke up from within. "I'm starving to death. Do you have any food?" It had mistaken Bai Danshu for a girl. A fresh young woman. Perfect. So, Fan Lingjie, losing control of his body, lunged toward Bai Danshu. "Let me have a fresh little snack." He lunged, trying to drain the spiritual energy from the young Master Bai, but as soon as he started, the red demon signaled him to leave him alone. Fan Lingjie gasped for air, suddenly clutched his throat, and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Bai Danshu and Bai Liansu looked on, completely confused, their eyes full of curiosity as they asked, "What the hell are you doing? Is this some kind of performance art?" Fan Lingjie frowned. "Damn it, it took control of me again. And the red demon is pissed. Why did it have to be a guy?" The situation was awkward, so Fan Lingjie had to make an excuse to leave. "Sorry, my stomach started acting up. Let me go handle that for a minute," he said, before finding a secluded spot. Once he was sure no one was around, he started talking to the red demon. "Stop controlling me. I want to negotiate." The red demon scoffed. "Negotiate with me? Who do you think you are?" He then summoned a ring, tightened it around Fan Lingjie's neck, and commanded, "Go find me some food, now." Fan Lingjie trembled in pain, thinking, "This is awful. This guy could kill me without a second thought. Is this really how I'm going to die?" He realized he had to play along and try a different approach. He spoke up. "Look, don't be so rash. Just let go, and let me explain first." The guy loosened his grip slightly. Fan Lingjie continued. "Last time, after you almost killed me, my brain got a bit messed up. I've forgotten a lot of our previous conversations, so do me a favor and catch me up." The red demon sounded annoyed. "What kind of scheme is this? Still playing dumb, are you? I have nothing to say to you. Just follow my orders and go find me some food." When you say food, you mean women, right? Young girls? Hearing this, he probed further. "Is your food just simple absorption of their spiritual energy? Is there anything else involved?" The demon laughed. "What else would there be? Their abundant spiritual energy is my only meal." Fan Lingjie wondered. "Is that it? You just stand close and absorb it? Are there any side effects for them?" Seeing that the guy kept asking questions instead of doing the job, the red demon snapped. "Damn it! You won't stop asking questions. It's driving me crazy. I told you before. I was trying to give you some face. But now you're pushing your luck? Don't make me kill you myself." Fan Lingjie quickly tried to calm him down. All right. I'll get you your food just like we agreed, but you have to understand my position too." He gestured to the girl with the ponytail. "I already drained her once. I can't go after her again. It took way too much effort to make peace with her. If I try anything else, her big brother will definitely kill me, and then you won't have any food left." The red demon groaned. "Is your brain fried, or are you just playing with me? I just fed on that girl. Obviously, she doesn't have any energy left." Fan Lingjie sighed in relief. "That's good to hear. Wait, does this mean I have to keep hunting for different girls for you to drain? By the way, how often do you need to eat? I'm not answering your stupid questions again. You've got half a day." If you don't find food by then, I'll kill you and do it myself. Fan Lingjie had no choice but to agree. Fine, I'll go right now. But once I find the food, how do I wake you up? The demon replied, just say, Master, please enjoy your meal. Just like before, he added a chilling remark that sent shivers down Fan Lingjie's spine. All this useless chatter is only making me hungrier. Don't bother me again until you've found the food. Silence returned. Fan Lingjie clutched his head, thinking, the priority now is to find a girl for him to drain. This is such a messed up situation. Fan Lingjie, man, what on earth did you go through before all this? Forget it. I'll leave first and figure it out later. Seeing him return, Bai Liansu asked, took you long enough? Did you fall into a pit or something? Seeing both of them changing clothes, Fan Lingjie asked, wait, you guys changed? Do we not need to disguise ourselves in the village we're going to? Bai Liansu smirked. I heard, once you get a taste of women's clothing, you get hooked. Seems like you've decided you don't want to take it off anymore. Bai Danshu pointed at the man behind and said, it's because he said we don't need a disguise for that village. The sect master of the Ghost Slayer sect replied, that's right. The village is very open. Anyone can come to ask for help at any time. Fan Lingjie found it strange. They don't turn anyone away? Doesn't that mean there'd be way too many people showing up for help? The sect master added, the spiritual resurrection pet ritual seems to come with a very harsh requirement. Most people who come asking for help end up backing out because of it. Wonder what that could be, Bai Liansu said, looking confused. Another requirement? Please tell me it's not another brothel. Just then, Douanier appeared and said, we'll know as soon as we arrive. Fan Lingjie, go change your clothes already. Stop wasting time. Looking at Douanier's outfit, Fan Lingjie was shocked. Douanier, you still kept your uniform from the Lingjie pavilion? Douanier made up an excuse. Ahem, the Slayer sect is gone. Obviously I had to change into something else to investigate the cause of Master Fan's death. There's nothing wrong with wearing this, right? He pointed to his shoulder and continued. Only Master Fan, Rong Ling, and I have these shoulder pads. Jealous, little brother? Fan Lingjie stared blankly for a few seconds. Douanier asked, what's with that look? He laughed. Finally, you're smiling. Douanier went back to his cold self. I was just laughing at you, you idiot. Go change your clothes. Hurry up. Bai Danshu also urged him. Can you hurry up? So slow. Investigating the master's death is a huge deal. Can you take it seriously for once? Fan Lingjie sighed and went to change. All right, I'm going. These two are so impatient. I haven't even said anything yet. Where do people like you come from? 2 hours later, they were near the village. The sect master pointed the way. Look everyone, there it is. The place with the smoke rising is the village. Follow this road for about half a mile and you'll see the village gate. You see, I actually stole some spiritual medicine from that village once. If the villagers see us, it might jeopardize your mission. I'll stay back here for now. The young Master Bai replied, fine, stay here and wait for us. If you can prove you aren't lying, I'll let you go. Then, Bai Danshu gave the flying tiger a stern warning. Old Bai, if he tries to run, bite him immediately. Let's go, time to enter the village. Old Bai bared his fangs, scaring the sect leader so badly he shrieked. I'm not running. On the way, Bai Liansu asked. A village with this kind of spiritual power. Are we really allowed to just walk in like this? What if there are traps? Look, we just need to act like people trying to save our spiritual beasts. We'll improvise the rest. After walking a bit, they saw a bridge. Fan Lingjie said, look, everyone, once we cross this bridge, we'll reach the village gate. On the other side, Tui Ya was standing there, looking at them with suspicion. This is Yuanxi village. May I ask what brings you all here? Fan Lingjie quickly cupped his hands and replied, Miss, we heard that your village can resurrect fallen spiritual beasts. We've traveled a long way, begging for your help. Tui Ya continued. Humans use spiritual beasts for power and profit. Death is just part of that life. Are you really so attached to them that you can't bear to let them go? Bai Liansu immediately got into character. That's right. My little mouse and I grew up together. I can't go on without it. Tuya glanced at her and asked, Then, are you willing to sacrifice your own life for its sake? Hearing this, Bai Liansu was completely blindsided, and everyone around them was stunned, speechless. Then, Tui Ya spoke up. All right, you don't need to answer that. Yuanxi village can resurrect any spiritual beast, but there is one condition. Fan Lingjie remembered. Was this the harsh requirement the sect leader mentioned? So he asked, And what would that condition be, miss? Tui Ya replied calmly. After the beast is resurrected, you will have 1 day to spend with it. After that, you must sever the contract and set it free. Douanier asked, "By free, do you mean releasing it back into the wild?" Tuiya shook her head. "No, the resurrected beast will have no consciousness. It no longer belongs to this world. We perform a ritual so it can rest in peace forever," she continued. "Trading all your worldly attachments for one final day together, that is our condition. Decide now. If you agree, I will lead you into the village. If you refuse, please turn back." Fan Lingjie thought to himself. Listening to her, it really is identical to the resurrection methods of the Ghost Slayer sect, just with a slightly more profound theory. The three men agreed. "For the sake of our fallen companions, we accept these terms. I agree to your conditions." They all agreed quickly, except for Bai Liansu, who couldn't bear it. She burst into tears. "But I can't accept this. My little mouse and I grew up together. I can't even stand it dying, let alone cutting my ties with it forever. Can't you resurrect it so it can keep living with me?" Tuiya looked helpless. "This is the only way we can resurrect them. If you can't accept it, there's nothing we can do." Bai Liansu rushed toward Tuiya. "Please, I beg you. Please resurrect it permanently. I'll do whatever you want." Bai Danshu quickly grabbed her hand to stop her. "Bai Liansu, don't be rude." Seeing how pathetic and miserable she looked, she sobbed, "I'm sorry. I just got too emotional. The death of my little friend has left me in total despair. I'm all over the place. But I understand the logic you're talking about. Even if it's just one more time, to see it again instead of being separated by death forever, and to fulfill its last wishes, I'm willing to do it. So, I'm very sorry, please. To resurrect my little mouse." Tuiya softened, seeming to understand Bai Liansu's pain. "There is nothing to apologize for. Loving your spiritual beast is only natural." She glanced at the men, who had guilty looks on their faces and quickly started fake crying to blend in. "Boo-hoo. My poor little friend. You died so tragically?" After a moment, Tuiya turned back and said, "All right, it's too late for the acting now. Why you're really here doesn't matter to me, as long as you agree to my terms. You don't need to worry about anything else. Follow me." Bai Liansu turned around and scolded the three guys. "You have zero acting skills. You made people suspicious in seconds. Having teammates like you is truly exhausting." Even Bai Danshu, as the leader, was scolded and had to agree. "Bai Liansu is right. We need to watch our act. Let's just follow her." Suddenly, Fan Lingjie looked at Tuiya's back, worried. "This is bad. A young, pure-hearted girl like her is exactly what the Red Demon needs. Once the Red Demon wakes up and targets her, our entire plan will fail. I have to find a way to chase that monster away somewhere else. Damn it. Please don't wake up ahead of schedule." They walked into the village together. Inside, the place was peaceful and poetic, with butterflies fluttering everywhere. The villagers were busy planting flowers and trees, and children were laughing. Even Bai Liansu had to exclaim, "Wow, this village is beautiful." A young boy ran over. "Sister Tuiya, are these people here for help, too? We've been getting so many visitors lately." She looked at the boy and answered, "Xiao Tan, more and more people are starting to accept our ideals. Isn't that a good thing?" Xiao Tan pouted, "But some of them don't have good intentions. That guy who was turned away before, didn't he say he'd come back for revenge?" Tuiya calmly explained, "Everyone has different ways of treating their spiritual beasts. We can't interfere with that. We only need to hold firm to our beliefs and follow our own rules. We shouldn't be affected by the outside world." Xiao Tan nodded quickly. "I understand, Sister Tuiya." With that, Tuiya led Fan Lingjie's group to a specific place. This was it. "This is the village chief's house. The village chief will use his magic to resurrect your spirit beasts. Outside the door, there are two men, one uncle sitting there chewing on a stalk of grass, and another with a bowl-cut hairstyle. Huiya introduces them, saying they are here for help, just like you. Right now, the chief is inside, resurrecting that guy's spirit beast. You guys are next in line." She then turns back to Fan Lingjie and the others. "As for your order, you guys decide that among yourselves. We'll let you know when it's your turn. Just make sure you don't disturb the village chief." "Thanks, Miss Tui." She turns to leave, but doesn't forget to remind them. "The village chief will handle the rest. I'm going back to guard the village gate." The bowl-cut uncle asks, "So, all four of you are here to resurrect your spirit beasts? Did they also demand that you can only live with your spirit beast for one day?" Fan Lingjie replies, "Yeah, it's the same for everyone." The uncle says sadly, "They clearly have the power to resurrect spirit beasts, yet they come up with such an unreasonable demand just to torment people. In my opinion, everyone in this village has a screw loose. They must be plotting something." Fan Lingjie asks, "Brother, if you disagree with the village's rules, why did they agree to let you resurrect your spirit beast?" The bowl-cut guy replies, Well, what other choice do I have? I'll just agree for now and figure out a plan later. You guys were forced into this too, right? I wonder, what if we all team up and rebel against them? He shares his thoughts. From what I've observed, the village's defenses are incredibly weak. They don't seem to have any combat power. Once our spirit beasts are resurrected, we'll just take them and run. Even people like Teetnee won't be able to stop us. Then he turns to the uncle with the grass stalk. Hey brother, you want in on this? But the man doesn't care and replies coldly, do whatever you want. I'm not interested. The bowl cut guy gets annoyed and raises his voice. Don't be so indifferent. This concerns everyone. Since you're here, you must care about your spirit beast. You don't want to spend only one single day with it, right? That's why we need to stand together against their ridiculous demands. The uncle looks up at the sky with a content expression. Just getting to be with it for one more day is enough for me. Why insist on resurrecting it permanently? The bowl cut guy gets even angrier. So that's how it is. You don't even see your spirit beast as family. Anyone who has spent years wholeheartedly with their spirit beast would never think like you. Whatever, suit yourself, the uncle says, completely unfazed. Fine, fine. Think whatever you want. Just as the two are arguing, Toto steps in to stop them. All right, you two, stop fighting. Suddenly, two strangers appear in the village. They attack Hui Ya and barge into the village. One is a junior disciple from the Kim Diu sect named Ngok An. The other is a third-tier thief from the Thuong Sum Association named Han Thua Si. They throw Hui Ya onto the ground and shout, "Get your village chief out here to resurrect my golden-winged bird." The villagers recognize the girl from last time. She even brought a sidekick this time. Hui Ya coughs a few times, trying to stand up. She looks at them and says, "Spirit beasts have their own destiny. That is something beyond our control. Allowing them to rest in peace is where we draw the line. Resurrection only serves to end the final attachments between humans and spirits. As for your request, we will never agree to it, even if it costs us our lives." Han Thuasi looks at Hui Ya and asks, "Do you have any idea how much energy and money we pour into raising a spirit beast? Just let it be free? How is that even possible?" Ngok An glares at her. "You brainless idiots and your naive beliefs? Money can't fix stupid. So you're just going to have to take a beating." With that, she slaps Hui Ya. Seeing them bully Hui Ya, the villagers are furious. "Hui Ya, you bastards, I'll fight you to the death." They summon countless spirit beasts, rabbits, fish, wolves, and wild boars. Han Thuasi summons a vine monster, a warrior-tier plant-based creature, a rank 1 wood-type vine spirit. He says confidently, "Come on then. Let's see what you've got to protect your ridiculous ideals." The vine monster unleashes Vine Dance, shooting out countless long vines. One strike sends the villagers' spirit beasts flying back. Ngok An laughs smugly. "With Master Han backing us, why would I be afraid of idiots like you?" Fan Lingjie and his group watch, surprised. Their spirit beasts hadn't been corrupted, and they even had mature stage spirits. Who would have thought the Duyen Sha village's combat power was this weak? What do we do? Should we help? Mo Ngok An looks at them and asks, "Whose side are you guys on? Want to fight us?" The bowl-cut uncle is terrified and quickly waves his hands. "No, no, no. We're just here for help. We aren't from this village. Don't drag us into your conflict with them. Guess you know your place," she sneers. She grabs Hui Ya by the hair and threatens, "Chief, if you don't come out right now, we won't hold back. Hiding in your house is useless." She screams, "Resurrect our fallen battle beasts and we'll spare your lives. Otherwise, I'm going to start killing." Toto worries and asks Bai Danshu, "What now? We should probably save her, right?" Just then, the door slowly opens. The Duyenza village chief, Ha Tut Do, speaks up. "Let her go. I am here." The village chief finally steps out. He demands that Ngok An let go of Hui Ya. She threatens him loudly. "Old man, you finally showed your face. You don't have the right to demand anything. Resurrect my golden-winged bird right now, or I'll slaughter this entire village." The village chief remains surprisingly calm. He says to the uncle with the grass stalk, "Mr. Liu, it is done. Your spirit beast has been resurrected. As agreed, you will have 12 hours to spend with it in the village." The uncle is overjoyed. "Really? That's great. Thank you, Elder Ha." The chief continues. "However, with such a disturbance in the village, I'm afraid it will ruin your mood. Would you mind dealing with them, Mr. Liu?" "Go on. Nothing beats an expert stepping up right after being resurrected. He gets to show off his spirit beast's power." Liu too looks at them, seemingly dangerous. Ngok An provokes him. "Hey uncle, you want a piece of this? Better think about the consequences first." Liu Tu thinks for a moment, then jumps down and spits out the piece of grass. Well, let's see what you've got. Oh boy, you guys are in for it now. Han Thuasi says arrogantly. Just another reckless brute who doesn't know his place. Just resurrected your spirit beast, and you're already trying to have it buried with you? If you want to test me, go ahead. My spirit beast won't be going easy on you. Lucy stared at his hands for a moment and whispered, I can finally feel you. Pink mist billowed out from the doorway, and within the dark room, a pair of glowing eyes flickered to life. The two men panicked. What is that? Lucy, however, was overjoyed to be reunited. It was his spirit beast. A massive figure stepped out. It was his old friend. As soon as Han Chengshi saw it, he recognized it as the Twilight Moonwolf, leaving Gok An completely stunned. What? What did you say? Then he stammered, Eat you. Are you the lone traveler, Lucy? Hearing that, someone answered, and Lucy calmly said, That would be me. Ngok An turned to ask who on earth he was. Is he really that tough? The guy, Han Thuasi, stuttered. He was talking about his wolf. His wolf is a legendary grade, max-level apocalypse wolf, a lord-class beast of the wolf tribe, with a sub-attribute in Spirit Link. Lucy. Lucy stroked his spirit pet and whispered, It's so good to see you again, old friend. Let's fight side by side one last time, shall we? The guy, Han Thuasi, was terrified. He hurriedly waved his hands. Wait, Master Lu. Please don't strike yet. Just listen to me. Lucy coldly ordered his spirit pet to unleash its unique lord-class skill, Wolf Soul, and replied, Talk while you fight. From the jaws of the apocalypse wolf, two spectral wolves lunged out. Ngok An screamed in terror. Ah, sect leader Han, hurry and protect me. He had no choice but to use his vine monster for defense to save his own skin. The two wolves targeted them both. With no protection, Ngok An was sent flying into the bushes by the wolf soul's attack. Suddenly, Fan Lingjie got an idea and quickly ran off. When Tutu asked, You little pervert, where are you going again? He replied, My stomach hurts again. Han Thuasi tried to use his vine monster's vines to block, but the vines were instantly shredded to pieces. The monster and its master, Han Thuasi, stood there, trembling in fear. Bok Dan Thu observed the situation and realized with sympathy that this guy's vine monster was only at the early stage of the Spirit Link realm. That's reckless, he muttered. Tu asked blankly, What is the Spirit Link stage? So, he explained it to her. Starting from the Spirit Link realm, a spirit pet's growth is no longer linear. The Spirit Link realm is split into two phases. Levels 1 through 5 are the early stage, and 6 through max level are the late stage. Furthermore, there's a breakthrough between these two phases. It's incredibly difficult. You could even suffer from key deviation and lose your mind. Many spirit pet masters get stuck in this middle phase. Tu interrupted. Doesn't that sound like you? If it weren't for sect leader Fan's help, you would have been crippled. Bok Dan Thu continued. Also, the Spirit Link realm creates a sympathetic bond with the spirit pet. The link in the early stage is passive. Only after successfully breaking through can you control the link freely. That's why the early stage is extremely dangerous. People usually go into seclusion to cultivate. Hearing this, Tu exclaimed in fear. Ah, that's so dangerous. You're making me afraid to cultivate. Her brother, clearly at his wit's end, said, You should focus on breaking through the spirit gathering realm first, before worrying about that. Back to the fight. Lucy said to Han Thuasi, Daring to bring an early-stage Spirit Link pet here to throw your weight around. You're a complete idiot. Unable to win, Han Thuasi tried to use words to stall. Lucy, think about it. Your apocalypse wolf is so powerful. Are you really willing to let it die like this? This village has the ability to resurrect spirit pets forever. You've been tricked by them. Lucy actually already knew this. Hearing that, Han Thuasi was baffled. Then what are you waiting for? With your strength, why submit to their manipulation? Lucy thoughtfully stroked his pet's head and said, This old friend has fought by my side for a lifetime. Even though it's dead, it died with honor. Why should it be controlled by me? His attempt to sway Lucy having failed, Han Thuasi had to swallow his pride. Fine, I can't beat you. I give up. He then summoned his vine monster, but the apocalypse wolf, already riled up, rushed forward and landed a heavy blow on the creature. Lucy gave a sinister smile. Don't rush, my old friend says it hasn't had enough fun yet. With the vine monster hit that hard, how could its master be fine? Han Thuasi spat out a mouthful of blood and screamed in pain. Stop! As for Ngok An, she had been knocked away and sat there sulking in pain. Damn that old Han. He only cares about himself. She looked up and panicked to see Fan Lingjie standing right in front of her. Who are you? What are you doing here? Fan Lingjie said with an awkward expression. I'm sorry, miss. I really have no choice. Don't worry, I'm not who you think I am. I'll just take a little sip. It won't hurt at all. Ngok-an was terrified. What are you saying? Get lost. He then raised his hands to the sky and shouted, Master, time to eat. His eyes instantly turned blood red. His face showed a ravenous, predatory hunger, as if he wanted to devour the woman whole. Ngok-an screamed, Ah, help me, but it was hopeless. Fan Lingjie pounced and pinned her to the ground. A moment later, Ngok-an opened her eyes and jumped up. What happened? Why am I here? What just happened? Why can't I remember anything? Meanwhile, Fan Lingjie was secretly observing her. He sighed in relief. The Crimson Demon has gone back to sleep after getting its fill. Damn it. Even though this solves the problem in my body for now, this despicable method is truly unbearable. Fan Lingjie, I finally understand your situation now. It seems your reputation as a flower-picking thief was mostly because you had no other choice. You devil inside my body. Just wait. I will find a way to get rid of you soon. A little later, a dazed Ngok-an returned to the scene of the fight. Sect leader Han. What on earth just happened? Before she could finish, the scene before her made her jump. It was Han Thua-si and his vine monster, both severely injured. Her memories from a moment ago had blown away with the wind. She asked, Sect leader Han, what happened to you? Seeing them so badly hurt, Lucy calmed his spirit pet and said, I still have to reminisce with my old friend. You lot should leave. Don't come here and bother me again. Hearing that, Han Thua-si immediately fled. Ngok-an was left bewildered. Sect leader Han, we can't just leave like this. What about my golden spirit core? But if they didn't leave, they'd surely lose their lives. Fan Lingjie returned and acted as if he were confused. Hey, why did they run away? Tu asked him. Where have you been for so long? You always disappear at the most important moments. Tutan hurried over to check on her. Tu-nya, sister, are you all right? Tu-nya was sore all over but still cared about the villagers. I'm fine. How is everyone? Is anyone hurt? The villagers hugged their spirit pets and replied, Everyone and their pets are okay. They needed the village chief's help with something, so they didn't dare to risk it. Then, village chief Ha bowed his head and said, Many thanks to you, Traveler Lu, for stepping in to protect our village. Lucy was modest. It was nothing, elder. Please, don't be so formal. He then asked the others, I won't keep you from reuniting with your spirit pet, Master Lu. May I ask who the next contestant is? Daobat Ook spoke up quickly, as if afraid someone would steal his spot. I am. The village chief looked at so many people and said in surprise, We really have a lot of guests today. Did you all come here hoping to resurrect your spirit beasts? Village Chief Ha asked politely. Fan Lingjie replied, Yes, Village Chief, that is correct. However, we have a question we would like to ask you. If a spirit beast had its contract dissolved before it died, can it still be resurrected in that state? Village Chief Ha replied gently, Whether or not there is a contract doesn't affect the resurrection of a spirit beast. However, after they are brought back, if there is no contract, they will no longer obey their master's commands. They will only exhibit their raw, primitive instincts. Whether you still wish to proceed with the resurrection is up to you. Fan Lingjie felt a sense of relief wash over him. That's perfect. That way, our cover won't be blown, he told the chief. We accept these terms. Village Chief Ha signaled that it was getting late. Please, everyone, hand over your spirit beasts. I will resurrect them all at once. 2 hours later, the door opened. Village Chief Ha said, Sorry to have kept you waiting. He pointed into the powerful, aura-filled room and added, Your spirit beasts have all been resurrected. A pug was the first to run out. The man with the bowl-cut hair cheered. Beady! He lunged forward, cuddling the dog while sobbing. Beady, I missed you so much. Two quickly turned around and signaled, Quick, act your parts. And so, the three men started wailing and ran over. Mo, Renwei, Hua. The beasts looked at the three men with strange expressions, then suddenly lunged at them and started beating them up. Once the resurrection process was over, Village Chief Ha told them, As I explained, spirit beasts without a contract will not recognize their masters after being resurrected. They will only act on instinct. Ferocious beasts might even attack their owners. My apologies, guests. Only Tutu was laughing her head off. Who told you guys to go digging up such ferocious spirit beasts? Now you're regretting it, aren't you? Little Shu, you're so good. From the moment I chose my spirit beast, everything has gone according to plan. I really am brilliant. Fan Lingjie replied with a stiff smile. It's fine. We still owe you our thanks, Senior, for giving us and our spirit beasts the chance to reunite. The chief continued. No need to thank me, guest. As agreed, you can spend another 12 hours with your spirit beasts. By this time tomorrow, I will perform the final rite for them. During this time, you may go anywhere in the village, but you must not leave the village grounds. We will prepare food and lodging for you. Please, make yourselves at home. At this moment, Fan Lingjie suggested, Senior, may I ask you a few questions? The two of them then headed inside to talk, while the other three remained outside, discussing things. Is resurrecting spirit beasts really this simple? They don't seem to care about any profit at all. Everything about their ideals and actions makes this place look like a village dedicated to good deeds. Don't forget the purpose of this trip. Fan Lingjie is talking to the chief, so let's split up and investigate, starting with the villagers. Bok Dan-thu thought to himself, a bit nervous. Actually, making small talk with strangers isn't exactly my specialty. Suddenly, two girls in the distance stared at him, then blushed and said shyly to Bok Dan-thu, Young master, your tapir is so cute. Could we pet it? The girl beside her pouted. Hey, don't be mean. It's obviously me who wants to touch it. Bok Dan-thu nodded in agreement. Oh, please, feel free. Just be careful. It doesn't really listen to me right now. The two girls delightedly petted the tapir and exclaimed, It's truly adorable. You must be heartbroken, young master. Please, keep your chin up. He gave a wry smile and replied, I'm fine. I've already come to terms with it. Deep down, Bok Dan-thu felt a bit conflicted. Okay, that went well. Now's my chance to ask them some important questions. He looked up at their foreheads and asked, by the way, what is that drawing on your foreheads? As soon as he asked, he regretted it. Ugh, why did I ask such a stupid question? The two sisters enthusiastically replied, You mean this? This is the symbol of our village. It's a type of grass with incredible vitality, symbolizing life and freedom. It's the very ideal of Sheiyuan village. Bok Dan-thu praised them. That's wonderful. The girl asked softly, Young master, do you also share our ideals? He replied, Of course. The life of a spirit beast is just as worthy of respect as our own. I came here to end the bonds between me and my spirit beast so it could finally find peace. The girl with the twin tails exclaimed excitedly, That's great. I knew there were others who wanted to spread these ideals. You should join our village. Bok Dan-thu was surprised. Oh? I can join your village too? What do I need to do to prepare? The girl quickly waved her hand. No. That requires the village chief's approval. If you are chosen, he will personally tell you what to do that day. On Duan Yep's side, he thought, children might be easier to get clues from. Let's give it a try. Seeing him approach, the boy asked, Big brother, is something wrong? No. I just wanted to come over and chat. Then, he asked the same silly question as Bok Dan-thu. Why is there no drawing on your forehead? After asking, he questioned himself. Why did I ask such a stupid question too? Why did I say too? The boy replied happily. Oh, after I grow up and finish the ceremony, then I'll get that symbol drawn on my forehead. Duan Yep wondered. A ceremony? What kind of ceremony? I don't know either. I just know that after finishing that ceremony, I'll become a true member of the village and can do my best to protect it. I really hope I can grow up soon. Duan Yep was skeptical. An initiation ceremony? This clue seems extremely important. I need to keep investigating. The boy suddenly noticed the cat in Duan Yep's arms and said, Big brother, your cat is so beautiful. He looked at it with sad eyes. Is that so? I once had one even more beautiful than this. Meanwhile, Tu hugged her mouse and observed her surroundings. Before her, Lucy and his Twilight Moon Wolf were spending their final moments together. This is our last moment together. Just lie here quietly with me for a little longer, okay? Tutu looked at the scenery and praised, This village is truly wonderful. Suddenly, Huiya spoke up, catching her off guard. What did you say? Tutu replied, Oh, Miss Tui, it's nothing. I was just talking to myself. Huiya reminded her that she could only reunite with her spirit beast for a short time, asking if she was really all right. Bai Liansu replied with a guilty conscience, I'm doing great. Ever since entering the village, I've truly been swayed by the ideals and atmosphere here. Please, don't take what I said before we entered the village to heart. Huiya then asked, So, are you now willing to sacrifice your life for your spirit beast? Bai Liansu answered with a serious tone. When I first heard you ask that, I was honestly quite startled. I'd never really thought about it before, but in this short time, I've had a few realizations of my own. Thinking back, to be honest, I've always lived under the loving protection of my family, never having stepped into the outside world. I never considered how important a spirit beast truly is to me. But after this journey, and seeing the bond between so many spirit masters and their beasts with my own eyes, I believe I'll change how I treat my own from now on. Although I still can't fully answer your question, I've begun to feel the weight of this choice. Hearing Bai Liansu's reply, Hui Nian beamed with a bright smile. That's wonderful to hear. Meanwhile, over with Fan Lingjie. The village chief asked, What is it you wish to ask, traveler? He hesitated for a moment, a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. The most important thing now was to find out if there was any connection between the demonic medicine and the creatures being turned into corpses. But I couldn't let it slip that I already knew about the medicine's existence, so I couldn't just come out and ask if it could reanimate living spirit beasts. I had to beat around the bush. He then began, I have a friend who asked me to inquire about something for him. His spirit beast was paralyzed in a fight and became like a plant. I wanted to ask if you, honorable elder, could save it? Village chief, he explained, My methods likely only work on spirits that have already passed. If it's still alive, I suggest he keep searching for other cures while there's still hope. If, heaven forbid, it one day passes away, then he can come to me for help. Fan Lingjie thought to himself, So, he hasn't even tried it yet? It seems I'll have to conduct this dangerous experiment myself. He immediately asked the chief, Then may I ask how you plan to perform the transcendence ceremony for my spirit beast tomorrow? However, the chief didn't answer directly, only offering him reassurance. Knowing in advance would only trouble your mind. Why not cherish the time you have left to keep your beast company? Rest assured, I will make sure it departs beautifully. You'll see for yourself tomorrow. Elsewhere, the guy with the inverted bowl head called out, Brother Lu. He handed some money to Master Lu and started crying. This is all the silver I have on me, it's all yours. This left Lucy completely confused. What are you talking about? It's about that argument earlier, Bullhead said. With your strength, no one could stop you if you wanted to leave this place. But, since you won't leave, I won't force you. But please, help me. BB is the most important thing in my life. I can't bear to watch it leave me again. I have to get it out of here. Bullhead pleaded with Lucy. I'm begging you, help me get out of here. Lucy remained as firm as ever and coldly refused. I can't help you with this. Bullhead assumed he thought it wasn't enough money and added, Don't be so quick to refuse. Once this is done, I'll give you as much money as you want, as long as you agree to help me. Lucy sighed and replied, This isn't about money. Since you came here asking for help, you should follow their rules. I won't stop you if you want to leave, but you'd better forget about asking me for help. Seeing that he wouldn't budge, the man let his anger get the best of him and shouted, You idiot! You're all just a bunch of cold-blooded fools. You've all been brainwashed by that village chief, and you'll regret it sooner or later. Lucy looked at him with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indifference. Switching to Bai Donshu, he was out for a stroll when Fan Lingjie stealthily called out, Bai Donshu, come over here and help me. Bai was quite surprised to see him. Fan Lingjie, what are you sneaking around for? Did you get any information from the chief? Fan Lingjie replied, I beat around the bush, asking him if a spirit beast would turn into a corpse after consuming the demonic medicine. It seems the chief hasn't tried it himself, so I decided to run the experiment myself. Bai Donshu asked curiously, What kind of experiment? Fan Lingjie pointed to the side and said, Look at this. Bai Donshu was shocked. Why on earth did you bury your vine demon in the dirt? Fan Lingjie continued, Look at these dry branches and air holes in the ground. There's a root-eating worm down there. That's right, those worms love fresh roots. With Little Vine's alluring body, there's no way it could resist. Sure enough, no sooner had he said it than the bait was taken. It turned out to be a massive, oversized earthworm spirit beast. Fan Lingjie caught it, pulled out a pill, and said, The sect master of the Ghost Slayer sect gave me the remaining demonic medicine. We're going to test if it can turn a living spirit beast into a corpse. He explained to Bai Donshu, the sect leader's beast turned into a crazed monster after being corrupted. Who knows what this worm will turn into? This experiment is incredibly dangerous, which is why I brought you here to handle anything unexpected and keep watch for me. Fan Lingjie began the experiment. Little Vine used its vines to lure the creature into opening its mouth wide, and Fan Lingjie quickly dropped the pill inside. It swallowed it in one gulp, then its mouth started smoking, and it began to thrash violently. The two watched, feeling the danger, but a moment later, it went quiet. It seemed like nothing had changed. Just then, Bai Liansu and Duanye spoke up. Big brother, you little pervert. What are you two doing? Donshu asked in return. Bai Liansu, Duanye, are you two done checking in on the villagers? Fan Lingjie showed them the worm, and Bai Liansu made a face. Ew, that worm is huge. So gross. He told her. We fed it the demonic medicine, but there hasn't been any change at all. Duan Ye and Bai Liansu wondered, does that mean the demonic medicine has nothing to do with the sect leader's death? Did we come all this way for nothing? It's too early to say. One experiment isn't enough to reach any conclusions, Fan Lingjie told them. The sample size isn't big enough, the observation time is too short, and most importantly, this might not be the only type of demonic medicine. We have to find out how it's made. Duan Ye was a bit worried. But we're outsiders, and the info we can gather is limited. Checking with the villagers was the same. It was clear they knew something, but because we're outsiders, we couldn't ask too much. Just as Bai Danshu was wondering how to investigate further, Hui Nian appeared. She said, "Everyone, it's getting late. Come and have dinner. Then go get some rest." Fan Lingjie whispered, "No choice now. Just have to wait for tomorrow's transcendence ceremony to see if any new clues turn up." That night, in the resting quarters, the man with the bowl-cut hairstyle poked his head out, thinking to himself, there's no one on guard at night. They clearly set rules without actually enforcing any security. What kind of ridiculous ideals are they still clinging to? This village is a total joke. He hugged his dog and ran out, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "Bibi, don't worry. I won't let you die a second time. I'm going to get you out of here." And so, he confidently sprinted outside. That was incredibly easy. You bunch of self-righteous fools, just keep waiting around stupidly for your spirit beasts to die all over again. Bibi and I will finally be free. But as they reached the village gate, Bibi jumped right out of his arms. Confused, he asked, "Bibi, what are you doing? Let's go, hurry." Bibi's eyes glowed bright red, looking furious. The bowl-cut man asked, "What's gotten into you?" As he reached out to scoop the dog up, it bit his hand, causing him to let out a loud yell. The villagers were jolted awake by his screaming and poked their heads out, asking, "What was that noise? Did you hear that?" It sounded like someone yelling, "Let's go check it out." So the villagers grabbed their torches and went to search, the sound seemingly coming from the village gate. When they arrived, they found the bowl-cut man lying flat on the ground. Someone asked, "Mr. Zhang, what are you doing here? What happened? Are you all right?" Trembling, he lied, No, I'm fine. I just went out to relieve myself and tripped over a rock. I'm terribly sorry for disturbing everyone's sleep." The villager was speechless and said, "Geez, there are restrooms right inside your quarters. Why did you run all the way out here? Go back and get some rest." He had no choice but to awkwardly pick up Bibi and head back to his room. "My apologies, Fan Lingjie. I'm heading back now. Good night, everyone." Afterwards, he turned his back to walk away, puzzled, and asked Bibi, "Bibi, what on earth happened just now? Our plan is ruined." The next morning, the village chief gathered everyone in the courtyard. He spoke to the group, "Everyone, you have spent the last 12 hours with your spirit beasts. As agreed, the time has come to bid them farewell. Mr. Liu, let's start with you. In these final moments together, are you doing all right?" Lucy replied gratefully, "I am very content. Thank you, Senior, for making this possible for me." Meanwhile, the bowl-cut man sat there clutching Bibi, looking deeply uneasy. "Village chief," he gestured to Lucy and said, "Please, break the pact between you and your spirit beast so we may transcend it." Lucy immediately complied, breaking the pact, and his wolf began to walk away on its own. Lucy asked curiously, "Senior, where is it going?" The village chief explained that after the pact is broken, the spirit beast follows its final willpower to move its body. It will walk along this path until it chooses to stop at the place it loves most. When the setting sun shines upon it, it will turn into a wisp of blue smoke, disappearing into the sky to head to another world. At that moment, the villagers all prayed together. Tuya played her flute. The girl with twin braids tossed flower petals. The scene was beautiful. "This is the final transcendence ceremony we offer you." Lucy also said his goodbyes to his sun-facing wolf. "Old friend, I'll see you in the next life." Bai Liansu sat there praying. Even she had to admire it. This ceremony is truly magnificent. Now it was the bowl-cut man's turn. The chief called out, "Mr. Zhang, it's your turn." But he bluntly replied, "No." Recalling last night, his eyes darkened with frustration. Given Bibi's behavior yesterday, there is definitely something wrong with this village. I won't break the pact with it. The village chief tried to reason with him. "Mr. Zhang, I understand how you feel, but we had an agreement." Without waiting for him to finish, the man pulled out a hidden knife and started shouting, "Shut your mouth, you old fraud." He pointed the knife at the chief and resisted. "I will never hand Bibi over to you." "Mr. Zhang, please calm down," he continued. "Village people, you like to stand on the moral high ground and judge who lives and dies, don't you? Well, make your choice." With that, he turned the knife toward himself and said, "Let us leave here. or I'll die right here with Bibi." The villagers were flustered by his actions. "Mr. Zhang, please, calm down." Suddenly, Bibi's eyes glowed bright red again, and it jumped down and bolted in the same direction Lucy's wolf had gone earlier. The bowl-cut man panicked. "Bibi, what are you doing?" He rushed to chase after it. "Hey, Bibi, where are you going?" The villagers saw him running and called out, "Mr. Zhang, but how will this stop him?" Bai Liansu wondered. Why did his spirit beast run off too? "Village chief," he replied. "Even if the pact isn't broken, after a certain amount of time, a spirit beast's instincts will take over and guide it to its final resting place." Duan Ye immediately felt suspicious. That's not right. The spirit beasts resurrected by the Ghost Slaughter sect don't behave like this at all. What is actually going on here? Are they deliberately hiding something? "Village chief," he continued. "My guests, since your spirit beasts have no pacts, let them head on their way." Fan Lingjie's group followed his advice and let them go. Bai Liansu didn't forget to say goodbye. "Tutu, have a safe journey." Suddenly, the girl with twin braids called out to Bai Dantu, "Young Master Bai, please wait a moment." She handed him a bracelet and said, "Please put this on, Momo." Bai Dantu asked, "What is this?" "It's an amulet I handmade for Momo." She put the bracelet on Momo's arm and said, "I hope Momo can find the resting place it desires and reach the other side smoothly. I also hope you can ease your grief, young Master Bai, and find peace soon." Bai Liansu peeked over and teased, "Oh my, this is getting interesting." Bai Dantu smiled and replied, "You are very kind, thank you." Then, "Village chief," he called out, "Miss Bai, Mr. Liu, please come into my house. I have a few things I'd like to discuss with you both." The two followed him inside. Stepping in, Bai Liansu was surprised to find the chief's house was actually a conference room. Tuya also walked in and closed the door, making Bai Liansu very nervous. They invited Bai Liansu and Lucy to have tea. Lucy asked, "Senior, what did you want to talk to us about?" The village chief sat in his chair and asked them, "Do you know why I created Dianyuan village to help everyone unconditionally?" He began to recount the past. "About a year ago, my spirit beast suddenly passed away. It was a massive blow to me. During that time, I was devastated. I couldn't eat or sleep. I kept thinking, if only I could see my spirit beast one more time to say a proper goodbye, that would be everything. But what I never even dreamed of was that I would eventually acquire this ability. On the day I met it for the very last time, watching it vanish into the sky, I realized that spirit tamers deserve a chance to make amends for their regrets. Since I possess this kind of power, I should take on this responsibility. That is why I founded Duyanza Village, dedicating the rest of my life to this duty." After hearing this, Tutu and Lu Tu were deeply moved and thanked the elder. "It is thanks to your kind heart that we could fulfill our wishes. You truly are a great man." Tunya suddenly spoke up. "But the village chief is only one person. He cannot accomplish this alone." To explain, a lone body with weak silver just means that when there are few people, the power is limited. Tuenya continued, "I was the first to receive the chief's help when my own spirit beast had just passed away. Like all of you, I was lost in grief day and night. But all that suffering vanished once my spirit beast was resurrected and found eternal peace. From that moment on, I was determined to join Duyensha village, hoping to contribute my small part to the chief's noble cause. Since then, others who came seeking help with the same ideals have stayed behind. That is how Duyenza village grew to the scale it is today." Village Chief Ha added, "From my observations, Master Liu is a man of honor, who deeply respects those spirit beasts that have passed. And Miss Bach is intelligent, kind-hearted, and loves spirit beasts. Furthermore, you both share the same ideals as we do." Lu Tu hesitated. What does the chief mean by that? He cupped his hands and asked them, "Would the two of you be willing to join Duyanza village?" A moment later, the door opened, and Tutu walked out, looking dazed. Seeing this, Bak Dan-thu asked anxiously, "Tutu, what's wrong?" She said to her brother, "Brother, I've thought it over. I want to join Duyensa village and help those poor souls along with them." Bak Dan-thu was alarmed. "What are you saying?" Tutu replied in a low voice, "Before this, I had everything, but I never knew what it was I truly wanted to do. It wasn't until I entered this village and heard these stories that I finally understood." She said earnestly, "This is exactly what I want to do, so please, let me stay here." Bak Dan-thu grabbed her hand, scolding her for being reckless. "Knowing your personality, this is fundamentally not a fit for you. Can you show some self-awareness? You've already gained some experience from this trip, and it's time for us to leave. Go say goodbye to everyone." Tu pulled her hand away. "I'm not going." The girl with twin tails stepped in to stop them. Miss Bach, please calm down. Both of you, stop arguing. Bach Lian too began to sob. Boo-hoo, it's always like this. No matter what I want to do, you never allow it. Always using the excuse that it's for my own good. Have you ever considered my feelings? This time, I am staying here no matter what. You silly brother, you don't understand me at all. Bach Dan-thu was stunned, and the girl added a comment. Miss Bach, it's not right to speak to your brother like that. Bach Dan-thu snapped. Forget about her, let's go. With that, he turned away, feeling annoyed. She'll be crying for me to come get her in less than 3 days. I know her personality best. Just let her do what she wants. 2. To remain firm. I am not going anywhere this time. Bach Dan-thu gave a cold huff and left. If you're so capable, then stay here your whole life. Village Chief Ha stepped out to comfort Tu. It's all right, Miss Bach. Trust that as long as you persist in staying here, your brother will eventually change his perspective. Today, we will hold the initiation ceremony for you both. Outside the village, the 3 men were huddled together talking. Tu did great. Only like this can she be fully accepted by the villagers. Dan-thu worried. She was acting so realistically. She doesn't actually have an issue with me, does she? Fan Lingjie took out a bracelet and said, she will join the village to continue investigating from the inside, while we will go track the movements of the zombified spirit beasts. It turned out to be a dog, he continued. Earlier, the little demon dog left its scent on the spirit beast's body. Now, it will follow that scent. Let's wait and see exactly where those spirit beasts have gone. That evening, at the village chief's house, 3 children stood outside saying to each other, another initiation ceremony tonight? They still won't let us in. Damn it. I want to grow up fast so I can offer my own strength to the village chief. Inside, the chief sat at the head of the room with Tutu and Lutu below him. The villagers sat in neat rows all around them. The chief spoke, thank you both for agreeing with the ideals of this place and being willing to carry them out with us. The ceremony officially began. Let us draw the mark on your foreheads. Tunya walked over with a bowl of green ink and began painting Tutu's forehead. The symbol of the mark on your forehead represents life and freedom. That is our ideal. The villagers began to mumble something in unison. The marks for Tutu and Lutu were quickly completed. The chief declared, from this moment on, you are both official members of Duyanjia village. He held up a box and continued, as official members, the first thing you need to know is our method for resurrecting spirit beasts. Village Chief Ha opened the box, revealing a fairy pill. When a deceased spirit beast consumes this, it will be resurrected within 12 hours, after which it will vanish into the sky. Tu knew immediately. It looked exactly like the dark medicine of the Ghost Slayer sect. Lutu praised it. How impressive. Is this fairy medicine something you personally refined, Elder? The chief continued. That is what I wanted to tell you both. Refining this pill solely on my own strength is not enough. It requires the effort and dedication of everyone. Tutu was stunned. Ah, it relies on us? Village Chief Ha raised his hand and smiled. To celebrate today's initiation, you two will personally refine the fairy pill. Lutu and Tutu were shocked. We can refine fairy pills too? Is this for real? What do we need to do? Tuna repeated the earlier question. Are you willing to sacrifice your life for a spirit beast? Whenever everyone enters the village, I ask them exactly that, she continued. Master Lu answered with absolute certainty, and Miss Bach, during your time here, you have come to the same realization. Your attitude toward spirit beasts and your answer to this question are the reasons we invited you to join our village. Village Chief Ha added, you both have the determination to dedicate yourselves to spirit beasts. As long as you maintain this resolve, you can help those poor, lost spirit beasts and those who have lost their sanity. This is the origin of the fairy pill. Lutu was still puzzled. Forgive my ignorance, sir. Are you suggesting, Elder, that we must sacrifice our own lives to forge the immortal elixirs to save those spirit beasts? The village chief shook his head. No, it's not that serious. You just need to contribute a little bit of your lifespan. Just then, over on Fan Lingjie's side, the little lustful dog picked up on something. It barked and took off in one direction, drawing everyone's attention. Little lustful dog, did you find it? Where is it? It led them to the mouth of a cave. Bai Danshu asked, what is this? Did the spirit beast resurrection ritual lead them into this cave? But as Fan Lingjie looked inside, he realized it was a naturally formed cave. It was pitch black inside, and he couldn't tell what was going on. Duanye asked, feeling confused. Didn't he say the spirit beasts would choose a place with beautiful scenery? This cave doesn't look like a beautiful spot at all. Why would they choose a place like this? After a moment of uncertainty, They realized they had to go inside to find out. Fan Lingjie pushed aside some branches and headed in. Let's go. We'll see what's going on once we get inside. Back at Yuanxi village, Bai Liansu asked in surprise, "We have to sacrifice our own lifespan to forge the immortal elixir to resurrect the spirit beasts?" The village chief confirmed, "That's right. That is my unique ability," he explained. "For every 6 months of lifespan each of you contributes, I can forge one immortal elixir, enough to resurrect a deceased spirit beast for 1 day. Don't worry, you two. This process is completely painless. It only takes a moment and has no side effects on your body. You'll just look a few years older, that's all." Besides new members performing their first forging during the initiation ceremony, Yuanxi village also holds a periodic forging ritual for all members to ensure a steady supply of elixirs. Behind the resurrection of every spirit beast in Yuanxi village lies the sacrifice of the villagers. Every day you spend reunited with your spirit beasts was paid for by them giving up 6 months of their own lives. Lucy was struck with respect. "Thank you all for this kindness. You are truly magnificent people." The village chief's tone turned serious. "No need for thanks. You are also very noble. Now, it is time for the two of you to make your decision. How many immortal elixirs do you want to forge this time?" Hearing this, Bai Liansu was stunned. "We have to choose?" Since Lucy had no experience, he asked the chief. "We have no concept of how this works. Based on our situation, Elder, how many do you think we should forge?" The village chief didn't give a specific number, stating, "Regarding the sacrifice of lifespan, it is entirely based on individual desire. We have no mandatory requirements." Suddenly, Huya spoke up. "4 elixirs. If you two can't decide, then let's go with 4. In all the previous initiation ceremonies, no one has ever taken less than that amount." Lucy agreed immediately. "Very well, then Lu will forge 4. The villagers were pleased and praised him. "Master Lu is truly a kind-hearted man. May he be blessed with good fortune for a lifetime." Then it was Bai Liansu's turn. The chief asked, "And what about you, Miss Bai?" She stammered, I, this is all so sudden. I haven't mentally prepared myself yet. Could I try forging just 1 for now?" As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere turned deathly silent, followed by whispering all around. "What? 1? Did she say 1? This is the first time I've ever seen someone only forge 1. 1 is way too little. Is she joking? What's wrong with her?" Under the pressure of the crowd, Bai Liansu nervously increased the amount. "In that case, let's make it 2. I'm really sorry, but anything more than that really makes me a bit scared." An agitated villager stood up to attack her. "Miss Bai, I forged 10 during my first time. 4 was already very little. Why can't you be more generous?" The crowd started to chime in. "That's right. Why is she so stingy? She looks like a rich young lady, probably selfish and spoiled. I said she wouldn't be a good fit. Why did the village chief choose her?" Bai Liansu was bullied to the point of tears, but fortunately, Lucy stepped in to resolve the situation. "Everyone, it's only natural to be afraid when you haven't prepared yourself to lose years of your life. Is it really necessary to speak to her like that?" The village chief also added, "That's right. Everyone is just contributing out of faith. There is no coercion. I hope Miss Bai doesn't take it to heart." Lucy seemed to pity Bai Liansu and suggested, "All right, enough. I will forge the 2 for Miss Bai. I will forge 6, and Miss Bai will forge 2. Bai Liansu was flustered by his gesture of help. Big brother Lu. But Huya didn't seem happy. She said, "Master Lu, the amount of life contributed is a matter of personal enlightenment if you truly wish for success." Lucy lost his patience, frowned, and cut her off. "I'm running out of patience. Village chief, do as I said, start now." Not wanting the tension to escalate, the village chief agreed to the request. "Very well, everyone is here to contribute to forging the elixirs, so let's do as the master requested. Let's not ruin the harmony." After that, he slowly approached the 2 of them. "Village chief," he stood before them, pressed his hands together, and said, "The forging ritual begins." As he spoke, a massive symbol appeared on his forehead and behind him. Bai Liansu was astonished. Isn't that the mark that was on his forehead? So that's the manifestation of the chief's ability. A blue light radiated around him, and he invited them to close their eyes. Soon, the symbol appeared on their foreheads as well. "Village chief," he reached out toward Lucy. "We start with Master Lu." The villagers sitting on both sides bowed their heads and chanted, "Life is endless, the bond remains, no regrets." They chanted it again, "Life is endless, the bond remains, no regrets." As all the villagers turned toward the 2 of them, it was like an incantation for the ritual. The villagers repeated the mantra over and over, "Life is endless, the bond remains, no regrets." Shifting to Fan Lingjie's side, the group had ventured deep into the cave. Fan Lingjie warned, "Watch your step, everyone. This cave is really deep. Little lustful dog, haven't you found anything yet?" Suddenly, a path opened up in front of them, and the little lustful dog barked, leading them to the edge of a cliff where it was pitch black. Perhaps this is the deepest part of the cave. It's so vast. Duanye suddenly pointed in one direction, looking panicked. "That's not right. Look over there." Fan Lingjie, Feng Meng, and Bai Danshu were stunned. "What are those?" Below them lay the dark shadows of countless spirit beasts. "It seems they've gathered here. Not at all like what the village chief said about them flying off to some beautiful, scenic place." The little lustful dog barked again to get Duanye's attention. He was shocked. "Look, isn't that our spirit beast? And Big Brother Lu's spirit beast, too. Even Bibi is here." Assessing the situation, Bai Danshu estimated there were at least over 100 spirit beasts in there. It seems all the spirit beasts that were ascended are actually here. Duanye picked up a nearby rock and threw it at the wolf, but it didn't react at all. He then voiced his thoughts. "I found it strange before. Why wouldn't the spirit beasts of the Ghost Slaughter sect behave like this? As it turns out, this so-called deliverance of Yuanxi village is all a lie. But why are all the spirit beasts gathering here?" Fan Lingjie frowned, saying that perhaps someone was controlling the behavior of the spirit beasts from the shadows. Then he turned to the other two, adding that, in short, the purpose of reviving the spirit beasts in Yuanxi village was far from simple. These spirit beasts were sitting here so obediently, which felt more like they were brewing a massive conspiracy. Bai Danshu suddenly grew anxious. This is bad. If it really is a conspiracy, then Bai Liansu might be in danger for joining the village. After saying that, Bai Danshu grabbed Fan Lingjie's arm and left. Fan Lingjie instructed Duanye, "We'll head back to the village to check things out. You stay here, wait for us, and take the opportunity to investigate. I'm leaving it to you. Then, stay safe out there." The two of them hurried back to the village, while Duanye stayed behind to scout the area. Inside the village chief's house, after a ritual, the chief spoke up. "All right, you two may open your eyes now." Lucy was surprised. "It's over? That was fast." The village chief held up 6 immortal pills in front of them and said, "Benefactor Lu, look here. These are the 6 immortal pills refined using 3 years of your lifespan." Hui Ya and the villagers expressed their gratitude, thanking Benefactor Lu for his contribution. Lucy turned to Bai Liansu and said, "My body doesn't feel any pain. Just a bit of exhaustion, that's all. Do you see any changes in me?" Bai Liansu quickly shook her head. Hearing the old man say that, the village chief explained, "Aging by 3 years isn't very noticeable. You two don't need to worry. Next up is Miss Bai." Even though she didn't want to, Bai Liansu reluctantly agreed. Fine, whatever." The village chief asked them to close their eyes once more. Bai Liansu scratched her head and gave a forced smile. "Can I keep my eyes open? Closing them makes me a little scared." Of course, he wasn't going to agree to that. He said to Bai Liansu, "I'm sorry, Miss Bai. During the ritual, you must keep your eyes closed and clear your mind, otherwise it might fail." So, Bai Liansu had to close her eyes. "All right, that's fine." At that moment, the symbol on the village chief's back glowed again, and the villagers bowed their heads, chanting, "Sickness ceases. Yuan, she has no regrets." Bai Liansu felt uneasy in her heart. "Damn it, if I can't open my eyes, I can't see how they're making this evil medicine. I'm sacrificing a year of my youth. I at least have to find some clues." She thought to herself that taking a quick peek probably wouldn't get her caught. So, Bai Liansu secretly opened her eyes just a crack, but the sight before her left her stunned. The green symbol on the village chief had sharp, jagged teeth exactly like the red demon residing within the main character. Seeing the monster, Bai Liansu shrieked in shock and fell backward, drawing everyone's attention. Lucy also opened his eyes and asked, "Miss Bai, what's wrong?" The villagers' faces twisted with annoyance as they complained. "What's going on? Why is she screaming like that? What is she up to now?" Bai Liansu panicked and pointed at the village chief, saying, "The green symbol on the chief is a monster. See for yourselves." As soon as she finished speaking, she froze. The mark had returned to the shape of a normal green plant. The old village chief put on an innocent act. "Miss Bai, what are you talking about?" Bai Liansu rushed to explain, but just a moment ago, the drawing had turned into a monster, the leaves had become 5 eyes, and underneath were terrifying, jagged teeth. A villager pointed a finger right at her face. "That's enough, Miss Bai. You were reluctant earlier, and now you're making up such absurd excuses. If you don't have the will to contribute, just say so." Bai Liansu felt wronged, and quickly said, "I really saw it with my own eyes. I'm not lying to you all. Chief, what exactly just happened? Village chief. He obviously couldn't let this be revealed, so he framed her back with a look of disappointment. Miss Bai, you truly disappoint me. Bai Liansu turned pale with fear as the villagers grew even more dissatisfied and started shouting, "She keeps disgracing our ritual. I can't take this anymore." Lucy stood there trying to stop them. "Everyone, please calm down." But his words held no weight, and the villagers rushed toward Bai Liansu. Terrified, she quickly ran to the door to escape, screaming for help. The villagers chased her outside. "Stop right there! Don't run! You need to explain what happened today." They insisted on pursuing her, daring to disrupt our sacred ritual. "Today, you must atone for your sins." Just as one of them was about to grab Bai Liansu, a hand stopped him. It was none other than Master Bai and Fan Lingjie. They arrived just in time to block him. Bai Liansu hugged her brother, trembling and crying. "Brother," Bai Liansu, "don't be afraid." Fan Lingjie hurriedly asked, "Miss Bai, what exactly happened?" Bai Liansu hid in her brother's arms, shivering. A monster. She looked toward the crowd, terrified. Behind the village chief's back, there was a green monster with sharp, jagged teeth. Just now, it looked like it wanted to eat me. When Fan Lingjie heard this, it struck him like a bolt of lightning. That monster sounded exactly like the red demon inside him. Bai Liansu continued. Yuanxi village uses lifespan to refine a demonic medicine. For every villager who contributes half a year of their lifespan, one pill of evil medicine is produced. Bai Danshu said worriedly. "What? Did you contribute your lifespan too?" "Thank goodness. It seems the ritual wasn't finished yet." Hui Ya spoke up with dissatisfaction. "You intentionally accepted the chief's offer to join just to spy on us. How horrific." The old village chief stood there, acting self-righteous. "In Yuanxi village, we sacrifice ourselves to liberate the spirit beasts for the spirit masters. The villagers use their own lifespan to save your spirit beasts, and in return, this is how we are treated? We are truly heartbroken. Yuanxi village does not welcome you, nor do we want any more entanglements with you. Leave here at once." A villager nearby was so enraged he clenched his fist and said, "Chief, they are truly despicable. We can't just let them go like this. They might bring even more trouble to us," the crowd shouted in unison. "That's right," Bai Liansu said awkwardly. "I'm sorry. I never intended to disgrace your faith, but I really did see a monster. Is everything you people do truly as pure as you claim?" At this, Fan Lingjie's expression darkened. Bai Liansu's words, combined with what we discovered outside the village, make me trust my own judgment. Controlling life and death is not something humans can do. So, who are you people secretly trading your lives with? I'm afraid that's a green demon. Using human lives as food. Fan Lingjie looked uneasy as he pressed on the villager's forehead, a green monster with razor-sharp teeth, using lifespan to refine demon potions. He seemed certain that a green monster was hiding inside the village chief, feeding on human lives. Upon hearing this, Su Min glared in anger. "What demon? I don't know what you're talking about, you wretched wretch. At a time like this, you still dare to spout such absurd lies. There's no such thing as a demon inside anyone." Tuya tried to chase Fan Lingjie and his group away. "Dear travelers, since the village chief has ordered you to leave, please depart immediately. Don't cause any more trouble." Bai Liansu still tried to persuade her. "Sister Tuya, I saw it with my own eyes. Please believe me." Fan Lingjie and Feng Meng continued. "Besides, we tracked those liberated spirit pets. We discovered that they didn't disappear as he claimed, but are gathering in a cave." Hearing this, the old village chief looked guilty. "What did you say? There are over 100 spirit pets in that cave. I should probably say all the liberated spirit pets ended up there, didn't they? What is your goal in doing all this?" The villagers refused to believe him, branding it as another lie. "You villains, why are you slandering our village's reputation with these lies?" Fan Lingjie pointed at them and asked, "Could it be that even you have been deceived by him? Has anyone among you ever actually witnessed a spirit pet disappearing?" The crowd was left speechless, fumbling for words. With the situation exposed, Fan Lingjie continued, "It seems even you have been fooled. That means the mastermind behind all of this is you alone, chief." Just as the village chief's composure wavered, the villagers turned stubborn again. "You're talking nonsense. We won't allow you to slander the chief. You're the liar here. Everyone, don't listen to his crazy words. Charge. Let's fight them." Suddenly, the village chief began to tremble, his eyes turning pitch black as he muttered to himself, "Is what he said true?" The villagers looked confused. "Village chief, who are you asking?" The monster inside the chief seemed on the verge of rage. "So, you've been lying to me this whole time." The villagers were worried and upset. "Village chief, Are you okay? Don't be angry because of them. We don't believe what he says. A chilling reply followed. That's right. I lied to you. Suddenly, streaks of green demonic smoke appeared above the chief's head, revealing sharp teeth. It spoke up. Since I can no longer hide, I have no choice but to reveal myself. The villagers screamed in terror at the sight. Bai Liansu signaled everyone urgently. Look, that's the monster I was talking about. Do you all believe me now? Tuya was so terrified that the bowl of paint in her hands fell, crashing to the ground as she trembled. What? What is that? A villager asked in a daze. Village chief, the mark turned into a monster. What is going on? Is this your spirit pet? The village chief, his eyes glowing green, did not reply. Only the green demon spoke up. A spirit pet? I am the master. With that, a green hole appeared on the chief's arm, and a grotesque monster limb sprouted and stretched out from it. It lunged and snatched a villager, who was scared out of his wits. The man pleaded in terror. Village chief, please let me go. The green demon laughed gleefully. I've long been sick of your low-quality offerings. Today, I'll have a full feast. Saying that, it drained the life force from the villager. In an instant, the man turned into a dried husk. The green demon gloated, truly delicious. Panic erupted as everyone fled in all directions. Bai Liansu helped everyone get to a safe place. Everyone, run! It reached out toward the two sisters who had spoken to Master Bai earlier. Fortunately, Fan Lingjie used vines to pull them away in time, then told Bai Liansu, Brother Lu, hurry and lead everyone out of the village. He worried deeply. This guy is just like the red demon, and it has the ability to absorb life force. It definitely won't be easy to deal with. He called his teammates. Master Bai, let's engage. Master Bai had already summoned his giant white snake, ready for battle. The green demon was amused. Impressive spirit pet. Who would have thought there were still powerhouses in this village? Come on, I'll just use you for target practice. Back on Douanier's side, he was still scouting the cave. I've checked all the spirit pets. They are exactly like the ones from the Ghost Fiend sect. They are all corpse-refined spirit pets that have been revived. But one thing still puzzled him. Without their contracts, these spirit pets should be acting on instinct and moving freely. So why are they all sitting here perfectly still? As soon as he finished speaking, their eyes suddenly lit up in unison. This sight is enough to scare Douanier to death. What is happening? Elsewhere, the sect master of the Ghost Fiend sect was being held back by the flying tiger, unable to do anything. Bored, he tried to negotiate with the tiger. Hey, look, everything should be flexible. They left you here to guard me because they're afraid I'll trick them. Keeping me here makes it easier for them to settle scores with me later. But 2 days have passed, which means I wasn't lying. Brother Tiger, can you let me go? I'm starving to death here. The variegated flying tiger only growled. The sect master couldn't take it anymore and blurted out, Then at least we should go find something to eat, right? Aren't you about to reach your limit too? Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and saw a dark mass flying toward the village like a storm. Meanwhile, Bai Liansu led most of the villagers to the gate. He asked, Have all the villagers escaped? They suddenly remembered that the children, like Xiao Tan, were still sleeping in their houses. Someone panicked. What? We have to go back and save them. Seeing this, Bai Liansu volunteered to go back. Let me go back and find them. You all should find a safe place to hide first. Split into small groups and run. It'll be safer that way. The villagers were still in shock. Was what they said true? Our spirit pets weren't liberated? Why did the village chief lie to us? Now is not the time for this. That monster is too terrifying. We need to run and hide. Just then, Bai Liansu and the villagers noticed a sound. What is that noise? Everyone, look over there. What is that dark mass? Fear was etched on every face. It turned out the dark mass consisted of the corpse-refined spirit pets from the cave. They were stampeding toward Yuanxia village. Bai Liansu stood frozen in shock. Where on earth did so many spirit pets come from? Just then, Hui Ya was stunned. Wait, aren't those the spirit beasts we saved? The villagers finally realized that what Fan Lingjie said was true. No way? Was what they said true? None of them have been reincarnated. What are they trying to do? The ferocious spirit beasts charged at them, but the crowd just stood there, stunned. Suddenly, a villager was pounced on by a leopard that chomped down on his head, killing him instantly. Blood splattered everywhere, and only then did the rest scream and scramble to run away. Run, quick! But in front of them were the savage spirit beasts, lunging and tearing at everything. Lu Tu stood at the village gate, observing the situation. There were too many of them, and the entire village had been surrounded. He gestured for everyone. Quick, everyone! Run back into the village and hide. Inside the village, Fan Lingjie, Feng Meng, and Bai Danshu were confused. Villagers flooded in, screaming for their lives. Before they could do anything, the savage spirit beasts attacked, and the death toll rose rapidly. Witnessing the scene, Fan Lingjie realized these were the spirit beasts from the cave. So, the 6 demons were capable of controlling them. Reincarnating spirit beasts was nothing but a front for cultivating demonic techniques. Just as a leopard was about to attack a villager, Fan Lingjie's spirit beast intercepted it. He shouted, "It's dangerous! Everyone, get to cover!" Bai Danshu and his spirit beast, who were planning to deal with the 6 demons, now had to pivot and fight these zombified spirit beasts first. The 2 sisters were trembling, hiding in a cage, and upon hearing the spirit beasts walking nearby, they could only cover their mouths and stay as quiet as possible. When she looked through a gap below, she spotted the talisman she had given to Mok Mok earlier. She softly whispered the name, Mok Mok. The tapir heard her and immediately unleashed a raging rock breath, spraying a powerful gas from its trunk. The cage where the 2 sisters were hiding was blasted to pieces. What a foolish move. Looking at the talisman she had strapped to it, the girl with pigtails could only sorrowfully mutter, Mok Mak. Of course, they won't be able to stay alive. In another room, 3 children were fast asleep. Tiotan heard the commotion outside and fumbled his way to the door. It's so noisy. What's going on out there? Before him lay the blue bowl used to paint the mark on their foreheads, which Huiya had dropped earlier. He looked excited. Could this be the dye used for the mark? So, he gleefully painted a mark on his own forehead and bragged to himself, "Ha, that's amazing. Now I'm a member of the village too." Then, he mimicked the adults in the village. "Dear Seeker, please ease your heart. Your spirit beasts will find peace. No sickness, no pain, no regrets in this life." While he was busy, he noticed the village chief watching him. Wait, the village chief. He looks terrifying. Tiotan quickly covered his forehead and stammered, "I'm sorry. I didn't do anything. I'll go back to sleep right now." The 6th demon wanted to lure the boy, so he returned to his normal form, and with feigned curiosity asked, "Wow, what is that?" Tiotan happily replied, "Turns out this is the village's symbol. Grandpa Village Chief, is this your magic? It's so cool." The 6th demon replied, "That's right, and I have something even cooler." As soon as Tiotan got close enough, the 6th demon bared his sharp fangs and extended his monstrous arm. It was terrifying. The boy stood frozen in place as the creature's hand reached out to grab him. Luckily, Huiya rushed over just in time to push Tiotan away and quickly pulled him along. "Tiotan, run and hide with me." The boy's face was filled with confusion and fear. "Grandpa Village Chief, Huiya burst into tears. "He lied to us." Meanwhile, Fan Lingjie was struggling to finish off the swarm of spirit beasts. He said to Bai Danshu, "There must be over 100 spirit beasts from the cave. Fighting them like this isn't a good strategy. You hold them off. I'll try to attack the one controlling them directly." "Got it." With that, he led his own spirit beasts forward. "Little spirit dog, little vine, let's go." But the 6th demon seemed to sense his intent. Attacking the controller? Not a bad strategy. Suddenly, as Fan Lingjie ran past a basket, something unexpectedly bit his leg. He fell to the ground. It was the beetle that had eaten the ghost sect's demonic pill earlier. Fan Lingjie was shocked. It seemed the creature had been zombified. It kept biting down on his leg, but fortunately, Doan Diep returned in time, using fire to burn the bug and save him. Doan Diep asked anxiously, "Fan Lingjie, are you all right? Here, take your sword back." Suddenly, all the spirit beasts in the cave awakened and attacked the village. What on earth is happening? Fan Lingjie pointed at the 6th demon and said, "This is all because of that thing." Duandeep asked, "What is that? The village chief's spirit beast?" Fan Lingjie explained, "You saw it earlier. Under its control, the beetle, which was clearly alive, suddenly turned into a zombified state. This means that whatever that thing is, the death of the clan leader Fan is definitely connected to it." The 6th demon grew furious. "You brats! You dare ruin my plans? Don't even dream of escaping." Then, it controlled the entire pack of spirit beasts to glare at Fan Lingjie, Fengmeng, and Duan Diep. They lunged as fast as the wind. But how could they be faster than Master Batch? He calmly froze them all and said, "So, it was you who killed clan leader Fan." He walked over and crushed them one by one, filled with rage. "Today, we will definitely capture you alive to get to the truth. Don't you dare think you can escape." His spirit snake hissed with immense power. Seeing this, the 6th demon sneered. These guys actually have some skills. These low-level spirit beasts don't seem to be their match. He blamed the village chief. "Look at the stupid ideals you lead here. It's just a bunch of trashy spirit beasts. Low quality, and not even enough to fill my stomach. It really was a mistake to merge with you." Looks like I'll have to. Saying that, he began to control another spirit beast to fight Fan Lingjie. It was the Doomsday Wolf, an Earth-tier beast at the peak of the soul formation stage. Seeing the Doomsday Wolf, Tutu was stunned. This is bad. That's Big Brother Lu's spirit beast. Lucy was standing next to a villager, and at those words, it hit him like a thunderclap. My old friend. Lu Mo is commanding him. Go on, kill them all. The wolf lunged forward with shocking speed. Fan Lingjie shouted, Spirit beast, full stage heart sink, dodge it. But it was moving way too fast, and Bai Danshu couldn't get out of the way. The spirit beast could only sprout ice spikes to defend itself. The Doomsday Wolf slammed into the defense and was sent flying, but the King Snake was lucky and stayed in one piece. Bai Danshu let out a breath, thinking they'd blocked it. But then Douanier remembered, wait, even though we're outmatched in rank, a resurrected spirit beast. Without a spirit master's control, it can't use its skills effectively. Fan Lingjie added, right now, it's just an empty shell at the full stage heart sink level. We've got a chance. Suddenly, the wolf's eyes lit up, and it opened its massive jaws. Lucy sensed it immediately and roared, look out! That's the wolf soul's opening move. 2 wolf souls shot out from its mouth. One slammed into the king snake, and the other headed straight for Lucy. He stood there, watching it come in a daze. Yet, it just kept going and smashed right through the village chief's house. The power of the wolf soul was terrifying. Bai Liansu asked anxiously, Big Brother Lu, are you okay? Thankfully, he was fine. She asked him why the wolf soul's power was so scary now when it used to just blow people away. Lucy explained, back then, I was holding back. I only used 20% of my strength. The worst part is, that last move didn't even use its full power. After that attack, Bai Danshu grew worried. Xiao Bai, are you alright? Lu Mo smirked. This skill is actually pretty useful. Bai Danshu looked distressed. Damn it. This monster can not only control spirit beasts, but it can also unleash such troublesome skills. Fan Lingjie seemed to have a plan. Don't panic. We still have the advantage in numbers, just like how a spirit master has limits. Since it's controlling so many spirit beasts at once, there must be a breaking point. You keep fighting the Doomsday Wolf. I'll go after Lu Mo. It'll have to split its focus to protect itself, and that's when the wolf will show its weakness. When that happens, take your shot. Bai Danshu readied his defenses. Let's go, Da Bai. Facing Lu Mo, Fan Lingjie didn't seem shaken at all. Bring it on, Lu Mo. Let's see what kind of freak you really are. Lu Mo mocked him. Your strategy isn't bad. Might have worked on other opponents. But you've severely underestimated me. The Doomsday Wolf unleashed rending claws, targeting not just Da Bai but everyone nearby, including Douanier. Thankfully, Da Bai took the hit, while still trying to hold off the wolf. Having to protect the villagers while fighting the Doomsday Wolf was putting Bai Danshu at a serious disadvantage. Douanier felt useless, thinking, damn it, I don't have a spirit beast. I'm just getting in their way. So Bai Danshu told him, we need to split up. You take Bai Liansu and the villagers to safety. If we go all out here, this place will be leveled. Douanier followed orders quickly. Meanwhile, Bai Liansu and the villagers were struggling against other spirit beasts. Ah, don't come over here. One attack almost bit Douanier. He shouted to everyone, hurry. With fewer spirit beasts around, follow me and let's break through the encirclement. Bai Liansu refused. What? How can we just leave brother and the little pervert behind? We have to fight to the end. But Douanier yelled, we're too weak. Staying here only causes more trouble for them. The best thing we can do right now is protect ourselves and get out of here, so they can fight without worrying about us. Suddenly, Bai Liansu had an idea. She told Douanier, hurry, follow me. He looked confused. What are you doing? Bai Liansu looked back confidently. We can help them. After the villagers left, Da Bai and the Doomsday Wolf fought fiercely, shaking the houses. Da Bai's attacks crushed one building after another. Seeing Da Bai losing steam, Bai Danshu called out, Da Bai, the wolf's combat power is too high. We can't keep brawling like this. We have to draw it away from Fan Lingjie and the others and try to trap it. With that, his eyes glowed, and he let out a chilling sound. The Doomsday Wolf looked up as Da Bai summoned massive icicles from the sky. Bai Danshu commanded, lock. The ice crashed down, pinning the wolf. This is the glacial chain fire technique. Danshu kept the pressure on. We've got it. Da Bai exhaled a frigid breath, successfully freezing the wolf's entire body. Just as they thought they'd won, the Doomsday Wolf used its wolf fang armor to shatter the ice. It broke free and opened its jaws to attack again. Danshu realized it was the wolf soul. Da Bai, dodge. Suddenly, a voice from behind said, Don't move. Stay still. Miraculously, Dabai avoided the wolf's attack. Bai Danshu was shocked. It was a close call. That warning. It was Big Brother Lu. Lucy explained, the wolf soul move is called coiling strike. At close range, there's a blind spot where you're currently standing. Danshu hesitated. Big Brother Lu. You. Lucy, eyes filled with sorrow, continued. My old friend fought his whole life, never once bowing to any opponent. To think that in death, he's become a puppet for someone else's command. This is the greatest humiliation he could ever face. Letting him rest in peace is my responsibility. From what I've observed, a controlled spirit beast isn't incapable of dying a second time. So please, help me kill him. I'll tell you all his weaknesses. Bai Danshu hesitated. But Lucy was resolute. I believe you understand how I feel. Please, just give it one try. The Doomsday Wolf started gathering energy again. Danshu wondered, another wolf soul? That's right. For now, don't move, Lucy said with a serious face. To unleash the wolf soul, it needs a 5-second charge to lock onto the target. Based on the angle, I will give you the signal immediately. Watching his old friend, Lucy identified the stance. He signaled Bai, Danshu, quick, dodge to the left. Danshu called to Dabai, and sure enough, they successfully dodged the attack. Lucy shouted, there's a 10-second cooldown between wolf soul blasts. Attack now. Bai Danshu gestured for Dabai to charge at the Doomsday Wolf. The wolf used its sharp claws, the rending claws, but they could be countered with a sturdy defense. 3 massive, sharp claws swiped through the air, but the attack didn't seem very strong. Dabai wasn't even phased after taking that hit. Tuong Lang kept charging, but Lu Tu signaled for them to hold back and wait for an opening. Suddenly, Thuong Lang unleashed the wolf thorn armor technique, sprouting spikes all over its body. Lu Tu looked on, surprised and worried. He's made a huge mistake, he thought, using the wolf thorn armor this early. Once the move ends, he's going to be immobilized for a moment. Right on cue, after the spikes vanished, Thuong Lang couldn't react in time. Lu Tu shouted, attack! Seizing the moment, Dabai quickly struck the moon-shaped birthmark on Thuong Lang's head. It was a bloody mess, and the wolf was severely injured, falling backward. Bai Danshu cheered happily. Big Brother Lu. We did it. Just as he heard Lucy grunt softly, Bai Danshu turned around and saw tears welling up in his eyes. The moon-shaped birthmark on the old friend's forehead is its weakest spot. Please, strike it one more time. Send it to its final rest. I'm begging you. Bai Danshu looked thoughtful for a moment, then said, Big Brother Lu, the Grey Wolf has you as its master. You two having such a bond as a spirit beast is a blessing for both of you. Lucy nodded in thanks. Bai Danshu gestured and commanded, Dabai, let's go. The Grey Wolf used its wolf spirit attack again. This time it's the fragrant lychee thorns. Don't stay still. Dabai was still unharmed. Bai Danshu sighed with relief. Phew, that was too close. It barely grazed us. But Lucy's face was full of confusion. The wolf spirit is much bigger than before. It's already reached its full power. No way, right? How could it master full control over that skill so quickly? Just then, the Grey Wolf charged forward again, gathering energy on its back. Lucy observed and realized the wolf tooth was launching even earlier than before. This is our chance. When it stops, aim right for its forehead. Dabai kept its distance from the Grey Wolf, but this time it was different. The Grey Wolf's eyes were terrifying. The spikes on the wolf tooth's body were launching larger and longer than the last time. Realizing the situation had turned sour, the two panicked. Not good, we walked into a trap. Fall back, quick. The range of the wolf tooth's full body release has exceeded its maximum limit. What on earth? Dabai was hurt, its body was bleeding, and the Grey Wolf was already preparing another attack. Lucy warned that it was about to launch the wolf spirit again. Don't be afraid. The pause time at close range is longer. Don't dodge, get ready to attack. But everything went beyond Lucy's tactical plan. This time, the wolf spirit launched 3 clones instead. Lucy panicked. 3? How is that possible? Dabai took a direct hit this time, and it looked quite painful. Meanwhile, over on the other side, after the green demon realized Fan Lingjie was preparing a direct assault, it controlled its zombified spirit beasts to charge. Fan Lingjie called out to the little lecherous dog and the little vine man. The little vine man used its vines to bind the front legs of the little lecherous dog. The puppy then unleashed its ultimate move, the weakening urine. Then the two of them used a combo technique, the filthy drizzle. The little vine man grabbed the little lecherous dog and tossed it up. It spun the dog around, sending urine flying everywhere. The horde of zombie spirit beasts all got a heavy dose of the fragrant aroma. The little lecherous dog's urine splattered onto the zombie beasts, causing them to freeze for a moment. Fan Lingjie commanded, "Little Vine Man, clear the path." It was the little vine man's turn. It used its vines to wrap around the beasts and toss them high into the air. Seeing an opening, Fan Lingjie signaled, "There's a gap! Little lecherous dog, attack the green demon directly. We have to stop it from controlling the gray wolf." The little lecherous dog quickly darted toward the opening, but blocking the green demon were two protector beasts. A human bear, a general-grade beast, third-stage bamboo spirit level, and a rose pupil, a soldier-grade beast, first-stage bamboo spirit level. Fan Lingjie knew this and told the little lecherous dog, "The human bear is only bamboo spirit level. Its rank is suppressed. Attack it directly." So, the little lecherous dog leaped up, but who would have guessed that the thorny rose vine would crawl onto the human bear's back? The little dog couldn't dodge in time. The collision happened, and they used a kick to send the little lecherous dog flying away. It skidded across the ground, only to be swarmed by a cat and a monkey attacking relentlessly. Seeing this, Fan Lingjie shouted, "Little Vine Man, hurry and help the little lecherous dog." It used its vines to pull the monkey away, but unexpectedly, the monkey spat out a burning breath, setting things ablaze. It turned out to be a fire monkey, a general-grade beast, 5th stage bamboo spirit level. "This is bad, a fire-type fire monkey." Fan Lingjie panicked. The fire spread very quickly, almost reaching the little vine man's body. Luckily, Fan Lingjie was quick-witted. He ran over and cut off the burning part. He told the little vine man, "Good thing we stopped the fire in time. Use your fast regeneration move." Fan Lingjie was filled with doubt. The way these spirit beasts fought was incredibly flexible. The green demon's control over these beasts was even more formidable than he had imagined, but it also had a weakness. Even though the vine type was terrified of fire, the zombified spirit beasts were also afraid of fire. Looking at the surrounding beasts, he realized the fire from earlier had also burned the other beasts, which actually did him a huge favor by eliminating some of the threats. But things didn't go as he thought. Suddenly, those burning spirit beasts kept rushing toward them anyway. Seeing this, Fan Lingjie was completely bewildered. What? These zombie spirit beasts feel no pain? They're using their burning bodies to attack directly? Was this part of the calculation too? Now both of his spirit beasts were injured. Fan Lingjie had no choice but to step in and fight himself. "Damn it, little vine man, fall back." He started swinging his blade. Just then, a snort from behind caught his attention. A bull. A general-grade beast, 3rd stage bamboo spirit level, used a mad bull charge to rush him. It rammed into him with immense force, so he used his sword to parry, but he struck the bull's skull instead. It cracked, but the force sent him and his sword flying back quite a distance. Fan Lingjie lay on the ground, gasping for air. Damn it, this guy is way too familiar with controlling these beasts, even better than an excellent spirit beast master. Over on Bai Danshu's side, he must be struggling to hold on too. This guy, he even controls a peak stage heart harmony spirit beast so skillfully. If this keeps up, I'm afraid I won't just fail to create an opportunity for him. I'll end up in a deadly situation myself. Fan Lingjie sat there, his head hurting from thinking. This green demon wasn't easy to deal with. The little lecherous dog had a mental link, so it couldn't be hurt, and it wasn't suited for this kind of combat. How on earth could he fight back against it? Suddenly, he remembered the red demon residing in his own body. That's it. In my body, I have the red demon, something with the same origin as that thing. Even though I don't fully understand it yet, it must have the same abilities as the green demon. Since we share the same origin, maybe there's a chance. Things have come to this. I have no choice but to bet it all on one game. He thought about calling out to the master, but a strong internal conflict arose. No, if it's a demon of the same origin, there's a high chance they won't be rivals, but allies. If those two team up, I'm afraid there won't be a single shred of hope left. While he was struggling, not knowing what to do, he became too distracted and was struck by the tail fox. The spirit beast he had dug up and defeated himself had slashed him in the back. Meanwhile, Bai Danthu and his Daibai had already collapsed after taking the wolf soul hit. Bai Danthu had no choice but to summon his eagle to rush in, but before it could do anything, it was struck down by Thuong Lang's razor-sharp claws, leaving it badly wounded on the ground. Then, Thuong Lang stepped forward, clamped its jaws onto Daibai, and lifted it into the air. Bai Danthu cried out in shock, desperate to rush in and save Daibai, but Lu Tu held him back. Don't go over there. Trying to touch someone using the wolf thorn armor is basically just walking to your own funeral. Daibai let out a heart-wrenching wail as Thuong Lang bit down hard. Seeing his spirit pet in such agony, Bai Danthu teared up, wanting to recall it back into his spirit pet orb. Just then, Toto and Doan Diep rode in on their tiger and kicked Thuong Lang away. "Die bye, don't be afraid. I'm here to save you." Man, riding a tiger like that looked incredibly badass. The Lantang winged tiger lord struck, sending Thuong Lang crashing into a house. Toto asked, "Is Dai Bai okay?" Seeing her, Bai Danthu felt a bit of the pressure lift. "Thank goodness you arrived in time. He's wounded, but it's not too serious," he replied. "But he can't keep fighting for now. I'll have to send him back to the spirit pet orb to recover." With that, he cast the spell to recall Dai Bai. Bai Liansu reassured Danthu. "It's okay, brother. Old Bai has already reached the late stage of the heart harmony realm. Maybe he could have handled that gray wolf." But Danthu was still deeply concerned. Old Bai was raised to be a mount. He lacks real combat experience. Most importantly, since Master isn't here, without a spirit master's precise control, a spirit pet can only rely on instinct to fight. It's hard to unleash their full power. Under the collapsed house, Thuong Lang growled as it stood back up. Looking at the situation, Bai Danthu couldn't hesitate anymore. There was no time to overthink it. He had to just bet everything on a final charge. "Old Bai, its weak spot is its forehead. Let's take a gamble. Use your strongest attack." The two spirit pets faced off against each other. The Lantang winged tiger raised its 7-colored rainbow wings and let out a cold snarl. This was the power of the Lord's special skill. The land shadow feather arrows. Countless feathers flew from its wings. And these weren't ordinary feathers. They were slicing through trees wherever they flew. Thuong Lang was grazed by the feathers, still taking damage. Even Danthu was stunned. After a while, the final feathers finally flew out. Once the move was finished, the tiger's wings shriveled up until they looked like little chicken wings. After the shockwave, a cloud of dust and smoke hung in the air. Everyone was left dumbfounded. Lutu shouted, "This is bad." Thuong Lang was injured, but it was still standing firm. Bai Danthu's eyes widened. "Damn it, it dodged all the attacks." There they were, the tiger and the wolf, staring each other down like they wanted to tear each other to shreds. They lunged at one another. It was unclear exactly what happened, but when they collided, it was like they exploded with all their power, creating a blinding, glowing orb. It leveled the trees and houses nearby and blasted Bai Danthu's group backward. Through the thick dust and flying debris, everyone lay sprawled on the ground. To, are you okay? Brother, are you all right? Doan Diep asked, confused. Cough, cough, did we win? After the chaotic storm of battle, all that was left were two creatures, lying motionless in a crater they had created themselves. It was hard to tell if it was truly over. With the village in ruins and the villagers injured, Huya was frantic. "Little Tun, are you hurt? Cough, cough." "I'm okay, big sister Huya." Little Tun, having just witnessed his uncle die right in front of him, clung to Huya and started wailing. "Big sister Huya, is Uncle Kiet? Is he really gone?" Looking at the ruined village, Huya's heart shattered. "The Duyanza village is falling apart. Everything we believed in, it's all dead." Little Tun looked at her and asked, "Earlier you said the village chief was lying to us. What did he do?" Huya replied with a cold, hollow look in her eyes. "He sacrificed our lives to buy rest for the spirit pets, and the result is this horde of undead that can never find peace." She hugged her head, trembling all over. "The spirit pets we gave our own lives to revive are now turning around and taking our lives instead. It's truly a sick joke." Suddenly, footsteps of a spirit pet approached. Huya hurriedly told Little Tun, "This is bad. Another spirit pet is coming. Hide quickly, don't make a sound." When she saw that it was just a baby deer, Huya completely broke down. Ki. Little Tun pointed at it, surprised. "Big sister Huya, is that your spirit pet?" Now, she could only collapse in agony in front of it, sobbing uncontrollably. "Ki, who?" Her wails echoed, while Kiki just stood there, looking up at her. Over on the side of Fan Lingjie, Fong Meng, and Luke Ma, the air was thick with dust. The sneeze dog and little vine man were both heavily injured. After taking a slash from the blade-tail fox, Fan Lingjie struggled to stand, clutching his side in pain. Luke Ma sneered at him. "Is that all the talent you've got? You really are just a kid who doesn't know his place." He controlled the blade-tail fox once more. Its eyes glowed, and it held a sharp blade to his throat. "Die!" But the blade-tail fox suddenly floated up and was sucked into something. Luke Ma looked stunned. "What is that?" It turned out to be little catfish. The blade-tail fox had been devoured by the catfish. Bai Danthu, who was drifting in and out of consciousness, jolted awake when he saw it. He asked with a tremble, Am I seeing things? Is that a kun?" Doan Diep was just as shocked. You aren't seeing things. That's likely a Kun in the heart harmony realm. Baidanthu asked, puzzled. Did that really come from my little catfish? How could it have happened so fast? And how? Didn't the secret to raising a Kun from your Lung Teat pavilion disappear with Master Fan? How do you know that? Duan Diep didn't have an answer. I don't know either. He seems to be an old acquaintance of Master Fan's. It's possible the Master passed down the secret of raising a Kun to him. Baidanthu felt a sense of relief. Good. That's so good. Thank goodness Master Fan managed to pass his legacy on to the next generation. It seems this guy was truly entrusted by Master Fan to revive the Lung Tiet Pavilion. Why didn't he just say so sooner? Just a quick note. Legacy refers to the robes and alms bowl handed down by Buddhist monks to their disciples, and later became a term for passing down academic and spiritual teachings to future generations. Duanye and Bai Danshu stood there, dumbfounded, finally seeing Kun again. Man, he looks so good. Both of them stared at Kun with eyes wide open, completely ignoring Bai Liansu, who was still dragging herself along the ground. Hey, you two Kun fanboys, if you can still move, could you at least try caring for your injured teammate first? Lu Mai was also stunned when she saw Kun. Is that Kun? What on earth is going on? I thought only that person knew Kun's secret? Fan Lingjie asked him. Are you talking about Fan Lingjie? So, you were the one who killed him after all. Lu Mai, fuming, unleashed that demonic arm of hers. Since you know this secret, I absolutely cannot let you leave here alive. He barked an order, and his spirit beasts charged forward all at once. Judging by that tone of his, you know exactly what kind of guy he is. So, it turns out you're the mastermind behind all of this, Fan Lingjie shouted, as the undead spirit beasts rushed toward them. I'm going to capture you today and get to the bottom of this. Little Nian, devour them. With that command, Little Nian opened its massive maw and unleashed a powerful engulfing technique. One by one, those spirit beasts were swallowed whole, ending up right in the catfish's belly. Damn it, you stupid catfish. Everyone, swarm him, Lu Mo raged. But no matter how many beasts charged, Little Nian swallowed them all without hesitation. Lu Mo was furious. Bastard. I didn't want to go all out, but if that's how you want to play, fine. All forces, attack. He channeled his life force into the undead spirit beasts that had just been taken down, and they all staggered back to their feet. Bai Dantu watched in shock. What? The beasts that were already defeated. They're back up and fighting. They scrambled forward, instantly engaging Little Nian in a fierce brawl. Fan Lingjie yelled, Little Nian, watch out. Just then, Little Nian chomped down on a gorilla. But right on cue, Lu Mo controlled a mantis to lunge forward. It bit into Little Nian's gill, wounding the creature. Because of their empathic link, Fan Lingjie felt that same sharp pain. Watching from the sidelines, Bai Dantu was absolutely stunned. Is this an empathic link of the soul harmony stage? Fan Lingjie, are you okay? Seeing his chance, Lu Mo grinned confidently. Aha, found a weak spot. Finish him off. Taking full advantage of the opening, the other spirit beasts piled onto Little Nian. Naturally, the protagonist couldn't escape the backlash of the link, suffering injuries right along with it. DS11. Seeing Fan Lingjie in danger, the Duan siblings panicked. Little pervert, we have to go help him. But Fan Lingjie groaned. Cough, it's too dangerous. Stay back. Seeing Fan Lingjie in danger, Duanye's group panicked. You little scoundrel, we have to go help him. But Fan Lingjie refused. Cough, it's too dangerous. Stay back. He called out to Little Pervert Dog, which was lying limp on the ground. The dog understood immediately and bit down hard on the small sphere attached to its collar. The sphere shattered, releasing the water inside. Fan Lingjie frowned. I rigged that water sphere on the dog's collar for 2 reasons. 1, to replenish the water it loses whenever it uses its specialized peeing technique. And 2, to handle situations like this, where there's no water source nearby. Little Nian seemed delighted to see the water. As the splash hit Fan Lingjie, he clutched his head in agony from the previous attack. Suddenly, Little Nian snapped its jaws shut around Fan Lingjie himself. Lu Mo stood there, completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? Bai Liansu gasped. Little pervert. Why did he get eaten? Duanye was trembling all over, stuttering. It's just like the sect leader, a soul-devouring beast. Another high-level spirit beast lunged to attack, but Little Nian dodged with ease, turning around to chomp it down in one bite. Lu Mo was stunned. Watching closely, Bai Dantu realized its movements had become much more fluid. It doesn't look like it's devouring its master. It looks like Fan Lingjie went inside to pilot it. Inside Little Nian, the spirit beasts it swallowed rapidly dissolved, leaving behind 2 glowing pills, one red and one purple. Feeling time slipping away, Fan Lingjie commanded Little Nian. Swallow them all. Don't leave a single scrap behind. One by one, the beasts were devoured by Little Nian. Lumo was bewildered. Damn it. Why is it suddenly so agile? Everyone, scatter. The remaining spirit beasts obeyed and dispersed. Fan Lingjie calmly assessed the situation. In the next heartbeat, Little Nian made a few nimble movements and quickly mopped up the rest of the beasts. In an instant, only rubble remained, with Lumo still standing there. Everyone watched, half joyful and half in disbelief. That catfish ate all the spirit beasts. That's insane. Lumo scowled. Damn it. How is this even happening? Fan Lingjie encouraged his beast. Little Nian, well done. The path is clear. Go for him. He looked straight at the village chief and ordered, rip his arm off. Let's make sure he can't fight back. I still have some greetings to exchange with him. As he spoke, Little Nian opened its massive mouth, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. The group, led by Bai Dantu, watched, unable to believe their own eyes. Lumo sneered. You bastards, do you really think I'm that easy to beat? He lunged forward. Just then, Lucy shouted, watch out. At that exact moment, the wolf soul of the Grey Wolf attacked Little Nian. The strike left both the beast and Fan Lingjie heavily wounded, and Fan Lingjie was spat out onto the ground. Everyone watched in panic. Fan Lingjie. Little pervert. Lucy stood frozen in shock. Wolf soul. My old friend. It's not dead yet. The Grey Wolf was now critically injured, covered in wounds, with one eye completely destroyed. Lucy roared in frustration. Damn you. You've pushed my old friend to this state, and you're still not done with him? Lumo chuckled. Finally, I've finished off that troublesome beast. Now, take its secrets to the Grey. He forced the Grey Wolf to stand and prepared to use the wolf soul to strike Fan Lingjie again. Lucy grabbed a nearby sword, sprinted over, and leaped high into the air. He aimed straight for the mark on the wolf's forehead and plunged the blade deep. You're too tired, old friend. Rest now. The Grey Wolf began to lose consciousness, but Lumo wouldn't let go. He forced one last command. Ha, die. He made the Grey Wolf thrust its fangs into Lucy. The old man was sent flying, sliding across the dirt. Bai Liansu rushed over. Big Brother Lu. Big Brother Lu. Are you okay? You're bleeding so much. Near death, Lucy managed to choke out. Miss Bai. I'm fine. Then he whispered. Miss Bai, has my old friend finally found peace? Bai Liansu looked over. The Grey Wolf wasn't moving. It seemed it had finally passed on. Lucy let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. That's good. Now, I can rest easy too. Tears welled up in Bai Liansu's eyes. No, Big Brother Lu, you can't die. You have to hold on. But the old man knew better than anyone if he could actually make it or not. Lucy coughed a few times and said, It's all right, Miss Bai. I've fought alongside my old partner for half my life. I was always prepared to die for it. It's just, I'm not satisfied that I couldn't take down that evil monster with my own hands. He manipulated our love for these beasts to commit atrocities. Don't let a demon like that stay in this world. I'm leaving the rest to you all. With those final words, the old man closed his eyes. Everyone was distraught. Big Brother Lu. Dantu took charge, shouting to Douanier. I'll try to stop the bleeding. Douanier, go check on Fan Lingjie. Douanier sprinted over to help the protagonist. Fan Lingjie, are you okay? He blamed himself. Cough. I was too careless. Little Nian is critically injured, and the empathic link took a huge toll on us. My whole body is in pain. I can barely move. Douanier asked. The Grey Wolf is dead, but does that guy still have the strength to fight? And Fan Lingjie? Are there any other undead beasts around? Douanier scanned the area and replied, It looks like it's over. All the beasts that were killed have stopped moving, and no new ones are coming. Fan Lingjie gritted his teeth and frowned. Wait, you mean there are more spirit beast corpses? Damn it, I should have finished them off completely earlier. / damn it all. A bunch of eyesores intolerable. / I'll fight you all to the death. This sixth demon is really pissed off now. He manipulated them to stand up once more. Rabbits, birds, all of them. Tutu cried out in fear. Brother, they're moving again. Suddenly, the old village chief regained consciousness, looking around in utter confusion. The sixth demon glared at the village chief and sneered. My energy is drained to the limit, so this old man finally broke free from my control. Listen, old man, just stay quiet and watch the show. Once I wipe these people out, we'll move somewhere else and start fresh. He looked at the ruined village and the corpses strewn about. The scene left the old man horrified. You! What have you done to this village? Little Ma AJ. They had no grudge against you. Why did you have to kill them? Village Chief Ha stood there, stunned. But the cruel sixth demon didn't care that his cover was blown. He couldn't stay here anymore anyway. These people have become a burden. They have no more use to me. I won't let a single soul leave here alive. Meanwhile, Fan Lingjie's group was still struggling against the newly awakened spirit beasts. Seeing the zombified spirit beasts threatening the group, village chief Ha broke into a cold sweat. Are those the spirit beasts I helped you resurrect? You didn't send them to the afterlife. You just hid them away. The sixth demon replied coldly. Why waste free soldiers? Village chief Ha said, trembling with anger. We had an agreement. You were supposed to help me save people. Why did you do this? Why did you lie to me? The sixth demon used his left arm to choke the chief. Old man, do you really think you're worthy of questioning me? If you want to blame someone, blame your own stupidity. If I hadn't tricked you first, how else would I have gotten you to work so hard to drag in sacrifices so I could restore my strength? The village chief was shocked. You absorbed their life force. It wasn't for brewing medicine? The sixth demon replied. I do whatever is useful. Brewing medicine doesn't consume much energy. I need to devour massive amounts of life force to repair my own body. As long as I tie it to your beliefs and create a sense of tragic sacrifice, you'll jump through hoops and offer yourselves up as food for me. Human emotions truly are the easiest thing to exploit. Village Chief Ha's eyes were filled with shock. The sixth demon dropped him to the ground. You're almost fully recovered now. You're only useful as my puppet. As he spoke, he pressed the old man's face into the dirt. The chief quickly grabbed a piece of wood nearby and stabbed at the sixth demon's hand, but it was completely useless. Old man, with just that little bit of strength, you can't even scratch me. Just behave and watch the show. Once I'm done with them, we're leaving. In this desperate situation, the chief bitterly recalled the past. A year ago, his spirit beast had just passed away, and he was grieving while building its grave. Your death was such a huge blow to me. I can never forget it. Mujie, you left so suddenly. I didn't even get to say goodbye. If only you could have stayed with me for one more day. Just then, a voice called out in the distance, Help me. Hearing the plea, he asked, Who's calling for help? As he got closer, he saw someone lying limp on the ground. Ah, you're hurt so badly. Can you still hold on? At that time, because he lacked energy, the sixth demon was just a small wisp. He replied, He's dead. I'm the one talking to you. See? Hatidu asked in amazement. You're a spirit beast? How do you know how to speak? The sixth demon ignored the question and kept pleading, Hurry and save me. Without a host, I'll die soon. The chief asked, How can I save you? Let me parasitize your body and become your spirit beast. The chief hesitated. But this, I don't have a contract for another spirit beast. The sixth demon cut him off before he could finish. I'm not like other spirit beasts. I can grant you endless power. I can resurrect any spirit beast that has died. Upon hearing this, Hatiedu froze for 5 seconds. What? Are you serious? Can you really help me resurrect my spirit beast? The sixth demon replied. That's a piece of cake. Don't hesitate. Give me your hand. If you don't do it now, I'm going to die. Driven by the grief of losing his companion, and listening to the devil's temptations, Hatiedu voluntarily let the devil enter his body. The initial transfer seemed painful for Hatiedu. The sixth demon reassured him, The transfer process isn't pleasant, but trust me, just be patient. It will be over soon. Once the transformation was complete, Hatiedu showed the sixth demon where he buried his spirit beast. The sixth demon gave him a pill and said, Go, feed this to it, and it will be able to come back to life. Sure enough, as soon as the calf swallowed the pill, it stood up. Hatiedu burst into tears and hugged it. Mujie, I've missed you so much. But the moo in its master's arms just looked around blankly. Hatiedu wondered, It doesn't seem to recognize me anymore. The sixth demon explained, Well, resurrected spirit beasts don't have self-awareness. They only act on instinct. If your original contract hasn't been dissolved, you can still control it. The chief asked, So, it really is still dead, isn't it? I thought I could have it back by my side, but even like this, I'm already content. A while later, watching the calf eating fruit in the distance, he asked the sixth demon, Will it live like this forever? The sixth demon retorted, Why do you ask? Would it be painful to let it live like this forever? He replied, It doesn't have a consciousness anymore. How can you talk about pain? Or don't you want it to live forever? Hatiedu said earnestly. Actually, I just wanted to see it one last time. To say goodbye, forcing it to stay with me, unable to rest in peace. Is that too selfish? It's not just me. I feel like everyone who loves their spirit beasts has these same thoughts. The sixth demon answered, You are truly strange. You mean to say that many people would want their spirit beasts to be resurrected for a short time? Ha, Tiedu said. If it's in this form, maybe it would be better for it to rest in peace. The sixth demon started manipulating him again. All right, I'll be honest with you. Actually, I can only keep it resurrected for 1 day. After 1 day, it will turn into blue smoke and drift away with the wind, completing your so-called rest in peace. Isn't this the result you wanted? After the day had passed, it was time for Hatiedu to say goodbye to his spirit beast. Muge, have a safe journey, the sixth demon thought to himself. To keep up the act, I have to play this part well. So he used his remaining energy to force the spirit beast to dissipate, turning it completely into smoke that drifted into the sky. Naively, Hatiedu believed his spirit beast had finally ascended to the afterlife, and he wept tears of relief. Using the last of his energy to control this spirit beast, it turned into vapor and vanished into the sky. Back then, Hatiedu naively thought his spirit beast had ascended and shed tears. Muka, I'll see you in the next life. He was deeply moved and kept thanking the green demon. I'm truly happy. Thank you for fulfilling my wish. I can die without regrets now. He asked, So, what are your plans now? The old man replied softly, having just stepped out of his grief. What's left to do? I don't have a plan yet. He began to persuade the old man. Earlier, you said there are many others like you who yearn for even a brief encounter with their departed spirit beasts. Why don't we team up to help those poor souls? Hearing this, the old man eagerly agreed on the spot. That would be wonderful. I was thinking the same. So many people live with lifelong regret after losing their spirit beasts. Let's go save them. In June of the year of the wood snake, Duyenza village was founded. June of the year of the fire horse is the current moment, and Duyenza village is being destroyed. Looking at the scene, the village chief was overcome with agony. Wah. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I'm the one who brought this devil back into the world, ruining everyone's lives. With that, he grabbed a piece of wood and pointed it at his own heart. Now, I'll take it away with me. The green demon panicked. You old fool. What are you doing? It was too late for him to stop it. Village Chief Ha had already taken matters into his own hands and ended his life, plunging the wood deep into his chest. The green demon shrieked, cursing the village chief. You idiot. What are you doing? My energy is fading rapidly now that the old man is dead. As the brothers Bok, Dan Thu, and his sibling were fighting, the reanimated spirit beasts suddenly collapsed. Everyone looked on in surprise. They've all stopped moving. What's going on? The green demon could do nothing but howl. Damn it. Don't die yet, you old geezer. This stupid fool has wasted a whole year's worth of buildup. Ah. Duanye said to Fan Lingjie. The chief has fallen, and the green demon has shrunk. The protagonist observed that its control seemed to have lost its power. Tutu was the only one uninjured, so she volunteered to run over and check on village chief Ha. Bok Dan Thu didn't forget to warn her to be careful, and she looked stunned. Chief, what's wrong? There was no answer. The chief was truly dead. Seeing Bok Lian too, the green demon hatched a plan. That's it. This woman is simple-minded. If I can trick her into placing her hand on the old man, I can seize the chance to latch onto her. He began to lure her, saying, The chief's old illness has flared up again. Hurry and help him. Tutu didn't believe him. Clearly, you were the one who killed him, he pleaded. No, he's not dead yet. If you don't believe me, try checking his pulse. Tutu slowly stepped forward. Is that so? The green demon thought gleefully. Come here, you stupid woman. But Tutu remained sharp and quickly turned to alert her brother. Brother, this demon is trying to trick me into touching the chief. This must be the only way it can try to save itself right now. I suspect that since the chief is dead, it has lost its ability to act. It needs to find a new host. As long as we don't touch it, it probably can't do anything. Exposed by Tutu, the green demon was furious. Damn it, Tutu asked. So, what do we do now? Fan Lingjie tried to tell her to ask about the process of how it killed sect leader Fan. The green demon remained stubborn and tight-lipped. You low-class trash think you're worthy of questioning me? Even if I've fallen into your hands, I won't say a word, Fan Lingjie said. We need to find a safe place to lock it up and slowly pry its mouth open. I can't move right now. Besides Tutu, can you two still move? However, Duanye and Master Bok weren't in much better shape. I'm afraid I'm spent. Cough, cough. My leg is seriously injured. I can barely stand. Seeing a golden opportunity but being unable to act, Fan Lingjie was extremely frustrated. Damn it. If we seek outside help now, we'll definitely be exposed. If the Alliance gets involved, we won't be able to uncover much of the information. At this stage, if we want to investigate further, it's better if fewer people know about the green demon. At this point, Bok Dan Thu spoke up. I can use my second-tier sect privileges to call for rescue personnel from the service station. They have healing spirit beasts. They can help us recover quickly and then immediately transfer us to a safe location. But Fan Lingjie was worried. That's one way. But can we trust the people at the service station? What if they report to the Alliance? Bok Dan Thu, having no other choice, insisted on his plan. Just give them enough incentive, and they'll surely do it. Let me handle that. Only then did Fan Lingjie agree. All right, fine, let's do that. Then Dan Thu said, Tutu, there's a signal device on Old Bok's collar. Shoot it into the sky. She quickly ran over to where Old Bok lay, trying to comfort it. Old Bok, hang in there. Help is coming soon. Two quickly fired the signal flare. Dan Thu said, all right, help from the service station will arrive in half an hour. Tutu, keep a close watch on that green demon. Don't let it pull any tricks. So, Tutu grabbed a piece of wood and sat there, staring it down. The green demon immediately changed its tone. Say, Miss Bach. To cut it off instantly. Oh? Changing your tune? Not low-class trash anymore? The green demon fawned. You're a kind-hearted lady. You wouldn't want your spirit beast to die, would you? Help me. And I promise I won't hurt you. You can use my power to resurrect your spirit beast forever. It seemed its tactic wasn't working. Tutu replied coldly. Oh, you mean TT? You can't resurrect it. I saw it get swallowed by the Kun Fish earlier. Besides, I dug TT out of a grave. It's better off resting now. Hearing that, the green demon was left speechless. Fan Lingjie turned to her and said, Don't pay it any mind. It's just struggling before the end. I advise you to just confess properly. The green demon then switched targets to Fan Lingjie. Hey, you kid who uses the staff. The secrets of the staff were taught to you by Fan Lingjie, right? I bet he didn't teach you all the secrets of the staff. If you cooperate with me, I'll tell you every single one of them. I guarantee your power will skyrocket. In less than a year, you could become world famous. How about that? Fan Lingjie sneered. Oh, is that so? That's great. It seems when my father asks you later, there will be even more information to dig out. His attempt to persuade failed. The green demon was boiling with rage. Damn it. You low-class trash dare to mock me. I'll kill all of you. No matter what it did, it was met with nothing but cold indifference. The more it spoke, the more energy it drained. Damn it, I absolutely cannot die here. I have to think of something. Now I can only focus on maintaining my life force. Its second wave resurrected spirit beasts had no energy left to control, unless there was another good spirit beast. Suddenly, it sensed a living spirit beast in the house over there. There really was one. The green demon was overjoyed. Perfect. I just need to wait for this woman to let her guard down, then push her from behind. That should do it. Then, with a sinister chuckle, the demon sneered. Heh, I can still turn the tables. Get over here, quick. It turned out the spirit beast was still alive. It was the Chi-Chi belonging to Hui Ya. She cradled it and asked with a sharp, judgmental gaze, Are you still trying to control it? Lu Mo was stunned. Is that you? Seeing that Hui Ya and Xiao Qin were still alive, Bai Liansu was overjoyed. Sister Hui Ya, Xiao Qin, you're both safe. That's such a relief. Hui Ya didn't say a word, just turned to look at Hitidu. Bai Liansu turned to her and said, That demon killed the village chief, but he's completely powerless now. It's safe for the moment. We've already called for backup to handle this. Oh, right, don't touch it right now, or it'll latch onto you. Lu Mo started trying to coax Hui Ya again. Hui Ya, do you really still believe in the ideals of Yuanxi village? Help me, and we can save even more people together. Without my power, those ideals will never be sustained. Hui Ya replied coldly. Upholding these ideals? What a joke. Look at what's become of Yuanxi village. How can you even talk about upholding anything? I tried my absolute best to protect the beautiful things that He Tidu destroyed, and look at the outcome. This is where it all led. Bai Liansu consoled her, her heart breaking. Sister Hui, Ya, this isn't the village chief's fault. It was all that demon manipulating things from the shadows. Lu Mo defended himself. You're not wrong. That old man was just too stubborn. He had absolutely no capacity to protect his ideals. But you, Hui Ya, you're different. You have the strength to do it. As long as we work together, we can rebuild everything based on your vision. Bai Liansu hurriedly cried out, Sister Hui Ya, don't listen to him. Obviously, Hui Ya retorted with a cold snort. Working with you would just make me another puppet, destined for the same fate as He Tidu. Lu Mo scrambled to respond. No, I can give you full control, she asked. How? He explained. You're just afraid that I'll take control of you without permission. But in reality, manipulating a host takes a massive amount of energy. You just need to strictly control how much of my energy you absorb, and I won't have enough left to do anything. Until we've built up enough trust, you can manage my energy intake precisely according to your needs, and I'll provide you with all the data. Hui Ya listened in silence. Fearing she was being swayed, Fan Lingjie and Feng Mo shouted, "Don't believe him. He'll fake the data, store up energy in secret, and wait for a chance to take control of you." Realizing he was being exposed, Lu Mo insisted, "I absolutely wouldn't. You can test it out in detail later. Every time you brew a medicinal concoction, you can lock me in a secret chamber alone, so I can't do anything. There are so many ways to do this. We can discuss and figure them out slowly. I've laid my heart out on the table without holding anything back. Hui Ya, please trust me. Don't give up on your ideals. There are still so many people in this world waiting for you to save them." Bai Liansu tried to intervene. "Don't fall for his flowery words, demon. Sister Hui Ya won't be tricked." But to everyone's shock, after a moment of thought, Lu Mo actually convinced Hui Ya. She said, "Fine, I accept." The group led by Fan Lingjie was struck dumb, left stunned for 5 whole seconds. Lu Mo was ecstatic. "Excellent choice, Hui Ya. Now, give me your hand." Bai Liansu tried her best to stop her. "Sister Hui Ya, don't." But no matter what she said, Hui Ya remained unmoved. At her wit's end, Bai Liansu rushed over to push Hui Ya away. But it was too late. She had already touched the village chief's body. Bai Liansu worriedly wondered, "Did we stop it in time?" At that moment, Hui Ya slowly stood up and looked back at Bai Liansu with a blank, emotionless expression. Bai Liansu asked anxiously, "Something's wrong. It's already possessed her." The male lead could only curse. "Damn it." Lu Mo appeared above Hui Ya's head and told her, "The reinforcements they called are arriving soon. We can't keep tangled up with them. Let's get out of here." Bai Liansu kept pleading, "Sister Hui Ya, don't listen to him. This demon will only bring more harm." But Lu Mo told her to back off, controlling the Chi-Chi to charge and ram into Bai Liansu's stomach, sending her sprawling. Seeing her sister fall, Bai Danshu frantically called out to Bai Liansu. They couldn't just let him get away. Even though he was sprawled on the ground, Fan Lingjie tried to summon his spirit beasts. "Don't you dare!" But it was devastating. Both the little hound, the little vine, and little Neo were all severely injured. None of them were in any condition to fight. Left with no choice, he helplessly called out to Duan Ye, "Bai Danshu, hurry, find a way to stop him." The situation with the other two was no different. Duan Ye didn't have a spirit beast, and Bai Danshu's was on the verge of death. At that moment, Hui Ya said to them, "My apologies, everyone. The faith of Yuanxi village is the only motivation I have left to live. I have no choice but to keep it alive." She turned her back and walked away, leaving behind one last line, "We shall never meet again." Fan Lingjie's group could only call out to her in desperation, "Sister Hui Ya, come back." Her silhouette faded into the distance. Frustrated, Fan Lingjie yelled at the ground, "Damn it, come back. We were only one step away from the truth. I can't accept this." Bai Liansu sat there sobbing, blaming herself. "Wah, it's all my fault for being too naive." At that moment, the scouts from the beauty station arrived. They found the people from the White Village. They were riding 4-winged blood eagles, the Zhu Ling Qi, a specialized mount used by third-rate sects. They asked the Yuanxi villagers, "What's going on here? Why are so many people dead?" Bai Danshu pointed in the direction Hui Ya had left and shouted, "That's right, the culprit just ran off that way. She's a girl in a green dress. Go after her and catch her. There are serious casualties here. Send help immediately." Half an hour later, they returned empty-handed. "My apologies, young Master Bai. Our search yielded no results. The direction she fled is nothing but mountains and dense forest, which is perfect for hiding. We searched the entire area from the air, but we couldn't find her." Fan Lingjie gritted his teeth. "Damn it." The station staff gave their report. "We've checked all the dead and wounded. 3 children were lucky, no major physical injuries, just traumatized. 5 others were critically injured, and we've sent them for emergency treatment. Everyone else is dead." Seeing the bodies of Lucy and the 2 sisters from the village, Bai Liansu and Bai Danshu were heartbroken. The beauty station staff said, "Young Master Bai, the situation is too severe. It's beyond what we can handle now. We have to report this to the Alliance immediately." Bai Danshu held his head in despair. "Go ahead, but please, take us back to the station first. I don't want to stay here anymore." Scene shift to a nearby station. Inside a recovery room, a healing spirit snail was latched onto Fan Lingjie's body. He was surprised. "Sister Thung, it's finally done." After taking care of his wounds, he hurried to open the door and shouted, "Duan Ye, Bai Danju, Are you two awake yet? Hurry up. We're going to catch Hui Ya. Little did he expect that the two of them, Bai and Douanier, had already been waiting for him outside for a long time. They were finally awake. You were the last one to wake up. We've been waiting for half a day. Was the impact of the mental backlash really that bad? He asked. How are you guys doing? Bai Danju replied calmly. We're doing just fine. The spirit beasts have already been given recovery medicine, and although they haven't fully recovered, they can at least fight now. The matters at the Minwing station have all been taken care of, so the Alliance probably won't come investigating our place for now, Fan Lingjie said excitedly. That's great. Hui Ya probably didn't run far, so let's head out immediately to catch her. Bai Liansu was also very determined to go, but her brother immediately shut her down with one cold sentence. It's too dangerous. Being told to stay back left Bai Liansu stunned. She snapped back angrily. What are you talking about? We've been through so much together, and now you think I'm a burden? I don't care. This involves me, and you have to take me with you. Then, annoyed, she punched Bai Danzu a few times. Just then, a guard announced that the district governor had arrived, leaving Fan Lingjie and his group stunned. As soon as the governor appeared, he said, The young master of the Bai clan has recovered quite well. Fan Lingjie, we meet again. It seems you guys really don't know how to sit still. Fan Lingjie whispered to Bai Liansu. We're done for. The alliance moved so quickly, and the district governor even came in person. They're definitely targeting us. As soon as he said that, the governor asked directly, regarding the tragedy at Duyanjia village, all of you were at the scene, right? Danzu clasped his hands and replied, Governor Liu, we did indeed witness that tragedy firsthand, but someone else is the culprit. The governor cut him off. Say no more. The alliance investigated it from the very beginning. This case has nothing to do with you, and you will not be pursued for anything. Fan Lingjie whispered to Bai Danju again. Huh? What's going on? How could even the alliance act like this? So, Bai Danzu expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Governor Liu, for clearing our names. This case also made us extremely angry. The killer is hiding in the forest. We were just about to go catch her. Excuse us, Governor Liu, we must be going. The other three followed suit and tried to slip away. Sorry, Governor, we'll be going now. But before they had taken a few steps, he called them back. Wait, the Alliance has already arranged a group to search for her. You don't need to get involved anymore. Go get some rest. Bai Danju quickly retorted. No. We have already encountered the killer and understand her best. We are willing to give our all to help the Alliance catch her. The governor sighed and said, Look, young Master Bai, you don't have the rank for this. This case isn't about whether you're willing to investigate or not. It's that you no longer have the authority to do so. Bai Danju quickly explained. What about using the second-tier authority of our Bai mansion? You don't need to ask my father about this. I can decide that myself. The governor replied with something that stunned everyone. Young Master Bai, I'm afraid even the head of the Bai clan wouldn't be allowed. The higher-ups designated the authority level from the very start. This case is rated as Level 1. Everyone was struck silent, as if hit by lightning. They couldn't believe it. Outside the station, the sky was clear, and the trees were lush. Feng Mang, his clothes slightly dirty, stood with his hands on his hips and sighed. Man, we were only one step away from the truth. Feng Mang glanced around, careful of the two Alliance members standing guard. The Alliance was definitely keeping an eye on them. Earlier, when Governor Liu stood face-to-face with Dan Zhu, he said, You no longer have the authority to continue the investigation because this case has been classified as Level 1. Dan Zhu was taken aback. What? Did you make a mistake? Why does this case have such a high security level? Governor Liu replied, This was handed down from the higher-ups. Neither you nor I have the right to question it. We just follow orders. Bai Liansu was a bit worried. Brother, what do we do? Danzu was silent for a moment, then compromised. Fine. If it no longer concerns us, can we at least go out for a walk? The governor agreed. Be my guest. Danzu's eyes turned dark. Let's go. As Danju walked past the governor spoke up. However, young Master Bai, let me warn you first. The governor reminded them. From now on, the Alliance will be closely monitoring your movements. If you investigate near the village on your own accord, we will have no choice but to treat it as a Level 1 obstruction charge. Dan Zhu was even angrier now. He turned his head and shouted, I don't know what kind of game the Alliance is playing. The killer is still on the loose. Why are you wasting time tailing us? If you had the energy to do this, you could have caught the killer a long time ago. The governor remained serious. Young Master Bai, don't get agitated. This is the will of the higher-ups. Getting angry at me won't do you any good. Come over here and let's talk. At this moment, Fan Lingjie was standing silently, thinking, The scene of the massacre back then being classified as level 1, it was identical to the tragedy that happened to his own family. Fan Lingjie rubbed his chin, struggling to guess. Both cases involve secrets that shouldn't exist, yet they were set to an extremely high authority level. Could there be a connection between them? There was a sound behind him. Fan Lingjie called out, "Little petty thief, why are you hiding here?" Fan Lingjie was surprised and turned his head. Ah. Bai Liansu appeared, her hair let down, her eyes bright and stunningly beautiful. Seeing Fan Lingjie frozen in place, Bai Liansu asked, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Fan Lingjie was startled and quickly denied. No, it's nothing. It's just, you suddenly changed your hairstyle." Bai Liansu touched her hair and smiled. "So? Compared to when it's tied up, which one is better?" Feng Meng replied calmly. They're both beautiful." Bai Liansu wasn't satisfied. "Hey, that's way too perfunctory." Bai Liansu put her hands on her hips. "What's wrong? You look unhappy. Are you still frustrated?" Feng Meng replied. "Yeah, we were just about to uncover the truth, but we ended up hitting such a huge obstacle." Bai Liansu comforted him. "Hey, cheer up, it's okay." Bai Liansu patted Feng Meng's shoulder with a thwack. "Don't worry, little petty thief." Bai Liansu looked at him with sparkling eyes, full of trust. "Our Bai mansion is already a second-tier sect. With my father's help, we've reached the transcendence level. The Bai mansion will probably be promoted to a first-tier sect before long. When that happens, we will definitely pester my dad until he gives us the authority to investigate." Bai Liansu insisted. "Believe me, when that time comes, we will definitely be able to investigate everything clearly and restore justice for Sect Master Fan." Fan Lingjie clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, Miss Bai." Bai Liansu was displeased. "You're still calling me Miss Bai?" Feng Meng was confused. Bai Liansu's gaze became alluring. "We've been through life and death on this journey. We've experienced so much together. Surely our relationship has moved to the next step, hasn't it?" Feng Meng was struck as if by lightning, his mouth agape. "Huh? Our relationship? You?" Then, a burst of laughter erupted, and Feng Meng was left stunned. Bai Liansu grabbed her stomach, laughing heartily. "Feng Meng, that was quite the performance out there. I didn't realize you were such a good actor. Were you tricking me the whole time?" Bai Liansu teased with a playful glint in her eyes. "I was just testing you to see if your lecherous nature would surface. You're not a lost cause after all. Keep it up." Feng Meng stood there, dumbfounded. "I'm heading back now." Bai Liansu watched Fan Lingjie walk away with a tender, affectionate gaze. As Fan Lingjie moved through the crowd, he spotted the sect leader and hurried over to catch up. "Danchu, you're out? What did the district governor say to you?" Danchu sighed. "He just advised me to weigh the pros and cons. He told me not to ruin the Bai estate's future. My apologies." Fan Lingjie replied, "I can't let my father's lifelong hard work be affected. I guess we have to part ways for now." Fan Lingjie understood and nodded. "I see. It's all right." But then, Danchu's eyes filled with determination. "But rest assured, the Bai estate will likely reach level 1 status very soon. I can guarantee that once we have the authority of a level 1 sect, we will investigate this matter immediately." Bai Liansu smiled from behind, thinking, "He sounds just like me." Feng Meng bowed respectfully. "Many thanks." Bai Liansu asked, "Is it time to go back?" Danchu nodded sympathetically. "I've been hiding from my father for days now. We need to return to the Bai estate. What are your plans for the future?" Fan Lingjie replied, "This time, it was my lack of strength that caused us to miss the opportunity." Feng Meng looked determined. "So, I need to focus on my cultivation and upgrade the sect. Otherwise, things will be very difficult moving forward." Danchu agreed. "That makes sense. I'll be working hard to improve during this time as well, preparing for our next move." Bai Liansu chimed in. "I'll do my best to train too." Fan Lingjie suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right. You must keep your training a secret, especially since you're still being hunted by the Alliance." The sect leader understood instantly. "Don't worry, that item was a keepsake from the late sect leader, and since it ended up in the hands of his successor, it's finally back where it belongs. Take good care of it for me." Feng Meng looked over at Duanye, who was leaning against a pillar in the distance. "Duanye, let's head back to Lingshui Pavilion now." Duanye crossed his arms, pretending to be cold and indifferent. "Who said I wanted to go back?" Feng Meng felt helpless. "But you're wearing the Lingshui Pavilion uniform. Doesn't that mean you want to go back?" Duanye retorted. "Who made the rule that you can't wear another sect's clothes? Aren't you wearing Bai estate gear right now?" Then Duanye's eyes clouded with sadness. "I betrayed everyone, and now I don't even have my spirit beast. How am I supposed to just go back?" Feng Meng comforted him. It's just like Suega said. Duanye, don't think like that. Leaving the sect wasn't your fault. You've carried too much on your shoulders already. Duanye agreed immediately. Fine. Since you're begging me so much, I suppose I can give you some face. I'll go back with you and take a look. Let's go, let's go. Fan Lingjie finally realized the scheme. You're just looking for an excuse to back down, aren't you? Danshu said. Old Bai has recovered. Let him fly you two back. Duanye and Feng Meng climbed onto Old Bai's back. Bai Liansu waved her hand with a smirk. Goodbye, you little pervert. Don't forget, there's still a bounty on your head with me. Don't go bothering any other girls, or I'll drag you back to be my servant. Danshu added, the past is water under the bridge, and the warrant will be withdrawn. Don't go back to your old ways. Feng Meng agreed. Then, Old Bai took flight. Danshu and Bai Liansu waved from below. See you later. Arriving at Lingshui Pavilion, the newly built gates looked both stylish and beautiful. Fan Lingjie admired them. Wow, they've renovated the entire courtyard. You guys must have worked really hard. Feng Meng turned his head and called out, Duanye, hurry up. Guling will be so happy to see you back. Duanye was still standing by Old Bai, sweating nervously. You go ahead. I'll see the tiger off to make sure it doesn't get lost. It looks so pitiful. Feng Meng's jaw dropped. He quickly retorted, it flies home on its own in no time. Why would it need you to see it off? Duanye made another excuse. I'm just checking out the scenery around here. You go on in. Look, there's a tree over there. Feng Meng grabbed Duanye by the collar and started dragging him. You care about appearances even when you're dying. Just get in there with me. Duanye panicked. Hey, let go. I'm not ready yet. He tried to pull away. Let me think about what to say first. Feng Meng kept dragging him along. Sect leader Gu, I'm back. Everyone, come out and see who's here. Walking into Lingshui Pavilion, a crowd of people was gathered inside. Duanye's eyes widened in surprise. Feng Meng was also stunned. Why are there so many people? Duanye speculated. With this setup, is it an enemy attack again? One of the people in the crowd saw them enter, assuming they were new recruits. Another one shouted, Hey, get behind me. Don't keep crowding in. Duanye and Fan Lingjie looked at each other, completely bewildered. Recruits? Duanye pointed. Oh, it must be because Gu Ling is recruiting people for the Level 2 sect entrance exam. One of the criteria for the exam is that the sect must have a certain number of members. Feng Meng replied, I know that, but there's an unusually high number of people here. Duanye rested his hand on his chin. That's true. Just a few days ago, sect leader Fan was recruiting, and nobody even came to ask. Fan Lingjie, standing behind them, whispered to himself, Hey, the students are starting to talk. He's coming out. Chengxi stepped out and spoke to the applicants. We have reviewed your situation. The exam results will be announced within 5 days. Please wait patiently. The applicant bowed. Understood. Thank you. The people in the crowd started whispering, Are you kidding me? Even Qin Feng from the Shuiyao Hall has to wait for the announcement? They aren't just accepting him on the spot? He's the second in command of the Fan Lingjie Hall. That's way too strict. Does that mean we have no chance at all? Chengxi explained. Everyone, at Lingshui Pavilion, we always uphold the principles of fairness and thoroughness. For all applicants, we wait until the interviews are finished, discuss, and evaluate everything before we announce the results. We are doing this to be responsible to all of you, so please don't take it the wrong way. Duanye was surprised. So arrogant. Where did they get this kind of influence? Feng Meng waved from below. Senior brother Cheng. Chengxi's eyes lit up. Junior brother Fan Lingjie. Chengxi ran through the crowd. Junior brother Fan Lingjie. You're back? The others were confused and agitated. What kind of relationship do they have? Are they here to take our ranking? Chengxi hurriedly asked. Everything happened so fast. Junior brother Lu, did you find any clues? Feng Meng replied. Yes, we made some progress, but we encountered new difficulties as well. I'll find a time to discuss everything in detail. How are the senior brothers doing? What's the situation here? Chengxi laughed. Haha, it's just recruitment. Everyone is so eager. Sect leader Rongling said we had to finish recruiting in a few days to surprise you. I didn't expect you to be back so soon. Duanye asked. But why is the recruitment for a level 2 sect so crowded? Chengxi was shocked, his eyes wide as if struck by lightning. Duan senior brother. He immediately rushed inside. Whoa! Sect Master Rongling, you gotta come out here. People around wondered. What's going on? A loud voice echoed from inside. Really? Rongling hurried out. Seeing Duanye, she gasped. Duan senior brother. Rongling was overjoyed. You still kept Lingjie's uniform. You're finally back, Duanye stammered, feeling awkward. Rongling, I just came back to check on things. Rongling ran over and hugged Douanier tightly. I knew it. I knew you'd come back. Douanier was at a loss for words, but then he finally relented and reached out to pat her head. Phew, all right, I'm back. Fan Lingjie watched and chuckled. Douanier really is a tsundere, isn't he? Chengxi understood him all too well. Haha, he's always like this. Douanier turned and pointed a finger at Fan Lingjie. What are you laughing at? Since I'm back, you better call me senior brother from now on. You little junior. Feng Meng just smirked. But inside, Lingjie was cursing. You little brat. The four of them were finally reunited and happy. Douanier asked, but Rongling, there are so many people applying. What exactly is going on? Rongling smiled. Oh that? It's quite a coincidence, actually. The others watching were starting to get impatient. Hey, don't just stand there chatting. Are we still doing the interviews or what? Can you hurry it up? I sneaked out of my sect to come here. I need to head back soon. Rongling hurriedly apologized. Sorry. The interviews continued. Chengxi looked at the list. Next is Jiang Gang. Please come into the room. Rongling waved goodbye. You guys go ahead and get busy. Chengxi added. How about this? You guys head over to the market. You'll understand everything once you see it. At the market, Douanier and Fan Lingjie walked through. Douanier looked at the crowd. There are so many people. Is it over there? Fan Lingjie suggested. Let's go take a look. The two of them pushed through the crowd as the people below began to cheer. Douanier and Fan Lingjie were stunned. Yanmai and Shilan were standing on stage. Jia Rongling and Manju were also happily waving at the crowd. Feng Meng wondered, who are they? Why are they wearing Ling Liao Pavilion's clothes? Shilan spoke up from above. Next is what you all have been waiting for. We've been waiting for someone to present our new composition to you. We hope you all like it. The crowd roared in excitement. It's finally happening. Yanmai, I love you. Shilan, go for it. Shilan started first. Ling Shanqing, Bai Danshu, Suo Lan, Fang Wei Su, Manzu chimed in. Tai Zhu, Ye, Xia. Then came Yanmai and Jia Rongling, wearing their dazzling ornate hairpins. Bai Danshu, Shang Nian Wang, Yu Chuan, Ti, Zheng, Mai, Bai, Fu, Sei, Feng. Shilan shouted, who are we waiting for? Is everyone ready? Raise your hands and join us. The crowd raised their arms and cheered. Okay. Yanmai recited. Xiao Nian. Boom ba. Jia Rongling joined in the dance. Big Kun, Kwa Ka. Shilan and Zhu Man held hands to strike the ending pose. Lingjie Pavilion rocks. The crowd followed along, ecstatic. Feng Meng and Douanier looked like they were about to be overwhelmed. Both of them were terrified. The music kept blasting. Ma, Moa, Ja. Douanier and Fan Lingjie both slapped their foreheads in helplessness. Our sect's secret code. It was choreographed into a pop song? Seriously? Meanwhile, at another sect, Mu Chuan stood inside, pointing and shouting, all of you, get back here. His disciples quickly retorted, we were just going to watch the performance, sect master. Don't worry. We're just checking it out. If we don't get in, we'll come right back to you. Did you get the flyer? Gotta go. Mu Chuan screamed in frustration. Back on stage, Lingjie Pavilion's Shilan continued. Lingjie Pavilion is now recruiting. Talented individuals who wish to join us. Please head over there and register with our boss. And please help us spread the word. Sorry to bother you. The people rushed off. I want to sign up. I want to join the sect. Douanier wondered if their boss was Yue Tong, who was currently registering them. Line up, don't push. Douanier had guessed correctly. Earlier that afternoon at the Lingjie Pavilion cafeteria, food was being served. Yue Tong brought out a tray. Cook, make a little extra for the next 2 days. Once there are more people, we'll need a bigger pot. Shilan's group was excited. Thank you, boss. Let's eat. Yue Tong noted. The four sisters, Mai, Lan, Zhu, and Rongling, are people I met during the competition. They joined the sect right after it ended. It's thanks to them that we have such a huge crowd. Yue Tong looked at Douanier, who was eating with a giant bowl piled high with food. Duan, that's your 8th bowl. You just got back. The food supply for Lingjie Pavilion needs to double now. Douanier stayed focused on his eating, while Rongling smiled happily after a bite. I'm so happy. Duan senior brother and Fan Lingjie junior brother are both back. We're finally reunited. From here on, things are getting back on track. Lingjie Pavilion has hope again. Fan Lingjie, junior brother, tell us about your investigation. Once the table was cleared, Fan Lingjie finished his story. Rongling was shocked. What? Why is the alliance involved? Fan Lingjie replied, I don't know. The alliance's ranking system for sects is like a shackle. If we don't reach a tier 1 sect, I fear we'll never see the true face of this world. Fan Lingjie stood up and told the others, once we finish dealing with sect affairs, let's go into seclusion together. Feng Mang said, after this battle, I think I've figured out a shortcut, but I need to find a deserted place to test it out. It feels like the voice of the pavilion's spirit. And by the way, I also want to tell everyone about Kun's secret. By the morning of the second day, the sun was rising. Cheng Shi was still yawning. Rongling spoke up. After a night of hard work, we finally selected 30 suitable people out of 350 resumes. Duan Ye added, in a few days, we'll notify them to join the sect. Rongling's eyes lit up. Like that. With the addition of the 4 sisters, Mai, Lan, Deng, and Lin, that's 39 people in total, we've easily hit the scale requirement for a 3rd-tier sect. The remaining target we need to meet is the strength requirement. A top 3 sect needs 20 members, excluding the sect leader. For a 3rd-tier sect, the strength requirement is that one person's spirit beast must reach the late stage of the heart fusion realm, or 6 spirit beasts at the peak level, or one person's spirit beast reaches the heart fusion realm, and 4 people's spirit beasts reach the peak of the spirit bamboo realm. Rongling raised her hand and said, junior brother Fan Lingjie has already reached the heart fusion realm, but word is that reaching the late stage is a huge hurdle, and it's supposedly incredibly difficult. As for us, reaching the peak of the spirit-forming realm is still very hopeful. So, the strength requirement is going to depend on how hard we work during this period. Cheng Shi and Tich Boy were also excited. The fierce battle in the last competition helped Tich Boy jump 2 levels at once, and with my recent dedicated training, I've now reached the peak of the spirit bamboo realm. Yue Tong also calculated. Jiaobok Mokni is already at level 8 too. With hard training during this time, we should be able to hit the max level. Rongling was also joyful. Huang Huang is already level 9. I even taught her new skills. Only Duan Ye looked dejected. You all discuss it, I'm leaving. This was because Duan Ye was the only one without a spirit beast. Rongling comforted him. Senior brother Doan, don't be like that. Cheng Shi suddenly remembered, didn't junior brother Fan Lingjie come up with a quick way to get stronger? If you tame a new spirit beast, you'll definitely be able to level it up fast. Duan Ye looked uninterested. You can believe that kid's words? He's arrogant every day. He ran off last night, and now he's nowhere to be seen. He's simply not reliable. Feng Mong spoke up. I'm back. Duan Ye judged him. So you finally show up? Feng Mang kept something hidden behind his back with one hand, his clothes covered in dirt, while waving with the other. You all got up so early? Cheng Shi said. Didn't you tell us to gather early this morning to head out for training? Yet you're the one who arrived last. Cheng Shi pointed at Feng Mong and tattled. Rongling, this guy didn't come back last night, and even you are spoiling him. He clearly went back to his old ways. I'm reporting him. Feng Mong panicked. I didn't. Fan Lingjie reached up to touch his hair. I was just out preparing a surprise for senior brother Doan. Duan Ye quickly said, give it a rest, don't drag me into your mess. Feng Mang handed a kitten to Duan Ye. For you. It was a cute little black cat. Duan Ye was surprised. A shadow cat? Brother, you caught this? Feng Mang smiled and admitted it. Yeah, this little guy is super smart. I sat in the bushes all night just to catch it. Cheng Shi was surprised it was a shadow cat, and Rongling praised him. Junior brother Fan Lingjie, you're so thoughtful. Feng Mang's gaze turned gentle. Although the black cat in your heart can never be replaced, you can pour the longing and love you had for it into this little one, and let it work hard alongside you. Feng Mang shouted. All right, let's stick to the plan and head out for training now. Rongling wept, hugging Yue Tong's arm, feeling like everything from before had returned. This is so wonderful. Cheng Shi was eager, finally heading out. Duan Ye looked at Fan Lingjie in front of him. He remembered how, back in the day, Ti Kak had also given a black cat to Duan Ye. Since you like it so much, take good care of it. At this moment, Duan Ye hugged the black cat and sobbed, deeply moved. Don't think you can move me, you jerk. Before noon, Fan Lingjie spoke up. We're here. This is the place. Everyone arrived at a desolate, cracked landscape. Cheng Shi assessed it. Why is the ground so cracked? Yue Tong looked at the bushes in front of them. There were corals growing on the ground. Cheng Shi pointed. Wow, the skeleton over there is huge. Rongling was confused. Junior brother Fan Lingjie, where exactly is this? Fan Lingjie explained, this place is called the Dried Sea. It used to be an ocean, but now it's completely dried up. Those remains all belong to the giant water beasts from before. Douanier understood. So, this place is beneficial for cultivation. Cheng Shi asked, junior brother Fan Lingjie, what is this secret about the Kun you wanted to tell us? Feng Mong summoned Xiao Nian. Come on out, Xiao Nian, appear. Poof. Cheng Shi was astonished. Wow, Xiao Nian really turned into a Kun. Rongling praised. After Xiao Nian leveled up, this is the first time I've seen it this big. It looks so cool. Feng Mong asked, do you all remember the spirit essence that the sect leader Fan left behind before? Cheng Shi quickly replied, of course I do. By eating that miraculous stuff, spirit pets could level up like crazy, but we've already used it all. It was truly magical. Douanier didn't know. What was so magical about it? Feng Mong announced, sect leader Fan passed this method on to me that is the secret of the Kun. The Kun can swallow spirit pets and convert them into spirit essence. Yue Tong understood. So, that's how the Kun is used? No wonder sect leader Fan could level up so fast. Rong Ling stood by, worried, and looked around. Is it really okay to talk about such a big secret out in the open like this? Is there really no one else around? Fan Lingjie explained. After being together for so long, we've built unbreakable trust. Besides, there is only one Kun in the whole continent. Sect leader Fan previously was obsessed with finding the truth behind his family's massacre and neglected all of you. He said that he felt very ashamed. Feng Mang's eyes turned serious. Now I'm helping him make up for it. In a short amount of time, I'm going to level everyone's spirit beasts up to the highest possible level. Cheng Shi praised. That's way too powerful. If we had a way to manufacture the medicine, then the spirit beasts' levels would break through the heavens, right? Feng Mong disagreed. That won't work either. Think back to how the speed of leveling up by consuming spirit essence worked. Cheng Shi recalled. Yeah, at the beginning, eating one pill was enough to level up. But later on, even many pills wouldn't help us gain a single level. Leveling up got slower and slower. Exactly. The spirit power provided by each spirit essence is limited, and the further you go, the more spirit power a spirit beast needs to level up, so it will inevitably slow down. Spirit beasts level up quickly in their early stages, but once they reach the spirit bamboo stage, the path to leveling up becomes a crawl. Feng Mang continued. Therefore, we must create spirit essence with more spirit power, which means swallowing stronger spirit beasts. Yue Tong realized. So, we just need to go out and find more high-level spirit beasts for Xiao Nian to swallow, right? Fan Lingjie replied. That's the principle, but the biggest difficulty is where are we going to find so many high-level spirit beasts? Fan Lingjie explained. Everyone knows that because spirit bamboo realm beasts require special food to level up, most wild spirit beasts only develop to the form stage. The spirit power of form stage spirit beasts is completely insufficient for our current leveling needs. Yue Tong asked. Then what should we do? Douanier suggested, go find spirit beasts that other spirit masters have already trained and have Xiao Nian swallow them. Rongling didn't think that was right. That doesn't sound very good. Feng Mang revealed. During the battle at Duyansha village, I suddenly thought of a shortcut. It's this. Douanier recognized what was in Fan Lingjie's hand. Demonic medicine, Feng Mang explained. When a spirit beast that has undergone corpse transformation swallows this, not only does it turn into spirit essence, but it also purifies the demonic medicine completely. Feng Mang explained that the spirit beast didn't just turn into spirit essence when it was devoured and refined. It even yielded a perfectly intact demonic pill. Feng Mong held a bag of magic herbs in his hand and said, look at this, guys. After that battle, I managed to snag quite a haul. The good news is, these magic herbs can likely be recycled. Feng Mang gestured proudly. That's why I came here. Given the dried-up sea, there's probably a ton of upgrade materials growing in the remains. He kept explaining, that explains why so many spirit pets in this dried sea reached the century stage, achieving spirit bamboo, and some even hit the heart harmony stage. Feng Mong looked at the massive remains in front of them, although they were just skeletal remains now due to the sea drying up. If they could use magic herbs to bring them back to life, Douanier's eyes lit up. Oh, I get it now. Cheng Shi was also amazed. This method was incredibly systematic. Little Nian chimed in with, bub bub bub, Feng Mang continued. Plus, even if they get swallowed halfway, they won't lose their energy. That means, as long as we follow this path, we can cycle through all the high-level remains on this continent and turn them into our own resources, Feng Mang concluded. But these are just my theories for now. We need to verify if they're actually feasible. Douanier, go ahead and use this magic potion on those remains. Douanier crossed his arms and eyed him. Little junior brother, You sure know how to boss people around. Feng Meng realized. He quickly scratched his head and explained, "Ah, that's only because senior brother Duan knows exactly how to use the magic potion, right?" Fan Lingjie thought to himself. He always acts like the leader once he's finished explaining. Duan Ye approached the skeleton, thinking, this must be the spot. Once applied, a light glowed from within the bones, and the skeleton began to twitch. Suddenly, the fish skeleton flew up. The whole group was shocked it had actually come back to life. Feng Meng shouted, "A spirit beast digestion process is easy to handle if there's no spirit beast master controlling it. Xiaonian, swallow it." Xiaonian lunged forward, using its devouring power to gulp the skeleton down. Feng Meng looked at Cheng Si, senior brother Cheng. "Where are those 2 jars of water I asked you to bring?" Cheng Shi quickly grabbed them. "Ah, right here." Feng Meng used the liquid from the jar, then ducked into Xiao Nian's mouth. "You guys wait here. I'm going into Xiao Nian's stomach to see if it worked." Rong Ling, Cheng Si, and Yue Tong were stunned. A beast swallowing its master? Duan Ye looked at them with a judgmental gaze. "Stay calm. That's not what's happening." Feng Meng came back out. It was a success. In his hands were 2 essence marrow pearls and the magic potion. Rong Ling praised, "Junior brother Fan Lingjie, you're incredible." Cheng Shi was overjoyed. "I'm so excited. I'm about to level up." Feng Meng and Duan Ye recalled the past, then handed the magic potion to the 4 of them. "All right, let's get started." Everyone split up to resurrect the remains, leaving the rest to Xiao Nian. The whole group worked together. "Let's do this, everyone." From this moment on, the Lingxiao Pavilion would charge toward becoming a first-class sect once again. Skeletons kept rising into the air, and Xiao Nian kept flying up to swallow them, but more kept emerging, and the cycle continued. On a bright, sunny afternoon with crisp air, everyone was sprinting for their lives, screaming in panic. Fan Lingjie, clutching his favorite pet, ran frantically, yelling at the others. "Run faster." The giant panda was just as anxious, but with its massive size, carrying a girl wasn't difficult at all, though it had to take extra long strides. Even though they were running as fast as they could, the giant fish behind them wouldn't let up because its speed underwater was many times faster than theirs. He turned his head, panting as he shouted, "It's no use. This thing is too strong. We can't swallow it for now. Retreat." The situation was incredibly tense. He turned to his friend, gritting his teeth with one eye squeezed shut, and asked, "Cheng Shi, why did you resurrect that thing?" He was also panting heavily. It really wasn't on purpose." Across the vast desert, skeletons of dinosaurs appeared, their jaws gaping and roaring in a truly terrifying display. Looking at those creatures, he yelled, "I really didn't mean to." The dinosaur skeletons held their poses, locked in a fierce battle stance. It was a 3-headed dinosaur monster, absolutely horrifying. Everyone had to find a place to hide. They ducked behind a giant boulder and let out a sigh of relief. Phew, out of its line of sight, we're safe. Their faces were etched with fear. In this emergency, Fan Lingjie spoke up. "That thing is the Emperor's heart-binding beast. It's probably the overlord of these waters." Cheng Shi was also shocked and deeply panicked. "It didn't look that big when I first saw it. Who knew that more than half of its body was buried underground?" According to the illustrations, he was nothing but a tiny shrimp compared to that monster. He continued to panic, not knowing what to do and feeling completely at a loss. Now what? Do we switch spots? How can we just let this huge meal get away? Fan Lingjie seemed calmer than everyone else. He thought of a new plan. "Let's level up a bit. We should be able to suppress it then. We've collected quite a lot of spirit essence this morning. Let's take it out and level everyone up." They took out many sparkling, shimmering stones wrapped in a piece of cloth. Seeing such mystical light, everyone gasped a sign of their collective amazement. "Wow, there's so much. These are both numerous and beautiful, truly eye-catching." Aside from a large amount of water-type spirit essence, there were also beast-type, barrier-type, and all sorts of other elemental types. He continued to lay out his plan. "We have a lot of water-type spirit essence, so let's let the Shadow Cat level up first." The little guy standing nearby chimed in with his own suggestion. "I've already named it. Let's keep calling it Blackie." It sounded like a very interesting idea. The pink-haired girl standing nearby greeted it warmly. Welcome back. Blackie. Not bad, not bad." Cheng Shi seemed a bit hesitant as he fed his pet. "This pearl looks pretty ordinary. Is it really that magical?" Seeing his reaction, it seemed he didn't quite believe it. To be able to level up without grueling training? That makes no sense at all. Are you guys overhyping this? Watching his pet eat with such appetite, chomping, 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 he thought to himself. However, things went far beyond his expectations. It was the complete opposite. "It's so magical." He was incredibly surprised and shouted, "I can't believe it leveled up this fast." He was so happy, his face a mix of joy and shock as he watched his pet reach the evolution stage. In just a moment, that spirit essence pearl had elevated it to a new height. Not only was he too happy for words. You guys saw that, right? Just one pearl, and in a flash, it evolved. Do it quickly. This attitude of his left everyone else stunned, though they didn't find it strange. Looking at their expressions, they seemed a bit reluctant. Yeah, that's right. Fan Lingjie walked closer to them, revealing some kind of fruit that was a mix of beige and orange, which also looked quite appealing. Stay calm. Eat this wild fruit after leveling up. The bamboo spirit continued to level up. He added, with a calm expression, I've calculated it. We have plenty of water-type spirit essence. Everyone should level up. Hearing his convincing words, everyone, from the smallest animal to the rest, leveled up with immense joy. The bamboo spirit evolved, and even the giant panda evolved. Only one pet, the teddy dog, could only reach the 8th level of spirit cultivation. While everyone else had evolved, the little guy only reached level 8, making the atmosphere a bit awkward. But that was okay. Our guy stood beside it to cheer it on. Since we couldn't collect Earth-type spirit essence, there's no way to level you up for now. But don't worry, little vine. I'll share some leveling power with you later. Seeing that they had leveled up as much as possible, everyone was very happy. The bamboo spirit evolved. So, does that mean we can upgrade our heart-binding technique now? Seeing them celebrating so early, he thought, it's not that easy. Upgrading the heart-binding technique requires one of 3 upgrade materials. Rumor has it you have to find an auspicious day and time. Burning incense and bathing to become a shaman, only then can you increase the success rate. Hearing this news, they began to lose interest. So, how did junior brother Fan Lingjie succeed? He reaffirmed it to be sure. Just do it like that, he said, stepping in to add, everyone, don't rush the soul bonding yet. There's something more important you need to follow. He continued with a very confident expression. Everyone, keep feeding your spirit beasts, spirit essence, based on their primary attributes. Hearing this, everyone was a bit confused. Isn't it already upgraded? Wouldn't eating more be a waste? He then explained that their way of thinking was quite far from the truth. Not continuing to feed beyond the standard amount of spirit essence can cause the spirit beast, he said with a bit of embarrassment. The lowest tier is soldier, then warrior, then lord, and finally emperor. Hearing this, everyone scrambled, unable to believe their eyes. I didn't mishear that, did I? Upgrading the potential tier. From warrior to lord, right? The potential tier can actually be upgraded? Seeing everyone buzzing like that, Fan Lingjie also explained a bit more. I've heard that very few spirit beasts can upgrade their potential through careful nurturing and training. But everyone has a different method for nurturing. You say just eating spirit essence is enough? The system began to analyze the transformation from the potential tier, absorbing spirit power, and after breaking through, upgrading to a lord. Yeah, by eating excess spirit essence, the surplus spirit power during the upgrade will force the spirit beast to upgrade its potential tier. True. Meticulous nurturing is simply to let the spirit beast's spirit power accumulate as much as possible. Before the upgrade, it's the same logic as overfeeding spirit essence. He added, it's really complicated. The sect master's yin-yang fish upgraded its potential tier this time, partly because resources were sufficient. The spirit beast could raise its spirit power to the max. And secondly, because he used so long to upgrade that the spirit beast's spirit power had already accumulated enough to level up its potential. Hearing someone mention his name, he felt guilty and sneezed repeatedly. Feeling that, he didn't understand what was happening. On this side, everyone continued to discuss. Let your spirit beasts continue to eat spirit essence until they feel their spirit power is full, then proceed with the soul bonding, and you will definitely reach the Lord tier. Oh, wait, the white-eyed beast doesn't need to eat anymore. The accumulation of the spirit bamboo can only reach the Lord tier at most. Hearing this, everyone was astonished. Oh, that's okay. Next time we pay the fine, we'll use this method. Everyone can reach the Emperor tier. The sect master's favorite was when he paid his fine and upgraded to the Emperor tier. Hearing this, everyone was even more shocked. Emperor? No way. Can my spirit beast reach the Emperor tier too? Everyone looked at their spirit beast and saw the Emperor rank. That heaven-defying brat is just like that. No sportsmanship at all, forcing me to let my spirit beast eat. It's driving me crazy. Eat it for me. Don't rush, I'm only halfway through. He was stunned. There's more? What's more? The next thing is adding a second sub-attribute for the spirit beast. What is that second sub-attribute? She replied to him, doesn't a spirit beast only have one sub-attribute? The primary and secondary attributes of a spirit beast are innate. You can improve them, but not change them. He showed a very lovely and cute spirit beast. Primary attribute, beast type. Sub-attribute, poison type. But using spirit essence can cause the spirit beast to absorb spirit power from other types. When the newly absorbed spirit power exceeds the previous sub-attribute, the spirit beast will gain a new sub-attribute, which is the dual sub-attribute. According to the diagram, first, the spirit bamboo upgrades by consuming lightning-type spirit essence to gain lightning-type spirit power. It will then bond and become a dual attribute, primary beast type, sub-attributes, poison and lightning. The sub-attribute looked sad and sighed. Sigh. Don't worry, lucky you. This time I'll increase the attributes for you too. Everyone seeing that followed suit. So, what is the effect of the dual sub-attribute? How do we choose? First of all, it can naturally coordinate with each other to increase the compatibility of the spirit beast. For example, the sect master's fragrance beast. If you increase the sub-attribute to fragrance type, it can spread the range of the healing spores and also increase attack options. This is a very good combination. Hearing this, it grabbed everyone's attention. Wow, this is exactly what I need. Everyone's eyes lit up. Then let's add the fire sub-attribute for the spiky beast. So the thorns it shoots will carry fire, which must be very powerful. This coordination of senior brother Trin is a very good counterexample. The spiky beast's plant sub-attribute is countered by fire, which would have the opposite effect. So everyone needs to seriously consider choosing their second sub-attribute. Of course, as long as the coordination is reasonable, it will definitely be stronger than a single sub-attribute, because the sub-attribute will change the spirit beast species. Imagining the soul bonding at the Lord tier level, while having two attributes will transform it first the water type, then to the Lord tier. The spirit beast will evolve into a stronger species, so the dual sub-attribute is definitely a big win. Imagining an image of a rather cute creature, changing species. Oh. So everyone, before upgrading the soul bonding, the thing to do is to overconsume spirit essence and think about the second sub-attribute. Everyone heard and said in unison, understood. As for my soul bonding, it has finally reached the peak of the 5th level soul bond. Now I have to. What he needs now is a breakthrough. The girl with the blonde hair ordered everyone. I heard that the soul bonding breakthrough is a barrier for spirit beasts. Be a little careless and you'll suffer chi deviation. Junior brother Fan Lingjie, you don't have to take such a risk. We can find a safer place. Everyone continued to offer advice. You want to bond here in this ghostly place right now? However, he patted his chest confidently. Success in soul bonding early is very important for your later upgrades. The secret to the breakthrough has already been imparted to me by the sect master. I will be able to succeed very quickly, so don't worry. In the end, when did the sect master teach you so many things? Why did he not even mention it when he was alive, even though you might be his disciple? That was a long time ago. Surround this big fish. You guys just need to watch around so I won't be disturbed. It will be finished in 1 hour. Saying that, he immediately sat down, piled up the earth, and cultivated in an extremely focused posture. Now, little soul, have a battle with me. In this situation, the two spirit beasts were tied together. A spirit beast reaching the soul bond stage will form a psychic link with the one who signed the contract. A small human and a spirit beast were bound by a chain, bigger than a dog chain. But this link is forced and manifests on the surface. Only by breaking this lock can the spirit beast and the human truly achieve psychic communication. This synchronization is a mandatory trial to pass during the intermediate stage of the heart fusion realm. Gather around. The mental projection of the human and the spirit beast appears, reaching the 4th level of heart fusion, where the beast and its past incarnations can mentally link, entering a shared spiritual space to begin the battle. Inside this space, the master and the beast must complete a battle within their subconscious. It's a 6th rank spirit fusion level battle. If the Beastmaster wins the duel, the spirit beast can successfully synchronize, upgrading to the late stage of heart fusion. Beneath an ancient, gnarled tree, a massive spirit beast and a human sit together. During this process, they can cut off their connection to reality at any moment. But if the Beastmaster isn't careful and someone dies, the shock to their actual nervous system could lead to chi deviation, so the entire process must be handled with extreme caution. If something feels wrong, stop immediately to avoid injury. Deng Wanyao muttered to himself, explaining the concepts and the process of synchronization. Suddenly, Deng Wanyao screamed, "Oh, right. I forgot the most important part. During synchronization, you don't fight the beast using your own form." He finally realized, you actually enter the beast's spiritual consciousness, becoming it entirely to fight. And as for my opponent, he said, with a bit of embarrassment. Fan Lingjie's face turned dark at that moment. The essence is that my own image turns into a spirit form, and this spirit form isn't like a normal person. It's tailored specifically to the attributes of the beast you are about to synchronize with. This includes elemental wings. On the screen, vines appeared, then vine wings. As a master, you must have the ability to suppress the beast's attributes. A powerful being like the spirit beast, the main attribute is beast type, and the secondary attribute is humanoid. Reading the records, the humanoid type is extremely rare and only appears as a secondary attribute. Spirit beasts with a humanoid secondary attribute will have a shape very similar to a human, but the spirit form faced during synchronization is like a beast that has a humanoid main attribute, with fire as a secondary attribute. Why would one face such an enemy in a heart synchronization trial? No one knows, but it must be the most terrifying primordial incarnation hidden deep within the beast's heart. The moment they faced him, one could feel the pressure and fear in Jiang Nian's heart. At this moment, Deng Wanyao was stunned, standing there blankly like a statue. He is Fan Lingjie, someone suddenly shouted. Oh, after synchronization is the spirit beast fusion, and you can see some of the beast's important memories. This memory seems to be the beast's place of birth. Amidst the lush greenery and sweet spring water, a school of fish is playing carefree. It looks like a beautiful memory. Suddenly, a horrific scene unfolds. Human weapons pierce the bodies of these tiny fish. Seeing this, he was truly shocked. Is this the League ordering the slaughter of the neon fish tribe? The memory hides in a rock crevice to escape. So this was its most painful memory. Suddenly, a giant hand reaches out from the stream. This is definitely not normal. Something is definitely wrong. It was caught after all. A man's face appears on the screen. It's Bai Danshu. There's still one alive. That's great. Jiang Nian was moved to the Lotus Lake at the Bai Mansion. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. The next scene shows a person falling down, and it's none other than himself. Isn't that me? According to his memory, in that desperate moment, Jiang Nian didn't hesitate to accept the pact with him. Thank you so much. At this point, he realized something. Oh, the memory has changed again. This place is where you really aren't willing to give up, wanting to prove yourself right, aren't you? From being looked down upon by everyone to being respected, it all depended on your own hard work. Guessing this, he suddenly remembered something and pointed. Swallow everyone who blocks our path. Let's reach the summit. Hearing this, he stood there stunned. So, this is your most important memory? Then let's go, and let's work together to fulfill our promise. Everyone gathered around, looking at him and his beloved spirit beast. It's been half an hour, hasn't it? I wonder if the synchronization file was saved successfully. The onlookers started guessing, looking at their expressions. It seems there isn't any major problem. You guys tell me, why does junior brother Fan Lingjie know so much? It's amazing. After all, the sect master passed everything down to him, right? He asked, confused. Then why does the Fan family sect master know so much? That was definitely a naive question. About that, it seems the ancestors of the Fan sect passed down some ancient books recording the secrets of spirit beasts. He learned many techniques for raising and training spirit beasts from those books, techniques that have been lost in the modern day. In a conversation with him once, he accidentally let it slip. Chengxi couldn't help but exclaim upon hearing this. Oh, so what, because the Fan family knew too many secrets, they were wiped out by villains. It seems he has a bit of wit after all. Hey, saying that is very disrespectful to the Fan sect master. Even if things happen that way, you can't talk like that. Feeling he had been a bit disrespectful, Chengxi immediately knelt down, looking very pathetic. He bowed and started apologizing for his mistake. I'm sorry, Sect Master Fan. I didn't mean it. Please forgive me. I just feel that although the Sect Master is gone, the guidance he left behind is truly amazing. That's why I want to become someone like him. That's how it is. But becoming someone like him is not easy, you know. Before he could finish his sentence, Chengxi interrupted. Hey, do you have to be so blunt? Is a teenager's beautiful dream not worth a little encouragement? Everyone was having a headache when suddenly someone arrived. Huh? Why are they here suddenly? Oh my god, that's not a person. That's the terrifying three-headed monster from before. Now that everyone is hiding in the subconscious of idleness, they have to face it, causing panic among everyone. Chengxi looked up and said, It's not good. It found us. Everyone, protect the synchronization site. Because we have transformed into a spirit beast while simultaneously having to resist an enemy that counters us, this is naturally an extremely difficult battle. But through the records in the Fan family's ancient books, I've learned how to deal with this. Plus, Having experienced this once in my past life, I can defeat it very quickly this time. He paused and called out the Fan family name. An image appeared. Dear, are you okay? That's great. Father, what is happening? Who did this? At this moment, her father could only try to raise his hand. I'm not sure either. Just ignore these things for now. There's something more important. Now listen carefully. The house is now surrounded by ruins, all turned to dust. Forget about that for a second. There's something more important, so listen closely. The place around the house is currently a pile of rubble and ruins. Those people's goal was to destroy the Fan family's ancient secret scrolls, but they only ransacked the study and never found the real secrets hidden beneath the floorboards. That's where the Fan family's true ancient texts are kept. The first rule of our family teachings is that the younger generation must protect those scrolls with their lives. The threat is here, so you must shoulder the responsibility of protecting them. She accepted this noble duty, though she was heartbroken watching her father, Fan Datian, memorize every single word from the ancient scrolls. This way, even if they're destroyed, you can still restore them. Is that clear now, Titni? It was as if she could hear her father's words, and she couldn't stop the tears from streaming down her cheeks. Father, I'll remember. Datian, currently on the water stage, was using a technique to cut the ropes. Come on. He drew more rope, waiting for the monster to block it, then used a water bubble to capture it and struck it with a large blade. Fan Lingjie suddenly had a premonition. Something's not right. It looks like trouble outside. I have to speed things up. Outside, everyone was truly in danger, scared out of their wits. Don't look back, just run. The monster's claws were getting closer. One swipe and they'd all be finished. The creature slammed its hand down, sending everyone sprawling. Of the four of them, only Cheng Shi slipped and fell behind. In the midst of the danger, everyone shouted, Cheng Shi. Luckily, he managed to dodge it. Over here, you idiot. Seeing himself mocked, the monster grew even more furious and lunged at him. Too fast. Only then did he realize he'd messed with the wrong target. A mere human couldn't possibly stand against such a massive beast. Suddenly, the creature stopped. Why did it stop? It pulled its hand back, slammed it into the ground, let out a few roars, and then went completely berserk. It turned out to be none other than Fan Lingjie, who had returned and was now chasing after the monster. Fan Lingjie, junior brother. Did you succeed? Everyone was stunned to see him return at such a critical moment. Taylor Worm. Level 10. Crystal Centipede. Level 10. Deep Abyss Water Spirit. Level 10. Taylor Worm. Level 10. Everyone had leveled up to a new tier, and Fan Lingjie was thrilled. Yes, success. Their heart fusion phase was complete, their spatial abilities had improved, and they could now distinguish the evolution items for other spirit beasts. Everyone was amazed. Xunquan succeeded. Does that mean Xiaonian has reached the 3rd level of the 6th tier? That's right, the connection is broken. I'm not afraid of the fire train anymore. She was overjoyed. Leveling up so much in half a day was unbelievable. They couldn't believe they were this strong. I never even dared to dream of this. But now I'm starting to look forward to the future. Seeing them like this, Fan Lingjie reassured them. Don't worry. When it's time for you all to level up, I'll share my experience so you won't be as nervous. For now, focus on the 2nd sub-attribute. What do you think? I've thought it through. Since you analyzed it so well, let's add the wind attribute to Huang Huang. I've decided too. The Whitewood Ear Spirit is always getting hurt. If it can't be reasoned with, let's just make it tougher. The spirit beast nearby growled. What about the mineral attribute? Have you chosen? I have an idea, but I'm not sure what attribute to add. My beast's ability is growing thorns when it licks something, so I want to strengthen that by making its tongue longer to cover a larger area and reach further. But what attribute would make that happen? Wouldn't that be the divine attribute? Wait, no, it's already a divine type. Oh, can't it just be like my support pet? Your understanding is a bit off. Sub-attributes mainly enhance existing abilities. You can't just change the physical length of a body part. They realized they had misunderstood and felt embarrassed. Then what should I do? Seeing their blank faces, he continued. Look, its ability relies on saliva and thorns. If you use the poison attribute, both can be enhanced, similar to the little poison toad. If used well, it could lead to some amazing skills. Wait, spitting venom. Is that supposed to look cool? This has nothing to do with being cool. Fine, let's go with poison. Then, the senior brother spoke up with a sigh, arms crossed. I don't want to add a sub-attribute for Black Cat. Everyone was surprised. Why? Didn't Fan Lingjie say we should change the spirit beast's type? I promised Black Cat I'd work hard to make it stronger. Changing its type feels like breaking our bond, so I want to keep it as it is and grow stronger together. It sounded a bit strange, but everyone agreed. Your decision is great. The bond between a spirit master and their beast is something no other method can replace. The dark attribute of Black Cat, if nurtured well, will be very powerful. Trust your choice. Don't worry. Who's worried? I was just saying. Feeling awkward, he changed the subject. The coral over there looks nice, right? Saying that only made things more awkward. Fan Lingjie took out the glittering gemstones. All right, we'll go with mineral and poison, and I'll personally go collect the materials for the wind attribute. Wait, Fan Junior brother, did you forget something? The heart fusion upgrade requires one of 3 materials. It's a huge gamble. It might not be that easy. Everyone chimed in. That's true. My luck has never been good. I'm doomed. My beast won't be able to fuse for a year. Fan Lingjie tied a string around his head and muttered, Don't worry about that. Actually, he had hidden his skill. He knew a bit of physiognomy and could calculate the exact fusion materials for everyone. Everyone was shocked. Is there anything you don't know? Fan Lingjie signaled them. All right, who's first? Junior sister. Go ahead. She was stunned to be chosen first. Here, these are the mineral-type spirit origins, prepared for the iron beast. Use the white wood, ear first. All right, show me your hand. Can spirit masters read palms too? How do you read for the beast? At least the beast has hands. What about Huang Huang? Who's worried? I was just saying it. Geez, talk about awkward. He started rambling to change the subject. That coral over there looks pretty, doesn't it? Well, it was awkward before, but now, it was just even more forced. Fan Lingjie set those sparkling gemstones aside. All right, since we're aiming for the mineral and poison types, and I've got the wind type inherited, I should go out and gather some specific materials. Our upgrade materials will get everyone to the heart harmony stage in no time. Wait, Liu, did you forget something? I'm not trying to waste everyone's resources, but for the heart harmony upgrade, you have to choose one of 3 materials. It involves a lot of luck, so I'm afraid it won't be that straightforward. Everyone noticed her jumping in and thought it made sense. Exactly. My luck has always been terrible. If I mess this up, we'll be stuck for another year before we can attempt the heart harmony stage. He kept talking, causing everyone to look confused, but told them not to worry. Actually, Fan Lingjie tied a string around his head and muttered as he continued, I know a little bit about physiognomy divination. It turned out he was hiding his true talent all along and could help everyone calculate the exact materials needed for their heart harmony upgrade. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Was there anything he didn't know? Fan Lingjie leaned toward them and said, All right, who's first? Let's go, junior sister. She was shocked to be chosen first. Ah, here it is. This is the mineral-type spirit essence prepared for the iron-type upgrade. Let Baimur use it first. All right, Baimur, hold out your hand and let me see. Could Ling Shu read palms too? Let's see how this goes. At least Bai has a hand, but what about Xiangxiang? After a long moment of contemplation, Fan Lingjie finally made his decision. He mused to himself, the white tremella beast keeps getting hurt. It needs stitches, and it's clearly in so much pain. Got it. So, the phoenix statue bitter berry. Honestly, I just made that up on the fly to sound impressive. Everyone was astonished when they heard that term. Wait, that doesn't make any sense at all. It doesn't even relate to palm reading. Hey, we're trying to learn something important here. Don't mess around. Fan Lingjie, oh my god, we are so embarrassed. We're just mortified. Seriously, no jokes. Believe me, I happen to have 10 phoenix statue bitter berries right here for the white tremella beast to eat. But when he fed it to the creature, it didn't seem to want to eat and looked quite uncomfortable. Pff, you see, it's not that simple. Most upgrade materials are hard for spirit beasts to swallow. A spirit beast master has to convert the material into energy and channel it into the beast's body. Through careful guidance, yes, exactly like that. Blessing upon blessing. Everyone, don't look at this. He felt incredibly restless and anxious inside. Suddenly, about 3 meters away, a shimmering light flared up. The spirit beast was leveling up. A Lord-class beast, Earth attribute. First stage of the mineral heart combination. Everyone was completely stunned and speechless. Wow, it worked. Is that really the white tremella beast? With an interface like that, no one would have thought it could level up so fast. Man, this really makes me look good. Tremella. You don't have to worry about getting hurt anymore. Look how big and strong my little guy is. Now, for the final question, Joyful. Can we learn the forced synchronization technique now? You must be twice as careful now. Don't get hurt, okay? What kind of species are you? 2 attributes in. It's rarely recorded in history books, so I can name it myself. He was so happy he patted his spirit beast's rump. Ah, I can't wait anymore. Next, let me handle the thornback. Go on, hurry. Fan Lingjie paused for a second. Let me look, let me think. The spirit beast gazed at him with sparkling, expectant eyes. Just as he started working, he suddenly felt a wave of discomfort. Seeing him busy, everyone grew worried. Fan Lingjie, junior brother, what's wrong? Are you okay? Suddenly, his left eye glowed red, and he gritted his teeth. No, this isn't good. The ghost is waking up again. In such a critical moment, he shouted, Wait, I need to use the restroom. Did our junior brother leak heavenly secrets and get punished by the heavens? Heavenly punishment, in the form of diarrhea? He scrambled out of the mud and let out a sigh of relief. Inside his mind, he was fighting a starving female demon, and it was truly terrifying. I'm so hungry, you idiot. Where is this? Why did you bring me to this hellish place? Hurry up and find me something to eat. Hey, it's only been a few days, and you're already hungry? There's no village in front and no shop behind. Where am I supposed to find food for you? You really should have told me in advance so I could prepare. Why are you starting to lose your temper? I told you, at least once every 5 days. Do you not have a brain? I'll give you half a day. If you don't want to lose face, go find food yourself. He vanished. Cough, cough. Damn that demon in my body, just popping out to cause trouble. I can't handle it. Even if I get stronger, if it controls me at a crucial moment, it might ruin everything. I have to find a way to solve this. But I don't know anything about this demon creature, and I have no leads. Damn it. The original owner of this body knew it much better. Maybe there's a way to deal with it, but I have no way of knowing. That girl seems very familiar with Fan Lingjie. Maybe she knows something. Has that strange illness of yours gotten worse again? They looked up and saw a figure in the distance. He's back. Seeing him, everyone was overjoyed. Junior brother, why did it take so long? We've been worried sick. Hurry and help look at the thornback. He raised his hand and replied, The upgrade material for the thornback is the phoenix statue bitterberry. Fragrance is the bone-connecting wax, and Black Cat needs the deep moon weak water. Hearing these names, everyone was startled. Hey, how did you know that without calculating? You're being a bit sloppy, aren't you? Look at me seriously. I've already checked. There is absolutely no problem, so relax. Now, you all go back to the spirit pavilion first and upgrade your synchronization according to what I said. After speaking, he turned to Fragrance and paused for a moment. The wind element, spirit essence. I'll go collect it myself. Going? What do you mean you're not coming back? Fan Lingjie, junior brother, you suddenly look so troubled. Are you all right? How did you end up like this just from having diarrhea? His face darkened. Yeah. There's something very urgent. I have to go take care of it right now, but until I fully understand everything, I don't want to reveal too much. I'm sorry. Fragrance looked worried. Junior brother Fan Lingjie, what are you saying? If it's a secret, just keep it for now. We'll take care of the spirit pavilion for you. Seeing everyone supporting him like this, Fan Lingjie felt a surge of warmth. Thank you, everyone. Oh, right. Let me ask, which way is the Red Brain Tower? Hearing this question, everyone looked even more bewildered. Suddenly, he was grabbed tightly. Let me go first. Let me explain. It's not what you think. Cheng Si sighed. Oh, Fan Lingjie, junior brother, there's a knife hanging over your head now. Even your senior brother can't help you this time. The sect master's black cat claws are sharp. Just help this kid get rid of the trouble. Don't. I'm out of breath from running. Fine, I'll tell you. I want to go find Kwang Nu Chi. The three of them were incredibly surprised and looked at each other. Kwang Nu Chi? Suddenly, their confusion vanished, and they all exclaimed, Aha, as if they suddenly understood everything. Why didn't you say so earlier? You were hiding your little girlfriend so well? He was so annoyed, he shouted back. What girlfriend? As expected of the person I admire. We should work hard too. Fan Lingjie felt embarrassed. Fragrance looked a bit happier. Okay, go. I've approved your leave, but you have to be back before the second stage of the upgrade selection. Don't worry, the sect master gave me 10 days. I definitely won't miss the competition. 10 days? I see. Looks like there's a little secret here. When he inferred such nonsense, he suddenly got angry and shouted, What the hell do you know? At this moment, he suddenly remembered something quite important. Right, junior sister, help me with one thing. To avoid revealing my identity, help me change into a new outfit. In a scene within the campus grounds at dusk on Hoa Tran Du Street, everyone stared blankly at the dragon-shaped building, wondering who was outside with the big shots. Are all the shops on this street like this? I'll buy clothes that look like the ones I had before, so I won't reveal my identity since it's my first time visiting. I'll buy some fruit too. I wonder if this guy's numb to it now. The gift he brought is 5 kilos of tangerines. Downstairs, there are 2 beautiful girls. Looks like a big spender is here to play. Looking up, he realized this must be the place. It was just his inner craving acting up. One man, standing alone in a new environment, feeling lost and out of place, yet still possessing a sense of determination. He stood at the door, having longed for this place for a long time, and gathered his courage to step inside. In front of him, a man and a woman blocked his path. You could tell at a glance that this regular customer had heard of the place and sought it out. Come in, come in. Let me introduce you to our hottest girls." Before he could even say a word, a beautiful girl stepped out. With her curves plump and bouncy, she was there to introduce the top performers of the establishment. Rue, soft and gentle, makes you feel so warm. Her identity? She's a beastkin of the strength type, specialized in the beast attribute, in humanoid form. And the beautiful girl next to her is Chingye Chai, a beastkin of the king type, beast tribe, with a sub-attribute in humanoid form. If you prefer something a bit more wild, why not try our shop's recent bestseller? It's hit the whole street. Fan Lingjie realized that Rue misunderstood his intentions, thinking he was a lecher. He was extremely panicked because that wasn't the case at all. No, that's not why I'm here. Before he could finish, the other guy cut him off. I know. None of these catch your eye, huh? You must have a very special taste. Nana, come out here and entertain the guest. Hearing that, suddenly, a girl who was both plump and large stepped out. Customer, you're calling for my Nana? You really have a unique eye. Nana, hurry and take the guest to a room. Seeing her appearance, Fan Lingjie was scared stiff, his face turning pale and panicked. No, wait. She is an elemental spirit of the strength type, beast tribe, with a rock sub-attribute in humanoid form. He screamed in agony. Stop it, Jiang Nuer, save me. Suddenly, someone stood behind him, waving their hands. Who's calling me? A girl suddenly saw him and called out Fan Lingjie in shock. She was none other than Jiang Nuer, the one he had been searching for all this time. He raised his hand, looking embarrassed. Long time no see. Before he could say anything else, she pounced into his arms, hugging him tight and jumping for joy. You deadbeat? Why are you here? She draped her arm over his shoulder and smiled. All right, everyone, clear out. This is my man. I was just planning on finding time to go sell you off. And you just delivered yourself to my doorstep. He felt a bit awkward. However, Jiang Nuer was incredibly excited. Let's go. Let's head upstairs to my room. You brought a gift for me? You men are so straightforward, but I love it. Tell me, what was so urgent that you had to come find me? He rubbed his head, smiling sheepishly. This time, it actually has to do with that strange illness of mine. Her eyes suddenly lit up. What are you waiting for? Bring it on. With her luscious figure, it was truly hard for any man to resist, but Fan Lingjie was extremely flustered. Bring what? It's not like you want to use the scent on me to treat the illness again, right? Seeing her intense reaction, he waved his hands. No. That only works temporarily. It doesn't cure it at the root. I came here this time to find a way to cure it for good. She laughed. You deadbeat. Making up excuses for your weird hobbies again. All right, tell me. How do you want me to cooperate? I mean, didn't I lose my memory? He wanted to ask if she had any treatment methods for this strange illness from before. Her answer left him completely stunned. Aside from that, did I ever mention any other way? She thought for a long moment. Do you really want me to say it out loud? You're so annoying. You mean that? He asked, dazed. Oh, which one? You said that by borrowing the charm from the alluring demon, it could make me immune to the illness's control. Hearing this, he was completely shocked. Immune to the strange illness's control? If I don't use the charm to replace the Crimson Demon's influence. Wait, you mean immune to the Crimson Demon's control? The Crimson Demon's control is the same type of magic as the allure of the demon. The Crimson Demon can't control a body that has already been charmed. This is very possible. So, how is it? Did I succeed? You said it was a success, but you also mentioned there were other threats. Did you think about how to solve them? Oh my, you're just using the strange illness as an excuse to take advantage of me, aren't you? You're so naughty. Are there other threats besides being controlled? According to his logic, there were 3 points. First, even if it can't control the Crimson Demon's powerful arm, it can still threaten the host. Second, the demon can't maintain the charm forever. The Crimson Demon could always regain control. And third, because of the Crimson Demon's special form, it's very hard to find an effective way to exterminate it. Summing it all up, that was it. A diagram appeared in his thoughts. Fan Lingjie's situation is exactly the same as mine. I can't find a way to solve all these threats at once, so I'm stuck with the Crimson Demon. Compared to Fan Lingjie, my advantages are twofold. First, through the battle with Lu Mei, I understand them better than Fan Lingjie. Second, I can rely on my miraculous ability. Thinking of this, a thought flashed in his mind. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you plotting something bad again? Seeing her pouting, he leaned in and shouted her name. Jiang Nuer. With that, he had found his own way to solve it. With an excited expression, he said, I've found a way to cure this illness once and for all. Fan Lingjie suddenly asked, Jiang Nuer, do you have a large storage room here? Large enough to fit 3 rooms would be fine. He gestured slightly. Jiang Nuer didn't quite understand. A storage room? She asked suspiciously. What do you want to do? Fan Lingjie replied frankly, I might have to stay in there for a while. You want to stay here with me? That's wonderful. Her voice rose in pitch, but she suddenly felt that wasn't quite proper. Jiang Nuer shyly said in a low voice, You can just stay in my room. Why look for a storage room? Yeah, he replied, pretending to be serious. Fan Lingjie had a solemn look on his face, looking just like a righteous gentleman. No, the main thing is that a storage room is more private. It's best if no one usually goes there, so we won't be discovered while we're working. Oh, I see. Jiang Nuer was embarrassed to death. She looked at him with a reproachful gaze. Oh my, you're just too annoying. Who would want to do that shameful thing with you? It seemed she couldn't take it anymore. She covered her face and ran away, leaving only the words, All right. I really can't do anything with you. I'll go take care of it right now. Fan Lingjie stood there, dumbfounded. He tilted his head, his eyes filled with confusion, as he watched her back disappear, then quickly realized what had happened. He said, feeling a bit speechless, She seems to have thought of something else. He chose to ignore it, walked over, and opened the door. Fan Lingjie had already decided what he needed to do next. He said lightly, So, next, I need to plan to buy some things for the next few days. Time passed quickly. An hour later, in the empty storage room of Hong Noan Pavilion, the voice of Fan Lingjie could be heard outside giving instructions. All right, just leave it over there. Thanks for the hard work. Jiang Nuer took notice, startled. She excitedly ran over to push the door open, beaming, You jerk, you're finally back. But the scene before her left her stunned. Jiang Nuer was flustered. What was all this? Fan Lingjie stood before a mountain of baskets and packages, wiping sweat from his forehead as he let out a long sigh. He picked up a bag and started explaining, These are the food and water supplies needed for this period. To be safe, I prepared enough for 3 months. Jiang Nuer was shocked. 3 months? Her tone was joyful. You want to stay for 3 months? That's amazing. Suddenly, she felt a bit puzzled, pointing at items that seemed completely out of place. She asked softly, What are those? Fan Lingjie looked at the pile of books, story collections, and novels in his hands, and replied seriously, Oh, just some bestsellers and toys to pass the time when I'm bored. Jiang Nuer whispered a small wow in her heart, thinking to herself, how incredibly thoughtful. 3 months in a small storage room living in a world for 2, stuck together like glue? I can't wait. She smiled, her eyes brimming with delight, and beckoned him with her finger, saying, You rascal, come in and take a look. See how I've set everything up. Stepping into the room and seeing the pink silk ribbons hanging from the ceiling pillars, Fan Lingjie was quite surprised. Wow, it's this nice? Jiang Nuer leaned against the door, proudly replying, Of course. I put a lot of heart into decorating it. Fan Lingjie was still surprised, pointing towards the bed, and asked blankly, Why is there even a bed? Jiang Nuer's cheeks flushed pink, and she grumbled under her breath. You jerk, are you playing dumb or do you really not know? Although she thought that, Jiang Nuer couldn't save face, so she demurely said, It took a lot of effort to move it in. Fan Lingjie, thinking she had done all this out of consideration for him, said with deep gratitude, Thank you for all the trouble. Well, let's get down to business. Call Mineyang out, and let's start. Jiang Nuer panicked. Huh, now? Right now? I'm not ready yet. Saying that, she hid her embarrassed face from his dull, confused gaze and ran off, saying, Let me go wash up first. Just wait for me. Fan Lingjie was speechless and exhausted, sighing. She seems to have misunderstood something again. Jiang Nuer quickly sat upright on the bed, shyly saying, All right, let's begin. He looked at her suspiciously. Mineyang, it's your turn. Mineyang appeared from thin air and immediately hugged Jiang Nuer tightly. Jiang Nuer glanced at him and asked quietly, And then what? Fan Lingjie pointed to himself and said, Have Mineyang use her charm technique on me. Hearing the command, Mineyang put on a naive and innocent expression, reaching out her hand toward him. A soft light glowed from her fingertips, and his mind was instantly invaded. His eyes glazed over. Fan Lingjie sensed it for a moment and quickly said, "No, the control intensity is too high. I can't move at all. Adjust it down a bit more." Jiang Nuer repeated, "Lower it a bit more." Mineyang adjusted accordingly. Until the stiff feeling in his movements faded, Fan Lingjie stretched his hands and flexed them, saying happily, "Good. At this level, I don't feel any side effects anymore. This is just right." Jiang Nuer's eyes were as soft as water now, and she said tenderly, "Is that so? What next? Do you want Mineyang to keep controlling you to do something?" Fan Lingjie said innocently yet seriously, "No need. We don't need to do anything. Just maintain Mineyang's control over me. That's enough." Jiang Nuer was stunned. This was not what she expected. She stammered, "Huh? Just that?" Fan Lingjie didn't answer. He only said, "Leave the rest to me." With that, he formed a seal with one hand and spread the other out. A golden light ring, shimmering like starlight, instantly appeared in his palm. With a whoosh, amidst a cloud of dust, a massive and beautiful tiger-striped fish appeared beside Fan Lingjie. A commander-class Kun beast, a water attribute spirit beast, belonging to the water attribute Kun tribe, capable of spitting out spiritual energy. Jiang Nuer blurted out in shock, "What is this?" Fan Lingjie introduced it seriously. "This is my new spirit beast, a tiger shark." Xiao Nian gave a knowing bark, and after the introduction, it was time to get to work. Fan Lingjie pulled Xiao Nian over to the pile of items he had prepared and said, "Little shark, wrap these things in water bubbles and swallow them." Xiao Nian obeyed, summoning water bubbles from its mouth to wrap each item. Jiang Nuer was amazed. "Wait, why are you letting it eat everything?" Fan Lingjie then turned to her and said, "All right, Jiang Nuer, please keep watch for me these next few days. Try not to let anyone come here, and you must maintain Mineyang's control over me." She looked dazed. "What do you mean keep watch? What are you trying to do?" Fan Lingjie clenched his fists and said in a clear, loud voice, "I'm going inside its belly too, but don't worry, the space inside is huge. For these few days, I'll live off these supplies. Inside there, I will cure my strange illness once and for all." Jiang Nuer was confused. "But aren't we supposed to be together?" She hesitated. Fan Lingjie continued with a stern face, "Don't worry, even though I'll be inside, I can still hear you when you speak. I can control the little shark to communicate simply with you." Saying that, as if he couldn't wait any longer, he dove into Xiao Nian's mouth, leaving behind one last line, "I'm counting on you, Jiang Nuer. If all goes well, I can be out in 10 days. Jiang Nuer's eyes widened in confusion. She wanted to reach out and ask for details, but Xiao Nian had already swallowed him with a gulp. Jiang Nuer was completely baffled and depressed. She flipped the bed and cursed, "You jerk!" Jiang Nuer shouted, "Fan Lingjie, you heartless person, come back out here." Angry, Jiang Nuer pulled on Xiao Nian's mouth and said, "Let the puppy out to play with me." After getting the poodle, Jiang Nuer added, "All right, off you go." Fan Lingjie gave a sound of acknowledgement. She hugged the dog, sighed in disappointment, and said, "So much for my expectations." The poodle barked. Jiang Nuer sadly continued, "You stinky dog, you've spent so much time with him, you'll probably turn into a heartless jerk too." Then, suddenly taking out her anger on the fish, she turned to Xiao Nian. "What are you looking at? You're a heartless jerk too." The fish opened its mouth, looking blank. Even if it had 100 mouths, it couldn't argue. Meanwhile, inside the fish's belly, Fan Lingjie was floating in the space filled with the countless items Xiao Nian had swallowed. He muttered to himself, "Everything is ready. Whether I can escape the Red Demon's control or not, I'll know soon enough." Fan Lingjie waved his hand and said in a stern voice, "Master, please eat." Phew. With a heavy gloomy breath, the Red Demon appeared, howling. "Finally, time to eat. Making me wait this long." Suddenly, it froze, asking suspiciously, "Wait, what's going on? Why can't I control you anymore?" Fan Lingjie was secretly stunned, filled with hope and joy as he thought to himself, "It worked. That method of Fan Lingjie and Meng Feng really did the trick." The Red Demon couldn't maintain control over the body that had been bewitched, and the first threat was neutralized. He felt a surge of relief. This meant the Red Demon could no longer control the host marked with the Red Cross. The Red Demon bared its fangs, filled with rage, and demanded, "You little brat, what kind of trick have you pulled? Where is this? And where is the food I told you to get?" It kept asking over and over. Fan Lingjie didn't feel much fear toward it anymore. He said coldly, "Sorry, but I really couldn't find any young women. I can't help you." The Red Demon was furious. its voice becoming even more sinister and terrifying. What do you mean you couldn't find them? You little brat. Are you tired of living? Fan Lingjie didn't say a word. A large birthmark suddenly appeared prominently on his right chest. The red demon roared, "Go find them for me right now." A bright red demonic hand sprouted from where the large birthmark appeared, clenching tightly. Fan Lingjie froze. A wave of torturous pain washed over him, but it vanished just as quickly. Along with that, the red demon's phantom, from its demonic face to its hand, seemed to be burning away. It began to disintegrate bit by bit. The red demon screamed in panic. Fan Lingjie covered his face and stumbled backward, falling to the ground. The red demon tried to retreat, and the demonic hand quickly pulled back into the spatial rift, vanishing without a trace. It snarled and hissed, its phantom flickering in and out of existence. Its voice was deep, heavy, and strained. "It hurts. Damn it. What did you do to me?" Fan Lingjie stared blankly at his own hand. He was surprised. It had worked. Xiaonian's internal space had an incredibly powerful digestive ability. Anything not protected by the bubbles within that space would be dissolved. The red demon's arm could no longer reach out. The second threat was also neutralized. Fan Lingjie thought that even if he couldn't completely control it, the red demon's powerful arm, which posed a threat, had been removed along with the red crossmark. The red demon's voice rang out, filled with hatred. "You bastard, where is this? What the hell are you doing to me?" Fan Lingjie ignored it and muttered to himself, "Without the threat of its control or that arm, I can finally stand my ground," he said in a serious tone. "Listen well, red demon. I'm going to finish you off right here." The red demon's phantom fully restored itself, and it spoke with arrogant disdain. "You little brat, spouting such arrogant nonsense. Just because you managed to trap me with some trick doesn't mean anything. As long as I'm inside your body, there's nothing you can do to me. Let's see who can hold out longer." Fan Lingjie said calmly, "You're right. Let's see who can last longer." The red demon panicked. Fan Lingjie continued. "During the battle with the 6 demons, he revealed their origins. You are forced to consume energy to maintain your physical growth. If you go hungry for too long, you will shrink into a weakened state." He gestured toward the items encased in Xiaonian's bubbles, and added, "I've prepared enough supplies for daily life. I believe this will be enough time to wear you down into your weakened state." Fan Lingjie said leisurely, "Once you shrink completely, you'll lose any ability to threaten me. At that point, even if you don't die, you'll just be a useless ornament." Hearing his plan, the red demon gnashed its teeth and cursed, but it didn't end there. Fan Lingjie continued, even wearing a smile. "The time dilation here is only 1/8 of the outside world. Even a few months in here is only a dozen or so days. It's perfect for settling things." He picked up a book while speaking. "During this time, I can also quietly improve myself. I'll slowly untie these knots and pick out a book to read." Fan Lingjie's voice remained steady. "I declare that our life of solitude together begins now. Starting now." Fan Lingjie said. He crossed his legs and arms, picked up a peeled tangerine segment, and brought it to his mouth. He thought, if the hypnosis cannot be maintained, the red demon will regain control. But due to its unique nature, it's hard to find an effective way to eradicate it, so I had to rely on the Red Cross method. The total threat was officially neutralized. The red demon screamed in anger, "I'm going to kill you!" It immediately summoned countless spatial rings around Fan Lingjie's neck, but they didn't last more than a few seconds before Xiaonian's space dissolved them instantly. The red demon tried summoning the demonic hand again. The hand lunged toward his face, appearing as if it could do something, but it dissolved like a delicate, weak flower petal. The sounds of the red demon's suffering from the backlash rang in his ears, almost like a symphony. Fan Lingjie had a headache, but he leisurely ate his tangerine and said calmly, "Don't waste your energy. It will only make you wear out faster." On the second morning, in the real world, the first rays of sunlight were just starting to peek out. Xiaonian had just woken up, her eyes bleary, as if she were addicted to sleep. Jiang Roer suddenly pushed the door open and rushed in, saying, "Good morning." She approached and held up a bucket full of shrimp for Xiaonian, saying, "Little shark, here are the shrimp skins you love most. I went to the new market to buy them. Eat up." Xiaonian's eyes widened with excitement, and she kept making bok, bok, bok sounds, her mouth nearly watering. Jiang Roer seemed to be in high spirits and asked quietly, "Is that damn ghost still alive? Can he hear me talking?" At this moment, Fan Lingjie was boiling a sweet potato. It had been about 5 hours on the outside, but 3 days had passed in Xiaonian's stomach. His mental state wasn't great, and he had dark circles under his eyes. Fan Lingjie sighed. Being pestered by the red demon for 2 days without rest is tough. Luckily, since yesterday, it has been quiet for intervals. so it seems the attrition is working. Anyway, while it's not acting up, I need to get some work done. He took a bite of the sweet potato. Ugh, tastes bad. Quickly pulling himself together, Fan Lingjie seriously assessed his own abilities, practicing a bit to raise his power, preparing for Xiao Nian to reach the emperor level. Suddenly, two demonic-sounding voices echoed in his ears, and more importantly, they sounded very familiar. Fan Lingjie pointed to his eyes, and they instantly turned a beautiful, emerald-green jade color. He recognized that it was Jiang Ru'er. It must be the morning of the second day. He wondered what she wanted. Immediately, the visual link connected. Xiao Nian's fishy pupils lit up as well, but the view was blocked by Jiang Ru'er, whose upper body was swaying back and forth extremely slowly. Perhaps due to the effects, the voice coming through sounded incredibly slow, too. Jiang Ru'er wanted to ask if he could hear her. Fan Lingjie hurriedly covered his eyes and yelled in a panic, "It's indecent to look." Outside, Jiang Ru'er patted Xiao Nian's head and said, "Let me tell you, I've bribed all your little spirit beasts. If you bully me in the future, they'll gang up with me to beat you." Heh. Xiao Nian also laughed happily, her eyes curving as she nodded in agreement. Then Jiang Ru'er suddenly asked, "Right, is there anything you want to give him that can be passed in through Little Shark's mouth?" A small amount of water floated in midair and formed characters. Just have it swallow the water bubble. Jiang Ru'er was stunned when she saw this trick. Huh? You can use water to send messages too? Inside Little Neon's space, a flying disc drifted over. He caught it, his eyes widening. It was a plate full of cookies shaped to look exactly like Jiang Ru'er. Outside, Jiang Ru'er shouted happily, "It's Jiang Ru'er's breakfast of love. I made this especially for you right after waking up. Hurry up and try it." Then she suddenly acted all cutesy and asked, "Are you going to eat my head first, or my feet?" Hey, don't just bite randomly. A small amount of water leaked from Little Neon's fin, forming the words, "Thank you." Jiang Ru'er was truly disappointed. She said unwillingly, "Hey, what is this? You really don't understand romance at all. You're such a straight man. If you don't accept me, you're going to be single for the rest of your life." Sigh, how tragic. Fan Lingjie didn't know what to say to that, and let out a soft sigh. Jiang Ru'er's feelings for Fan Lingjie were truly deep, but she didn't know that Fan Lingjie had already encountered a complication. He looked at the plate of cookies. All this affection was meant for Fan Lingjie. He couldn't take advantage of her while he was in such a vulnerable state. But given the current situation, it wasn't easy to explain. So Fan Lingjie held his tongue and ultimately decided to let it slide. Focus on training first. Once I get out of here, I'll find a proper way to handle this. Days later, inside the 18-day time-dilated space, Red Demon kept trying to attack him, but ended up suffering the backlash every time. Fan Lingjie thought to himself, the intervals between Red Demon's attacks are getting longer and longer. On the third day, inside the 5-day space, outside, Jiang Ru'er and Mi Niang were laughing and reading stories together. She said the result was that it couldn't get into the Spirit Beast Lake anymore. On the fourth day, in the 7-day space, Fan Lingjie's training paid off. His ability to control energy through continuous practice had improved significantly. On the 5th day, it was 43 days in the space, and outside it was late at night. Jiang Ru'er fell asleep leaning against Little Nian, and they were all huddled close together. On the 6th day, it was 50 days in the space. Fan Lingjie was meditating when he suddenly opened his eyes and gritted his teeth. "I sense a problem. Not good. The Red Demon is acting up again. It's been 10 days since the last incident, right? It's been hiding for so long. I wonder what scheme it's cooking up now. I have to be careful. Can you finish reading that book?" Suddenly hearing Red Demon's voice startled him. Fan Lingjie asked suspiciously, "Book? What book?" Red Demon replied, "The one about the person who was abandoned and kept striving for revenge. You mean the Heavenly Slaughter story?" Fan Lingjie tapped the book floating in the space. He was confused and asked doubtfully, "You want me to finish reading it? What are you up to now?" Red Demon said calmly, "I'm not up to anything. You've already won. The method you used to suppress me is very effective. It even admitted it freely. I am no longer a threat to you anymore." This made Fan Lingjie doubt himself. Is that true? He couldn't believe it and found it somewhat ridiculous. He asked back, "Is this supposed to be your surrender?" Red Demon appeared different from its initial cruel and violent image. Now, the lines on its demonic face looked softer, even a bit youthful. Denying Red Demon energy absorption really was like forcing it to start back from square one. Red Demon said, "Even if I surrender, you won't let me get any energy anyway. I'm not going to bother trying something that won't work. I just hope you finish the book, because that abandoned person reminds me of myself, and I really want to know how it ends." Red Demon suddenly sounded sincere. Fan Lingjie's eyes went wide with surprise. He looked at the book in his hand, wondering, huh? Is it trying to open up to me? Even if I don't know if it's real or fake, I know this is a good opportunity. So Fan Lingjie said, you're finally willing to talk properly. I can finish it, but you have to answer a few questions first. Red Demon replied, ask away. He started, first of all, where did you come from? And why did you possess me? After saying that, he pointed at himself. The Red Demon's voice was monotonous. I was born into chaos. My creator only said one thing to me. Recalling the memory, the Red Demon repeated the words, a failed product. Discarded. I was gasping for air, and it took several northern calamities before I found a host. It recalled the moment it immediately possessed the person before it. The Red Demon almost wanted to go back in time and strangle itself, but it knew it couldn't. It gritted its teeth, saying it only did so because it had no other choice if it wanted to survive. Fan Lingjie caught a key point and asked hurriedly, your creator? Who is he? The Red Demon's tone sounded like it wanted to let out a hysterical laugh. It said, I'd also love to know why he created me, only to abandon me immediately. I have intellect on par with humans, and strength greater than theirs, yet nowhere to use it. I've often wondered what the meaning of my existence even is. Fan Lingjie shifted gears. Then, are there other demons like you? Did he create more? Hearing his questions, the Red Demon found it laughable and replied with a hint of irritation. How would I know? I told you. I was abandoned the moment I was born. Don't ask questions like that again. However, Fan Lingjie's expression darkened. He spoke seriously. I once encountered a blue demon just like you. Perhaps it was created by the same person, right? The Red Demon asked frantically in surprise. A blue one? Like me? Is it powerful? Or was it abandoned like me? Recalling the direct confrontation, Fan Lingjie said, it treats food as its life force, and it could control the corpses of spirit beasts. It seemed to be on a mission. It probably wasn't abandoned. The Red Demon sneered. It seems I really am just a useless, defective piece of trash. For a moment, he chose to remain silent. After a while, he added, that blue demon committed many evil deeds and killed so many people. I must find it and eliminate it. Fan Lingjie's voice was stern, his eyes filled with determination. Do you know how to find it? Or how to find the one who created you? He asked. The Red Demon reiterated, I've told you. I don't know. I only have those few memories of him. I've told you everything. And everything else is just the memories from when I possessed you. I don't need to hide anything from you anymore. That is all I can answer. Fan Lingjie fell silent, let out a soft sigh, and said, fine. He opened the book. Fan Lingjie looked at every word and began to read. He had finally uncovered the truth about his own origins. The conclusion, after the Beast King's supremacy battle at the village, to the simple attic near the desolate trees where he took the beast pill back to the old, dilapidated village where he was born, he finally met the father who once abandoned him. The old, withered father looked at the son he once despised, who had now become the master of 10,000 beasts. It was a reunion of father and son after 27 years that should have been moving enough to shake the heavens, but he only coldly said one thing to the pill master, we've met, now go. Ji Lu Feng closed the book. The Red Demon wanted to laugh, but only complimented that the ending wasn't bad. All right, to conserve energy, I have to go into sleep mode, the Red Demon said. It will be a long time before I bother you again. When Fan Lingjie heard this, he replied indifferently, fine, then have sweet dreams. But the Red Demon suddenly spoke up. Please, keep one last promise for me. You said you would go find my creator, right? Imagining the scene where Fan Lingjie meets that person, the Red Demon wanted to convey a message. So when you find him, please wake me up. I want to know my own ending too, it said. Fan Lingjie was silent. After a long time, he finally spoke. All right, I promise you. The space returned to silence. It no longer answered him. Fan Lingjie called out softly, Red Demon? Are you really asleep? Even though it sounded like it came from the heart, he thought it best to stay for another half a month to be safe. In the 4-day time space, Xiaonian finally opened her mouth, and Fan Lingjie finally stepped out. I'm out. The moment he stepped out, Fan Lingjie wanted to sort things out immediately. For the past half-month, the Red Demon hadn't made a sound, so perhaps it really was asleep. This huge headache was finally resolved. The poodle was sitting not far away and barked excitedly when it saw its master, but Jiang Ru'er suddenly furrowed her brows and asked, Is the little lecherous dog here too? Where is Miss Jiang? Where did she go? The poodle didn't understand and gave a soft whine. Fan Lingjie pondered. Truth be told, Miss Jiang used to come at least every 2 to 3 days. This time it had been nearly 10 days without any contact, which equated to a full day in the outside world. Given her feelings for Fan Lingjie, this was very unusual. He was suddenly panicked and shocked. Had something happened? Hearing rapid footsteps, Fan Lingjie rushed over. He seemed to forget all etiquette, hastily pushing the door open and calling her name, Jiang Ruer. To his surprise, a stranger appeared inside, and she was also startled by his sudden appearance. Both of them simultaneously frowned and raised their voices, questioning, "Who are you?" The girl with blue hair didn't like to talk much. Without a word, she summoned her attendant beast. "Damn it. I've already been exposed before I even started. Li Ya, take him down." Li Ya was a mountain cat beast, a human beast of the warrior rank, a beast type, mountain cat attribute, humanoid type, rank 7 spiritual beast. Li Ya lunged, but after only a few steps, she was tightly bound by Fan Lingjie's vine demon in a very artistic shibari pose. The mountain cat girl let out an uncomfortable cry. The girl was panicked and blushing furiously, unable to help but scream, "You pervert, that's too lewd." Fan Lingjie frowned tightly and shouted sternly, "Where is Jiang Ruer? What did you do to her?" At that moment, Jiang Ruer hurried out and had to scream to cut through this senseless fight. "You two, stop!" Both of them looked at her. Jiang Ruer tugged at her collar, struggling to say, "It's a misunderstanding. We're all on the same side. Can't you wait for someone to finish changing their clothes first?" After a moment of explanation, the peeled orange was abandoned on the table. Belonging to the Red Warm Pavilion branch, Xuan Duo was the name of that dark blue-haired girl. Xuan Duo crossed her arms and smiled scornfully. "Oh, so you are Fan Lingjie? I've heard your name for a long time. Ruer mentions you every day. My ears are already worn out." Then she nudged Jiang Ruer's arm and teased, "I thought you were suffering from unrequited love. Turns out you've hidden a man in your house already?" "Tsk, tsk," Jiang Ruer bashfully retorted. "That's not it." But then she remembered and asked, "You devil, why did you come out so fast?" "Because I was preparing for tonight. I didn't get to see you all day. You didn't run out early just because you were worried about me, did you?" Fan Lingjie didn't understand romantic nuances. Flirting with him was no different from hitting a dead end. He answered honestly, "Things went more smoothly than expected. The strange illness is completely cured, so I came out. You two are wearing night traveler gear. What are you planning to do?" "Nothing, just going to do some work," Jiang Ruer replied bashfully. "You just wait here for me honestly. At the hour of the rat, I'll return to tangle with you. I was just heading out. But why are you girls dressed in night-crawling gear? What are you up to?" "It's nothing. Just taking care of a little business," Jiang Ruer replied, looking bashful and awkward. "Just stay here and be a good boy. Okay? I'll be back at the stroke of midnight to keep you company." Fan Lingjie thought to himself, "It's so late. This definitely isn't a simple matter. Lady Jiang helped me with such a huge favor. Now is the perfect time to pay her back." So he asked, "It's so late. Why don't I come along and help?" Jiang Ruer stepped forward and refused, which caught him off guard. She said, No, I don't want to put you in danger. Just wait here, okay?" Fan Lingjie grew anxious. "Danger? Then I have to go even more," he insisted, pointing at himself. Midnight came, and the moon shone brightly over the forest. Jiang Ruer sighed with a hint of reproach. "You stubborn fool, why won't you listen? You followed me anyway," she ordered. "You have to hide right here. Don't come out until I say it's safe. If I tell you to run, just run that way, and don't you dare look back." Xuan Duo couldn't help but roll her eyes. "Are you two flirting? You're coddling him way too much, aren't you?" Fan Lingjie gave a vague, indifferent, "Oh." He looked clueless, wondering to himself, is it really that dangerous? What exactly are they trying to do? Just then, a rapid clattering sound echoed nearby. Jiang Ruer whispered, "They're here." On the road ahead, a massive black-shelled lizard, used as a beast of burden, was pulling. A rumbling cage covered in a white tarp. Jiang Ruer pulled her veil up slightly and whispered into Miniang's ear. "Miniang, same as before, take control of the carriage driver, and don't let anyone notice." Miniang nodded, pointed a finger, and a flicker of spiritual power glowed. The driver was instantly manipulated, his eyes glazing over. Jiang Ruer stood up and commanded, "Stop!" The driver controlled the beast, and the black-shelled lizard came to a sudden, screeching halt. Jiang Ruer and Xuan Duo stepped forward. She forced him to stay put, warning him, "You stubborn fool, hide well and wait for my signal. Be a good boy." A short while later, Jiang Ruer turned back and waved at him. "It's safe. You can come over now." Fan Lingjie walked over, looking confused. He saw the two of them intently examining the cage, and as he stepped closer, He couldn't believe what he was seeing. There were so many children. The beastkin children were tied up and trapped inside the iron cage. They all looked at everyone with dazed, helpless eyes. Xuan Duo tried to comfort them. "Don't be afraid, we're here to save you. Stand back, I need to open the cage." With that, she summoned Li Ya. Li Ya stepped forward, slashed her claw, and the chains snapped instantly. Jiang Ruer directed, "Mi Niang, take them to a safe place." Mi Niang didn't say a word, faithfully following her orders, and quickly led the group of children away. Fan Lingjie watched this whole scene, completely baffled. "Aren't these the kids you people from Hongnuan Pavilion were supposed to have kidnapped? Why did you let them go?" Xuan Duo asked abruptly, hands on her hips, looking at Jiang Ruer. "Wait, you didn't tell him about this?" Jiang Ruer was always getting frustrated with his thick skull. She replied, "I did tell him, but it seems like he's got amnesia." Sighing, Xuan Duo gave him a quick rundown. She explained simply, "We're an underground group, embedded within Hongnuan Tower. We wait for opportunities to rescue spirit beasts, and as soon as we got word of a shipment, we launched our plan to set the captured beasts free. A lot of the girls there are dragged to Hongnuan Tower and tortured, so Miniang and I agreed to sneak in and set up an ambush." Jiang Ruer continued, "Over the last 2 years, she and I have saved over 100 spirit beasts." She added softly, "We know our limits, so we just do what we can. If we can save one, we save one." Fan Lingjie, who had been sparring with them, looked impressed. "I see. I have nothing but respect for you both." Jiang Ruer suddenly lunged, wrapping her arms around his. "So, does that mean you love me more now?" She tugged at his arm. Miniang already led them into the forest. "We need to leave now," Xuan Duo urged. "Let's go." But suddenly, a strange voice boomed. "Going somewhere?" Xuan Duo spun around, on high alert. "Who's there?" From deep inside the prison cell, behind a pile of heavy hay, a man's voice rasped out. "Humph. Our sect's goods have been getting snatched time and time again. Finally, I've caught the culprits." So, there was a mole. Jie Qian, from the main branch of Hongnuan Tower, stepped out, eyeing them with pure malice. Jiang Ruer gasped, "Oh no, he's from the main branch." Xuan Duo was caught off guard too. She never expected him to be hiding inside one of the cages. Still, Xuan Duo kept her cool. "Well, it's come to this. Even if we can't win, we've got no choice but to fight." She channeled her spiritual energy. Xuan Duo gritted her teeth. "No other way out. Our cover's blown. We've got to fight him." Jie Qian snarled, his face twisted in rage as he unleashed his spiritual aura. "You've caused Hongnuan Tower so much trouble. Today I'm purging the vermin. None of you are walking out of here alive." He roared, summoning his spirit beast, the boar type, earth attribute sword boar. He was a 5th stage Heart Unity Realm Master. Jiang Ruer and Xuan Duo stared, eyes wide with terror. Fan Lingjie, on the other hand, remained calm. He sighed to himself. A Heart Unity Master? He's just snacks for Xiaonian's devouring ability. He formed a hand seal, and his spiritual aura flared. "Don't be scared, I can." Before he could finish, Jiang Ruer shoved him away, cutting off his summoning. She screamed, "Run! Get out of here!" Fan Lingjie landed on his butt, looking confused. "Why'd you push me? I could have handled him." But Jiang Ruer wasn't listening. She was spiraling with panic. "You idiot! Don't you see his spirit beast? We don't stand a chance. We'll hold him off. You run." Xuan Duo took the lead, looking grim. "Damn it, Li Ya. Let's go." Li Ya lunged forward. Her mountain cat leapt up, claws swinging, but it was easily blocked by the sword boar's armored gauntlets. Li Ya gritted her teeth in frustration, but a punch was already coming. She took it head-on, unable to dodge. Meanwhile, Jiang Ruer kept shoving him. "Go, just go." Fan Lingjie was still trying to explain how could he just leave her behind. He held his ground, pleading, "No, wait, listen to me. Stop pushing. Let me summon Fan Lingjie." Jiang Ruer shrieked. He froze, looking at her in shock. Jiang Ruer's face was streaming with tears, her voice choking as she begged, "Consider this my final wish. Please, I'm begging you," she shouted. "Run." Then, letting go of him, she whispered, "I know you never wanted to be with me, following you around. That was always my own choice." These words caught Fan Lingjie off guard. He was genuinely surprised. "Wait, so they aren't actually a couple?" Tears flowed like a river from her eyes. Jiang Ruer spoke with total helplessness. "Now that your strange illness is cured, you won't need to come find me anymore, right? But I don't blame you." She looked up, gazing into his eyes, smiling through her tears. "Every moment I spent with you, I was so happy." The boar's punch kicked up a cloud of dust. It stood its ground, head held high in arrogance, while the mountain cat lay collapsed on the ground. Li Ya and Xuan Duo ran over to hold their spirit beast. She shouted to the two of them, "Rower, get out of here." The sword boar stepped forward slowly, looking relaxed, in no hurry at all. Jiang Ruer cursed under her breath. "Damn it, I sent Mi Niang away to guard the others. I don't have any moves left to hold this guy back." She stepped out. "Hey, I was the one who stole your goods. Come at me." Jiang Ruer shielded him, shouting, "Don't you dare touch my man." A brave female warrior saving her man, it was quite the sight to behold. Fan Lingjie hurriedly called her name. "Jiang Ruer," she interrupted him, her voice trembling. "If something happens to you, that would be worse than me dying." Jiang Ruer tilted her head to look at him, her lashes wet with tears. She choked out, "So, please, grant me this last little wish. Just go." The sword boar raised its fist menacingly. Jiang Ruer didn't care. She kept pouring her heart out. "Just agree with me." She closed her eyes, tears like broken pearls, whispering her final words of sorrow. "Just keep living." Fan Lingjie let out a long, heavy breath and channeled his inner strength into his beast ring. He said calmly, "Don't worry. Neither of us is going to die tonight." With a devour boost, Xiaonian was summoned with one gulp. It sent the enemy spirit beast straight to the afterlife. Strangely, the shockwave from Xiaonian's arrival formed the shapes of tigers and hammerhead sharks. The common denominator? They all had their jaws wide open. One gulp, one swallow, and Xiaonian let out a satisfying breath. Ji Qian was stunned. What the hell is that? But before he could take 3 steps, he was struck by 2 vines from the vine demon and pinned to the ground. Jiang Ruer was still in a daze. Xiaonian swam over to her and chirped. She snapped out of it, turning her head with her brain practically short-circuiting. After a long pause, Jiang Ruer finally gathered her wits, looking at him with a blank stare. You were that strong the whole time?" Fan Lingjie replied with a naive expression. "Yeah. We should get back to the villa. It's still the middle of the night." Back in his storage room, Fan Lingjie let out a sigh of relief as soon as he hit the bed. Jiang Ruer flopped onto the bed, letting out a soft sigh. "We made it back safely. It was a night of pure adrenaline." Xuan Duo looked around and asked, "So, this is where you guys have your secret dates?" She then asked skeptically, "Is that dog pee stuff really strong enough to make him forget everything?" Fan Lingjie replied, "Don't worry about it. Every memory from that period has been completely wiped." He lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. "Phew, spent 2 months flying through space, finally get to sleep in a real bed. Wow, this is so comfy. It feels like I'm being sucked into the mattress. I'm ready to drift off the second I close my eyes." Xuan Duo closed her eyes and sighed softly. "Anyone staring at me like that, you two go to sleep. I'm heading out." Fan Lingjie, looking like he'd just been stepped on, cried out in a panic. "That's not what I meant." Xuan Duo chuckled to herself. "Roer, I'm heading to my room then. Don't forget what we talked about for tomorrow." Jiang Roer nodded slightly. "Yeah, I'll make sure to handle it." Before leaving, she playfully poked her head back through the door to say goodbye. "Hey, wait!" Fan Lingjie tried to call her back, but in the end, it was just the two of them left. She's gone." Fan Lingjie struggled to find the words. Jiang Roer answered gently, "Yeah, I was just rambling earlier because I thought I was a goner. Don't take it to heart." Fan Lingjie shyly twisted his hands together and replied, "No, it's fine." Jiang Ruer felt a bit bashful too. "Well, that's good then," she said softly. Then she turned to him and asked, "Are you tired? Want to get some sleep?" Fan Lingjie's face turned beet red, and he stammered, No. I suddenly don't feel sleepy at all. How about we just talk instead?" Jiang Ruer was excited by the idea. "Sure. What should we talk about? Since you lost your memory, how about I tell you about our past?" Fan Lingjie had no objections. "All right, since I don't remember any of it, help me reminisce a bit." Jiang Ruer smiled and said, "Do you remember the first thing you ever said to me? Back then, you suddenly charged out and said, 'Miss, this place is dangerous. You need to leave now.'" She chuckled before continuing. "Then I asked you what was so dangerous about it, and you ended up saying, 'It's you.'" Fan Lingjie, also known as Feng Mang, pointed at himself at the time, thinking, "What kind of new age flirting technique is this? You were charging right at me. It was like you'd lost all control." Jiang Ruer and Mi Niang both found it funny. She remembered saying, "Little brother, you've picked the wrong person to mess with. You can't control me." But when she saw the fierce look in Fan Lingjie's eyes, Jiang Ruer realized, wait, why isn't it working? Mi Niang's techniques had no effect on him. Then, fast as lightning, Fan Lingjie lunged at her. As Jiang Ruer fell to the ground, she recalled, "You grabbed me, and started sniffing me all over. I was stunned by what you were doing. Just as I was about to fight back, you suddenly. She paused for a moment before adding, passed out. Back then, Jiang Roer and Mi Niang were both completely dumbfounded. Hearing this, Fan Lingjie Feng Meng had no idea where to hide his face. Jiang Roer patted his shoulder happily and said, "At the time, I thought that was it. Haha." Then she turned serious and said quietly, "After you woke up, I wanted to turn you over to the authorities, but you begged so desperately. In the end, we made a deal. You'd owe me a favor." Beneath the bright moonlight, Jiang Roer continued, "After that, you used that weird sickness as an excuse to shamelessly take advantage of me, and the favors just kept piling up. I made you run errands, do heavy labor, and when I was feeling down, I made you row me around the lake of misty rain. Thinking back on all of that, our little friendship lasted quite a long time, right up until that one time, when you could have just stayed out of it, but you got badly hurt trying to save me, and even sacrificed your spirit beast. That day, our agreement was fulfilled. I gave you the little scroll, and you gave me the teddy puppy. And honestly, from that day on, I was hopelessly in love with you." As she said this, Jiang Roer felt a bit shy. She panicked in her embarrassment. "Wow. Why did I just say that out loud? You jerk, stop staring at me. It's so awkward." When she looked up at him, she saw that Fan Lingjie had already fallen into a deep sleep. Jiang Roer's eyes went wide in shock. She grumbled, trembling with frustration, "You jerk. How can I still not make your heart skip a beat?" Looking at his peaceful face, she softened. She said gently, "But that's okay." She stood him up gently and pressed a soft kiss to his forehead. She whispered that she wouldn't give up. The next morning, birds chirped in the distance. The warm morning sun filtered through the window, lighting up one side of his face. Fan Lingjie Feng Mang groggily opened his eyes and scrambled up. "Whoa, it's already morning? How did I sleep through it?" Fan Lingjie looked around. "Where's Miss Jiang?" The teddy puppy barked, and there was a letter at its feet. Fan Lingjie walked over to pick it up. "A letter?" He was a bit surprised. "It's a letter from Miss Jiang. The contents were, 'You jerk. By the time you read this, I've already left without saying goodbye. Because Xuan and I performed so well at the Hongnuan Tower branch, we've been reassigned to headquarters starting today. I was planning to see you one last time before leaving, but I didn't expect you to come to me yourself. Staying with you for so long felt like a dream. I was so happy. Although I'm really reluctant to leave you, I have a more important mission to carry out, so I have to harden my heart and tear myself away. Don't miss me too much. Once I finish my mission, I'm going to stick to you forever and never let go. When that time comes, you'd better be ready for me." Fan Lingjie rushed to open the door, and as soon as he stepped outside, he saw two figures riding a beast into the high sky. Fan Lingjie shouted at the top of his lungs, "Jiang Roer, wait!" They both turned their heads back, and Xuan Duo teased, "Aha! I told you. He definitely confessed to you." She smiled down at him. "You jerk. You were sleeping so soundly, I didn't have the heart to wake you. I have to go now. Do you have anything you want to say to me?" Fan Lingjie stammered, Jiang Roer felt a bit shy again, especially with Xuan Duo teasing her, looking incredibly happy. "Wow, I'm about to witness a confession. Once I finish my mission, I'm going to stick to you forever, and never let go." "You can't say it like that," Fan Lingjie shouted. "Be serious. In novels, that's the ultimate death flag." Jiang Roer was speechless and covered her face, while Xuan Duo burst out laughing. "Haha, he really is a textbook straight man. You jerk, you are such a dork." Jiang Roer scolded him playfully, then waved goodbye with a smile. "Make sure you come visit me when you have time." A light breeze blew by, causing the leaves to flutter and the girl's hair to sway. The sunlight through the window illuminated the letter left by the bed, lighting up the words she wanted to leave behind. "Jiang Roer loves you." She stopped in her tracks and looked up at the plaque hanging high over the heavenly gate. "Lingjie Pavilion." Fan Lingjie Feng Meng said quietly, "Returning right on the 10th day. The red demon trouble has been resolved perfectly, and the wind element spirit essence Xiangxiang needed has been collected too. Mission accomplished." He walked up to the door and shouted, "I'm home." Someone opened the door. "It's Yanmei." The girl cheered happily. "Brother Fan Lingjie, you're back." Fan Lingjie was a bit surprised. "Oh, junior sister Yanmei, how come you're opening the door?" Yanmei explained, "It's my turn to be on duty today. All the new recruits have joined the sect now, so the place is really lively." Yanmei opened the door wide. "Look, everyone's busy with their tasks." Seeing everyone bustling about in their daily lives. Nganmai, acting like someone throwing open a door, said, "Look, everyone is busy with their own tasks." Seeing everyone bustling about like this, deep down, Fan Lingjie, or rather, Fan Lingjie, felt a sense of comfort and secret joy. Thanks to everyone's hard work, the Lingjie Pavilion was finally buzzing with life again. This is so exciting. Ganmai wanted to run off and announce it. Let me go tell the sect leader. Everyone's been waiting for your return for days. He quickly stopped her. Whoa. Hang on a second, Fan Lingjie said. Don't tell them just yet. I want to sneak around and see how they're handling things first. Nganmai laughed. Haha, fine, then come with me. Nganmai led Fan Lingjie to Chengxi's area first, and the two of them peeked through the window. Nganmai whispered, Senior brother Cheng is in charge of HR now. He's been super busy processing all the new members lately. She pointed inside. Chengxi was pouring tea, chatting comfortably with someone. Big brother Tai. While the scale and reputation of Lingjie Pavilion can't compare to the Fan Lingjie Crane Hall yet, it did reach the level of a B-rank sect before, and now that it's back on track, its future potential is immeasurable. The man opposite him replied, This place of yours, brother Cheng, is really well run. Fan Lingjie was truly impressed. He realized Chengxi wasn't very old, but he seemed to have a great eye for talent, and was incredibly smooth in his social dealings, way better than he was. Thinking back to his past life, Fan Lingjie felt a bit embarrassed. Back then, he could barely stutter through a conversation with anyone. Next, they went to see Duan Ye. Ganmai said, Senior brother Duan is in charge of managing the sect's supply statistics. Inside the room, Duan Ye stood in front of 4 newbies, speaking in a crisp, clear voice. Even though we have the strength of a level 3 sect, until we are officially ranked, we can only take on level 4 tasks. So, the missions I've selected are ones that will still benefit us once we officially promote to level 3. Even though they aren't very challenging, for the growth of the sect, everyone has worked hard. The group replied, Yes, senior brother Fan. Seeing this, Fan Lingjie thought to himself, Duan Ye might have a foul temper, but he's decisive and keeps everything organized. The most valuable thing is that he has a resilience that's infectious to those around him. Having him fight by my side is just great. Then they moved to where Yue Tong was. Looking inside, Nganmai said, Big sister is the head of internal affairs now, but she doesn't seem to have adapted very well. Inside, Yue Tong asked everyone softly, These are the purchase orders for this month. Does everyone think they're okay? The person opposite her hesitated. Senior sister, Nu Yet. If you say it's fine, then it's fine. Then she suddenly jerked her head around. Yue Tong said, quite sternly, Hi, little Wang, the heat is too high, the scallions were added too early, and you didn't control the oil temperature in the pot at all. You aren't explaining it clearly. Let me do it. Ye Tong just took over the disciple's job. The person panicked and quickly shouted, Wait, senior sister Ngyet. Nganmai turned to him and said, Everything else is fine, but big sister has this obsession with having to cook everything herself. Fan Lingjie was speechless. Finally, they reached Rongling's place. Nganmai explained that the sect leader was busy in her office tallying all the preparations for the sect. Fan Lingjie understood and said, I'll go over there myself. Nganmai had no objections since she had her own work to do. So she waved at him. All right, then I'll go back to my post. Fan Lingjie waved back and said softly, Sorry for the trouble, junior sister. Fan Lingjie arrived, but he just peeked through the door instead of entering. Inside, Rongling was at war with a mountain of paperwork. She scribbled away, chewed on her pen in confusion, and then eventually just kept it in her mouth, slumped over the desk in exhaustion. Finally, she gathered her energy and focused again. Fan Lingjie watched, lost in thought. Rongling had stuck with Lingjie Pavilion through thick and thin, and now she was carrying the massive responsibility of being the sect leader. This hardship was never meant for her, yet she dove right into the deep end without a second thought. He remembered each of them. Their faces flashed in his mind. Chengxi, Duan Ye, Yue Tong, Rongling. He whispered softly, Thank you, everyone. Rongling looked up, startled, then jumped to her feet. Ah, junior brother Fan Lingjie. You're back. Fan Lingjie laughed. Sect leader Rongling was in a pavilion, and she ran over and grabbed his arm affectionately. Chengxi clung to his other arm, jumping with joy, saying, Junior brother Fan Lingjie, you're finally back. I was worried to death. Duan Ye, standing nearby, added coldly, You said 10 days, and you actually returned right on time. Fan Lingjie was caught off guard by Chengxi's overwhelming emotion. Aren't you guys going to ask if I missed you at all? Rongling and Yue Tong stood behind them, watching with happy smiles. But Chengxi ignored his question and asked frantically, If you hadn't come back, Could we still upgrade the spirit pets? Huh? I already told everyone the upgrade materials, right? He didn't understand, and asked what happened. Yue Tong sighed. It's because you weren't here. Everyone was so worried. He recalled how Cheng Shi would constantly ask, "Are you sure junior brother Fan Lingjie said it was thorny back and pungent strawberry?" Back then, Duan Ye was exhausted and replied, "Yes, yes, yes. You've asked 100 times already. Isn't it annoying?" But at the time, Cheng Shi was still worried, saying, "We have so many spirit beasts. What if he got it wrong?" He didn't even look closely at the thorny back's claws. "What if we mess up and everything is ruined?" Fan Lingjie repeated seriously. "I wasn't wrong. It really is pungent strawberry." Duan Ye sighed. "Ugh, this kid is such a stress head." Cheng Shi barked back. "Senior brother Duan, you dare say that about me?" He yelled. "What about you? What were you muttering in your sleep every night?" Cheng Shi remembered. Back then, he had been just as baffled. Duan Ye would lie next to him, muttering, "Black cat is deep abyss weak water," over and over again like a mantra. So, Cheng Shi cupped his hands toward him and said, "Junior brother, Fan Lingjie, this can't be wrong, right? You should double check, just to be sure." Duan Ye added, "I'm fine with it, but if you could verify it, we'd all feel better, right?" Fan Lingjie was sweating bullets, his face frozen as they forcefully tied a good luck headband around his forehead. Cheng Shi urged him, "Master Fan Lingjie, hurry, hurry, hurry." Fan Lingjie approached the spirit pets, picked up a leg and said, "First is thorny back. The thorns on the thorny back are like golden needles, and its secondary attribute is related to plants. No mistake, it's definitely pungent strawberry. Next is fragrance. Fragrance has no front legs, which means it's missing bones. And butterflies love to drink nectar, so it's obviously the bone-melting nectar. Finally, black cat. The darkness element of black cat is like a deep pond with no bottom. Deep abyss weak water is definitely correct." The two, Cheng Shi and Duan Ye, happily grabbed each other's hands and spun around in joy. Thorny Back and Rong Ling were cheering happily beside them. Fan Lingjie just thought it was all a bit much, sighed, and asked, "Was all that really necessary?" Then he untied the headband from his head. He pulled out a bag and handed it to Rong Ling. "Sect leader, this is the wind essence for fragrance. After eating it, it can be upgraded." Rong Ling happily opened her hands, her eyes lighting up. "Wow, thank you so much," Fan Lingjie urged her seriously. "Everyone, hurry and upgrade. The intermediate level competition is coming up fast. We still need to set aside time to bond with our spirit beasts after they level up," added Yue Tong. "No doubt about it. My Jiao Bai Mu Air was way too stiff after the upgrade. I had to relearn a lot of its moves from scratch," Duan Ye said, stepping up first. "All right, I'll go first then." However, instead of starting immediately, Duan Ye pulled out a bundle of something. Fan Lingjie asked curiously, "What are you doing?" Duan Ye took out 3 incense sticks and bowed solemnly. "Sect Master Fan, please, spirits in the sky, watch over me. Help my black cat successfully reach the heart bond stage." Fan Lingjie felt a headache coming on and hurriedly waved him off. "There's no need for all that." He then channeled the deep abyss weak water, converting it into spiritual energy, and shot it straight into the black cat. Boom! Papers flew everywhere, and the brush stand toppled over. The black cat's form shifted dramatically. Shadow cat, Lord rank, beast category, feline family, secondary, darkness element, heart bond stage 1. Duan Ye's eyes went wide, his voice trembling. It worked. Rong Ling and Cheng Shi cheered, shouting, "That's amazing." Yue Tong was stunned. "Is this really a Lord rank shadow cat at the heart bond stage? Incredible. Just looking at it feels like staring into the abyss," Fan Lingjie said seriously. He fed the dark spirit essence of the hidden shadow demon to the black cat, and sure enough, its dark attributes became even purer. Black shadows began to leak out from under its feet. Duan Ye, overcome with emotion, pulled out a portrait of Fan Lingjie and began to cry. Sob, "Sect Master Fan, I did it." Fan Lingjie was caught off guard. "Why did you bring a portrait out? Let's go to Lin Rong Ling." She gathered 10 pieces of iron bone wood and converted them into spiritual energy, shooting it toward Huang Huang. Huang Huang absorbed it, its body glowing with a faint light. Boom! Huang Huang's form also transformed, especially its butterfly wings, which changed completely. Lord rank, beast category, rabbit family, secondary insect and wind elements, heart bond stage 1. Cheng Shi cheered loudly, saying, "Huang Huang succeeded too. Its wings turned directly into wind rings. It looks so cool." Rong Ling happily jumped over to Huang Huang, praising it. "Wow, Huang Huang, you're so awesome." Cheng Shi, feeling pumped, said to Tick Boy, "Everyone has succeeded. Now it's our turn to shine. Tick Boy, stand up straight." He gathered 10 bitter bamboo statues and said, "It's our turn now. Teach Boy, cooperate and get serious." The spiritual energy surged toward Tick Boy. Cheng Shi yelled excitedly, "Upgrade, super invincible, crimson extreme, sharp thorn Tick Boy." The wave of energy hit Tick Boy. It absorbed the energy, and then it glowed. Boom. A cloud of smoke cleared. Tick Boy. It's still the same. Everyone was shocked, as if struck by lightning. Cheng Shi was stunned. It failed? He collapsed to his knees, utterly devastated. Why? Why did everyone else succeed? Why am I the only one who failed? Why is my life so miserable? Cheng Shi wanted to wail. Fan Lingjie frowned, eyes narrowing. That's impossible. It was definitely the bitter bamboo statues. There's no way that could be wrong. Where exactly did the problem go wrong? How could this happen? Cheng Shi asked, on the verge of tears. Fan Lingjie spoke up. Brother Trin, don't panic yet. Try to recall if you missed any steps. Cheng Shi replied immediately. No, I did exactly as you told me. In the midst of their conversation, Tick Boy, looking indifferent, glanced at a potted plant nearby and shot its thorns into the trunk. Before everyone's amazed eyes, the plant began to smoke, its life force seemingly drained away. It withered instantly. Fan Lingjie pointed in shock, his voice rising. Look, the plant was poisoned to death by its thorns. That means it successfully reached the heart bond stage and gained the poison element. Cheng Shi patted his chest, letting out a sigh of relief. Oh. So it was a success after all, it just didn't change its appearance. Phew, you scared me to death, thank goodness. Suddenly, he realized something. Cheng Shi lunged forward, grabbing Tick Boy's mouth, and roared in frustration. Fine, even the bamboo spirit didn't change shape, but they said evolving to heart bond would change its species. Does this mean it's going to stay like this until the Emperor rank? Fan Lingjie guessed, maybe Tick Boy has an innate passive skill that keeps its physical appearance unchanged regardless of evolution. Cheng Shi grabbed Tick Boy and started bawling. Boo-hoo, Douanier said coldly. Get over it. As long as its power increased, what does it matter if its appearance changed or not? Cheng Shi mourned the image of his cool and heroic self. He thought to himself, if I really have to keep such a tiny, pathetic-looking thing beside me while I'm a cool cultivator, it's just too embarrassing. Douanier seriously challenged him. How do you know it would evolve to look cool? What if it ended up looking even worse than it does now? He started listing possibilities of Tick Boy turning into something even more disappointing, like a snake, a dog, or in the worst-case scenario, a blob of liquid slime. Rongling quickly stepped in to mediate and calm the atmosphere before Douanier could make Tick Boy cry again. All right, that's enough. Don't say any more. You've made Tick Boy sad. Cheng Shi felt guilty and patted its head. I'm sorry, Tick Boy. You worked hard to reach the heart bond stage so quickly. You were just in a rush to prove yourself. He lowered himself to stroke Tick Boy's head and said sincerely, actually, I'm just like you. My appearance hasn't changed either, but inside, I've grown much stronger. Let's keep trying to grow and show everyone what we're made of. Tick Boy was comforted. It wasn't one to hold a grudge, so it gave him a faint smile. Fan Lingjie suddenly had an idea and said to everyone with a smile, since everyone successfully reached the heart bond stage, your rank has upgraded from warrior to lord rank. Your strength has increased significantly. Furthermore, after reaching the lord rank, your spirit beasts will definitely have a special lord skill. You should all look into that. Cheng Shi got excited by the idea. That's right. Not only did they reach the heart bond stage and gain 2 elements, but they also have a special skill. That's just too powerful. Rongling liked the idea too, and turned to Huang Huang. Huang Huang, what is your special skill? Let's try it out. Huang Huang silently released a clump of gas from its butterfly wings. Rongling touched it tentatively. What is this? It's like a cloud, but I can actually touch it. It felt soft. Yue Tong's eyes went wide, and he asked naively, is it edible? Fan Lingjie poked the clump of gas and guessed, it looks like solidified wind. Perhaps, much like Huang Huang's wings, it's the ability to materialize wind. Wow, just thinking about it. There are so many possibilities for this skill. Sect Master, you should study it a bit during this time. Letting go of the cloud, it floated back to Huang Huang. That was Huang Huang's special lord skill, wind shape. Yue Tong took a bite to taste it. No flavor. It really is just wind. Rongling panicked and shouted, her voice a bit loud. Stop that! You'll get diarrhea from eating wind. Douanier lowered his voice and whispered, all right, Black Cat, it's your turn. The Black Cat squinted, let out a soft meow, and in a flash, It teleported to the spot right beside them. The teleportation speed was so fast that Duanye thought he'd imagined it, his voice shaky with doubt. "Hey, did you guys see that?" Rongling exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise. "It's like Black Cat just teleported out of nowhere," Duanhua thought, feeling a bit let down. Was it a short-range blink? But that distance is so tiny. Black Cat was already fast to begin with. This skill doesn't really seem like a huge upgrade, does it? Fan Lingjie said as he carried over a box. "It's too early to tell, let's test it out with this." He then placed the box over Black Cat. The cat gave a confused meow, and he explained, "Just trapping him for a second. We're going to try again." With another whoosh, a dark mist seeped out from under the box, and Black Cat quickly materialized from it. Chengxi was so shocked he shouted, "Whoa, Black Cat just popped out of the box." Sure enough, Fan Lingjie confirmed. Black Cat's blink can pass through obstacles. That's a major advantage. Duanye looked as if he'd just hit the jackpot. He was absolutely thrilled, clenching his fists in excitement. "Wow, that's amazing. Combined with Black Cat's slashing attacks, I've already figured out the perfect strategy." He quickly scooped up the little guy, happily hugging him and nuzzling his face. Chengxi, feeling hopeful about Thistleback, smiled and said, "All right, Thistleback, it's your turn to show off your special skill. You've got to give us a hand, okay?" Thistleback seemed excited and expectant upon hearing this. It looked toward Xiangxiang. Xiangxiang looked back, confused, when suddenly Thistleback leaned in close and licked Xiangxiang's face. Xiangxiang blushed, and even Rongling was caught off guard. Chengxi was frantic and exasperated, rushing to push him away. Thistleback looked at him blankly, and an exhausted Chengxi shouted, "I told you to show off your special skill. Why are you licking Xiangxiang?" Thistleback's eyes suddenly brightened. The thorns on its back began to shift and change, sizzling as they gathered energy. Boom! The air masses seemed to mimic the thorns on its back, transforming into sharp, phantom spikes that grew tall. Everyone stared in astonishment. But Chengxi's reaction was even more dramatic. He rolled his eyes, terrified. "What on earth is that?" Chengxi reached out to poke the energy masses, feeling them for a moment before whispering, "Why are these spikes so soft? They feel just like that gust of wind from Xiangxiang earlier." Chengxi said, sounding a bit doubtful. Duanye brought Black Cat over and said, "Thistleback, go on, try licking Black Cat." Thistleback excitedly licked Black Cat. Immediately, it triggered Black Cat's special skill, and it actually worked. Thistleback teleported a short distance, and even it seemed surprised, excitedly pointing with its paw. Rongling was stunned. This is Black Cat's teleportation ability." Yetong also chimed in. "Thistleback, try licking Jiao Bai Muer." Thistleback listened and hopped over, only to be immediately shoved away by an annoyed Jiao Bai Muer. Yue Tong Huang Hun quickly said, "Why not just let it lick you for a second?" After successfully licking Jiao Bai Muer, Thistleback immediately triggered the skill. Its appearance instantly camouflaged to match the floor. Chengxi realized what was happening and shouted, "That's Jiao Bai Muer's color-blending ability." Fan Lingjie was delighted. It seems Thistleback can use the skills of any spirit beast it licks. He continued, "Although the experiment shows the duration isn't very long, this ability to transform in countless ways is undoubtedly a top-tier skill. Iron chains, speed, special lord skills, and now mimicry." Rongling was overjoyed. Who knew that even though Thistleback can't change its own appearance, its skill set is the most versatile? It really makes up for it, doesn't it? Chengxi was ecstatic, hugging Thistleback tightly and praising him with pure joy. "Thistleback, you didn't let me down. We're finally going to make a comeback." Fan Lingjie turned back, his expression becoming serious and cautious. He said, "Next, everyone needs to focus on familiarizing yourselves with your spirit beast's skills. Try to master them in the shortest time possible so we can shine in the third-tier qualification tournament." Duanye added with a sigh. "Time really flies. It feels like the last third-tier tournament was just yesterday." Yue Tong spoke up, pointing to herself. "I wasn't even there last time." Chengxi clenched his fists, his tone filled with excitement. "Me neither. This time, junior sister Yue and I have to give it our all." Rongling was truly happy at the sight. She said, with passionate enthusiasm, "We only have 7 days left before we head out. If we can successfully upgrade the sect level, we'll be one step closer to our goal." Rongling's voice was clear and firm. "For the sake of our common goal, let's all give it our best." The 5 of them stood in a circle, placing their hands together, and shouted in unison, "Lingjie Pavilion, let's go." Meanwhile, deep in the night, under a bright moon, in a vast, hilly area, dark, indistinct figures appeared beneath the moonlight. They stood scattered about. One of the 4 suddenly asked out of the blue, "Who sent out the green concentration signal?" It was me, someone else admitted. Through the hazy silhouette, it was clear this person wore a hair crown and had their hair tied up high. He asked suspiciously, "Why are there so few of you?" Another figure replied, "Our strength is fading more and more. Just managing to come here was a massive risk." The one with the hair crown criticized them, saying, "A bunch of cowards who only know how to hide. The Divine Lord entrusted the grand cause to a bunch of dead weight. It's truly pathetic." The first person who spoke pointed an angry finger and retorted, "You've brainwashed a bunch of followers, so of course you can sleep soundly. Most of us who are trying to protect ourselves are already struggling. Don't just stand there and talk down to us." The person with the hair crown shot back, "And what have you deadbeats done? Is your combined contribution to the Divine Lord even half of mine?" The other person snapped back in rage, "You want to die?" The one who had been squatting this whole time just felt a headache coming on. He interrupted, "All right, stop arguing. What is this really about?" The hair-crowned man stated, "The spies I planted heard some news. The Kun has re-emerged." The hot-headed one panicked and shouted, "What?" Another remained silent. The squatting man asked calmly, "Who is it?" The man replied, "It's still Lingjie Pavilion. A guy named Fan Lingjie. He's likely the successor to Fan Lingjie." The hot-headed one growled, "Damn it. We were so close to success, how could someone else show up now?" The squatting one asked. "Like last time, use your spy snakes to eliminate him." The man refused, explaining, "That won't work. The connection to the Lu Ling has been severed. There's no way to strike." The hot-headed one asked anxiously, "Then what do we do?" The man shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. I'm busy. This time, it's your turn to figure it out." Finally, the one who had remained silent the longest spoke up. "Forget it. I'll go myself." The hair-crowned man chuckled. "Oh? Well then, good luck to you." He didn't answer, simply crossing his hands and muttering, "For the return of the Divine Lord." The other two did the exact same thing, crossing their hands simultaneously and chanting, "For the return of the Divine Lord." At a certain courtyard within the government office, two men, Lord Trang and Lord Huyn, were present, along with an old man named Gu Shanhe, who reached out a hand. The old man smiled sheepishly, apologizing for his late arrival. Thong Kiem and Huyn Jiak did not blame him, acknowledging the great effort it took for him to travel all the way here to oversee the Level 3 sect promotion interview. "Then today, we shall rely on you, my lord, to preside over the proceedings." Gu Shanhe's expression was quite cheerful. "It is no trouble at all. Seeing a youngster strive with such vitality is truly heartening. But what about the two observers who are here to assist the sect? Have they arrived yet?" A man wearing a green robe with a large necklace, the head of the Level 2 Hungthan sect, Cao Hoch, stepped forward and bowed. "I have been waiting for quite some time to pay my respects to Lord Gu. This is the sect leader of the Hungthan sect, who just upgraded to a Level 2 sect 35 years ago. Oh, Lord Gu, it is a true honor to be recognized by you. Isn't your organization known for smuggling and illicit gains? Now that you have turned over a new leaf, you must shed those old habits and act with integrity in your current position." Yes, this young one understands. He thinks he's something special, lecturing me like that. But what about the other observer? Have they not arrived? Oh, the person originally chosen as the observer suddenly changed, and a new representative is on their way. We aren't sure of the specifics, so let's wait a moment longer. Apologies to all the seniors for the wait. I, the young master of the Divine Dam Duong dynasty, have come to pay my respects and offer my apologies. Wait, is this the eldest young master of the Divine Dam Duong dynasty? Young master, are you here for the promotion interview? That is correct. I have stepped in last minute to replace the previous observer. Seniors, I ask for your guidance. Cao Hoch happily bowed as well. Young master, I have heard much about you. I am Cao Hoch of the Hungthan sect. Humph. It is only a Level 3 sect competition after all. We from the Level 2 sect have come to assist in the judging. Will I be bothering you, young master? I volunteered to assist in this exam specifically because there is one candidate I wish to see for myself. Please forgive the sudden change and the disruption to your arrangements. Young master, there is no need for such formalities. Since everyone has arrived, let us enter the interview room. The candidates will be here shortly. Please, come this way. These are the files for the Ling T sect's promotion interview. Take a moment to familiarize yourselves. The disciples stood in a line outside the South Thew Pavilion, waiting for the upcoming test. Since this isn't my first time, I won't lecture you all too much. Generally speaking, stay calm, stick close to me, and don't wander off. I will lead everyone to the interview area. Fan Lingjie scratched his head and smiled awkwardly. But this is my first time. I'm so nervous. Me too. You old ones are so talented, you've been through so much. What is there to be nervous about? Just do your best. I'm a huge fan of the Lingtai Pavilion. Everyone, please sign my gear before we go in. Of course, everyone replied in unison. Fan Lingjie smiled happily. Do you want to sign mine too? Inside the waiting room, the five of them waited together. Even though the process was familiar, he reiterated the rules. This is the interview room. Just past this screen, you will be on stage. There are 5 judges in total, 3 officials from the Alliance, and 2 guest judges from other sects. You will go up one by one for the interview. The sect leader will be the last to go. The rest of the order is up to you. The rules are simple. On stage, you must demonstrate your spirit beast and answer the judges' questions. The judges will evaluate you based on your performance. The judges use a single vote system. When the interview ends, if none of the judges have any objections, the Lingtai Pavilion can successfully promote to level 3. But if there is even a single objection, it is declared a failure. Only a unanimous pass results in success. Lua Fongba heard this and nervously brushed her hair, looking terrified. Ah, that's too fast. If I'm not careful and don't perform well, won't I be finished? Relax. As long as your stats meet the requirements, the interview is just a formality. The judges won't give you a hard time. Just relax, and I'm sure there won't be any problems. The competition MC began calling the candidates. The disciples of Lingtai Pavilion lined up for the interview. Everyone looked bewildered and anxious. They're calling names now, hurry up. I'm so nervous. I'll go first then. Good junior brother, let me prepare myself. Driven by the group's encouragement, the most enthusiastic was Fan Lingjie. Go for it, junior brother. Go, junior brother Fan Lingjie. Go. Lingtai Pavilion. Fan Lingjie stepped into the examination room, facing the stern-looking judges. Standing alone down there made one tremble. Cao Hoch was one of the judges, but his blank expression made everyone uncomfortable. What is it, kid? State your name. Show some respect, boy. Don't you see all these seniors here? Hearing this, he immediately lowered his head and bowed. I am Fan Lingjie. Lord Trang seemed much kinder. He didn't seem to care much for these formalities. Fan Lingjie, no need to be shy, just relax. Our files show your competition alias is Fan Lingjie Fan. Is that correct? Lord Gu, this is the person who topped the level 4 competition. He introduced him to Lord Gu, who looked surprised. Upon hearing this, his face lit up with joy and excitement. The level 4 competition this year used brand new rules and the competition was fierce. To make it to the end is truly impressive. Young people should have that kind of fighting spirit. This child looks reliable at first glance. Let's just pass him directly. Lord Huin was different. He quickly waved his hand. Lord Gu, we still have to go through the process. Fan Lingjie. Why is your name Fan Lingjie? Do you think we don't know who you are? Hearing this, he became extremely panicked. At that moment, Cao Hoch pulled out a document. Is this the one? I have your file right here. You are a fugitive from a small ethnic group. Did you think you could pull the wool over my eyes? Outside, Huang Huang and the others felt anxious for him. This isn't good. They're digging up old dirt. Junior brother. Will he be okay? Who is that guy talking? Why is he making things so difficult? He's the sect leader of the Hengdan sect, newly promoted 2 years ago, and he's the guest judge on duty. That guy is arrogant and loves to show off. He's disgusting. I hope he doesn't cause trouble. He shouldn't even be allowed to sit up there. He's a disaster waiting to happen. I suggest we reject him directly. What do you all think? Hearing these words, Fan Lingjie spoke up. That was a misunderstanding between me and the Bat family, and it was resolved long ago. However, the man became even angrier, refusing to listen to a single word from him. The misunderstanding between me and the Ba mansion has long been resolved. However, he was even more furious and wouldn't listen to a single word of excuse from anyone. Don't make excuses. Once a thief, always a thief. Gu Shanhei grabbed his background file. Hasn't the arrest warrant already been printed?